Aether Witch, Witches of Mountain Shadow, Book 1. Written by Tarah. Narrated by Taylor Harvey. To Granny. I hope you don't mind that I stole Smudge for my story. Chapter 1. Spirits and a Train. Fiona heard the dreary screech of a train horn blowing in the distance. It was a sound she always associated with the dark of night, and a certain sense of foreboding that could only be lifted by the dawn. A cold wind whipped across the track where she stood, ruffling the hem of her burgundy dress and raising goosebumps on her arms. She could hear the dull rush of traffic blazing across the overpass, but no one crossing the bridge could see the woman standing on the tracks below. The trains that passed through Colorado Springs always rolled through carrying giant hopper cars full of coal. You could stand on the overpass and get a whiff of sulfur as car after car flitted under the 4 lanes of Colorado Avenue. Fiona had visited this crossing many times before, hoping to gain some clarity, but it didn't work if you stood on the sidelines. To get that rush, that flash of pure knowing, you had to stare death in the eye. As she stood there, they began to gather, the spirits of those who had died. She couldn't see them, but she felt their presence, the weight of despair, a flash of surprise, and the frenzy of a drug-induced high. She could feel them with her, at least a dozen, maybe more, and still they continued to gather. Most mortals instinctively avoided the train tracks. They weren't consciously aware of the ether in the air. They only felt it as a subtle aversion or the vague sense that something wasn't right. There, where the veil between realms was the thinnest, Fiona could access the knowledge of the spirits without the risk of opening a portal. The ground beneath her feet rumbled as the train propelled itself closer. The metallic chug and screech filled her ears, strong enough to vibrate her insides and make her teeth chatter. Her muscles tensed as she stared into its ruthless steel jowls, and an animal fear surged through her veins. The white light beaming across the tracks blinded her for a moment, but when she squeezed her eyes shut, she saw his face as clear as day, his skin red and peeling as he bobbed in the water, his glassy blue eyes frozen in terror. As the familiar vision took shape, she felt the blast of heat from the train. Squeezing every muscle with intent, Fiona vanished from the tracks. Up in the locomotive, the train engineer must have seen the pale face of a woman with raven hair an instant before she disappeared. He might have thought that he'd imagined it, or maybe he thought she'd been there on purpose and had changed her mind at the very last second. But an instant after she vanished from the rails, Fiona reappeared. She stumbled and fell a few yards from the tracks, scraping her hands in the gravel. She winced and then stood, brushing herself off before climbing the embankment to reach the street. She emerged near the overpass to the bright light of passing cars and staggered back toward the fancy hotel. She'd been invited to dinner at the restaurant inside, and she pulled out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Under the thin layer of foundation, she could see dark shadows beneath her eyes. They seemed to be a brighter shade of green than usual, and her hand shook a little as she reapplied her lipstick. Her heart was thumping hard in her chest, and her skin was sticky with sweat. No matter how hard she tried, Fiona couldn't shake the dreams. Always the same man bobbing in the water. Every night when she closed her eyes, she knew he would make an appearance. And every morning around 3:30, she awoke in a pool of cold sweat. Fiona knew she'd seen the man before, but she just couldn't place him. The visit to the train tracks had been her last resort to gain some clarity, but the vision had only stoked the fear in her heart and made her certain that death was coming. Standing in the cold outside the hotel, she realized she didn't want to be there. She wanted to be back home up the pass, snuggled on the couch in her flannel pajamas. Instead, she was on a date in the city, with a very nice mortal who was totally oblivious to her dark predicament. This couldn't go on. She needed to get home. But instead, Fiona pulled on her nicest smile and walked back into the lobby. The restaurant was located on the west side of the historic hotel, which had burned to the ground in the late 1800s and had been rebuilt not once, but twice. It was dimly lit and very romantic, the perfect place for a date. Navigating around the hostess's station, she made a beeline for their table. She saw her date's eyes flicker curiously to her shoes, which now had a fine coat of dirt on the heels. She'd excused herself to make a phone call, but she'd been gone longer than was polite. Michael worked at a bank downtown. He was tall and strong with golden blonde hair and what Fiona thought was a very nice smile. It was only their second date, but the two of them had been hitting it off. "Everything all right?" Michael asked. "Oh, yeah, everything's fine. The silent alarm went off at the shop, but it was probably just the neighborhood cat." Fiona reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear and instantly realized her mistake. Even in the dim light of the restaurant, she could see the bloody scrapes on her palm, and, judging by the look on his face, Michael had too. "What happened to your hand?" He reached instinctively across the table, but Fiona placed her hand in her lap. "My hand?" she repeated, frowning in bewilderment, while concentrating on the surge of warmth she'd sent rushing to her palm. Removing her hand from under the table, she saw with relief that it had worked. The tender flesh was completely healed by the time Michael took her hand in his. He flipped it palm up and shook his head. "I thought—" He smiled. "Never mind." There was a brief, awkward pause, broken only by his laughter. It was the typical reaction for any mortal who'd been forced to dismiss what he'd seen. Fiona joined in with a soft chuckle of her own, still recovering from her dash of panic. "I think you just wanted an excuse to hold my hand," she murmured. "Maybe." Michael gave his head another small shake, clearly concerned that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Gradually, he seemed to collect himself, falling back into the rhythm of conversation. "Are you up for dessert? Another glass of wine? I could be convinced to split the molten chocolate lava cake." Fiona hesitated, her heartbeat still erratic. Molten chocolate lava cake would certainly make her feel better, and Michael was very sweet. But her fancy dress suddenly seemed too tight, and the restaurant too stuffy and crowded. The clang of forks on plates was almost deafening, and she thought she might suffocate if she didn't get out of there. Feigning a yawn, she cocked her head to the side. "To be honest, I don't know if I'm up for it. I haven't been sleeping well the last few nights, and I think it's catching up to me." "Oh." Disappointment flashed across his face, and Fiona felt the instant prod of remorse. She didn't like making up an excuse to leave, but she couldn't tell him the truth. "Well, that's all right. We can take a rain check on dessert." As Michael busied himself with paying the bill, Fiona swept her long, wavy hair off her neck to try to cool herself down. She was gripped by a feeling of intense unease that made her want to crawl out of her skin. She'd only experienced this unnameable dread once before, the night before her parents were killed. They left the restaurant and made their way to the car, which was parked just around the corner. Michael opened the car door and Fiona got in, jumping as a man passed by on the sidewalk. As they flew across the Colorado Avenue Bridge, Fiona glanced down at the tracks. The spirits were there, but she could no longer sense them. They'd faded into the night. Her heart beat faster as Michael pulled onto Highway 24, which would take them back up the pass. Her place was a 20-minute drive up the mountain, and Fiona wished she'd driven herself. Once they left the city lights behind, the scenery became wild and rugged. The billboards and RV parks dissolved into rocks and grassy ditches as they picked up speed. There were few people on the road this time of night, just a couple of lonely headlights beaming through the dark. They passed Red Rock Canyon on their left, and Michael accelerated on the last straight shot. As they started up Ute Pass, the road became steep and windy. Tall red rock formations loomed overhead, lurching perilously to one side. It looked like lava sliding down the mountain, but it was rock-solid sandstone frozen in time. Every time they rounded a curve, the car's headlights illuminated a fresh swath of road, and rocky outcroppings the color of rust seemed to leap from the dark mountainside. Fiona felt each turn as a familiar lurch in her stomach. She'd driven the pass more times than she could count, but ascending at night always made her uneasy. At times she saw things that were not there. As they made the turn where the highway split, Fiona thought she saw eyes gleaming from the pines. She looked down the wash that divided the highway and gripped the door handle as Michael whipped around another curve. He turned to her and flashed a grin as the car engine purred. He was the kind of man who liked to drive, and his sporty car seemed to hug the road on even the sharpest turns. Fiona smiled so he wouldn't think anything was wrong, and he looked back at the road and pressed the gas harder. The trees and rocks started to whip by in a blur, and the mountains seemed to encroach on the road. Just as they rounded the final turn before her exit, Fiona gasped and threw out a hand. A man was standing in the middle of their lane, pale and thin with a pointed face. He was dressed in a full-length woven brown tunic and was carrying a twisted wooden staff. A heavy hood hid his eyes from view, but Fiona thought she saw the man crack a smirk. Moved by instinct rather than sense, Fiona reached over and grabbed the wheel. She jerked it hard to the right, yanking the car off the road. Michael yelled and tried to right the vehicle, but Fiona clung on for dear life. Their headlights bounced off bright orange sandstone as they careened toward the rocky embankment. Squeezing her eyes shut, she summoned the ether inside her and forced it up through her stomach. There was a squeal of brakes and a blinding flash of light as the vehicle skidded along the side of the road, pitching toward a solid wall of rock. Michael swore, and Fiona opened her eyes, just in time to see a spew of rocks and dirt explode. They slammed to a halt on the side of the road, with their headlights streaming onto the rocks. The mountainside formed a perfect dome where their car now sat. Rocks the size of tires lay scattered around them, and the windshield was covered in dirt. Fiona gasped as the seatbelt squeezed her tight, pinning her to the leather seat. She turned her head slowly to Michael, who was staring straight ahead. "What the hell were you thinking?" He turned to face her, eyes bulging with fear. All the blood had drained from his face. Fiona opened her mouth and then closed it again, turning her head to look over her shoulder. In the reddish glow of their taillights, she could see a short stretch of road, but there was no man in sight. "I thought I saw—" "There was a man standing in the middle of the road." "A man?" Michael spat, looking at Fiona as though she'd lost her mind. Fiona stared out the back window, searching for the stranger, but the road was empty, and the man was gone. "There was nobody standing in the middle of the road." "But—" Michael let out a scoff of disgust and got out to inspect the car. He circled the vehicle, fuming with rage, searching the body for dents and scratches. Fiona's heart sank as she watched him circle, searching and squinting in furious bewilderment. He was looking for damage that didn't exist. The realization would hit him soon. Michael stopped in a dark patch outside the glow of the headlights, and then she saw him shake his head. He inspected the hood, the windshield, and the spoiler, but she knew he wouldn't find any damage. A moment later, She saw the flash of blue and red lights dancing off the rocks. A police cruiser had pulled up behind them, positioned to block the right lane of traffic in case another car came by. A door slammed as the officer got out. She could hear Michael's low, shaky voice. Fiona couldn't make out what they were saying, just Michael's tone of bewilderment. The officer was tall and fit with light brown hair and a friendly, good-natured face. He glanced in at Fiona and then back at Michael, listening to his story. Briefly, Fiona worried that she'd have to create a diversion so the officer would let them go without further questions, but a second later, Michael opened the door and collapsed into the driver's seat. "We were lucky," he said, fury coloring his cheeks. They weren't lucky, Fiona thought. She'd blown out those rocks herself. But instead, she murmured, "I know. I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again." "We could have been killed." "But we weren't." She sat there, staring straight out at the rocks as Michael let out a long breath of disgust. "I thought that cop was going to make me take a breathalyzer." "You only had 2 beers. "I know that, and you know that, but when a police officer sees you've gone off the road..." He trailed off, clearly shaken. "Any damage?" Fiona asked. "No." Michael sounded vaguely annoyed, angry not to have proof of her recklessness. "But I hope whatever you thought you saw was worth it. It almost cost us our lives." Fiona swallowed, avoiding his gaze, as he waved to the cop and backed onto the road. Fiona watched as the officer set up a line of orange traffic cones to block off the boulders that had flown into the road. They passed the sign for Mountain Shadow, and Fiona let out a sigh of relief. Michael turned, and the blue lights vanished as they drove down Main Street toward her house. He couldn't seem to let her out fast enough, as he nosed the car into her driveway. Fiona thanked him for dinner and got out of the car, watching his tires spit gravel. All the optimism she'd felt earlier was gone, replaced by a sense of weariness that had less to do with her visions than with Michael. He was the 4th guy Fiona had scared away in the last 6 months. She didn't mean to freak them out. Strange things just happened when the Grimes sisters were around. The house that Fiona shared with her sister was a rambling maroon Queen Anne. It was a peculiar house that had been in the Grimes family for at least 3 generations. It had a keyhole entrance to the wraparound porch, intricately carved corbels, a turret with strange little hexagonal windows, and more secrets than the sisters knew. Fiona's dashing display of white roses formed a hedge around the large garden, where all manner of fruit trees, herbs, and flowering shrubs grew. Light from the kitchen windows was spilling into the bushes, and she could see her sister standing at the fridge. Eleanor was balancing a cookie between her front teeth as she reached in for the milk carton. A smile twitched at the corners of Fiona's mouth as she let herself in the side door. The kitchen smelled like brown sugar and chocolate, and it was pleasantly warm from the oven. A tray of fresh cookies sat on the stove, assaulting Fiona's senses with their warm, gooey goodness. "You're home early," Eleanor said, as she poured milk into her glass. Her dark hair was damp at the ends from her shower, and she was wearing a tank top with plaid pajama bottoms. She turned to make some off-color joke, but stopped when she caught sight of her sister. "What's the matter?" Fiona shook her head and sank onto a stool, slamming her purse on the counter. She reached into her dress and fished out her bra inserts, tears prickling in her eyes. "That bad?" Eleanor asked, making a face as the gel chicken cutlets hit the counter with a slap. Fiona nodded, reaching for a cookie and practically melting when she took a bite. "What did you do this time?" Fiona shot her a guilty look. "I might have caused a small rock slide, but it was for a very good reason. Fiona! I don't think I'll be seeing Michael again anytime soon." Good riddance," said Eleanor with gusto, pouring Fiona a glass of milk. "You're too weird to date a mortal, and that one, Michael, was super boring as mortals go." "He wasn't boring," Fiona protested. "He works at a bank. He likes sports cars and baseball and microbrews." Eleanor shuddered at the thought. "You need to find yourself a nice handsome witch with a strong jaw and six-pack abs." "You know all the same witches I do," Fiona cut in. "Not one of them has six-pack abs." "True," said Eleanor, breaking into a grin. "I guess we're destined to be spinsters together. Two witches living alone, surrounded by cats. It's kind of a cliché, but I'd do it for you." Fiona snorted and picked up a cookie, just as one cat rubbed against her ankle. He was entirely black, apart from a tiny speck of white on his chest, which was why they called him Smudge. "I just turned 29, Fiona grumbled. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." In truth, Fiona knew it would be much easier to date one of her own kind, but the dating pool of witches was pitifully small. Worse, if she dated someone in the coven and they broke up, she'd still have to see him all the time. It felt a bit incestuous for Fiona's taste, which was why she'd always dated mortals. "Whoa," said Eleanor, staring at the back of Fiona's new dress. "What happened?" She looked down. In the bright light of their kitchen, Fiona could see that her dress was badly snagged. She still had dirt caked on her heels, and there were a couple dried pine needles stuck to the hem. "Oh," she sighed. "I went down to the train tracks to bring on a vision." "Fiona!" "I know," she said. "I won't do it again." She didn't need another lecture. All witches Fiona knew could use the ether that flowed through their veins to manipulate the elements. But the Grimes sisters had the unusual ability to interact with the ether in their environment. Both the ether that flowed through other living things and the free-floating ether that bound the realms. For Fiona, this manifested in her gifts for healing and the visions she received, while Eleanor could communicate with restless spirits who roamed the earth. It was a heavy burden to bear, and she thought Fiona was too cavalier about straddling the veil between realms. Eleanor reached down to brush the pine needles off. "No wonder you can't keep a man." Fiona laughed. Eleanor always made her feel better about life. "Are you still having those dreams?" she asked, trying to sound offhand. Fiona nodded. "The man in the road was trying to tell me something. I just don't know what it is." "What man?" Fiona waved her hand. "I thought I saw a man standing in the middle of the highway. That's why I caused the rock slide, explosion." "Looking for love in all the wrong places," Eleanor sang. But Fiona was too absorbed in the image of the strange man to acknowledge the irony of it all. The way he was dressed, it looked as though he'd come from another time. Fiona shook her head. "I guess I'm seeing things now. Maybe because you're inviting spirits." Fiona nodded absently, thinking back to that fateful day when she'd first experienced the same raw, choking dread. "I think something bad is going to happen." "You've been saying that for weeks and nothing's happened yet." "I know, but..." She looked up into Eleanor's eyes, which were the exact same green as her own. "Just promise me you'll be extra careful. I couldn't handle it if something happened to you." Eleanor rolled her eyes and tried to scoot off to bed, but Fiona caught her by the hand and squeezed. "Promise me," she repeated, staring into her sister's face with absolute seriousness. "I promise." Chapter 2. An Early Grave. It was the sharp thunk of a blade that woke her, that and the low hiss of dirt on metal. There it was again, that thunking sound, the sound of steel slicing through earth. It was pitch black, but a beam of artificial white light cut through the darkness. Fiona was cold. So cold. And she felt the disconcerting presence of evil deep within her bones. As she stirred, Fiona became aware of a dull ache along the back of her head. It radiated out from her scalp and seemed to travel down her neck and spine. Something cold and rough hit her in the face, and she choked on a mouthful of sand or dirt. She coughed and rolled her tongue, trying to spit it out, but bits of it were still stuck to her tongue. She opened her eyes wide, but she couldn't see a thing. It felt as though something was sitting on her chest, but she couldn't seem to shift it. There it was again, the thunk, and then a hiss, followed by a fresh mouthful of dirt. A chunk of it lodged in her open mouth, and she had to hack to spit it out. She smelled grass and dirt and something else, like fresh-cut flowers from the store. Again, her face was pummeled with dirt, and she raised a hand to wipe it out of her eyes. As she did, she became aware of a cool, heavy weight all over her body. She was half buried in the dirt. Jerking her head to the side, Fiona felt something soft and silky brush against her cheek. As the light fell over it, she saw pink petals. It was a single carnation. Looking up, Fiona saw that the light was coming from a headlamp. A dark figure was moving above her, shoveling dirt into the hole. Suddenly, she knew where she was. She was lying in a hole, in a grave, and someone was burying her alive. Fiona tried to move or scream to tell them that she wasn't dead, but no sound escaped her lips. Thrashing around in the freshly churned dirt, she realized there was too much to move. Fear gripped her heart, and she tried to call out again. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find her voice. The gravedigger flung another mound of dirt into the hole, where it skimmed off the top of her head. She spit out the bits that had landed in her mouth, trying hard not to panic. She opened her mouth to let out a scream, but not so much as a croak escaped. Desperate tears tracked down her cheeks, turning the soft dirt to mud. Her chest heaved as more dirt showered down. She was buried up to her neck. The weight of the dirt was bearing down on her chest. Soon she wouldn't be able to breathe. Another pile of dirt cascaded down, finding its way into Fiona's nose and mouth. She hacked and coughed to try to dislodge it, but the hole was filling fast. Thunk. Hiss. More dirt. More dirt. Fiona was beginning to hyperventilate. This time, when the next pile of dirt rained down, it stung her eyes and obscured her vision. It found its way into her airways like water, and she started to sob, unable to stop it. Thunk. Hiss. Thunk. Hiss. By then, the sound was muffled. Dirt was filling her ears, her mouth, and her throat. It was becoming harder to draw a breath. As dirt blotted out the last shimmering rays of light, Fiona realized she was going to die. And then, Fiona awoke with a loud, gasping breath, sitting straight up in bed. Sunlight was streaming through her open window, and she could hear the birds chirping outside. Someone down the street was mowing their lawn, and Fiona was still above ground. But despite the serenity of her bedroom, she just didn't feel right. Her heart was racing, her throat was dry, and her skin was covered in a cold sheen of sweat. She tried hard to focus on where she was. It was Saturday. She was safe in her bed. No one was trying to hurt her. Still, it took several minutes for her heart to stop its frantic drumbeat. First she'd seen the dead man bobbing in the water, and now she was being buried alive? She didn't know which vision was worse, or what it meant that the man had suddenly disappeared from her dreams. Dragging herself out of bed, she pulled a fuzzy robe on over her PJs and padded downstairs to make breakfast. Light was spilling in through the stained glass windows in the foyer, throwing rainbows of light onto the white oak floors. Eleanor was already standing in the kitchen, staring out the window as she sipped her coffee. Copper pots glistened from hooks over the kitchen island, and herbs growing in mismatched pots stretched toward the light that fell across the room in golden strands. "Morning," said Eleanor. Fiona groaned. "What's with you?" Eleanor asked, turning to her sister with a look of concern. "Did you have another vision?" Fiona nodded. "It was different this time. I was being buried alive." "Yikes." Eleanor frowned and turned toward the counter, pouring Fiona a cup of coffee. "You sure it wasn't just a bad dream?" "No. These visions are different. They're so real." Eleanor let out a sympathetic sigh and handed Fiona the cup. Fiona took it gratefully and sipped, trying to banish the dark, heavy feeling that had settled inside her chest. As she breathed in the sharp, comforting aroma, Fiona felt her body relax. "What about you?" she asked suddenly. "Why are you up so early?" Fiona had always been a morning person, but Eleanor usually slept late. "I couldn't sleep through the beep, beep, beep." Eleanor mimicked the sound of a truck backing up and jerked her head toward the window. "Looks like someone's moving in next door." "You're kidding." Fiona hadn't noticed the commotion outside, but by the looks of things, Eleanor was right. A white moving truck was parked along the curb, and two men in matching blue polos were unloading a leather sofa. The sisters stood transfixed at the window, watching the men carry cardboard boxes into the old brown house next door. It seemed surreal that someone was actually moving in. The house had stood vacant for the better part of 12 years. The paint was chipped and peeling in places. The roof was old and missing shingles. The front porch sagged, its beams buckling, as though it might crumble to dust. Some people said the house was cursed. Rumors swirled about the Johnsons. There was at least one story that was true, which involved the Johnsons' son, Bryce. Fiona had sent him to the hospital with lacerations down his face and chest when the two of them were kids. After that, the Johnsons had up and moved to Wisconsin, and a developer from the Springs had bought it. Fiona heard he'd defaulted on his loan, and a new owner bought it at auction. Still, no one had lived in the old brown house, and it had fallen into disrepair. Although most people who lived in Mountain Shadow knew the Grimes sisters to be good neighbors, the stories about Bryce never really died. People were friendly enough to Eleanor and Fiona, but they were rarely invited to neighborhood barbecues or holiday parties. It didn't help that Mountain Shadow was rather a strange place to begin with. Some said its weird energy came from the large, smoky quartz deposits that lay at the foot of the mountains. Others believed the town had been cursed by Indian spirits angered by white settlers who were selling the sacred spring water for money. Still others believed that the town was haunted by the ghosts of prostitutes who died when the old brothel burned to the ground. Despite all that, tourists were drawn to the tiny town at the foot of Pikes Peak for its rows of brightly colored craftsman bungalows, outdoor arcade, and saltwater taffy. Their experiences became postcards and vacation memories, but the ether that seemed to issue from every nook and cranny gave the town such a palpable energy that most mortals didn't stay for long. Once the kitchen table and a queen-sized bed rolled into the Johnsons' old place, Fiona hurried upstairs to get dressed. It was her day to open the shop, and she needed to be there before 9. If she was running especially late, she could teleport, but Fiona generally preferred to walk or bike so that she could fill her lungs with fresh mountain air and the sugary scent of roasted pecans that wafted from the nut hut. The Grimes family apothecary was tucked in a tiny corridor between buildings just off of Main Street. A hanging wooden sign with a mortar and pestle pointed down the alley to the entrance of her shop. The brass bell over the door dinged cheerfully as she let herself in and turned the sign from closed to open. To Fiona, the exposed brick walls of her shop offered a feeling of safety and warmth. In the morning, sunlight spilled in from the tall window at the front and bathed the creaky wood floor in light. Near the entrance, A table laden with beauty balms and elixirs beckoned customers in off the streets. Glass bottles and jars with handwritten labels gleamed from the shelves, offering everything from a natural headache cure to elixirs for anxiety. Behind the counter, Fiona had transformed an old library card catalog into drawers for various medicinal powders and herbs that she dried in the back of the shop. Fiona was just about to haul out the sandwich board promoting her sale on tinctures when a frantic face appeared at her window. It was Martha Mayberry, the jangly-nerved Jesus freak who owned the Christmas store next door. "It's open," Fiona called, surprised to have a customer so early on a Saturday. But Martha appeared not to have heard her and rapped on the window to get Fiona's attention. She was a plump little woman with frizzy brown hair that formed a wreath of curls around heavily rouged cheeks. That morning, she was wearing bright pink lipstick that clashed brilliantly with her Christmas sweater. "It's open," Fiona called, a little louder this time. But Martha rapped again and tented her hand over her eyes to see inside. Fiona walked over to the door and opened it with a flourish. "Oh, Fiona, thank heavens you're here," said Martha, standing up straight. "Is everything all right?" "No, everything's not all right. Could we talk for a moment?" Fiona sighed. Martha was in a state, but that wasn't unusual. Anything from an impending snowstorm to skateboarding youths was enough to work Martha into a nervous fit. Fiona only hoped that today's visit wouldn't include some passive-aggressive remark about the cleanliness of Fiona's front window. "What's the matter?" she asked. "It's Reverend Montgomery!" At the mention of the Reverend, Fiona's whole body went rigid. He was the man from her vision. Now she knew why his face had seemed so familiar. Fiona didn't attend his church, but she'd seen the Reverend around town raising money for the local food bank. "What about the Reverend?" Fiona asked warily. He's dead." Fiona's stomach dropped. "Dead?" "Yes, dead. God rest his soul." Martha looked to the heavens and hurriedly made the sign of the cross. "But he wasn't very old, was he?" Fiona asked, hoping she was wrong. "Goodness, no. The Reverend was just about to turn 60 and had the vigor of a man half his age." "How did he die?" Fiona asked, trying to sound sympathetic and not as though her whole body was racked with horror. "They found him in the bathtub," said Martha, lowering her voice out of respect. "His whole body had been burned, skin flaking off. It looks as though he scalded himself to death." "He scalded himself?" Fiona whispered. That would explain why the man in her vision had been covered in peeling pink flesh. Martha nodded. "When?" "Last night, I suppose. Patricia blames herself, poor thing. She went to bed early with a headache, and when she woke up, she just found him like that." "That's terrible." Martha nodded and lowered her voice, as though she thought someone might overhear. "I think it's that old house they live in. Faulty plumbing valves, you see." Fiona frowned. Faulty plumbing valves or not, the circumstances of the Reverend's death still seemed rather suspect. Martha looked distressed. "But that's not even the worst part." "It isn't?" Fiona prompted, dreading her response. She really didn't want to know. "I mean, it's terrible. Such a tragic loss. And so sad for Patricia to lose her husband and be marred by scandal." "Scandal?" "Of course, they're only rumors," Martha whispered, her bosom heaving with excitement. "People can be so cruel." Fiona waited with bated breath, wondering what horrible thing could have befallen the Reverend that could be worse than death by scalding. "Selma Lewis said, well, I shouldn't gossip, but it's just the most awful thing." Again, Fiona waited impatiently for her to finish, her palms breaking into a sweat. Martha was a notorious gossip, but she was also the sort of hybrid woman who liked to maintain the appearance of good taste. Usually, for her to give up such juicy news, Fiona had to endure at least 2 excruciating pauses. Patricia told Selma that the Reverend was being tormented by demons. Demons? For all the strange things she'd heard of happening in Mountain Shadow, demons were a new one. Yes, that's right. Martha leaned in closer, so close that Fiona could see the little smudges of lipstick on her coffee-stained teeth. One shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but I have it on good authority that the Reverend was not such a pious man. No? No. He'd had a string of tawdry affairs, nearly drove Patricia mad. She lowered her voice and took a step closer. If you ask me, this was the work of the devil, dragging the Reverend straight to hell. Chapter 3. Unholy Water. After Martha delivered her news, Fiona had an uneasy morning. She dropped and broken 2 jars of herbs, and she was distant with her customers. Normally she loved interacting with the tourists who popped their heads in, but after hearing about the Reverend's death, she kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. She didn't believe Martha's assessment that the Reverend had been dragged to hell, but the suspicious nature of his death and her visions still made her uneasy. She was grinding up a mixture of cloves and allspice when Bellamy walked into the shop. It was a combination that usually made Fiona feel calm, but the stubborn little allspice berries kept skittering out from under her pestle. "Hey," she said, glancing up at Bellamy. Bellamy Broussard was a handsome guy with a strong, square jaw, thick black hair, and ears that picked up gossip like a ham radio. Bellamy's mother had moved them to town just before his junior year of high school. He'd been in Fiona's grade for 2 years, and they knew each other well. He'd worked an early shift that morning, but Bellamy never looked drowsy or disheveled. He was wearing a crisp navy shirt under a smart camel blazer, and he was carrying 2 lattes from the coffee shop down the street. He sniffed the air deeply. "Why does it smell like pumpkin bread in here?" Fiona held up the mortar for him to smell, and Bellamy raised his eyebrows. "You know it's March, right?" He set the coffee down in front of Fiona and leaned against the counter. "A little early for pumpkin spice coffee." "I'm aware," said Fiona absently, still doing battle with the allspice berries. "Did you hear about Reverend Montgomery?" Bellamy's face fell. He loved being in the know, and just the thought that news had reached Fiona first took the wind right out of his sails. "That's what I came over to tell you. How did you hear about the Reverend?" "Martha Mayberry came in earlier. She couldn't wait to tell me." "Miserable pine-scented old hag," Bellamy muttered. Fiona grinned. Martha Mayberry was Bellamy's nemesis. The feud stemmed back to their high school days, when Bellamy had spearheaded a campaign to perform cabaret for their annual musical. Mrs. Mayberry had sat on the school board that year and vehemently opposed cabaret for its lewd content, homosexual undertones, and flagrant celebration of moral decay. Resting an elbow on the counter, Bellamy leaned over and launched into his version of the Mountain Shadow morning news. "So, when I finished my shift at the inn, I went over to the Rusty Spoon. Martha and Selma Lewis were in there babbling about how Reverend Montgomery died in his bathtub. Can you believe that?" Bellamy let out an irreverent laugh. His wife said he'd been raving about demons and wanted to cleanse his soul with a bath of holy water. Apparently he scalded himself to death. "Where did you hear that?" Fiona asked sharply. Martha hadn't said anything about the Reverend bathing in holy water. That, combined with the rumor of demons, painted a very dark picture. "Selma." Bellamy raised both eyebrows. "It's ironic, isn't it? The Reverend burned to death in holy water." "Unholy water, as it turned out." "You don't think the rumors are true?" Bellamy whispered with relish. "That the Reverend was being tormented by demons?" Fiona shook her head. Even in a place like Mountain Shadow, demons can't survive in this realm for long. Bellamy shrugged. Stranger things have happened. Name one thing that's stranger than this. Bellamy racked his brain. Remember last July when they found that kid frozen to death on the football field? The football team locked him in the cafeteria freezer and then dumped him out on the field. Bellamy squinted. What about the ghosts in the old manor house? Faulty plumbing. Mrs. Shoemaker's haunted knee? Rheumatoid arthritis. Aha! Bellamy exclaimed. Mrs. Shoemaker never had a haunted knee. You just want the Reverend's death to be an accident so badly that you're not considering the possibility that he was possessed. But Fiona was still deep in thought. How did he heat the water? She asked. The water the Reverend was bathing in. If it was holy water, it didn't come from the tap. Not unless he blessed it after the tub was full. I hadn't thought of that, said Bellamy, looking pensive. Maybe it wasn't the scalding water that killed him, Fiona suggested. I think I heard he had a heart condition. From whom? Bellamy demanded. Fiona racked her brain. In truth, she wasn't sure she'd heard anything about the Reverend's heart. But what other explanation was there? I don't know. See? Bellamy looked smug. You do think his death was strange, but you don't want to admit it. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why? Fiona sighed and set down her pestle. Bellamy had a talent for reading people, and it was no use denying something once he'd caught the scent. I've been having visions about the Reverend. What? I didn't recognize his face, so it's not as though I could have saved him, but... Fiona was about to tell Bellamy about her vision from the night before, when the bell over the door rang again. Martha bustled back inside, huffing up to the counter with a pained look on her face. Oh, Fiona, she groaned. My heart is just breaking for the poor Reverend's family. I know, said Fiona. It must be such a terrible shock. Martha didn't acknowledge Bellamy or give any indication that she knew he was there. Bellamy was the assistant innkeeper at the Windchime Inn Bed and Breakfast, which was right next door to the Mayberry's house. In the last 4 or 5 years, the two of them had gotten into heated arguments over her Christmas display. Bellamy thought the blow-up manger scene was tacky, whereas Martha saw his complaints as the first missiles launched in the war on Christmas. Well, I've taken the liberty of organizing a meal train to comfort the poor Reverend's family during this trying time. That's very nice of you, said Fiona, purposely avoiding Bellamy's gaze. I was wondering if you'd like to contribute, she added. You just sign up for a day that works for you and deliver a meal to the Montgomery house. Of course, said Fiona graciously. Put me down for this coming Friday. I'll bring a veggie pot pie. Wonderful, Martha exclaimed, dropping any semblance of grief and distress. She dug around in her oversized purse and produced a pocket planner from a flurry of tissues. She made a note with a slight flourish, and then turned to Bellamy with a look of disdain. I suppose you could contribute as well, even though you're not a member of the church. You know I can't set foot on hallowed ground, Bellamy teased. I'd burn to smithereens. There was a long, uncomfortable pause. Kidding, he added, a beat too late, pulling his face into a humorless grin. Martha looked to Fiona, as though she were trying to determine whether he really was joking. Fiona tried to smile, but it was hard to smooth over the awkwardness of his joke to such an ardent believer. Martha forced a condescending smile. You know, our church is very progressive, Bellamy. We have several, congregants who practice your sort of alternative lifestyle. Alternative lifestyle? Bellamy repeated. He might have said something else after that, but Fiona didn't hear it. At that moment, a valerian root tincture came flying off the shelf, smashing at Martha's feet and soaking her in an oily liquid that smelled like bad cheese.
Martha shrieked and leapt back from the bottle. "Fiona!" she cried. "You really should be more careful, stacking all those bottles up there." She was staring up at the shelf the tincture had flown from, as if she feared more herbal projectiles might be headed her way. "I am so sorry, Martha," said Fiona, shooting Bellamy a scorching look. Bellamy, for his part, had arranged his face in an expression of mild surprise. "Oh!" Martha squelched toward the door, her shoes and socks soaking wet. "Let me know what you decide, Mr. Broussard." She let herself out of the shop, and Fiona rounded on Bellamy. "You shouldn't have done that." "Well, you're no fun," Bellamy scoffed. "That woman is vile." "I know that," Fiona retorted, "but I don't need to be on her bad side." "Miserable Mayberry has nothing but bad sides. Why should I be persecuted? You're not a member of her stupid church either." "You shouldn't antagonize her, especially not right now." "She's the one whose church wants me to pray the gay away." "Wait." Bellamy narrowed his eyes. "Why don't we want to antagonize her right now in particular?" Fiona opened her mouth, lost for words. "I just think the Reverend's death could have some of the mortals on edge." "You do think he was possessed?" Bellamy exclaimed. "I don't know," said Fiona truthfully. "But it's not the time for bottles to start flying off of shelves. If people like Mayberry latch on to a satanic murders kind of thing, they're not going to react kindly if they learn about their friendly neighborhood coven." "You think the Reverend was murdered?" Bellamy asked, eyes widening the way they did any time he picked up some juicy gossip. "I don't know." Fiona thought Bellamy was enjoying the prospect of foul play just a little bit too much. "Well," he said, delicately tenting his fingers, "there is one way to find out." Fiona didn't want Eleanor to get involved, but she'd been considering it ever since she'd heard the news of Reverend Montgomery's death. Bellamy's suggestion only confirmed what Fiona already knew. Eleanor was the most direct way to learn whether the Reverend had died accidentally or if he had been the victim of foul play. While both Fiona and Eleanor had a closer connection to the spirit realm than most, Eleanor was the one who could communicate with the dead directly, those with unfinished business who lingered on Earth, and those who visited from the spirit realm. She saw spirits virtually everywhere she went, and they had a knack for showing themselves at inconvenient times. This was made more difficult by the fact that Eleanor hadn't shown any magical tendencies until the age of 17, when their parents had died in that fire. As a kid, she'd been happy, outgoing, and social, but the sudden ability to communicate with the dead had been a harsh adjustment. Since her gift had manifested, Eleanor had become quieter and more withdrawn. She rarely hung out with anyone except Fiona and the rest of the coven. Fiona was still deciding whether or not to involve her sister when she closed up shop for the day. The sun had already sunk behind the mountains, throwing Main Street into shadow. A couple of early-season tourists were still milling around on the sidewalk, but there was a definite chill in the air as Fiona locked the door behind her. Digging in her bag for her scarf, she walked down the alley and onto Main Street, nearly colliding with a man on the sidewalk. "Oh!" Fiona exclaimed, dropping her keys. "Sorry," said the man. "I didn't mean to startle you." He bent down to retrieve her keys and almost bumped heads with Fiona. She laughed awkwardly and took them back, tucking them into her purse. The stranger shook his head. "First I scare you half to death, then I nearly give you a concussion." It's not your fault," said Fiona. "I should watch where I'm going." The stranger carefully met her gaze, and Fiona found herself staring into a pair of deep brown eyes, framed by severe dark eyebrows. "I wasn't paying attention either," he said. "I was actually looking for my mother, but then I decided I needed a drink." He glanced down at the Christmas store, whose window was full of blinking lights and a "Sorry We're Closed" sign with a red candy stripe. "Your mother?" Fiona repeated, casting a curious glance at the shop. "I'm Alex Mayberry," he said. "Martha's son." "Oh," said Fiona. "The one who lives in Boston." "I did live in Boston," said Alex, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "Now I live in Pennsylvania, near Gettysburg. I'm just in town visiting." "I see." "Say, you look like a local. Maybe you could tell me the best place to get a drink around here." Fiona smiled despite herself. "Well, that depends. Are you more of a microbrew guy, or do you like artisanal cocktails?" He squinted. "I'm not sure how to answer that, but I think I need something stronger than a beer to warm me up on a night like this." "Alchemy, then," said Fiona, pointing across the street to the little bar about half a block over. "Would you care to join me?" he asked. Fiona smiled. Alex wasn't unattractive. He had short black hair and a dimpled chin, and he stood about her height. He had a definite air of charisma about him, but something inside her was telling her no. It wasn't just that he was Martha's son, although that was definitely a deterrent. Maybe it was the memory of her last botched date or her anxiety over the Reverend's death. Either way, she had to get home. She needed to talk to Eleanor. "I'm sorry," she said. "I have a date with my sister. Maybe some other time." "I'm going to hold you to that," said Alex with admirable gusto. "I'll be in town for a couple of weeks. Maybe I'll swing by tomorrow for a rain check." "I'm closed tomorrow." "Monday, then," Alex replied swiftly. He started off before she could object, and Fiona watched him go with a slight pang of regret. In the few minutes that they'd been talking, the temperature had dropped by several degrees. Fiona tucked her hands into her sweater pockets and made her way back home. A few tourists were standing outside Fanny's Fudge Emporium with paper cups of hot cocoa, but the outdoor arcade was eerily quiet, and there were no children playing in the square. The warmth of the kitchen was a welcome relief when Fiona walked inside. A vanilla candle was burning on the counter, and a dozen bottles of fresh herbal infusions were sitting on the kitchen island. Fiona smiled. Running the apothecary was so much easier now that she and Eleanor were partners. Eleanor had graduated college a semester early and had begun working at the shop in January. Just then, a cold breeze whipped through the cracked window, snuffing out the candle. A chill ran down Fiona's spine, and she rubbed her arms for warmth. Maybe it was the collective energy of the town mourning Reverend Montgomery, but Fiona sensed a heaviness in the air. She couldn't see spirits the way her sister could, but she could definitely sense their presence. They seemed to be converging on Mountain Shadow that night, which was just another reason to ask for Eleanor's help. The downstairs was dark apart from the kitchen, so Fiona turned on a lamp as she made her way down the hall. The old steps creaked under her weight, and she was reminded of when she'd been a little girl running up and down the stairs. There were 4 bedrooms on the second floor. The spare room had been converted into a study for their father when Fiona was in junior high. When she'd moved back after her parents' death, she'd come home to find the study door sealed. It wouldn't open, no matter what they tried, and it remained shut to that day. When Eleanor moved back, she couldn't sleep in her old room by the study, so she'd moved into Fiona's childhood bedroom, and Fiona had taken the 3rd floor. Their parents' room was exactly as they'd left it. The sisters had hardly set foot in there for years. As she made her way down the dark hallway, Fiona felt something furry brush against her leg. She jumped, but it was only Smudge welcoming her home. "Good to see you too," Fiona whispered. Smudge purred loudly in reply. Blackbird by the beetles was drifting from the other side of Eleanor's door, so Fiona leaned in close and knocked hard. "Elle?" No answer. Fiona tried calling again, but the music was too loud. She pounded on the door. "Eleanor! Come in!" Eleanor played the White Album often, especially at night. She claimed that the record was good for keeping spirits away, something about disrupting free-floating ether in the air. Fiona thought that was probably wishful thinking, but if it helped her sister, she didn't care.
The record had been spinning on their mom's old Victrola, and when Fiona pushed the door open, the record started to skip.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Fiona shivered. The room looked nothing the way it had when she was little. Her frilly white comforter was gone, as were her dolls and all her toys. The walls were painted a deep red, and the bedspread was a dark plum. A large oriental rug was spread across the floor, and the right-hand wall was covered in Eleanor's drawings. Eleanor was sitting at her drafting table, sketching a face in charcoal. She was wearing a comfy-looking pair of jeans with holes in both knees, and one of her innumerable concert t-shirts. Her wavy black hair was just long enough to skim her shoulder blades. She had their mother's fair skin and emerald eyes, which were usually shadowed due to a lack of sleep. "Hey," said Eleanor, turning and lifting the needle on the turntable. "How was your day?" "Strange," said Fiona truthfully. "Stranger than your date with Michael?" "Unfortunately." She flopped down on Eleanor's bedspread, which smelled strongly of white sage. Lying there, Fiona felt almost as though she could go to sleep. She was exhausted from all the churning her mind had been doing that day. "Wanna talk about it?" Eleanor asked, spinning around on her stool. "I was thinking we could get Red Dragon for dinner. I have season 5 of Bewitched queued up downstairs." "That sounds great," Fiona murmured. "Chinese food, stretchy pants, and Bewitched is exactly what I need." "That bad, huh?" "Reverend Montgomery died." "Oh," said Eleanor, looking confused. "Was he a customer?" "No," Fiona sighed. "I didn't really know him, but he was the man I'd been seeing in my visions. Martha Mayberry came by and told me. It's all so strange." Fiona launched into what she'd learned about the circumstances surrounding the Reverend's death. The details of it had been bothering her all day, especially the bit about his demonic possession. Fiona might have been a witch, but she was a highly logical person. There were some things that couldn't be explained, and then there were things that just didn't make sense. If the Reverend had been scalded to death in his bath of holy water, it wasn't without some supernatural influence. "You really think he was possessed?" Eleanor asked in a skeptical tone. Fiona never had to guess what her sister was thinking. That was one thing Fiona loved about her. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I just can't help thinking that I could have stopped it, and that there might be another death." "Mine," she added silently to herself. "What happened to the Reverend wasn't your fault. You didn't know who you were seeing." "If I just paid more attention," Fiona muttered. "And if the Reverend was killed by a demon, that seems a little unlikely, don't you think?" Fiona shrugged, staring up at the ceiling. It was time to ask for her favor. Taking a deep breath, she sat up on the bed and fixed her sister with a serious look. "I'm going to ask you to do something for me, but you can totally say no. You want me to seek out Reverend Montgomery's spirit and ask him how he died?" Fiona nodded with a grimace. She knew it was a big thing to ask. Eleanor expended an enormous amount of energy trying to keep the spirits at bay. Somehow, the way she interacted with the ether around her made her a superconductor for lost souls. Spirits of the dead seemed to seek her out, and they weren't all friendly either. Those who lingered in the realm of the living usually had unfinished business, and those who visited from the spirit world were often trying to right their wrongs on Earth. "I'll do it," said Eleanor after a moment. "But only to put your mind at ease. My money is that the old Bible thumper died of a heart attack. He was always pigging out at the Rusty Spoon. But if we do this, I have one condition." Name it.
Can we call Red Dragon first? I'm freaking starving.
Better call Bellamy and see what he wants, Fiona sighed. He's coming over to help with the seance. Chapter 4. The Seance. What's up, you crazy witches? Bellamy was standing on Fiona's front porch, holding a bag of Chinese takeout. Beatrix was at his side, dressed in an awesome pair of tangerine bell-bottoms and a midriff-bearing tee. She had smooth, russet skin and wore her long hair in beaded braids that clattered musically when she walked. "Bea!" Fiona cried. "What are you doing here?" "Like I would miss a seance." Bea leaned in for a one-armed hug. "I'm going to pretend that it wasn't bad manners for you not to invite me yourself." Fiona shot Bellamy a wide-eyed look. She and Beatrix had been best friends since grade school, but she hadn't wanted to involve anyone else. "What? We were already hanging out," said Bellamy with a shrug. He'd changed into dark jeans and a hoodie, but he still looked crisp and had his thick hair gelled. "I got extra wontons because why not?" he said, reaching into the bag and pulling out the boxes. "I'm already breaking my cleanse for this." Bea caught Fiona's eye, and the two of them shared an eye roll. Bellamy got busy arranging the food in a mini buffet, and the scent of garlic seemed to lure Eleanor downstairs. "Finally," she said, patting down the hall. "I'm starving." "Bea!" Eleanor gave Beatrix a full bear hug, purposely ignoring Bellamy. "Good evening, Eleanor," he said a bit huffily. "Nice to see you too." She waggled her eyebrows in Bellamy's direction and swiped a box of lo mein off the counter. She flopped down on the old, flowery sofa and turned on the TV. "Is this really what we're doing before we have a seance?" Bellamy asked. "Gorging on Chinese and watching bad TV?" "Bad TV?" Fiona and Eleanor echoed in unison, full of outrage and disbelief. "What should we be doing?" asked Beatrix, putting her feet up and digging into her food. "I don't know," Bellamy huffed. "Purifying our minds and bodies?" Eleanor snorted. "Well, if you wanted to purify your body, Red Dragon was not the way to go." "Holy water?" Fiona offered, pulling the tea kettle off the stove as the water began to boil. "Very funny." Bellamy let out an annoyed little huff and settled himself down on the couch. "Bewitched? Really?" He made a face. "Is that supposed to be ironic?" "I'll make sure we have something that's up to your standards the next time you invite yourself over," said Eleanor. Fiona held back a laugh and made herself a plate. Her mouth had already begun to water. They'd known Beatrix all their lives, and they'd known Bellamy for more than a decade. Beatrix, Bellamy, and Fiona were all within a year of one another, and Eleanor was 7 years younger. While Bea had always treated Eleanor like a favorite little sister, Eleanor and Bellamy had always had a bit of an antagonistic relationship. When their parents died and Fiona moved back, she'd thought they would have let their little jabs go, but if anything, adulthood had only leveled the playing field and taken their rivalry up a notch. Once, Eleanor had sweet-talked the town's parking authority into putting a boot on Bellamy's car. He retaliated by asking the high school AV club to create radio interference that made Eleanor think she was receiving cryptic messages from the beyond. That prank had gone a bit too far, and since then, the two of them seemed to have declared an uneasy truce. Fiona put some brownies in the oven and brought her food over. They ate and watched a few episodes of Bewitched, trying to distract themselves until the seance. Around 11, Fiona turned off the TV, and the three of them began to prepare. Eleanor and Fiona pushed the furniture out of the way and rolled up the rug in the center of the room. Bellamy dimmed the lights and lit some candles, while Beatrix poured a circle of salt. It was as if the spirits knew what they were planning and were waiting impatiently for the seance to begin. The wind began to howl with greater intensity, rattling the old windows and causing tree branches to beat against the house. "Is it time?" asked Bellamy, staring apprehensively at the circle. The wind outside howled even louder, and Beatrix turned to him with an accusatory look. "Are you doing that?" "I can't help it. I'm nervous." Bellamy had more sway over the weather than any witch they knew. His gift for storm work was so strong, in fact, that he couldn't always control it. "You need to relax," said Eleanor, seating herself in the center of the circle and allowing her eyes to close. "You'll scare them off with your nervous energy." "We're not fishing," Bellamy mumbled, shuffling reluctantly toward the center of the room. He dipped his toe cautiously inside the circle, as though he were testing the temperature of a pool. Fiona made herself comfortable on a big pillow and looked over to gauge Eleanor's mood. She seemed steady and alert, but Fiona felt a fresh jab of guilt that she'd asked Eleanor to help. Opening a portal could be dangerous, because it allowed ether to flow unimpeded from the spirit realm to Earth. Ether was the fifth element that made all magic possible. It was the animating force that flowed through all living things and bound the very fabric of the universe. In small quantities, it allowed witches to bend the laws of nature. But ether also had a destabilizing effect. A sudden influx could kill a person, trigger a natural disaster, or create a tear in the fabric of time. The circle of salt was meant to protect them, but it still made Fiona nervous. Spirits were already attracted to Eleanor like moths to a flame, and Fiona worried what the sudden flood of ether might do to her. Once they were all seated, Fiona handed Eleanor a picture of the Reverend. It was a cutout from a church flyer she'd found in a stack of junk mail. "I'm going on record saying that I think the man died of a heart attack," said Bea, trying to lighten the mood. "He was in the diner every Wednesday macking down on a Pikes Peak patty melt." Bellamy shot her an annoyed sort of look. Eleanor didn't say anything. She studied the photo for several minutes and then closed her eyes to focus. Fiona did the same, trying to clear her mind except for the Reverend's image, listening to the wind beat against the house. The sound of Eleanor's deep breathing seemed to merge with the wind, and it sounded as though the storm had completely engulfed the house. After a few minutes, Fiona opened her eyes and looked across the circle. Eleanor's eyelids were still mostly closed, but Fiona could tell from the flickering whites beneath her eyelids that she had entered a trance state. Fiona closed her eyes again and tried very hard to concentrate. The wind seemed to howl louder and louder until it sounded as though it was lifting shingles off the roof. "Bellamy," said Eleanor softly. "It's not me," came his low, nervous voice. She took a deep breath. "Then it's time." Fiona's heart beat a little faster, and she tried to remind herself that they were protected. This wasn't their first seance, not by a long shot, but it always made her nervous when Eleanor called on the spirits. When Eleanor spoke, her voice was lower and more authoritative than usual. "Reverend Montgomery, I call to you, spirit, on this night. Return from the shadows. Come into the light." At those words, the side table they'd pushed against the wall began to tremble, causing the beads on the lampshade to sway. A cold draft blew through the room and lifted the curtains away from the windows. Eleanor tried again, louder this time. "I call to you, Reverend, on this night. Return from the shadows. Come into the light." Fiona sat very still. She wasn't imagining it. The floor was shaking, vibrating with an eerie hum that traveled up her legs and spine. There was a crash of breaking glass as her water slid off the counter, and Smudge darted across the room with his hair standing on end. "I call to Reverend Montgomery on this night. Return from the shadows. Come into the light." This time, Eleanor's voice broke in frustration. Fiona opened her eyes. Eleanor looked pale and faint, and there was a certain blurriness around her frame, as though the ether was causing her own spirit to detach from her body. "El? I can't find him," she muttered,
sounding almost tearful. Fiona knew that it was a fight to search the spirit realm while remaining anchored in this one. "It's okay," she whispered. "We can stop." "No, not yet," Eleanor replied. "I'm going to invoke the other spirits who might have something to say." "Fiona," said B in a warning voice.
"Oh, no," Fiona hissed. Calling the spirit of the Reverend into their house was one thing, but opening the door to any lost souls with an axe to grind was not her idea of a fun Saturday night.
"Eleanor," Bellamy muttered.
But Eleanor ignored them. "I call to thee, spirits, wherever thou art. Spirits who wander, come to my hearth." The light in the kitchen flickered, and the tree outside their window beat hard against the siding. "I call to thee, spirits. Come visit tonight. Show yourself, spirit." Eleanor broke off. An icy gust of wind had just blown across the room, strong enough to extinguish their candles. Fiona felt the wind bite at her skin, chilling her to the bone. Fear gripped Fiona's heart, and a moment later the candles reignited. Eleanor's head had fallen slack, and her eyes were rolling back in her head. "Eleanor, enough!" Fiona snapped, opening her eyes and grabbing her by the arm. Eleanor's skin was cold to the touch, and this time she didn't respond. Just then, the living room window shattered to pieces, showering the living room in glass. Beatrix and Bellamy both yelped in surprise, and the wind that whipped through the opening was the icy breath of death. It blew open a book that was resting on the coffee table and sent a stack of papers flying. "Eleanor, stop!" Fiona cried, shaking her sister. But Eleanor was still deep in the trance. "Shit. What's happening?" came Bellamy's voice. "Stop her!" B yelled. Those words seemed to snap Fiona back to her senses. She grabbed the bag of salt that was resting by her ankle and tossed a handful over each shoulder. "Leave us, spirits. You're not welcome here. Leave this house. Leave this place now." But Eleanor's eyes were still rolled back in her head, and the wind outside continued to wail. "Fiona," B snapped, "we need to banish them. Now." Fiona nodded, looking over to the kitchen cupboard. She had a bundle of white sage in there, if she could only reach it. It wasn't safe to leave the circle during a séance, especially not once spirits had been called. But Eleanor was completely unresponsive. She didn't have a choice. Leaping to her feet, Fiona ran for the kitchen, instantly realizing her mistake. Her toe disturbed the circle of salt, and the ground beneath her began to quake. The wind coming through the broken window howled like a cyclone. It blew Fiona's hair into her face and made her eyes sting. "Leave us, spirits! Leave this house now! Return to your realm! You're not welcome here!" Screaming through gritted teeth, Fiona dragged herself across the room. The kitchen wasn't more than 6 paces away, but it seemed to take forever to reach it. "Fiona!" She heard her name from very far away and turned to look over her shoulder. Bellamy was kneeling over Eleanor's body. She was lying flat on her back. The edges of her arms and legs were fading in and out, as though she were engaged in a violent tug of war. "Leave us, spirits!" Fiona called desperately, grabbing onto the edge of the counter. Cups and plates rattled in the cabinets, and the glass bottles of Eleanor's infusions shattered where they stood. Fiona rummaged blindly through the cabinet, knocking over bottles in her search. Finally, she found the bundle of dried white sage. She tried to light the end with magic, but the flame immediately went out. "Shit," Fiona hissed, looking over at Eleanor. She'd begun to convulse, completely unconscious, as though her body were trying to dislodge whatever had her in its grip. Fiona tried to light the sage again, but the wind just snuffed it out. Summoning all her concentration, she held up a hand against the gale and focused her will on making the wind subside. She pictured a calm lake with motionless trees, but her powers had no effect. Bellamy, help me! She yelled across the room. But Bellamy was staring helplessly down at Eleanor, unable to focus on stopping the wind. Fiona closed her eyes and held out both hands, trying to coax the wind into submission. She imagined it all being sucked out of the room, and finally, the howling stopped. The sage ignited in a glow of flame, filling the air with its fragrant smoke. "Leave us, spirits! You're not welcome here! Leave this place now, or face my wrath!" The wind sputtered again as if in protest, but the sage remained lit. Fiona waved it through the air, spreading a plume of white smoke through the kitchen. She stumbled back into the living room, waving the sage as she went. Eleanor was still lying on the ground. The shaking had stopped, but she didn't move. Her face was deathly pale. A final frigid wind whipped through the window, extinguishing all of the candles. Fiona heard a screech of anguish in the distance, and then another person screamed. 2 more voices added to the din, growing louder and more shrill. Fiona cringed and covered her ears. Then suddenly the voices were gone. Everything became very still. Smoke from the candles formed tall silver plumes, which stood motionless in the unmoving air. Fiona handed the sage to Bee and crawled across the circle to Eleanor. Her skin was icy, and she still hadn't moved, but Fiona could see that her sister was breathing. "Elle?" Fiona whispered, touching her face. She felt for a pulse which was flighty and erratic. "Help me move her," she said to Bellamy. Together they hoisted Eleanor onto the couch, and Fiona knelt down beside her. It was the excess ether that had caused her to faint. It had surged through the portal toward the nearest living thing, lodging in Eleanor's body and scrambling every cell. If Fiona didn't get it out of her, Eleanor's body wouldn't be able to return to its normal state. Inside, Fiona was frantic, but she knew she had to remain calm if she had any chance of making Eleanor better. She was the only one of the 3 of them who could manipulate the ether. She'd never attempted to draw it out of a person before, but it was Eleanor's only chance. Very aware of Bellamy and Bee watching her, she placed her hands gently on either side of Eleanor's head. She closed her eyes and focused her mind on pulling the ether out of her. At first, nothing happened. But then Fiona imagined her hands as 2 giant magnets. The ether glowed bright in Eleanor's body, and she pictured herself drawing it out. She imagined it detaching from Eleanor's own ether and working its way out through every cell. At first, Fiona felt a slight resistance. Ether was naturally drawn to ether, and it didn't want to leave her body. But Fiona felt it when it detached and released itself from Eleanor. It was as though she'd been pulling on an invisible string that someone had suddenly cut. Almost instantly, Eleanor's eyes flew open. She sat up with a gasp, as though she'd been underwater, and looked around in a panic. "It's okay," said Fiona, squeezing her leg. "You're safe now. The séance is over." Eleanor continued to heave for air, trying desperately to fill her lungs. But her muscles relaxed at Fiona's touch, and she settled back against the pillows. "Don't you dare tell my Nana that I was here," said Bee. "The woman would still tan my hide." Beatrix's Nana worked with spirits often, and this was a lesson in what not to do. Eleanor's face was still pale and sweaty. A few stray hairs were stuck to her temples. She opened her mouth, but Fiona shook her head, still feeling sick to her stomach. "Don't try to talk," she said, passing Eleanor a glass of water from Bee. Eleanor lifted it to her lips and sipped, still visibly shaken. "If this is what you two normally do on a Saturday night, your life is way more exciting than mine," said Bellamy. Eleanor snorted, but Fiona was still in the grips of dread. She'd never experienced something like that. Most of the time, seances were fairly uneventful. A door might slam or a glass might break, but that was not normal. She still didn't know exactly what had happened, only that it had gone terribly wrong. "Better?" Fiona asked, taking the glass. Eleanor didn't reply. She was staring off into space with an absent, searching look, but the color was beginning to return to her cheeks. "What did you see?" Bellamy pressed. Fiona shot him a dirty look. "Did you find the Reverend?" asked B. Eleanor shook her head, speaking in a scratchy whisper.
"His spirit had moved on. I couldn't reach him."
"What happened?" Fiona asked. "I've never seen you do that before."
"What was I doing?"
she asked, sounding startled. Fiona glanced at B. "You were unresponsive. Your body got sort of blurry and you started convulsing. Did you see something? Someone?"
"It's hard to explain."
Eleanor shivered.
"I sort of got lost in it all. I blacked out for a minute there, but... Fiona, it's bad."
There was a long, terrified pause as they waited to hear what she'd seen.
"Something's coming," Eleanor whispered. "The spirits tried to warn me."
"Whose spirits?" Eleanor shook her head.
"I don't know. I couldn't see their faces. They all sort of blended together. They were desperate to tell me, to warn me of something. The spirit realm is in chaos."
"What do you mean?" Fiona demanded.
"A killer has come to Mountain Shadow, and it's thrown the natural order out of balance."
Chapter 5. Blueberries and Burials. Fiona awoke the next morning to achy muscles and a splitting headache. Light was pouring in through the lace curtains of her bedroom, and it seemed much, much brighter than usual. As she stared up at the canopy over her bed, she tried to figure out why she felt so bad. She was often a bit out of sorts any time she stretched her magical capabilities. It was just a side effect of wielding the elements. But this felt different, almost like a bad hangover. Yes, she thought, an ether hangover was exactly what she was experiencing. She must have taken some into her system when she pulled it out of Eleanor. Ether didn't just disperse. It sought out the nearest living thing, a person, an animal, even a plant, and tried to integrate itself into its host system. Most humans could handle a little extra ether, but too much could make a person sick. Fiona knew that what she really needed was a tonic of lemon, ginger, and turmeric, but blueberry pancakes sounded so much better. She needed a tall stack of pancakes with real maple syrup from Fireside Cafe, and just the thought of seeing Daphne had an immediate cheering effect. Dragging herself out of bed, she tiptoed down the short flight of stairs to the second floor and peeked in on Eleanor. She was still fast asleep with the covers flung off, which put Fiona's mind at ease. After her ordeal, Eleanor would sleep all day, but Fiona wanted to make sure that Eleanor stayed hydrated. She went downstairs with the intention of brewing some herbal tea, but stopped short when she reached the living room. Their usual cozy downstairs was the picture of destruction. Candles still encircled the floor in a puddle of cream-colored wax. Salt from the circle was mixed with broken glass, and there was a sheet of cardboard taped over the window. On the coffee table, her first edition of Myths and Beasts was flung open to the middle, its poor spine bending and straining under the weight of its pages. She walked over to close the book, and was struck by an illustration she'd never seen before. An old crone who seemed to be wielding the powers of a demon, or some other stooped, horned creature. The side of the crone's body was being pulled in one direction, so that it appeared that her very essence was being wrenched from her body. Fiona slammed the book closed with an involuntary shudder,
and the hairs on the back of her neck gave a prickle. Smudge meowed from his perch on the counter, waiting for Fiona to feed him. A second later, the doorbell rang. Fiona let out a groan. She wasn't expecting anybody. Most likely it was Bellamy coming to get something that he'd forgotten, and she really wasn't in the mood for his snooty comments about her polka-dotted PJs. She shuffled groggily into the foyer, and Smudge raced after her. She pulled open the door, squinting in the sunlight, and tried to discern the face she was seeing. It was a man, tall, fit, and tanned. As her eyes slowly adjusted to the light, Fiona could tell that he was handsome. He had sandy brown hair and light blue eyes. He also seemed vaguely familiar.
"Good morning," said the stranger. "Sorry, did I wake you?"
No, said Fiona, crossing her arms over her chest. "You're fine. I'm just not—" She trailed off. "Sorry, do I know you?"
"Oh."
The man touched his temple, as though he'd only just remembered.
"No, I'm Wesley, your neighbor. I just moved in next door."
"Nice to meet you. I'm Fiona," she said, taking the man's outstretched hand. As he enveloped her hand with his much larger one, Fiona felt an instant spark of warmth. His hands were strong, rough, and calloused, and she knew immediately that she could trust him.
"Now that you mention it," said Wesley, still holding her hand, "I feel like maybe we have met before."
He squinted down at Fiona, studying her face, and then his eyes widened in recognition.
"I think I pulled you over the other night. You were in the car with your boyfriend?"
"Oh!" That was how she knew him. She felt her face heat up. "He's not my boyfriend," she added in a hurry. "That date did not go well." Why was she telling him that? It was embarrassing enough that he knew what had happened, that she'd yanked Michael's car off the road and almost killed them both.
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Wesley, releasing her hand. "Well, I'm not that sorry."
"No?" Fiona bit back a smile. Wesley shook his head.
"That guy was a prick, if you don't mind me saying."
This time she let herself laugh. She liked Wesley already. "I don't mind," she said. "When did you get in?"
"Oh, I drove down on Thursday to beat the movers here, but my stuff just arrived from Denver yesterday morning."
Fiona nodded. "We saw them unpacking. Welcome to the neighborhood. I would introduce you to my sister, but she's still asleep. Long night." Wesley flashed a knowing grin.
"Well, I'm sure we'll get another chance. I just stopped by to make sure everything was all right."
Fiona cocked her head to the side, while inside her stomach clenched.
"I heard some strange noises coming from your place."
"I'm sorry about that."
"No, it didn't bother me. It's just that this morning I saw your window and I was a little concerned."
He rolled his eyes.
"I'm a cop. It's in my nature."
"Oh!" said Fiona, her voice rising half an octave. "Yeah, everything's fine. Again, I'm sorry about the noise. We had a few friends over last night, and I guess things got a bit out of hand." She grimaced. "I promise we won't give you any more trouble. We're not typically noisy neighbors."
"Oh, it's no trouble."
He glanced over Fiona's shoulder, where the boarded-up window was visible.
I don't want to intrude, but if you need help replacing the window, I'm pretty good with my hands."
Wesley flashed another grin, revealing a cute little dimple. Fiona couldn't help but smile. She wasn't sure why, but she'd taken a liking to their new neighbor. She could easily fix the window herself, but she was curious to get to know the guy they had living next door. "That would be really nice, actually. When's a good time?"
"Oh, any time in the next couple days. I'm the new guy, so they have me working the graveyard shift, 10 to 6 every night. I can be available in the morning, and I'm off most weekends."
"All right, thanks. I'll let you know."
"Take care."
Fiona closed the door and watched Wesley walk away, still curious about how he'd come to buy that house. She wondered if he intended to flip it, or if he planned on living there permanently. Fiona hoped he planned to stay. All the rest of her neighbors had lived on Windchime Lane long enough to be wary of the Grimes sisters. Yet here was a perfectly nice guy about her age who knew nothing of their history. Visions of potlucks and friendly conversations over the fence flashed through Fiona's mind. She could ask to borrow his weed whacker, or share bumper crops of zucchini and tomatoes. If she could just keep the seances and broken windows to a minimum, they might be barbecuing together by summer. Smiling to herself despite the twinge of a headache, Fiona walked a third of a mile to the old red brick building that housed the Fireside Cafe, which was owned by her friend and fellow witch, Daphne. As it was Sunday, the streets were empty. Most of the shops were closed. Fiona guessed that half the town was probably at the church, paying their respects to the Reverend. The Fireside Cafe was one place she could always count on being packed on Sundays. But that morning, the restaurant seemed awfully subdued as she pushed her way through the heavy oak door. The cafe had all its usual warmth that radiated from the large stone hearth, but the people eating seemed much too somber for bottomless mimosas and pancakes. "Fiona!" Fiona looked up to see Daphne standing on her tiptoes, waving at her from the other side of the restaurant. Daphne was a plump woman in her late 30s, with carrot-red hair and sparkling hazel eyes. Her head barely reached Fiona's chin, but her boisterous nature was larger than life. That morning she was dressed in a periwinkle chef's uniform, with a jaunty red bandana holding back her hair. She was always such a cheerful person, and seemed oblivious to the glum mood of her customers. "I'm so glad you're here," Daphne squealed, scooting over to Fiona and giving her a squeeze. "Whew, sweetie, you look pale. You feeling all right?" "I'm fine," said Fiona, her voice lost in the low din of the restaurant. "Just had kind of a strange night last night." "You got some strange last night?" "No," Fiona laughed, shaking her head. "I'll tell you all about it later." "All right," said Daphne, waggling her eyebrows. "I suppose it's not the place for that kind of talk anyway. What with poor old Mrs. Pottersfield?" Fiona frowned, her stomach doing a flip. "What happened to Mrs. Pottersfield?" "Didn't you hear?" Daphne's usually cheery face had become very somber. Fiona shook her head. "Mrs. Pottersfield died last night." "What? How?" Daphne raised one well-plucked eyebrow. "Well, that's just it." She grabbed Fiona by the arm and dragged her to a corner table. Sometimes Fiona wondered how Daphne had the time to talk in the middle of the weekend breakfast rush, but she always made it work. Casting around to make sure they weren't overheard, she told Fiona about old Mrs. Pottersfield in a rapid-fire whisper. "I guess she had gone to the cemetery to visit her husband's grave," Daphne said. "You know, he passed away not that long ago." Fiona nodded. "Yeah. Well, anyway, they found her there. Down in the..." She pointed to the floor and gave a little shudder, but Fiona didn't catch her meaning. "Where?" "In the ground," she hissed. "June Taylor works in the coroner's office. She was in here earlier and I heard her talking. She said it looked like she'd been buried alive." At those words, Fiona's blood ran cold. She couldn't have heard that correctly. "What?" She shook her head. "Yeah." All of a sudden, Fiona was no longer standing in the restaurant. She was lying in the cool earth of that grave, slowly suffocating as her mouth filled with dirt. Her chest muscles squeezed so tightly she could hardly breathe, and her heart did a fearful stutter step as she tried to remember where she was. Daphne was staring at her with a look of concern. Fiona knew the horror must have shown on her face. "I know. It's awful." "Who would
bury her," Fiona choked. "That's just it. Nobody knows. But that's not the weirdest part." "It's not?" "No." Daphne swallowed, looking a little green. "She'd been buried in her husband's grave, and her husband's casket was empty." She shuddered. "They found his body 1/2 mile away, just lying in the woods." Fiona drew in a sharp burst of air. "But how is that possible?" "I don't know. The police are saying that it could have been grave robbers, only I don't think anything was taken." "How did they find her?" "The groundskeeper's dog found poor Mr. Pottersfield. They found Mrs. Pottersfield in his grave while they were investigating." Fiona let out a long, slow breath. This was her second vision of death to come true. "I know. Poor thing," Daphne added, interpreting Fiona's silence as grief. "Mr. Pottersfield served in World War II, and Mrs. Pottersfield was a nurse. She was the organist at Reverend Montgomery's church. Sweet old lady, never missed a service." "She went to Reverend Montgomery's church?" Fiona asked, startled by that news. Daphne nodded. "It's so sad." It was sad, Fiona thought, but it was also an unlikely coincidence. "June thinks there might be a serial killer on the loose. She thinks the Reverend's death might not have been an accident, and that Mrs. Pottersfield's death is related." Fiona didn't say it, but she had to agree. 2 deaths in 2 days? Both of them suspicious? And yet, the idea of murder in Mountain Shadow was almost unthinkable. In all the time that Fiona had lived there, she didn't think they'd ever had a murder. "I have something to tell you," Fiona said in a rush, deciding she had to tell someone. Eleanor had been too weak after the séance to talk, and she couldn't keep her thoughts to herself any longer. Daphne leaned in, looking very serious. "We performed a séance last night." "Who?" Daphne exclaimed, a bit too loud. "Me, Eleanor, Bellamy, and Bee." "What? Why?" Daphne asked. "And why did no one invite me?" "I didn't want to ask her," said Fiona in a rush. "Bee wasn't even supposed to be there. But Bellamy came by the shop yesterday after we heard about the Reverend, and it just seemed like a good idea." "A good idea?" said Daphne shrilly. Fiona lowered her voice. "I'd been having these visions about a man with burns on his face lying in the water. Then Reverend Montgomery turns up dead with rumors of being tormented by demons?" She raised an eyebrow. "It just seemed odd." "I'll say."
And the séance did not go well. Eleanor couldn't reach the Reverend, but she did make contact with the spirits. "What sort of contact?" Fiona shook her head. She wouldn't tell me much, just that the spirits had warned her about a killer in Mountain Shadow. Daphne's eyes were wide and unblinking. She'd been hanging on to Fiona's every word. "A killer?" Fiona nodded. She said it had thrown the natural order out of balance, that the spirit realm was in chaos. She glanced around. "Daphne, what if he's not mortal?" "You think the killer could be one of us?" "I don't know," said Fiona darkly. "But whatever we tapped into last night wasn't good." Daphne shivered. "Well, clearly you need some blueberry pancakes." She got up to return to the kitchen. "And no more séances," she hissed. "You know it's dangerous to open a portal." Fiona nodded. She didn't need Daphne to tell her that she'd been irresponsible. She felt bad enough as it was. "You should talk to Agatha," Daphne added. "The coven will want to hear about this." Chapter 6. In the Dark of the Moon. The new moon had thrown the street into near total darkness as Fiona walked to Agatha's. Her house was a brown Tudor-style home, with a rounded red door arched in stone. The side of the house was covered in ivy, creating the illusion that it was slowly being swallowed by some giant forest beast. Pushing her way through the creaky iron gate, Fiona followed the flagstone path up to the small front stoop. When she'd gone up to Eleanor's room to see if she was ready for the gathering, Eleanor had still been asleep. Fatigue was a side effect of meddling with Aether, but Fiona still felt uneasy. She stood on Agatha's stoop alone, her arms laden with food. The gathering was typically held at Agatha's during each new moon, and this month, Fiona had been in charge of desserts. She'd been baking all afternoon, and had brought 3 dozen shortbread cookies and 1 giant key lime pie. Shifting the parcels in her arms, Fiona nudged the doorbell. She heard it chime eerily throughout the house. It was the world's most haunted-sounding doorbell. A moment later, the door swung open, and Agatha appeared on the other side. She was wearing a shimmering brown crushed velvet dress, trimmed in crisscrossing gold ribbons. Heavy gold bangles jangled at her wrists, which matched her oversized earrings.
"Fiona, my dear,"
she trilled in a bright British accent.
Come in, come in. What a gorgeous night we're having."
"It is," said Fiona, stepping inside the house, which always smelled like an antique store. Agatha was the matriarch of the coven and stood exactly 5 feet tall. Witches naturally had more ether in them than mortals, which caused the aging process to slow after 3 or 4 decades of life. That explained why Agatha's strawberry blonde hair had been on the verge of turning gray since Fiona could remember. She kept it tucked up in a neat pile of curls near the crown of her head.
"But where is Eleanor?"
Agatha's face fell.
"Not under the weather, I hope?"
"She's not feeling very well," Fiona admitted, wondering just how much Agatha knew.
"Oh, the poor dear. Let me help you with that."
She reached out to relieve Fiona of the enormous pie.
"You'll have to take her some of my soup."
Fiona nodded out of politeness, while secretly hoping Agatha would forget. The woman meant well, but her chicken soup was truly terrible.
Come in, come in. We're still waiting on a few of the others," she said,
ushering Fiona into the parlor. The room was bedecked in antique chintz chairs, tasseled lamps, and tiny embroidered pillows. A fire was crackling in the stone hearth, throwing a soft glow over the faces of the other witches of Mountain Shadow. Romulus, a sallow-skinned witch with salt and pepper hair, stopped talking for a moment and tipped his head at Fiona. Fiona tried to smile back, but it was probably more of a grimace. Romulus looked to be in his mid-50s, but he was much, much older than that. There was a rumor that he dabbled in necromancy, which always made Fiona's skin crawl. She wasn't sure if the stories were true, but he was always cloaked in a chilly darkness that was off-putting to witches and mortals alike. He was talking in low tones to Lucian, a handsome, dark-skinned witch about Fiona's age. Lucian was a decent man who had a somewhat unsavory reputation in the larger witch community. While most witches kept the company of other witches, Lucian was known for consorting with vampires in the back rooms of the clubs he owned. Geraldine stood in the far corner of the room, haughty and elegant as ever. She was dressed in a jade green suit jacket with 3/4-length sleeves and a matching pencil skirt. Her long blonde hair was neatly pinned back, and she wore bright red lipstick that matched her nails. Between 2 pale, claw-like fingers, she held a smoldering cigarette. It was issuing an oddly bluish plume of smoke, which was enchanted to be completely odorless. No one knew how old Geraldine was, and the woman wasn't telling. The dodgy business of guessing a witch's age was made even trickier due to Geraldine's liberal use of anti-aging potions. She was talking to Daphne, who looked utterly cornered.
"Ah, there she is,"
said Geraldine frostily, pivoting toward Fiona. Geraldine was born and raised in Louisiana, and she spoke with a thick Southern accent. "Hello, Geraldine."
Lovely, Geraldine murmured, slinking across the room to give Fiona a stiff kiss on the cheek. You look well, all things considered. Fiona wasn't sure what to make of that. Thanks? But where is your dear sister? Sick, I'm afraid. Well, Geraldine shrugged. I suppose that's to be expected. Fiona threw Daphne an accusatory look, but Daphne shook her head. How do you mean? I heard all about your antics last night. Little seance that you hosted. You did, said Fiona, her throat tightening with irritation. From who? There's my son, Geraldine exclaimed, pushing Fiona aside without a second look and striding across the room toward Bellamy. He'd just appeared with Beatrix by his side and looked instantly seasick at the sight of his mother. Fiona shot him a venomous look and shook her head slowly. Bellamy responded with a wide-eyed look as if to say, What could I do? She should have known. Bellamy never could keep a secret, especially where Geraldine was involved. Bea was wearing a bright yellow dress with a Peter Pan collar under a loose-fitting gray cardigan. The preppiness of the outfit clashed spectacularly with the wild black braids that hung down her back, and she bugged out her eyes at Fiona as Geraldine swooped in for a kiss. Well now, said Agatha brightly, I think that's everyone for tonight. Why don't we move into the dining room? I'm sorry, Bellamy hissed as Fiona passed him in the hall. Fiona looped her arm through Bea's and fixed him with a stern look. The next time you want to converse with the spirits, why don't you ask your mother? Bellamy blubbered something nonsensical, and the witches filtered into the dining room. The long table was draped in a creamy lace tablecloth and laden with delicious food. Agatha had lit the table with tall black taper candles as a means of protection from psychic attack. Thank you all so much for coming. Please take your seats. There was a rumble of chairs as the witches sat down, shifting here and there to make room for their neighbors. Fiona was happy to find herself across from Jinx, who wore dark purple lipstick and a flowing black dress. Jinx was a trans witch who identified as a woman. She had the unique ability to see through time. Jinx winked at Fiona and held up the basket of rolls, offering her one as Agatha spoke. Now, before we dig into this sumptuous feast, I believe we have some new business? She cast around with a curious look, as though she herself had no idea what this new business might be. Yes, we do, said Geraldine, producing a fresh cigarette from a silver holder. The end of the cigarette lit at her will, and Geraldine took a brisk drag. I believe we should discuss the rash of murders that has befallen Mountain Shadow. I wouldn't call 2 deaths a rash of murders, Beatrix mumbled. Geraldine is right, said Lucian in a low, measured voice. 2 murders in as many days, both members of the church who died under suspicious circumstances. It certainly sounds like an ominous message. I think we should hear what Fiona has to say, prompted Geraldine, fixing her with a hawk-like stare. Do you believe that these murders should concern the coven? Fiona pursed her lips, throwing Bellamy a sidelong look. As if it weren't bad enough that Eleanor was lying in bed recovering from Fiona's bad decisions. Now Geraldine was calling her out in front of the entire coven. I'm not sure, Fiona murmured. She took a deep breath. Before the Reverend died, I had a recurring vision about him. I didn't know it was the Reverend, she added hurriedly. But then, 2 nights ago, I had another vision. One where I was buried alive. I didn't know what either vision meant, just that something bad might happen. And now it has, Geraldine sighed. I must say, Fiona, I'm disappointed in you. You were having these visions and you didn't think it pertinent to share them with us?" "What should I have said?" Fiona asked defensively. "I didn't know who the man was in my visions, and there was no way I could have known about Mrs. Pottersfield. I didn't see the need to scare everyone." "But you did see the need to open a portal between the living and the dead in the dark of the moon?" Agatha gasped. Romulus fixed Fiona with an accusing look, and even Jinx looked startled.
"It was just a tiny little baby seance,"
Bellamy broke in, finally springing to Fiona's defense. "You held a seance in the dark of the moon?" asked Lucian, looking concerned. Fiona flushed. She hadn't even considered that it would be unwise to hold a seance on the first night of a new moon. It was no wonder they'd had such a rough time. "It wasn't just her," Geraldine snapped. "She dragged my son, Beatrix, and poor Eleanor into it too." Fiona threw Bellamy an imploring look.
"Actually," he began weakly, "the seance was my idea."
"And Fiona didn't drag us into anything," Bea added.
"I'm surprised at the three of you," said Agatha, her tone more disappointed than stern. "Endangering the coven, the whole town, really, by performing a seance under such circumstances. Do you know what could have happened? Much less to poor Eleanor."
"We took precautions," Fiona mumbled. "I suppose that's why Eleanor isn't with us tonight," Geraldine probed. "Because she is utterly wrecked from the toll it took upon her." Fiona ground her back molars together. It wasn't the first time she'd had the urge to hex Geraldine with a face full of wrinkles, but she felt that impulse more strongly just then. "Things may have gotten slightly out of hand," she admitted, tossing a guilty glance at Bea.
"What do you mean, out of hand?" asked Lucian.
"Just a broken window and a concerned neighbor."
"What neighbor?" Bea asked.
"I thought that Johnson's place was deserted."
"It was," said Fiona briskly, ready for the matter to be closed. "But I have a new neighbor. He came by to introduce himself this morning. I don't think he suspects anything."
"How fortunate," said Geraldine frostily.
"And Eleanor?" Agatha pressed.
"Eleanor's just tired."
"And did she see or hear anything?" Romulus asked. "Did she speak to the poor Reverend?"
Fiona shook her head. The Reverend had already passed on, but the spirits did give her a message. She took a deep breath as everyone waited. Eleanor said that a killer had come to Mountain Shadow, and that it had thrown the natural order out of balance. "You really think Mrs. Pottersfield was murdered?" asked Daphne.
"Poor dear,"
Agatha tutted.
"Such a sweet woman. She used to come into the Crooked Candlestick all the time. She collected depression glass, you see."
"What sort of person scalds a man to death and buries a sweet old lady alive?" asked Daphne.
"Some sick mortal," said Bea.
"I don't know," Lucian broke in. "Holy water? The Reverend babbling about demons? It sounds as though there might be something supernatural at work."
"It's probably just a modern-day Charles Manson," said Bea, waving a hand dismissively. "Best to leave mortal affairs alone."
"If they are mortal affairs," Lucian countered.
"These deaths very well could be," Agatha agreed. "But until we know for certain, we should all keep our guards up."
She fell into thoughtful silence.
"Deaths always come in threes. We need more information before we have another victim."
"I could make a visit to the spirit realm,"
said Geraldine casually, as though the idea had just occurred to her. Fiona rolled her eyes. Geraldine had just admonished her for meddling in the astral realm, but only because she hated not to be consulted where spirits were involved. "No, I think not. It would be unwise to leave this realm at present," said Agatha.
but perhaps at the first quarter moon."
"Fine,"
said Geraldine, clasping her hands together in a dignified fashion, but looking very put out nonetheless.
"Perhaps we need to think like mortals," Agatha mused. "Bellamy, you know the assistant to the medical examiner, don't you?"
"I do," said Bellamy, his mouth twitching into a smirk.
"I want you to get close to him," said Agatha. "See if you can determine what killed those poor people. If we can be sure that these deaths were mortal killings, we needn't involve ourselves any further."
Bellamy met Fiona's gaze and raised both eyebrows.
"And if his findings were inconclusive?" asked Geraldine. "Then we will cross that bridge when we come to it."
The witches fell into grave silence, and Agatha passed around the first dish. It was an arugula salad with blueberries and pears, but Fiona ate without tasting anything. Her mind was back at the house with Eleanor, her heart gripped by guilt and worry. A responsible person would have considered every factor before blundering headlong into a seance. No witch in her right mind would ever perform one in the dark of the moon. It was practically an open invitation to evil spirits. They had certainly tapped into something dark that night, whether they'd wanted to or not. Fiona only hoped that Agatha was wrong, and that death didn't come in threes. Chapter 7. Death Comes in Threes. When Fiona awoke the next morning, she expected to find Eleanor downstairs making breakfast. Whenever Eleanor slept for an entire day, she inevitably emerged early the next morning with a craving for frozen waffles. That, or a large helping of biscuits and gravy, was Fiona's cue that the Aether hangover had passed. So when she padded downstairs in her pajamas to make coffee, she was startled to find the kitchen exactly as she'd left it. She turned on the coffee maker and went back upstairs, peeking into Eleanor's room. Eleanor was lying under a mound of blankets, with the curtains drawn shut against the early morning light. From where Fiona stood in the doorway, she could see Eleanor tossing and turning. She called out in her sleep, yelling something indiscernible without appearing to wake up. "Elle?" But Eleanor didn't answer. Instead, she flopped over on her side, face contorted in fear. "No, no." She shuddered in her dream, and Fiona felt a twinge of concern. "Elle!" Eleanor opened her eyes and sat up abruptly, looking around in a panic. "Elle! Elle, it's me!" Seeing her sister, Eleanor's body relaxed, though her breathing was still erratic. Her skin was covered in fine beads of sweat, and her expression was manic, tormented. Moving Smudge, who seemed to be guarding Eleanor from his perch on the bed, Fiona sank down beside her. She smoothed back Eleanor's hair, which was stuck to her sweaty forehead. "It's okay. It was only a dream." She put a hand to Eleanor's forehead. Her skin was cold and clammy. "How are you feeling?" Fiona whispered. "Just tired and cold." Eleanor shivered. "So cold." Fiona reached down to the balled-up blankets and pulled the covers over Eleanor. "You should eat something. I can make you some soup." "What time is it?" Eleanor groaned. "Don't you need to get to the store?" "I can stay." "No. You should go open up. I just need some sleep." Fiona didn't argue, but she didn't want to leave her side. Something wasn't right. Eleanor's Aether hangovers never lasted more than a day, and it was very unusual for a witch to get sick. The few times Eleanor had fallen ill, she'd been happy for Fiona to stay home and watch old movies with her while she recovered. Fiona watched her with concern as Smudge rubbed against Eleanor's arm. "I'll be right back." Fiona dressed in a hurry, much less carefully than she normally did.
She ended up in a pilled yellow sweater, blue jeans, and a pair of clogs Bellamy had forbade her from wearing. She grabbed her bag and flew out the front door, almost running right past Wesley. He'd been fiddling with his fallen-down mailbox, trying to make it stand upright. The mailbox was battered and dented along the side from being hit with a baseball bat. He looked up as Fiona dashed by, and turned around with a smile on his face. "Good morning," he called. "Morning," said Fiona, turning slowly on the spot. She was suddenly worried what her hair was doing. She hadn't had time to run a comb through it, or even brush her teeth. "Would you believe they still deliver mail to this thing?" said Wesley, pushing the mailbox door closed. It fell back open again with a loud creak, and the whole thing wobbled on its post. "I found my cable bill in the gutter on Friday." "That mailbox has been through a lot," said Fiona. "High school kids use it for target practice." "Vandalizing a mailbox is a federal offense, though I can't say I'm surprised." He flashed a grin. "I've heard a lot of rumors about this place since I bought it. Apparently, the realtor didn't think to tell me it was supposedly cursed by witches." He chuckled. "Oh, really?" said Fiona, her heart beating a little faster. Wesley cocked his head to the side. "You never heard the stories? Come on, you live here." Fiona rolled her eyes. "People around here will say anything to scare away an unknown entity." "An unknown entity?" Wesley looked amused. "That would be me?" "Of course," said Fiona. "We don't know you. You say you're a cop, but for all we know, you could be some cheesy developer trying to turn our sweet little town into a resort and casino." Wesley laughed. "Your sweet little town is safe. I moved to get away from all the big city madness. It would take more than a house cursed by witches to scare me away." "Good to know," said Fiona, feeling a little off-kilter. She had this light, fluttery feeling in her chest that was making her more chatty than usual. "Speaking of," Wesley hesitated for a moment, fiddling with the mailbox. "Be careful, okay? And keep your eyes open if you walk home after dark." "This is Mountain Shadow," said Fiona. "No one even locks their doors." Wesley squinted off in the distance, surveying the street with a wary expression. "That might be true, but you should still be careful. They found a third body on the trail this morning. A young woman was killed while jogging in the woods." An ominous feeling clutched Fiona's heart as she flew down the street toward Bellamy's place. He lived in a rambling brown clapboard house perched on the edge of a hill. Bicycles were chained to the rail of the narrow porch, and there was a couch under the overhang where his roommates would smoke. Bellamy spent most of his time at the Wind Chime Inn, but Mondays and Tuesdays were his days off. Fiona climbed the 2 flights of stairs to his third-floor apartment, which was surrounded on all sides by windows. She banged on the door 3 or 4 times before Bellamy came to open it. He was wearing a silk burgundy robe over plaid pajama bottoms and holding a coffee mug in the shape of a Japanese cat. "Fiona? Sorry to drop in like this, but..." "But what?" Bellamy croaked, running a hand through his messy hair. "It's not even 8. "I know, I'm sorry," Fiona sighed. She wasn't sure he would help her now out of sheer irritation. "I know today's your day off, but I need you to open the store for me." Bellamy scoffed. Fiona had known it would be a hard sell, but this was an emergency. "Bellamy, please. It's Eleanor." "What's wrong?" "I don't know," said Fiona. "She should be feeling better by now, but she's thrashing around and talking in her sleep. I have to go over to Bee's and see what her Nana can do." "Oh. Well, Rose is going to give you an earful for opening a portal in the dark of the moon." "It was your idea!" Fiona cried. "You didn't say anything about it being a new moon, either. I forgot. And you owe me for telling Geraldine." "You try keeping something from that woman," Bellamy spat. "Besides," he straightened up, It's nice to have her criticism directed at someone else for a change.
Fiona glared. You owe me.
Fine, said Bellamy, rolling his eyes. I'll go open your stupid store, but I can't promise that I'll sell anything.
Just be nice. Don't talk if you can help it. Fiona reached in her purse and handed over the keys. This one goes to the front door. This one opens the register. Bellamy's eyes flashed in an instant of mischief, but Fiona pulled back the keys. Don't even think about it. It's hexed against thieves. All of your hair will fall out. Bellamy rolled his eyes. Never knew you to hex anything. Not since. I asked B to hex it for me. Suddenly, Bellamy looked nervous.
Okay.
There's a book on my workbench. It'll tell you the best herbs and tonics for any issue. If you still have questions, call me.
Fine. I'll go. But only to make up for Geraldine.
Where are you with the medical examiner's assistant? Bellamy rolled back his shoulders with a smug little shiver.
I'm going to make it a point to bump into him tonight at Alchemy.
Alchemy was one of those bars where all types of people crossed paths. It was a popular hangout spot for gay men, witches, and Lucian's more eccentric friends. Whatever your plan is, you need to act fast, said Fiona, glancing over the balcony to be sure that none of Bellamy's roommates had wandered out onto the deck. They found another body this morning.
What? Who?
Bellamy spluttered.
And how do you know?
A young woman. I don't know who. She was killed while out jogging on the trail.
Again, this begs the question, how do you know?
My new neighbor told me. He just moved in on Thursday.
And how did he know?
A look of wild suspicion and jealousy flashed across Bellamy's face. He's a cop, said Fiona.
Or he's the killer?
Fiona rolled her eyes. Wesley's a nice guy. He offered to fix my window. Bellamy gave her a withering look.
Fiona, this guy moves in the day before the first body was discovered. He buys that horrible old house that sat vacant for a decade. He offers to fix your broken window, and now he knows about a murder mere hours after the woman was killed?
Again, he's a cop. I don't think he's our killer.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I have to go, said Fiona, feeling annoyed. I'll be there to relieve you as soon as I can. Thanks again.
You're welcome, bitch.
Bellamy sighed, slamming the door shut in her face. Feeling slightly rattled, Fiona took the stairs down and headed to Beatrix and Rose's place. It was a tiny shotgun-style house painted pale blue with fine woodwork that would have been equally at home in the French Quarter. It had a cute little porch with white shutters and a slat-back rocker where Rose would often sit and crochet. A line of fine red dust had been poured along the threshold. Beatrix's Nana came from a long line of hoodoo workers, and, according to Rose, brick dust protected the house from evil spirits. Fiona knocked on the door and waited a long time for someone to answer. B was already at work for the day, and while Rose appeared to be pushing 90, Fiona knew she was actually much older. Finally, the door to the peephole opened, and one penetrating brown eye appeared. "Rose? It's Fiona. Could I talk to you for a minute?"
"Fiona!"
Rose sounded pleasantly surprised. The peephole door slammed shut, and Fiona heard the old woman's arthritic fingers fumbling with the locks. Once the deadbolt clicked back and the chain lock slid off, the door opened slowly to reveal Rose's stooped frame.
"What a nice surprise," Rose said with a smile. "Now, what's a pretty young thing like you doing visiting an old lady?"
Fiona smiled. "It's good to see you." Rose took Fiona by the hands, beaming up at her with a twinkle in her eyes. She had white-gray hair that she kept very short, and she was always dressed in a long, bulky sweater. Rose was easily the oldest member of the coven, and the most knowledgeable.
She'd insisted for years that her powers were waning, which was why she didn't attend coven gatherings. But Fiona knew she still practiced magic. She had a connection to the spirits that ran deep and wide. If anyone could tell her what was wrong with Eleanor, she knew it would be Rose.
Come in, she said, beckoning Fiona inside. Beatrix just left for work. I'm glad to have the company.
Fiona stepped into the living room, which was always as neat as a pin. Rose kept the mint-colored couch covered in plastic, which her granddaughter hated. The snow-white carpet was always vacuumed, and pictures of the family crowded the wall. Fiona followed Rose into the kitchen, which was where the family and guests tended to gather. The kitchen was the exact opposite of the sparse and tidy living room. The countertops were covered in dusty glass jars with yellowish handwritten labels. There was always some kind of powder sitting in a bowl or something being chopped on the thick wooden cutting board. A comfortable round table sat in the center of the room, and Fiona sat down in a rickety chair.
I was just about to make some tea, said Rose, heaving a large kettle onto the stove with 2 liver-spotted hands.
Tea would be nice, Fiona murmured. In truth, it didn't matter whether she wanted tea or not. It was impossible to visit Rose without being force-fed tea and cookies. As Rose banged around the kitchen making tea and pulling cookies out of a tin, Fiona filled her in on the coven's discussion and the murders in Mountain Shadow. Finally, Rose set a plate of ginger snaps down in front of Fiona and settled slowly into her chair.
Something's troubling you, child. I can feel it in my bones.
It's Eleanor, Fiona said, biting into a cookie. She's been laid up in bed since Saturday night, and she doesn't seem to be getting better. If anything, she's gotten worse. She's all clammy and yelling in her sleep. Fiona launched into the story of the séance they'd held, leaving out the fact that Beatrix had been present. By the time she finished, Rose looked very serious, and Fiona was swamped by guilt once again.
If Beatrix was here right now, I'd turn that girl over my knee and give her a good old spanking.
Fiona almost dropped her cookie. She hadn't said a word about Bea. Rose seemed to catch the meaning of her expression and fixed Fiona with a grim look.
You think I don't know what my own grandbaby's been up to? She's always running round town with that Bellamy Broussard. I knew one of these days he'd get her into trouble. I just thought she'd have the good sense not to.
The séance wasn't her idea, and I wasn't trying to disrespect the ancestors, Fiona added hastily, keenly aware of how seriously Rose took her relationship with the spirits. I shouldn't have done it during a new moon and—
"Ooh, child,"
Rose waved her words away.
"I know you wasn't trying to disrespect the ancestors, and a dark moon's got nothing to do with it. Well, it don't help things none, but opening a portal is dangerous at the best of times. Even if you'd held a séance at high noon on the holiest of days, poor Eleanor might still be troubled."
Fiona wanted to believe it, but part of her thought Rose was just trying to make her feel better. Do you know what's wrong with her? Rose nodded gravely.
It's the ether. It had to go somewhere when you open that portal. All that extra ether flowing through her veins is making it easier for the spirits to torment her. Spirits is drawn to ether, and Eleanor was already an antenna for every spirit in this realm, she tutted. Now they's taking her for a ride.
How can I fix it? Fiona asked.
There is no fixing her, child. Not till you get the ether out of her.
I tried to draw it out of her after the séance.
It isn't easy to pull ether out of a witch.
Rose shook her head.
We'll just have to perform a cleansing and hope for the best.
Rose braced herself on both arms of her chair and hoisted herself to her feet. Shuffling over to the counter, she stepped onto a low stool and poked around in her cupboard. Fiona watched in awe as she hefted out a large glass jar and began gathering feathers, bones, and herbs. All witches worked their magic a little differently, and Rose used southern folk magic to connect with the elements. Beatrix said that Rose's knowledge had been handed down from their ancestors, generation after generation. Fiona entered an almost trance-like state as she watched Rose go to work. She chopped and gathered, tossing a pinch of salt over her shoulder and muttering a psalm under her breath. Rose was the only witch Fiona knew who used the Bible. Soon, the kitchen filled with the strong scent of peppermint and sandalwood and the crackle of bone on wood. Finally, Rose produced a scrap of flannel and began to pack it with the ingredients she'd just finished blessing. Fiona couldn't see everything she was doing, but a moment later she'd gathered the fabric at the ends and tied it up in a small red pouch. Fiona stared at it on the counter as Rose ambled into the mudroom. She returned a moment later with a shallow wooden crate. Inside, she gathered the rest of the herbs, the red flannel bag, and a jar of salt. Then she wobbled over to the refrigerator and pulled out a single egg. Fiona knew better than to ask. She just watched in fascination as Rose wrapped the egg in cheesecloth and set it carefully on top of the pile. "All right, I'm ready," she said. "Ready? Well, don't just stand there," said Rose impatiently. "Take me to your sister." Chapter 8. The Banishment. For such an old woman, Rose moved fast when called to the scene of a spiritual hijacking. Fiona carried her box of supplies, and she had to hurry to keep up with Rose's determined shuffling pace. When they reached her house, Fiona propped the box on her thigh and fumbled in her bag for her key. Rose frowned, staring up at the doorway, her eyes moving along the threshold. "Ooh, child," said Rose with a shiver. "This isn't just ether. There's something dark inside this house." Her head wobbled on her bony shoulders, and she clasped her hands together. Although the pronouncement that their house was touched by evil intensified Fiona's unease, she felt better now that Rose was there. She was part root worker, part God-fearing grandma, and part bloodhound for Aether. Fiona stood back to let Rose pass, turning her head toward the stairs. "Elle?" No answer. Smudge was perched on the edge of the couch as though he'd been waiting for Fiona to return. But he didn't come running over to rub against her legs. His gaze was fixed, almost as if he were trying to tell her something. "Animals can sense ether and spirits better than humans can," said Rose, watching Smudge with a critical eye. "That cat knows there is something in this house." Fiona got another pang of dread. Had the Grimes family home become a halfway house for the restless spirits of Mountain Shadow? Rose didn't need any direction to find Eleanor. Although she'd never spent much time visiting the second story of their home, she blazed right through the foyer and started up the creaky staircase toward Eleanor's room. Fiona followed at a distance as Rose worked her way up the stairs. She didn't like people fussing over her because of her age, but it was very hard not to. Her head bobbed a little with the effort of each step, and Smudge dashed up the staircase ahead of them. He skirted around Eleanor's room in a wide semicircle and then galloped down the hallway, as if he didn't want to come near the door. Rose paused on the landing and stared at the door. She turned to Fiona. "Why did you put her in your room?" "That's Eleanor's room." Rose looked extremely confused, and then it dawned on Fiona. "It used to be my room," she explained, "when I was little." "Ah." Rose nodded in understanding. Fiona raised both eyebrows. She didn't know how Rose could have known which room was which, and she knew she'd never mentioned that Eleanor had taken her old room. "The imprint a child's ether leaves in a place can be very strong," Rose explained.
We are never more of who we are than when we are children. It can take years for that to leave a place. Sometimes it never does."
Fiona opened her mouth, but closed it again, not sure what to say. Rose pushed her way into the room, and Fiona followed uncertainly. The old woman had a knack for making simple observations that left Fiona at a loss for words. "Eleanor?" she murmured softly. "It's Rose, Beatrix's grandma." "Rose?" The pile of blankets that was Eleanor stirred. "It's okay, honey. Just stay right there." Fiona hung back as Rose approached the bed. She hunched down to get a good look at Eleanor, the lines in her brow deepening with concern. Even from where she stood, Fiona could see that Elle was worse. She was pale and shivering, and her eyes were unfocused. She looked like someone fighting a very high fever who was unaware of her surroundings. Closing her eyes, Rose reached down and placed a hand on Eleanor's forehead. But the instant she touched her, Rose drew her hand back as though she'd been burned. Her face was a mixture of fear and worry. She took a step back and murmured a prayer as Fiona watched in concern. "What is it?" Fiona asked. "We must work quickly," said Rose after a moment, going for her box. She pulled out a candle that had already been lit before. "Do you have a bathtub?" "Down the hall," Fiona stammered. "We'll have to move her, quickly. Rose, hurry!" Rose brushed past Fiona and disappeared down the hall, and Fiona followed close behind. "What's going on? What's wrong with Eleanor?" Rose wheeled around to face her, looking more worried than Fiona had ever seen her.
"It's not the spirits that have made her this way. Eleanor has a demon inside her."
Fiona's stomach dropped. "What?"
"We have to get it out, and we have to hurry."
Fiona didn't need telling twice. Running back into the room, she pulled back the covers and coaxed Eleanor out of bed. She heard the sound of running water and wondered what sort of cleansing Rose had in mind. Eleanor was just wearing an oversized t-shirt, which was half soaked through with sweat. Her legs could hardly support her weight, and she was freezing to the touch. Fiona supported her under the arms, feeling the cold seep through her skin. It stole the breath right out of her, and made Fiona feel lightheaded. Rose was right. There was something evil inside her sister, and it was draining Eleanor minute by minute. By the time Fiona got Eleanor to the bathroom, Rose had already lit several tall candles. She'd set them directly on the black and white tiles surrounding the giant clawfoot tub. Their flickering flames threw shadows along the walls, making the three of them look almost inhuman. Rose hefted a glass jar out of the box and tossed a fistful of salt in the bathwater. "Get her in," she said, jerking her head at the steaming tub. "Clothes and all." Feeling very sorry for Eleanor, Fiona steered her toward the tub and helped her climb over the rim. Eleanor winced as she stepped into the water, and Fiona watched her pale flesh pink up. The t-shirt billowed around her as she sank into the tub, and color began to return to her cheeks. Once the tub was completely encircled in a ring of dancing flame, Rose produced another candle and lit the wick with a wave of her hand. Holding it over Eleanor's head, she closed her eyes and began to recite a psalm that Fiona didn't recognize. "By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, their starry host by the breath of his mouth. He gathers the waters of the sea into jars and puts them deep into storehouses." Eleanor groaned and fidgeted in the tub. As she did, the sky outside began to change. A cloud drifted in front of the sun, and the sky shifted from robin's egg blue to a cold, steely gray. Wind whipped violently through the trees, as though unsettled by the ether. The clouds shrouded the bathroom in semi-darkness, making the candle flames glow brighter.
Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the people of the world revere him. For he spoke, and it came to be. He commanded, and it stood firm.
As she recited the psalm, Eleanor grew more agitated. Rose continued to move the candle up and down Eleanor's body, and Fiona felt a chill spread down her legs.
Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord.
Eleanor's eyes suddenly flew open, and a strangled gurgle escaped her throat. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she began to convulse as she had during the seance. Water sloshed out of the tub as Eleanor flailed, and Fiona pressed down hard on her shoulders to keep her from hitting her head. "What's happening?" Fiona asked, panic rising in her chest. But Rose didn't answer. She didn't seem fazed by the change in Eleanor. If anything, her chanting grew stronger. A cold draft blew through the bathroom window, extinguishing the flames of the candles. The floor began to shake under Fiona's feet, and their toothbrushes rattled in the cup on the sink. Eleanor's convulsions became more violent, and Rose's hair fluttered in the breeze. But the old woman continued to chant, her voice low and strong.
No king is saved by the size of his army. No warrior escapes by his great strength.
Rose's voice rose to a wall-shaking timbre, and a few of the flames reignited. But then Fiona became aware of something else in the room, a dark presence so strong and so cold that it made her teeth chatter. Her skin tingled as the ether in her veins responded to the ether in Eleanor.
A horse is a vain hope for deliverance. Despite all its great strength, it cannot save.
Fiona's breathing had become fast and shallow. Her entire body was vibrating from the strength of the ether pulsating in Eleanor's body. She wished she knew the psalm so she could chant it too, but she didn't know a single verse by heart. Rose continued her loud recitation, but Fiona could detect a slight waver of fear in the old woman's voice. Reaching into the box behind her, Rose withdrew a stoppered glass bottle and dumped its contents onto her fingers. She flicked some down over the three of them, and Fiona felt a few drops hit her face. It was cool like rainwater, but Eleanor screamed as though the bottle had been filled with acid. Angry red burns sprang up on Eleanor's skin, and Rose flicked from the bottle again. "Stop!" Fiona cried, watching Eleanor's face contort in pain. But Rose was lost in the chant. She seemed to have forgotten that Fiona was there. She was locked in a trance of unbreakable focus, as though she herself were doing battle with the demon.
The eyes of the Lord are on those who fear him, on those whose hope is in his unfailing love.
Finally, Fiona heard what sounded like a high-pitched scream echoing down a long tunnel. A heavy gale whipped through the bathroom, stinging Fiona's eyes and knocking over bottles on the shelf. Eleanor screamed, and Fiona looked down. Her face seemed to be changing shape. It was as if she were wearing a mask that was being stretched and contorted as Rose attempted to draw out the demon. Then she saw it. A wispy cloud of smoke, or dirt, materializing in the air. It issued from Eleanor's nose and mouth like a heavy cloud of smog. For a moment, it seemed to waver in the air, undulating and changing shape as it drifted toward Fiona. It seemed to reach out and touch her ether, latching onto her with a sticky dark energy. Then she felt it, an odd numbness that started on her lips and nose and moved slowly down her airways. It drifted down her throat into her chest, paralyzing her lungs from the inside out. She tried to breathe, but she couldn't move. She was gripped by a cold sense of terror the likes of which she'd never experienced. Then she felt a tingle inside her chest as a whisper resonated from deep in her throat. "It's your fault your sister is dying. You're killing her just like you killed your parents, just like you almost killed that boy. You can't control what you don't understand.
There's an evil inside you that's trying to get out." Fiona shook her head, trying not to listen, but the voice was coming from deep within her. The pressure on her chest grew heavier. It felt as though someone was squeezing her lungs, preventing her from drawing a breath. The demon had her. She knew it. It had been torn from Eleanor's body, and now it was burrowing deep inside Fiona's. She could feel it entangling itself with her ether, strangling her from the inside out. She collapsed against the cold ceramic tile, her body writhing as she tried to breathe, but her lungs would not expand no matter how her chest muscles heaved. Blackness pressed in at the edges of her vision. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Digging deep for her last shreds of strength, Fiona rose up on her knees and screamed. It was a piercing, earth-shattering scream that didn't sound anything like her. Then she felt the pain. It started in her abdomen and worked its way up her chest. A burning fire lodged just behind her sternum, and she felt as though her insides were being violently ripped apart. The demon was struggling to maintain its grip as her body worked to expel it. She yelled as the demon's ether tore through her, finally bursting out of her throat. The weight on her lungs disappeared in an instant, and Fiona sucked in a breath. A dark cloud hung in the air before her, swirling and changing shape as it searched for a host. Fiona held out her hands in front of her and screamed as though her life depended on it. She focused every ounce of her being on banishing it from her home. Then, to her amazement, it left. The swirling dark mist fled the room in a cold gust of air, skirting under the bathroom door and disappearing down the hall. Fiona drank in another deep breath, clutching the rim of the bathtub for support. Her head buzzed as oxygen flooded her brain, and she continued to gasp as she took in her surroundings. Rose was kneeling on the floor opposite Fiona, holding the extinguished candle in her hand. She was staring at Fiona as though she'd just witnessed something extraordinary. The bottle she'd doused Eleanor with lay smashed on the floor. Light was streaming in through the bathroom window, illuminating thin plumes of candle smoke that hung in the air. Fiona looked down. Eleanor was lying in the still warm bathwater, eyes shut, brow furrowed in pain. A sudden fear swept through Fiona, but then she saw Eleanor's chest rise and fall. "Elle?" Slowly, Eleanor opened her eyes. Her face was still as white as a sheet, but her eyes were clear and alert. Cautiously, Fiona reached down and squeezed Eleanor's arm. The touch seemed to startle her a little, but then Eleanor spoke. "What was that thing?" "That was a demon, child," said Rose. "A demon?" Eleanor sat up abruptly, sloshing water in the tub. "I thought it was just a spirit." "No human spirit, however evil, can cling to the living with that much strength." Rose shook her head. "No, child, you had a demon living inside you, burrowing deep like a parasite." Eleanor's eyes were wide with terror as they locked on to Fiona's. "When we expelled it, it tried to attach itself to the closest living host." Rose nodded at Fiona. Eleanor whipped around in the bathwater again, the ends of her hair dripping wet. "But how? How is that possible?" "Demons are made of ether," said Rose, slowly getting to her feet. "They can travel from the hell realms to the spirit realm, but only if they are summoned, and they can only travel from the spirit realm to this one when a portal is opened." "But," Fiona shook her head, "I pulled the ether out of her." "You may have pulled the excess ether out of her, but the demon was still loose in this house. It must have burrowed into Eleanor's body after she went to sleep." "Yesterday,
I kept having these terrible thoughts, said Eleanor. She was staring down at the floor, still trying to process what had happened. I felt like there was something evil inside me, but I thought,
You did have something evil inside you. That's why the holy water burned your skin where it touched you.
Rose looked very serious.
If we hadn't gotten rid of it, that demon would have killed you.
But why me? Eleanor asked.
You fear the gift that you've been given, said Rose. That fear has made you vulnerable, and you were weakened from the ether. That's why the demon sought you out. It knew you wouldn't have the strength to fight it.
Coming from anyone else, her words might have seemed harsh, but Rose's voice resonated with strength and compassion.
You shouldn't be meddling in the spirit realm until you make peace with the spirits in yours.
Eleanor nodded and stood up in the tub, and Rose wrapped a towel around her. Eleanor towered over Rose by at least a foot, but she looked like a scared child. Fiona shivered, still reeling from their discovery. Eleanor had had a demon inside her. If she hadn't brought Rose over to banish it, it would have killed her sister.
That one's gone, but there could be others, said Rose,
producing the little flannel pouch that she'd made at her house.
Wear this for protection.
She'd tied a long cord around the top, which she looped over Eleanor's head.
Demons can transfer hosts and even jump to animals for a short time. Keep that cat of yours inside, at least until all the ether is gone.
Rose glanced out the window where the clouds were just beginning to part. A beam of sunshine was spilling into the bathroom, warming Fiona's arm and dissipating the horrific chill that had turned every surface to ice.
Go get out of them wet clothes and lay in the sunshine, Rose instructed. You need rest and warmth, and you need not be opening any more portals.
Eleanor gave a shaky nod and padded off to her room to change. Fiona opened her mouth for an outpouring of gratitude, but Rose shook her head sternly.
Don't thank me yet, child. I ain't done with you yet.
That, coming from Rose, was enough to send a shiver down Fiona's spine. Rose was staring at her as though she were about to deliver some very bad news, and Fiona half feared that Rose was about to tell her to go pick out a switch. She understood in that moment why Beatrix was afraid of her Nana.
I might have been lying just now because I didn't want to worry your sister. Lord knows that child's been through enough.
Fiona swallowed. This couldn't be good.
Truth be told, I don't think that demon was after Eleanor. I think that demon was coming for you.
Me?
When you all had that seance, it opened a portal right enough. You all let a demon loose in the house without even knowing it. That demon had to find a host quickly. Creatures made of ether can't survive in this realm without one.
She took a deep breath.
I think it went looking for you and found your sister instead.
A horrified chill worked its way up Fiona's spine, raising the hairs along the back of her neck. Why do you say that?
She sleeps in your room. Demons can sense the residue of ether left by a person. It also sensed that she was vulnerable.
Rose hesitated, as though there was something she'd thought of asking but reconsidered.
When I pulled it out of Eleanor, it went straight for you, almost like that's what it wanted all along.
Fiona stared.
But that's not the strangest part.
Rose shook her head, as though she didn't quite believe it herself.
It was almost as if you knew how to banish that demon.
Fiona wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't experienced it for herself. She hadn't thought about it. She'd reacted on instinct, as if she had known what to do. Rose fixed her with a serious look.
Demons don't just wander the spirit realm, honey. They don't come unless they are called.
Judging by Rose's tone, Fiona felt that there was something she should be picking up on, but she still had no idea what it was.
I think someone summoned that demon to the spirit world meaning to do you harm, but they had to know or guess that you would eventually open a portal between the spirit realm and this one.
What are you saying? Asked Fiona.
I'm saying that someone has it out for you, child, and I don't think they's done yet.
Chapter 9. Where the Trees Have Eyes. The sun was sinking behind the mountains by the time Fiona had made it halfway down the trail. It was a long trek for so late in the day, 2 miles out and 2 miles back. After relieving Bellamy at the shop, she'd taken their old Volkswagen up the pass and parked at a trailhead that wound down the mountainside. It led down to a wooded canyon near where the dead girl had been found. All day, Fiona had been caught between the urge to go home and check on Eleanor and a reluctance to return to the place where a demon had taken hold of her sister. Even though she knew the demon was gone, she couldn't seem to shake the feeling that they weren't safe in their own home. Rose's words kept echoing in her head.
Someone has it out for you, child, and I don't think they's done yet.
If Rose was right, it had to have been a witch who summoned the demon, and no witch in her right mind would have called a creature from the underworld. She wondered if Eleanor's was the same demon rumored to have tormented the Reverend. No mortal could have survived more than a few days with a creature like that inside him. And after seeing the holy water burn Eleanor's skin while the demon was inside of her, Fiona understood how the Reverend could have been scalded in his own bath of holy water. Fiona was certain it was all connected. The demon, the Reverend, Mrs. Pottersfield, and now the girl. She needed answers, and opening a portal had proven too dangerous. But she had another idea about where she could get them. Glancing up at the sky, Fiona hoped that it hadn't been a mistake. When she'd closed up shop for the evening, she'd only stopped by the house long enough to grab her boots, a bag of granola, and a camelback full of water. She hadn't thought to take her rain jacket or a better flashlight, and now steely gray clouds were beginning to gather, and she was losing the light. But when she reached the canyon near where the girl's body had been found, all her worries seemed to vanish. She was standing in a lush, grassy meadow, guarded by a grove of aspens. Their chalky white bark was smooth to the touch, but patterned with rough black scars. The aspens didn't have their leaves yet, but in the spring and summer when the wind blew through them, they made an unearthly tick, tick, tick. In the fall, they turned the brightest shade of gold, and tourists came from all over the world to witness the stunning pageantry of color. Moving in silence through the trees, Fiona found a flat patch of grass and sat down between 2 towering aspens. The songbirds were flitting from shrub to shrub as they hurried to fill their bellies before sundown. A black-capped chickadee landed in a small pine tree right in front of Fiona, tilting his head to the side as he stared at her with shimmering black eyes. She could sense the ether moving through the lively bird's body, but this one lacked the playful ease she normally associated with songbirds. It was energetic, all right, but it seemed almost frantic as it flitted from branch to branch. Trying to put the bird out of her mind, she relaxed into her soft cushion of grass. There was nothing she loved more than sitting among the trees and listening to what they had to tell her. The forest was where she found it easiest to connect with the elements, the wind in the trees, the water in the grass, and the ether that flowed through every living thing. With the feeling of the cool earth supporting her from below, she let her eyelids flutter closed and breathed in the scent of freshness. A moment later, a breeze stirred, causing the wild grasses to flutter. The tawny pinwheels of seeds tickled her arm, and she shivered in anticipation. The forest had endured a disruption of tainted ether. Now it was trying to tell her something. The birds stopped singing. The insects fell silent. She couldn't hear anything except the wind in the trees. As she sat, she felt a chill descend. This happened frequently in the mountains, especially at the change of the seasons. It could be 70 degrees and sunny, and then she would see snow falling over the mountains. Within the span of an hour, that cold front could blow in. But this didn't feel like a storm moving in, or the cool breath of nightfall. Fiona breathed deeply and tried to sense what it was. It wasn't another demon. The grass rustled again as twilight fell, but this time it wasn't the wind. Fiona opened her eyes. The rustling was coming from a patch of grass 9 or 10 yards away. Getting slowly to her feet, she walked toward the source of the noise. She only lifted 1 foot at a time, careful not to make too much noise. The rustling grew louder as she approached, but the animal didn't run away. Fiona stopped. A mule deer was lying in the grass just a few paces from where Fiona stood. She might have missed the tawny fur if the deer hadn't been moving. She was sprawled on her side in a patch of grass, unable to get to her feet. Her legs twitched uselessly along the ground, and her almond-shaped brown eyes were frantic. The deer was dying. Fiona could sense its ether waning, but there was no sign of injury, no blood or lameness. She took 2 steps forward for a closer look, but the deer hadn't been shot or hit. Sadness and anger flared through Fiona as she knelt down beside the deer. Slowly, she reached out and placed a gentle hand on the doe's heaving side. Her fur was coarse and warm to the touch. Immediately, the doe stopped kicking. As she stared up at Fiona, a sense of understanding passed between them. The doe's legs continued to twitch, but Fiona sensed her body relax. It wasn't Fiona the doe was afraid of. She was afraid of something else. The doe had been hit by a rogue burst of ether. It had surged through her body and disrupted every system. Now she was going to die, and there was nothing Fiona could do to stop it. Placing her other hand on the doe's side, Fiona closed her eyes. She focused on calming the doe's frantic energy, soothing the chaotic swirl of ether. She pictured the animal's life force as a gentle flowing river. Little by little, the doe stopped struggling. Her legs stopped twitching, and she closed her eyes. Fiona felt it when she let go. The ether released from her body and seeped into the earth like a drop of ink dispersing in water. Fiona sighed. Someone had opened a portal nearby and inundated the forest with ether. The doe's body couldn't handle it, and more animals would die. Just then, a cool breeze lifted Fiona's hair and made the aspen's long arms quake. She looked around at the grove of trees, whose bumpy black marks seemed to move in the shadows. Every aspen bore the black scars where branches had naturally self-pruned, but to Fiona, the marks looked like eyes, especially when she was alone. She had the growing sense that the aspens were staring. She could have sworn she saw one blink. Another breeze blew down the hillside, making the grasses dance. Darkness was spreading down the side of the canyon, but her stare down with the aspen continued. This time, when it blinked, she knew it wasn't her eyes playing tricks on her. She heard the crackle of bark as the tree moved, and then a brilliant glimmer of red appeared. Fiona drew in a sharp breath of surprise. She'd never seen an aspen do that. She wasn't aware of rising to her feet, only that she was suddenly standing in front of it. The aspen looked as though it was crying. Sap was dripping from its eye-shaped scar, as rich and red as blood. Moved by instinct, she reached out and placed her palm against the trunk. The feeling of ether moving through the aspen was like nothing else in the world. Its energy wasn't masculine or feminine, but the voice of hundreds speaking as one. Every tree in a stand of aspens was genetically identical. They were all part of a single organism, a highly intelligent ancient root system buried just beneath the earth. Every tree could communicate with the whole, sending information to the rest of the colony. Any tree that had grown this large contained the wisdom of the ages. As she touched the aspen, a flash of knowing jolted through her, and she felt her knees wobble. An innocent, a lover, and a holy man had died. The deaths were connected by a single thread of perversion, tainted ether from another realm that could neither be created nor destroyed. The aspen, too, had been struck by the ether, but the colony had absorbed the shock. The aspen's energy wasn't muddled or chaotic. It spoke with a steady patience. If she concentrated, Fiona could distinguish any one of the voices as clear as another, not in words, but as a deep, primal knowing. The poison was spreading. That was the best way she could interpret the message. The trees could sense it. The deer could sense it. Even the birds could sense it. When the portal had been opened in the forest, the ether had created a ripple of disruption that had killed dozens of plants and animals. Another demon had swept through the canyon, leaving a residue of darkness in its wake. A witch must have opened the portal and summoned the demon. She just didn't know who. "Tell me what I need to know," she pleaded. "Tell me how to stop this." Fiona's hand tingled where it touched the bark, and a second later, she saw a flash of an image. The symbol resembled a compass rose, 4 directions in a circle, surrounded by Celtic markings. The image imprinted itself in her mind, glowing like the end of a brand on the inside of her eyelids. Fiona wasn't sure how long she stood there, but when she drew back her hand and opened her eyes, a droplet of red sap still clung to the bark, a bloody tear frozen in time. She drew in a sharp breath, trying to fill her lungs. She felt moved by a sense of urgency. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and the wind was becoming icy. Fiona grabbed her pack, secured the straps, and headed back up the trail. She walked until the moon was high and the forest had grown cold and dark. It was a relief when she reached her car, climbed inside, and started the engine. She couldn't place the symbol, but she felt as though she'd seen it before in a dream, a book, perhaps another life. One thing she knew with utter certainty was that a witch was summoning demons. She also knew that the symbol she'd seen was the key to stopping the killer. Chapter 10. The Trouble with Tea Leaves. By mid-afternoon the next day, Fiona's whole house smelled like cinnamon and butter. All the women in her family had their ways of coping with stress. Their mother had made broth, Eleanor cleaned, Fiona baked as though her life depended on it. Even though Fiona had told her to rest, Eleanor had insisted she needed something to keep her mind off the demon. So she was working at the store while Fiona was stuck at home, slogging through the bookkeeping and baking pies to keep her undercurrent of panic at bay. 3 pies in, she should have been feeling better, but she couldn't shake the quiver in her ribs or the tightness in her chest. A killer was summoning demons from the underworld and had opened a portal on Earth. One of the demons had gone after the Reverend. Another, or perhaps the same one, had attached itself to Eleanor. 3 people had died, and she still wasn't any closer to identifying the symbol she'd seen in her vision. Setting the cinnamon apple filling aside to cool, Fiona grabbed a sweater and walked out the front door. She hadn't consciously decided where she was going, but her feet carried her straight to Agatha's. She marched up the flagstone walkway with a feeling of purpose, but froze on Agatha's front stoop. She should have called to let her know she was coming, But before she could even raise her hand to knock, the front door swung open with a flourish.
"Fiona!"
Agatha was standing inside the doorway, looking positively delighted to see her. She was wearing a sage and mustard floral print jacket that looked more like a rug than a piece of clothing. "I'm sorry to just show up like this."
"Don't be sorry, love," said Agatha cheerily. Come in, come in. I just put on a pot of tea. I had a feeling I might have a visitor, but an old woman never knows if it's intuition or if she's gone round the bend."
Fiona smiled. "You haven't gone round the bend, but I'm a little worried I have."
"Oh."
Agatha clucked her tongue and ushered Fiona into the parlor.
"I doubt that very much."
She bustled into the kitchen to make tea, and Fiona sank into a low chintz chair that faced an eerie painting of a woman in white. The woman was walking through a dark forest, where sinister-looking woodland creatures clutched at her skirt. Agatha's parlor was a cozy little trap. Ever since Fiona had known her, she'd suffered vision problems that made her extremely sensitive to light. She kept the heavy velvet shades drawn and relied on the light of half a dozen pastel lamps. This gave the parlor a sleepy twilight quality, regardless of the time of day. That, combined with the weird Victorian art, brought on an immediate drowsiness that could only be countered by copious amounts of tea. A moment later, Agatha reappeared, balancing a tray loaded with tea and peanut butter cookies, which Fiona politely declined. She'd already eaten her weight in pie, and Agatha's cookies could chip a tooth. She knew Agatha had an ulterior motive for offering the tea, but Fiona drank up anyway. It was a slightly floral-tasting brew, Agatha's own special mixture.
"Now, tell me what's been troubling you, my dear."
Fiona set her cup down and took a deep breath. "I wasn't completely honest with you the other night about Eleanor."
"Oh?"
Agatha sat up a bit straighter in her chair, looking concerned. "She wasn't just tired from calling the spirits. I knew something else was wrong, but I didn't want to admit it." Fiona poured out the story about what had happened during the seance and how she'd gone to see Rose for advice. She squirmed a little in her seat when she got to that part. Agatha had been like a grandmother to them, but Rose was the oldest witch in their coven, which was why Fiona had sought her help. "Rose performed a cleansing," Fiona continued. "At first, I thought it was just the Aether or an evil spirit tormenting her, but—" Fiona trailed off. She didn't want to say it out loud. Telling Agatha made it real somehow. Eleanor had a demon inside of her.
"A demon?"
Agatha repeated, clinking her cup roughly into its saucer. Fiona nodded. "We banished it, but she could have been killed." Agatha looked startled by this information, though not quite as shocked as Fiona would have guessed.
"How did this happen?"
"It must have happened during the seance," Fiona murmured, feeling her insides tighten with guilt.
"But what was a demon doing in the spirit realm? They don't just wander about."
"Rose said it must have been summoned from the underworld. It could have been the same demon that was bothering the Reverend before he died. Or someone summoned it knowing we would try to open a portal between the spirit realm and this one."
"Well, that seems like a terrible coincidence."
Fiona nodded. "The worst part is, it could only have been a witch who summoned it."
"I suppose you're right,"
said Agatha, sitting back in her chair and looking thoughtful.
"What does Rose think?"
Fiona drew in another deep breath. She'd come there knowing that she'd have to tell Agatha, but she still dreaded saying it aloud. "Rose thinks the demon was sent for me, that it only went into Eleanor because it needed a host, and sensed she was weak from the Aether."
"But why would a demon come after you?"
Fiona shook her head.
"Oh, you mustn't blame yourself for what happened to Eleanor," said Agatha bracingly. "She's safe now. That's all that matters."
Fiona knew Agatha meant well, but her words didn't make her feel any better. "Is she safe?" Fiona asked.
"I could do a reading, just to be sure."
Just then, the doorbell rang, and Fiona nearly jumped out of her seat. The chimes and the bell weren't quite right, and it sounded like someone slamming down all the keys of a church organ, or announcing their arrival at Dracula's castle.
"Oh!"
Agatha perked up.
"Excuse me, dear. I wasn't expecting."
She got to her feet and scurried back to the foyer, shuffling in her suede tasseled shoes. Down the hall, Fiona heard Agatha's gushing voice as she greeted her guest, and Bellamy appeared a moment later, wearing black skinny jeans and a baggy teal cardigan.
"Well, Fiona, look who it is,"
said Agatha in a bubbly voice. Fiona grinned. "What are you doing here?" "Funny. I was about to ask you the same question."
"Bellamy says he has some news,"
Agatha said in an excited voice. She steered Bellamy toward the chair opposite Fiona, and Bellamy shot her a dirty look. Fiona raised her teacup to her lips to hide the laughter that was bubbling up. Bellamy had probably stopped by, hoping he could deliver the news and then leave. But since Fiona was already there, Agatha had decided to make it a party.
"Tea?"
piped Agatha, holding up the pot. "No, thank you," said Bellamy, with a forced, gracious smile. He knew what she was up to. Bellamy thought that reading tea leaves was complete and utter hooey. Fiona knew it was just a parlor trick, but the accuracy of Agatha's predictions made her a bit uneasy.
"What is it that you wanted to tell us?"
Bellamy perked up and leaned in close, as if he were gearing up to share something juicy. "Well, last night, I went by Alchemy. I'd seen Boris there before, and let's just say I had a feeling."
"Ooh, goody,"
said Agatha, clapping her hands.
"And was he there?"
"Boris is the assistant to the medical examiner?" Fiona broke in. Bellamy nodded. "He was there, as a matter of fact, trying to drown his sorrows in cheap vodka." Bellamy's mouth curled into a smug little grin. "I was there to assist, of course."
"Of course,"
said Agatha with relish, crossing her legs and leaning heavily on one arm of the chair. Always a delightful listener. "We drank. We talked. He told me what he was doing at work. Of course, I already knew what he was working on. I just needed him to bring it up first." Bellamy took an enormous breath. "Anyway, they're trying desperately to keep it out of the papers, but the third body they found was a university student. She was out for a jog when it happened." Bellamy lowered his voice conspiratorially. "They found her body devoured by coyotes." "What?" Fiona whispered. "A whole pack of them attacked her."
"How awful,"
Agatha exclaimed. "But that doesn't make any sense," said Fiona. Bellamy turned to her with an annoyed look on his face. Clearly, this had not been the reaction he'd hoped for. "Coyotes don't attack people," Fiona explained. "I doubt there's ever been a case of coyotes killing a person." "Just one, as a matter of fact," said Bellamy. "If Boris is to be believed, but the coyote mauling is not what killed her." Fiona frowned. So far, this story didn't make any sense.
"The coyotes didn't kill her?"
Agatha repeated. Bellamy shook his head. "Her heart just stopped, same as the others. The Reverend might have been boiled alive in his own bathwater, but it was actually his heart that gave out. Same with Mrs. Pottersfield." Bellamy shivered with a morbid fascination. "I suppose that the shock of being buried alive could have brought on a heart attack in a 96-year-old lady, but the girl was in perfect health. There's no reason her heart would have stopped." Agatha let out a long sigh. Bellamy, who'd been watching her intently, seemed to realize that something wasn't right. "What are you thinking?" She shook her head with a weak smile, and Fiona knew she was holding back so she wouldn't have to betray Fiona's confidence. "Agatha," Bellamy pressed. "What aren't you telling me?" He looked from her to Fiona, trying to decipher the truth from their expressions. "She thinks it was a demon," said Fiona quietly. "A demon summoned by a witch." "A demon?" Fiona quickly told him what she'd just told Agatha, leaving out once again the part about how she'd instinctually banished the creature. She didn't know why she was reluctant to share that part, only that it made her nervous. "That's why Eleanor's been so off?" Bellamy whispered, aghast. Fiona nodded. "Rose thinks it was sent for me." "What? How does she—" Bellamy broke off and then shook his head. "And the demon was summoned by one of us? A witch?" "It had to have been." "But who would do something like that?"
"I don't know," said Agatha. "That's what's so troubling. Killing a mortal goes against our highest laws. I can't think of anyone who would do such a thing."
"You think the demon in Eleanor was the same demon that killed those mortals?" "It could be," Fiona said with a shrug. "No way to know for sure."
"Perhaps the leaves will tell us," said Agatha,
looking expectantly at Fiona. Fiona swallowed and forced a smile. She didn't have the heart to turn Agatha down. Reading the tea leaves always made her so excited. Reluctantly, she took the cup in her left hand and swirled the last bit of liquid around. Then she turned the cup over in the saucer and pushed the saucer toward Agatha. Agatha handled the cup with utmost care as she turned it right side up. Holding it between her fingers, she positioned the handle due south. Sliding on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Agatha stared into the cup.
"I see an umbrella," Agatha murmured. Could be a parasol."
"What's the difference?" asked Bellamy in annoyance. Agatha tilted her head from one side to the other.
"If it's a parasol, it could mean a lover. If it's an umbrella, it's a sign of trouble. But the umbrella means you'll be protected."
"What sort of trouble?" Fiona asked.
"Let's call it a parasol," said Agatha brightly.
"Agatha," Fiona pressed. "What sort of trouble?" Agatha sighed. Based on past readings she'd been ambushed with, Fiona knew that Agatha loved to give her querent good news. But whatever was in Fiona's cup, even Agatha was having a hard time spinning it.
"I see an eye, and what could be a triangle, which means something unexpected may happen."
Bellamy rolled his eyes.
"The eye urges caution, but—"
There was a long pause. "But what?" Fiona pressed. There was definitely something Agatha wasn't saying.
Agatha sighed. "Bear in mind, this is only my interpretation. That's the trouble with tea leaves. They can only provide a compass, not the map."
"Agatha!" Bellamy snapped, totally losing all semblance of patience. Fiona shot him a look. It was true that Agatha had a flair for the dramatic, but Bellamy acted as though Agatha were foreseeing his doom, not hers.
"In this configuration, it looks like the evil eye."
Bellamy gasped, only half sarcastic. "The evil eye?" Agatha nodded gravely.
"The leaves tell me that trouble will come from the source you'd least suspect, a wolf in sheep's clothing."
She sat back in her chair, her whole face crumpling as if it physically pained her to deliver such news.
"I'm so sorry, my dear, but I think you have your answer."
She took a breath.
"There is a witch in Mountain Shadow who means to do you harm, perhaps the person you would least suspect."
Agatha's words fell heavy like a hammer. Fiona didn't know why they struck fear into her heart.
Reading the tea leaves was just a game. "Your neighbor!" Bellamy exclaimed, looking vindicated. "Neighbor?" Agatha asked. "It's nothing," she murmured, glaring at Bellamy. "He's being paranoid." "Paranoid? Girl, please." Bellamy turned to Agatha, clearly wanting her to back him up. "That old house next to Fiona's has been vacant for what, 13 years? Then some random guy from out of town buys it, and he just so happens to move in days before the Reverend's found murdered?" Agatha didn't respond to this, and Fiona could tell she was treading lightly to avoid adding fuel to their argument. "Wesley is mortal," Fiona explained. Bellamy jostled his head back and forth. "How do you know?" Fiona sighed. In truth, she didn't know that Wesley was immortal. It was just a feeling she got, or rather, a lack of feeling. Fiona, like most witches, could sense the ether in a person, and Wesley had an average mortal amount. "He's nice," she added lamely. "He offered to fix the window that broke the night we did the seance. Probably just a backup plan in case his demonic possession failed." "You're being ridiculous." "I don't see anything about a new neighbor," said Agatha, turning Fiona's teacup and setting down her glasses with an air of finality. "But, given recent events and what the leaves have shown, I would urge you to be very careful." "Which means not letting total strangers into your house to fix a broken window." Bellamy put air quotes around the last few words, and Fiona rolled her eyes. She didn't know why she felt such a strong urge to defend Wesley. Probably because he was her only mortal neighbor who didn't cross the street when he saw Fiona coming. Most of her neighbors had lived on wind chime lane since she was a kid, and after the incident with Bryce Johnson, they treated the Grimes sisters with polite caution at best, outright suspicion at worst. "Wesley is harmless," Fiona insisted, sitting up and puffing out her chest. She refused to shut out a perfectly nice neighbor, especially when they were in such short supply. "In fact," she added with a burst of inspiration, "I'll prove it to you." Chapter 11. Apple Pies and Homicides. An hour later, Fiona stood on Wesley's sagging front porch, warm apple pie in hand. Bellamy's foot had nearly fallen through the termite-eaten top step, and he was standing at her side looking a bit shaken up. Fiona stifled a laugh and knocked. A booming bark answered from behind the door, and she heard the frantic clatter of claws on hard wood. She glanced over her shoulder. Wesley's truck was in the driveway, so she knew he had to be home. Fiona closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic, churning ether on the other side of the door. Half a second later, the barking stopped, but she could sense the dog waiting. If she'd been honest with herself, Fiona would have had to admit that she desperately wanted Wesley to be innocent. Since she'd returned to Mountain Shadow, she'd had to watch the old brown house grow more dilapidated by the year. The roof needed to be replaced, the foundation was cracked, and there'd been an infestation of termites on the north side. To have someone move in who intended to stay there meant the house would be revived. A few seconds later, the front door opened, and Wesley stuck his head out. He was dressed in a pair of well-worn jeans and a snug navy t-shirt that brought out the blue in his eyes. "Hey, neighbor," he said, smiling brightly at Fiona. "Hi, Wesley. I hope this isn't a bad time." "It's a perfect time, actually, especially if that pie's for me." "Just a little welcome present," she said, holding it out for him to take. "Oh my God. Did you bake this?" Wesley inhaled deeply. "It smells amazing." "Thanks," said Fiona, suddenly very aware of Bellamy watching her. "This is Bellamy, by the way. He's a good friend of the family." "Nice to meet you," said Wesley, shifting the pie in his arm so he could shake Bellamy's hand.
Bellamy forced a constipated-looking smile, but Wesley seemed unruffled. "Sorry about the Colonel," he said, nodding down at the dog. The German Shepherd was sitting at Wesley's feet, staring at them warily. "It's all right," said Fiona, bending down to pet him. "Oh, don't!" Wesley lunged to put himself between Fiona and the dog, but she was already scratching the Colonel behind the ears. The dog lifted his chin and panted contentedly. Wesley looked completely baffled. "He's not usually very friendly." Wesley studied the dog in bewilderment. "That's weird. He likes you." "Is that weird?" asked Fiona, cocking an eyebrow. "Well, no, but I've had the Colonel since he was a pup. He dropped out of the police dog training program because he was too aggressive." "He seems sweet," said Fiona, straightening up. As she did, Bellamy leaned in to pet the Colonel, who growled deep in the back of his throat. Bellamy jerked his hand away, eyeing the dog fearfully. "Say, you know what? My brother's in town. Would you like to join us for dinner?" "Oh, no, we don't want to intrude," said Fiona. "I didn't know you had company." "Gabriel's not company," Wesley assured her. "We see each other all the time. He's just down from Denver for a few weeks, helping me fix some things, like that fence." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder to the collapsed section of fence that was lying in a thicket of locust sprouts. "Please stay. I insist. I make a mean spaghetti." "Sounds great," said Bellamy, who never turned down a meal. Fiona smiled and nodded her head. It was a little more than she'd bargained for, but she'd never have a better opportunity to check out Wesley for real. If he had the ether of a witch, Fiona would be able to sense it in his home, even if she couldn't detect it in Wesley. As they stepped into the foyer, she caught a strong whiff of fresh paint. She looked to her left into the living room and saw that the windows were masked and the furniture was draped in canvas. "You don't waste any time," Fiona observed. "Oh, well, you know, there's so much to do." Wesley stopped outside the living room threshold, surveying the cracked window and the pile of trim he'd already pulled off the wall. "All of the windows are original to the house, and a few of them are broken or need new weights. Luckily, the wiring is up to code. The whole house needs repainting, but I don't want to do anything until I get someone out here to look at that foundation." He led them down the hallway toward the kitchen, where Fiona could smell garlic and tomato sauce. "I already had to evict a family of raccoons that had been living up in the attic."
"Animal killer,"
Bellamy hissed in her ear. "So I set a few live traps and drove them out to the preserve." Fiona raised a smug eyebrow. "Fiona said you're a police officer?" Bellamy broke in, trying another tack. "That's right. I worked for the Denver Police Department when I lived up there. A few months ago, I decided to relocate, and I saw they had a vacancy on the force down here." "Must be a big change for you, coming from the big city and all." "A very welcome change, believe me." He stopped just outside the kitchen, where another man was standing at the counter making a salad. "Kitchen still needs some updates, but at least it's fully functional." The brother was just as tall as Wesley, but had dark, shaggy hair that hung down around his ears. He was dressed in jeans and a long-sleeve green Henley that was rolled up to the forearms. "Gabe!" The man turned at the sound of his name, and Fiona felt the heat of his gaze. It shot down her spine with such intensity that Fiona froze where she stood. All she could do was stare into his eyes, which were a much darker blue than Wesley's. The brothers shared a similar facial structure, but Gabriel's had more sharp angles that gave him a much harsher demeanor. A wild animal fear surged through Fiona's veins and mixed with an odd pull of inexplicable attraction. She was simultaneously repelled and drawn to him, which confused her more than anything. It was the sound of Wesley's voice that pulled her out of the trance. "This is my new neighbor, Fiona, and her friend Bellamy. Guys, this is my brother Gabriel." "Nice to meet you," Fiona stammered, stepping into the kitchen and holding out a hand. When Gabriel took it, Fiona felt a charge of ether travel up her arm. It wasn't the ether of a mortal or a witch, and her immediate instinct was to pull her hand back, but Gabriel held it firmly with his, cocking his head to the side. "I can see the resemblance," Bellamy muttered, staring at Gabriel with intense suspicion. Gabriel smirked. "Wesley and I are fraternal twins." "Fiona brought us dessert," said Wesley, holding it up like a prize. "Homemade apple pie." "You must have put a spell on my brother," said Gabriel, those dark blue eyes flashing in an almost menacing way. But Fiona was distracted by the leather cuff on his wrist. It was about 1.5 inches thick, dark brown leather, and embossed with a familiar symbol, a wheel with 4 distinct points topped with barbs and Celtic symbols along the outer edge. She pulled her hand back, stomach churning with fear. It was the symbol she'd seen in the woods, the symbol the aspen had shown her when she asked how to stop the witch. Gabriel let out a breath of laughter, and his mouth formed a cunning smile. "I just mean that Wesley's not usually so welcoming to strangers. Cops don't ever clock out." "Oh." Fiona nodded in understanding, but she sensed Gabriel's eyes boring into her face, studying her expression. "Of course." "So, what is it that you do?" asked Bellamy pointedly. He didn't like Gabriel one little bit, and Fiona wondered if he too sensed his ether. "Gabriel's job is much more interesting than mine," said Wesley with a humble grin. "He's a collector." "And what is it that you collect?" asked Bellamy roughly. "Rare weapons and relics," Gabriel replied. "Though it's not as interesting as it sounds. I'm more of a broker, actually. The really rare and valuable pieces usually just pass through my hands long enough to be authenticated." "He's being modest," said Wesley, picking up the salad bowl and moving it into the dining room. "Honestly, I spend most of my time doing research." There was an awkward moment of fumbling as Fiona helped Wesley with the food. Once it had all been transferred to the dining room table, the 4 of them sat down. She could hear the colonel lapping loudly at his water bowl, and a moment later, he padded into the room and lay down at Fiona's feet. Gabriel watched this with intense curiosity, staring at Fiona as if he saw right through her. "Excuse the mess," said Wesley, glancing self-consciously around the room. Cobwebs filled the dusty fireplace, which had been bricked over years before. There were some water stains on the ceiling and a patch of plaster that needed repair. The room could have done with a fresh coat of paint, but the woodwork was original, and the oak floors would shine up nicely. "I love these old houses," said Fiona. Bellamy mumbled something about the craftsmanship, but Gabriel interrupted him. "So, Fiona," he began, scooping up spaghetti. "What do you do?" Fiona's throat had gone very dry, and she suddenly had no appetite. "I own the apothecary down on Main Street." "So you are a witch," he said with a smirk. Fiona blanched. What was with this guy? Gabriel looked up to explain. "I mean, you sell potions and herbs at an apothecary, right?" Fiona released the breath she'd been holding, letting out a very forced laugh. "Oh, yeah. Well, I mostly sell face cream and moisturizer. That's what the tourists usually want. But we make our own herbal remedies and tonics." "Magical tonics?" His voice was playful, almost flirtatious, but to Fiona it felt like an interrogation. "I like to think so," she said, determined to keep things light. "And how do you get into something like that? Family business?" "No, not really," said Fiona sharply, glancing down at her plate. "My father was an academic, and my mother was a midwife. They left the house to my sister and I after they died. We grew up there, and I didn't want to sell it, so I moved back here and opened the shop." "I'm sorry," said Wesley, and he looked it. "I didn't know about your parents." Fiona shook her head. It happened over 4 years ago now. Eleanor was only 17 at the time. It was definitely hardest on her. We never knew our mother, said Wesley. She died in childbirth. I know it's not the same thing. How did your parents die? Gabriel interrupted. If you don't mind me asking. Fiona shot him a very cold look. They died in a fire. But not a fire at this house over here. Gabe, Wesley cut in. What's with the 3rd degree? His tone was light, still congenial, but Fiona saw a pointed look pass between him and his brother. I'm sorry, said Gabriel. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's okay, said Fiona slowly. They were overseas at the time. There was a bad fire at the hotel where they were staying in Florence. Gabriel nodded. It sounds as though they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah. Fiona glanced at Bellamy, who looked very awkward. So, said Bellamy, swiftly changing the subject. What are you doing in town, Gabriel? Just checking in with one of my contacts here. He sometimes gets his hands on some rare Ute artifacts. The Denver Museum of Nature and Science is putting together an exhibit, and asked my help in curating some pieces. Bellamy flashed his most sugary smile. I thought you were helping Wesley with repairs. A hint of awkwardness fell over the dinner table, and Gabriel nodded. That too, though I can't say I'm as handy as Wes. I'm not that handy, said Wesley sheepishly. Though I can come fix that window if you're going to be around this weekend, he added to Fiona. What happened to your window? Asked Gabriel. One of Fiona's wild parties got a bit out of hand, said Bellamy. Is that right? It was just an accident, Fiona muttered. Not the curse, I hope. For a moment, all Fiona could do was stare. I just mean with all the stories about this house being cursed by witches. He raised both eyebrows. It makes you wonder what's going on around here. Wesley rolled his eyes. I already told her they tried to scare me off. The people in this town really like their ghost stories. Fiona could feel Bellamy watching her out of the corner of his eye, but she refused to back down from Gabriel's stare. Well, you know small towns, she said, twirling some spaghetti onto her fork. You don't really believe those old superstitions. Superstitions? No, said Gabriel, lowering his gaze to cut into a meatball. But when you hear a house's previous occupants were driven from their home... He trailed and popped the meatball into his mouth. Mountain Shadow is a strange town. Clearly, said Wesley, letting out a heavy sigh that Fiona knew had nothing to do with the house. These homicides. He shook his head. I've never seen anything like it. Homicides? Said Fiona, grateful for a change in topic. You think all 3 deaths were murder? Yep, said Wesley. We think we may be looking for a serial killer. Really? He nodded. I must say, this one is unusual. What makes you think they were all killed by the same person? Asked Bellamy. If the autopsy reports are correct, it's not the scalding bathwater, the coyotes, or being buried alive that killed them. Fiona held her breath. Their hearts just stopped, though we don't know how. Their talk screens came back clean. It's almost as if they all had heart attacks, but the last Vic was 19. Fiona sucked in a deep breath. She could feel Gabriel's eyes on her. We've been interviewing people close to the victims. They all say the same thing. Should you really be telling us this? Gabriel broke in, giving his brother a sharp look, since the investigation is still ongoing. Probably not, Wesley admitted, his face grim. But I don't see how it could hurt. When he looked up, his expression was glassy. He seemed a million miles away. All of the victims had been tormented,
by some unknown person or persons in the days leading up to their deaths."
"What do you mean?" asked Bellamy.
"The Reverend had told his wife he was being tormented by demons. Given his line of work, that's not entirely surprising. Mrs. Pottersfield's son said that she was hysterical the day before she went to visit her husband's grave. He was so worried that he was coming to see her. And the girl—"
He shook his head, clearly bothered by something.
"Her roommate said she'd been acting strangely, calling out in her sleep. The two of them had gone to a party a few nights before. The roommate suspected someone had been stalking her, but the girl wouldn't say who." "It seems unnatural," Gabriel commented, glancing Fiona's way as he spoke. Fiona felt her stomach clench. Maybe this town is cursed. "Anyway," Wesley waved this away, "I'm sorry, I'm bringing down the mood. I guess there are some things you shouldn't discuss at the dinner table. Why don't we dig into that pie?"
"Oh, by all means," said Fiona, trying to smile despite the leaden weight that had settled in the pit of her stomach. "But we really should get going."
"Oh, no, stay,"
Wesley insisted, looking genuinely put out.
"I could eat," Bellamy began,
but Fiona kicked him under the table.
"I'm sorry," said Wesley. "I've scared you off."
"Not at all," said Fiona, trying to keep her expression calm. "It's just, it was Eleanor's day to watch the store, and I need to check in and make sure everything went all right." Wesley seemed to relax a bit, but he still looked disappointed.
"I'll walk you out."
Fiona pushed back her chair and got to her feet, signaling Bellamy to stand up.
"It was nice to meet you," said Gabriel coolly,
his voice raising the hairs along the back of Fiona's neck. She looked over. Gabriel was staring at her with a smug expression, but for all the notice Bellamy and Wesley took, it was as if he hadn't spoken at all. "It was a pleasure to meet you," said Fiona flatly. "Yes, thank you for dinner," Bellamy added, still annoyed that they were leaving without any dessert. He wasn't oblivious to the silent battle going on between Fiona and Gabriel, but she knew he found it more entertaining than off-putting.
"Any time,"
said Wesley, walking them down the hall.
"And I promise to return your dish. Despite what you might think after dinner with Gabe, the two of us weren't raised by wolves."
Fiona chuckled despite her uneasiness. "Well, that is the best way to ensure you get another pie."
"Smart, right?"
Bellamy rolled his eyes hugely over Wesley's shoulder. Fiona knew he found Wesley's good humor boring, but she liked Wes, even if his brother seemed dangerous for reasons she couldn't explain.
"Have a good night," called a voice down the hall.
Gabriel was leaning against the wall outside the dining room, his eyes shimmering with that knowing look. Fiona turned to go, heart hammering. Somehow, Gabriel knew Fiona was a witch, and he was determined to expose her. Chapter 12. The Hunter Next Door. "What is wrong with you?" Bellamy asked, as soon as they were alone. The two of them were standing on Wesley's front porch, and Fiona was staring up at the tiny sliver of moon with a feeling of dread in her bones. "He knows," she murmured, shifting her gaze to the black car parked in front of Wesley's house.
"Who? The brother? What does he—"
"Not here," Fiona hissed, striding down the narrow walkway and making a beeline for her house. Bellamy stumbled after her in the dark, nearly face-planting in the rose bushes when his toe caught the edge of a stepping stone. Fiona hurried along the garden path, letting herself in through the kitchen. The warmth and light of the familiar space normally put her at ease, but she couldn't relax with a guy like Gabriel staying in the house next door. Instead of putting the kettle on and fixing herself a nice cup of tea, she made a mad dash for the stairs and headed straight to her room. "Fiona, what the—" Bellamy called, scrambling to follow her up the stairs. "That mark," Fiona muttered, rounding the corner at the end of the hall. I know I've seen it before." "What mark?" Bellamy huffed, annoyed but curious enough to keep following her up the steps. She passed her room and led him up another half-flight of stairs to the little tower on the 3rd floor where she kept her books. From the outside, the tower appeared completely round, but the walls were framed in a hexagon. Fiona's collection of books filled shelves that spanned the entire room, though it was nowhere near as impressive as her father's library. He had hundreds of books related to witchcraft, spell work, and the occult, which, unfortunately, were locked in his study. Fiona pulled a book off the shelf. She had several volumes on Celtic mythology, but what she really needed was her father's encyclopedia of symbols. "What are you looking for?" Bellamy panted, as Fiona heaved the book onto the rickety round table. Drawn by the sounds of their voices, Smudge came prancing into the room. He alighted onto the table and laid his body across the book, batting a paw at Bellamy. "The brother, Gabriel. Did you see the cuff he had on his wrist?" Yeah," said Bellamy, pulling away from the cat. Hello? 2012 called. It wants its leather bracelet back." "No," Fiona muttered, skimming the page. "I mean, did you see the symbol it had on it?" "Generic Celtic symbols are to men's bracelets what tribal tattoos are to washed-up beach bums." "But it didn't seem familiar to you?" "No." "What's going on?" Eleanor asked, poking her head up the stairs. "Fiona dragged me over to your neighbor's house to prove that he wasn't a witch." Eleanor's gaze slid from Bellamy to Fiona, eyebrows raised in amusement. "And what's the verdict?" Bellamy tossed his head and wrinkled his nose. "Too boring to be a witch, let alone a demon-summoning serial killer who murders little old ladies." "Wesley's not boring," Fiona broke in. Bellamy caught Eleanor's gaze and nodded his head. "The point is, he's not a witch, but his brother..." "He's a witch?" "I don't think so," Bellamy mused. "But he is bewitching." He cocked his head to the side, looking at Fiona. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say I detected some chemistry." "Chemistry?" Fiona choked. "Are you kidding me?" Bellamy puckered his lips, looking smug. "No," said Fiona, pulling another book off the shelf. "Gabriel's dangerous." "I'll say," Bellamy muttered, fanning his face with his hand. "There was something about him." Eleanor frowned. "What do you mean?" "Too much ether to be immortal," said Fiona. "And he knows I'm a witch." "What?" "Oh, come on," Bellamy teased. "I think you're reading too much into some of the things he said." "No," said Fiona, feeling frustrated. "He knows. Now who's being paranoid?" "Look, I know you're sweet on the cop, but in my experience..." Bellamy made a slurping sound. "Damaged and dangerous is way more exciting than friendly and reliable." He flipped one of the books open with a careless flick of his wrist. "If you don't mind posting bail on occasion." "Got it!" Fiona burst triumphantly. "What?" "That's the symbol that was on his bracelet, and the symbol I saw in a vision." "Is he a witch?" Eleanor asked. "No," said Fiona, bending over and reading the caption under the sketch. The writing was so faint she could barely make it out, but she read it aloud to the others. "The Wheel of the Hunt is the symbol of the Brotherhood of Kincardineshire, a clandestine brotherhood of witch hunters who traveled across Scotland and the British Isles in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Brotherhood is named for the county in northeast Scotland, where the country's first mortal witch hunts were performed." "You're kidding," said Bellamy, gaping at Fiona. "The brother's a hunter?" Fiona took a deep breath. Now she understood what she'd sensed in Gabriel. She'd thought her biggest worry was the witch who'd sent the demon after her. Now they had a serial killer who was summoning demons and a hunter living next door? She didn't know how they fit together, but it made her panicky nonetheless. "Do you think Wesley is a hunter too?" Eleanor asked. Fiona shook her head. Hunters were a distinct race of supernatural beings whose sole purpose in life was hunting and killing witches. She'd sensed the ether in him the second they'd come face to face, whereas Wesley was just an innocent mortal who'd stumbled upon a string of supernatural crimes. "I'm not even sure he knows that his brother is," said Fiona. "He thought Gabriel was in town to help him repair his fence, but when Bellamy asked Gabriel, he made up some excuse about meeting with a collector." "You think he's here because of the murders?" asked Bellamy. Fiona nodded. "He must be." "You don't think that he's after us?" Almost unconsciously, Fiona leaned forward to see through the tiny window that looked out over Wesley's yard. "I don't know." "We have to tell Agatha," said Bellamy. "It's too risky." "Too risky?" Eleanor broke in. "You can't teleport yet. We'd have to drive or go on foot." "Fiona, if he really is a hunter, the whole coven could be in danger." She sighed. Eleanor was right. They had to warn the other witches, and this was not the sort of news you delivered over the phone. Besides, they didn't know anything about the Brotherhood beyond what the caption said. Agatha's father had been Scottish, or Irish. If anyone could tell them about the Brotherhood of Kincardineshire, it would be her. "Fine," Fiona agreed. "But we need cover. If Gabriel doesn't know about Agatha, I don't want to lead him straight to her." "That can be arranged," said Bellamy, looking excited to have a chance to whip up some real magic. He bounded down the stairs to begin his work. Fiona stared down at the wheel of the hunt, her stomach churning with worry. "It's going to be fine," said Eleanor quietly, correctly interpreting Fiona's expression. "One hunter's no match for us all." "They're dangerous, Elle. You should have heard some of the things Mom and Dad used to say. When I hexed Bryce, they were worried I'd bring a hunter to town." She shivered. Even Dad was afraid of them. Eleanor reached over and squeezed her hand. She didn't have to say a word. The two of them had been through much worse. This was just another thing to get through. Only this time it was up to Fiona to protect the coven. The other witches had certainly been there for them. 5 years ago, Agatha, Rose, and Daphne were just their parents' friends. Fiona had been living in Massachusetts, and Eleanor had been preparing for college. But when Fiona returned to Mountain Shadow, the other witches had come out of the woodwork. Daphne had brought the sisters a dish nearly every day for a month. Agatha had taken it upon herself to be the girls' honorary grandmother. Little by little, they'd been drawn into the coven. It had become like a second family, and there was nothing Fiona wouldn't do to protect them. By the time they came downstairs, Fiona could feel a damp chill in the air. A light charge of ether made the hair on her arms stand on end. She leaned over the kitchen sink to close the window and paused to survey the conditions. A thick fog was gathering over Windchime Lane, diffusing the orangey glow from the street lamp. Bellamy was standing in the garden, staring out toward the street. He was holding his hands away from his body, palms pointed out. He stood so still that someone walking by might not have taken any notice. Fiona watched as he gathered the mist. She loved to see Bellamy work. As a chill descended, Smudge leapt onto the kitchen counter, staring at Bellamy intently. His yellow eyes flashed in the glow of the street lamp, and Fiona knew he sensed the ether surging through Bellamy as he wielded the elements. Bellamy's fog was thickening fast, surrounding the house in a veil of secrecy. Soon it was thick enough to blot out Gabriel's parked car and provide enough cover for their departure. And yet, Bellamy himself appeared to be standing in a sphere of total clarity. A moment later, Bellamy turned and jerked his head toward the street. They gathered their jackets and slipped into the night, disappearing in the thick white fog.
"The Brotherhood of Kincardineshire?"
Agatha repeated. In Mountain Shadow. Fiona and Eleanor exchanged a look. There was nothing reassuring about the tone of her voice. They were seated in Agatha's parlor once again, and all of them had nearly yelped their refusal when she'd offered them a cup of tea. "You've heard of them?" Eleanor asked. "Heard of them? My God!" Agatha sighed, flinging herself back into her chair. She was wrapped in a quilted mauve housecoat, and she wore her curly hair in a braid. The Brotherhood of Kincardineshire is one of the most brutal orders of hunters in the world. Eleanor glanced over at Fiona, whose insides were tight with dread. Agatha sighed. I suppose it was only a matter of time. What with 3 murders and a demon on the loose. You think it was a demon who killed those people? Asked Bellamy. It must have been, said Agatha, sitting up and leaning forward in her chair. In all 3 deaths, the victims' hearts just stopped. I've heard a demon can do that to a mortal if it isn't dealt with. Such a shame that exorcisms have gone out of style. Bellamy looked thoughtful. I didn't know hunters went after demons. Oh, they hunt all sorts of magical creatures, though, of course, it's the witch hunts that made them infamous. Most of the witch hunts were carried out by mortals, but there were a few genuine hunters in the mix. They hunt vampires, demons, even the occasional werewolf. Any magical being that harms a mortal or throws the natural order out of whack can expect a visit from a hunter. They're nature's checks and balances. Fiona gave Agatha a sideways look. You make them sound like a necessary evil. Agatha took a sip of her tea. Don't get me wrong, hunters are loathsome creatures, but without them, witches would have died out long ago. She set her teacup down with a clatter. Imagine a world where witches could do whatever they liked, without any consequences. The covens have always insisted on self-governance, so there's no way to enforce our laws. Without hunters to deter them, our kind would have been exposed and completely wiped out. Fiona glanced at Bellamy, who looked very skeptical. It was an odd way to look at it, but it also made sense. There was one thing that was still bothering her, though. One thing that didn't quite fit. Agatha, when Gabriel touched me, I could feel his ether. But with Wesley... She trailed off, very self-conscious of Bellamy watching her with a smirk playing on his lips. Is it possible for a hunter to have a mortal brother? Oh, absolutely. Most mortals never know they've given birth to a hunter at all. They think one of their children is a bit off. But that's it. Trust your instincts, Fiona. If this Wesley smacks of mortal to you... Oh, he is certainly a mortal, said Bellamy. Should we expect more of them any time soon? Eleanor broke in. Agatha shook her head. Hunters are solitary creatures. They're born that way. Cursed, some say. According to their law, every hunter is destined to be raised without a mother and forsaken by his father. Fiona turned that thought over in her head. Wesley had said their mother had died in childbirth, but he hadn't mentioned their father. It was odd to think of hunters as another race with their own legends and superstitions. As children, young witches were taught to fear hunters the way mortal children were taught about stranger danger. She'd always thought of them as impersonal, faceless monsters who brought death to any witch who crossed their path. But you shouldn't underestimate them, Agatha concluded. One hunter is dangerous enough. It's in his nature to hunt and kill. How do we get rid of him? Eleanor asked. You don't, said Agatha, looking at Eleanor as though she'd asked how to circumvent gravity.
Once a hunter has caught the trail of a witch who's upset the natural order, he won't stop until that witch has been killed.
And what if he has the wrong witch? Asked Bellamy, glancing at Fiona.
Our best hope is to find whoever is responsible and hand that witch over to the hunter.
At those words, Fiona's stomach turned. She couldn't imagine handing one of her own kind over to a hunter to be slaughtered, even if that witch had been summoning demons to kill innocent mortals. Agatha shook her head and clasped her hands in front of her.
It's a nasty business, but it's the only way. Hunters do not kill indiscriminately. They want to be sure that they've found the witch responsible before they eliminate him or her. Otherwise, they'd risk starting a war.
Fiona glanced over at Eleanor, who looked as queasy as she felt. How were they supposed to identify the real killer when even the police were baffled? "What should I do in the meantime?" asked Fiona, feeling suddenly helpless.
My advice is to stay away from your hunter, at least until the real culprit is found. When the killer is exposed, the hunter will do his work and be gone.
Chapter 13. Soldiers of Righteousness. By the next morning, the fog had lifted, but it had left an ominous chill in its wake. The sky was an opaque, overcast gray, and it felt as though mountain shadow had once again been thrust into the dark of winter. Fiona wore leggings and boots under her dress and hugged her arms around her as she walked down Main Street to open the shop. Eleanor had decided to walk with her. Her excuse was that she had to meet the woman who sold them the beeswax for their concoctions, but Fiona suspected she was only keeping her company in case she crossed paths with Gabriel. Oddly, Fiona didn't feel afraid. Her whole body was still in shock that they had a hunter next door, and even if he suspected Fiona, it seemed unlikely that he would try to kill her walking down Main Street in broad daylight. As they drew closer to the center of town, Fiona noticed a rumble of voices and an unusual amount of activity for such an early hour. Looking over to the patch of grass that surrounded the pavilion, Fiona saw around 24 people milling around the town square. They were all dressed in white t-shirts and holding up handmade signs. It seemed to be some kind of demonstration, though she couldn't think what they were protesting. "What's going on?" Eleanor wondered aloud. Fiona shook her head. They were too far away to read the signs, but as she drew closer, a large wooden cross bobbed over the heads of the crowd. As they came up on the square, Fiona saw that their signs bore messages like, "Satan not welcome here," and "Repent for your sins, Mountain Shadow." A man dressed like a preacher was standing on the corner reading aloud from the Bible. His voice rang out across the street, and a few people stopped and stared. "When the 1,000 years are over, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations in the 4 corners of the earth and gather them for battle. In number they are like the sand on the seashore." Fiona looked down the street where Martha Mayberry was standing on the corner outside her shop. She was watching the protest with a dour expression, swathed in a red Christmas sweater with an enormous shaggy wreath on the chest. As they crossed the street, Fiona smiled and raised her eyebrows. Martha smiled back, but it didn't quite meet her eyes. "Who are these people?" Eleanor asked her.
They call themselves the Soldiers of Righteousness.
Fiona knew that as a godly woman, Martha couldn't bring herself to criticize the protesters, but she disapproved nonetheless. The preacher seemed to sense he was being watched and raised his voice a notch.
"Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell."
"Do you know why they're here?" Fiona asked, working to keep her tone neutral. She'd worked next door to her church-going Christian neighbor for years, and she didn't want to offend her.
The Kansas Church of the Plains sent out an email bulletin calling for a pray-in, Martha explained in a hushed tone. Apparently, word spread that the Reverend had been possessed.
Gee, I wonder how that rumor got out, Eleanor mumbled. But Martha didn't notice the sarcasm. She just shook her head and sighed. They traveled all the way here from Kansas? Said Fiona.
Oh, they travel all over to pray.
They seem to be gearing up for more than that, Eleanor observed.
Yes, said Martha. They are circulating an email among their congregants that Mountain Shadow has become a
Martha's face quivered in indignation.
A hotbed of satanic activity.
What? Martha nodded.
They think these killings are the work of demons.
She shivered at her own pronouncement and shuffled back toward her shop.
Pray for us, girls.
We will, Eleanor called, cracking a wry grin. Well, she said to Fiona, they're not wrong. That demon is working for a witch, said Fiona, and it's up to us to figure out who. While she'd heard of witches who worshipped Satan, the actual devil was, as far as she knew, little more than a Christian fairy tale. Demons were magical creatures just like any others, and they were pretty harmless as long as they stayed in the underworld. The Kansas Church of the Plains, Fiona mused. Why does that name sound so familiar? Eleanor shot her a dark look. Because they're not a church. They're a hate group. They're the ones who come to protest every year during Pride. That's them? Eleanor nodded. We need to get to the bottom of this. Agreed. The two of them said goodbye, and Fiona unlocked the door to the apothecary. As tourists began to emerge from their B&Bs and make their way downtown for breakfast, the shouts and prayers from the soldiers of righteousness seemed to grow louder and louder. By 9 or 10, a small crowd had gathered around the square. People were snapping photos and watching the protest with a sort of disapproving fascination. While the influx of tourists on Main Street would normally bring in lots of extra business, the hullabaloo in the square seemed to have drawn a lot of the foot traffic away from the apothecary. Those who weren't gawking at the protesters made a wide circle around to the other side of the street, skirting around the protest and all the shops in the vicinity. As the day dragged on, the protesters' shouts of condemnation and hellfire started to get to Fiona. As much as she tried to focus on inventory or making another batch of healing salve, she couldn't shake the quiver in her bones. Around 11, the bell over Fiona's door dinged. Her nerves were already stretched to the breaking point, and the noise startled her so much that she dropped the jar she was trying to fill. The jar shattered on the floor, and hot oil splashed all over her workbench. Shit, Fiona hissed, as oil burned the side of her hand. She looked up. A woman had just entered the shop. She had stringy blonde hair that hung down to her shoulders in disorderly straw-like chunks. She was dressed in khakis and a wrinkled blue button-down that made her look sloppy and disheveled. "Oh, I'm sorry," the woman cried, sounding very distressed. "Oh, it's all right," Fiona smiled, not wanting to scare off her only customer. How can I help you?" She stammered not because of the angry red burn, but because of the woman's flighty energy. Her eyes were darting haphazardly along the shelves, and Fiona could sense the disordered vibrations the ether inside her was sending out. The woman trailed off, not meeting Fiona's gaze. Pulling on her most reassuring smile, Fiona walked around the workbench. It wasn't the first time she'd had a customer who was intimidated by the vast array of bottles. "I know it can be a little overwhelming," said Fiona. "Is there something specific I can help you with?" The woman met Fiona's gaze with a pair of watery gray eyes. Her fair skin was mottled by angry patches of eczema, and she looked as though she hadn't been sleeping. The woman shivered, her eyes darting around. The woman took a deep breath. I just feel anxious all the time. I've been having bad dreams, and I feel as though I could crawl out of my skin. I have a tea that might be able to help with that, said Fiona, pulling a metal tin off the shelf. It's a mix of passion flower, lemon balm, chamomile, and valerian root. The woman took the tin with shaking hands, examining the list of ingredients. If that doesn't work, come see me again and we'll try something else. Okay. The woman held on to the tea, but hesitated. Was there something else? Fiona asked. Any other problems you're experiencing? The woman didn't say anything for several seconds, but when she finally met Fiona's gaze, her eyes were full of desperation. She was staring at her with a look that chilled her to the bone, and Fiona felt a sudden surge of empathy. Clearly, something was troubling her deeply, but Fiona didn't know what to say. A normal person would mind her own business and just let the woman walk out of the shop, but Fiona felt a stirring deep within her heart. She thought she might be able to help, though doing so carried some risks. Could I try something? Fiona asked. The woman nodded, still looking troubled. Fiona took a deep breath and let it out, trying to release her own anxiety. Aether was the animating force that flowed through all living things. It was always circulating, churning, and changing in response to the environment. Having the ability to manipulate the ether meant that Fiona could augment the energy of animals without much trouble, but she'd never tried it on another person other than Eleanor or Bee. It was risky trying to disrupt the ether in any living thing, but the woman was in such a desperate state that Fiona felt the urge to help. What's your name? Wanda. Wanda. I'm Fiona. Reaching out with both her hands, she held them out in front of her body a few inches from Wanda's shoulders. Instead of the slight warmth or tingling she usually sensed in a mortal, she felt a chilly, pulsating darkness combined with a strong internal resistance. Take a deep breath, she whispered to Wanda, trying to help the woman relax. Wanda's shoulders rose as she slowly filled her lungs. Fiona synced her breathing with Wanda's and allowed her eyes to close. In her mind's eye, she saw the ether inside her growing warmer and brighter with each inhalation, until it fanned out and made contact with the murky ether that was swirling in Wanda's veins. But then something happened that she'd never experienced. Rather than being able to envelop Wanda's choppy ether with her own, Wanda seemed to leap from her body and entangle itself with Fiona's. In an instant, Fiona was stuck. Her ether locked with Wanda's. It seemed to be trying to find a path back to Fiona, but Wanda's was stuck to it like molasses. The more Fiona tried to control it, the more enmeshed the two became. She pulled her hands back as though she'd been burned, and she felt her own ether rebound. She tried to smile, but inside she was terrified. There was something wrong with Wanda's ether, something horribly familiar. But within seconds of disconnecting, Fiona was overcome by fogginess. She couldn't remember what she'd urgently known only a few seconds before. Something had left her ether scrambled and simultaneously clouded her mind. She shook her head, going over to the register and trying desperately to remember. She'd just forgotten something important, or been made to forget. 1962, she stammered, ringing up the tea. Wanda pulled a wallet out of her purse with shaky hands and produced a crisp $20 bill. Fiona rang it up with the cash register and reached out to hand Wanda her change. As she did, her fingers brushed against the side of Wanda's hand, and Fiona felt a jolt of misery and despair. She drew her hand away with a gasp, heart pounding in her chest. Now she knew where she'd felt that toxic pull of ether. It was the same all-consuming darkness that she'd felt during the cleansing. She opened her mouth to say something to Wanda, but the woman was already gone. The bell above the door dinged as she fled, and the shouts of the protesters floated into her shop. Filled with a sudden burst of rage, Fiona strode over to the door and slammed it shut with a bang. Her heart was hammering in her throat, her whole body vibrating with fear. She gripped the door frame to steady herself. There was no reason to think the worst. But then she glanced out the window and caught sight of a familiar face. It was staring at her through the shop window, blurred by the fog of her breath on the glass. A black Viper was parked in the fire lane, and Gabriel was standing on the other side. His gaze met Fiona's as she rubbed the glass clean, and another shiver traveled down her spine. His eyes lingered on her for several seconds before he climbed back into his car. Fiona watched him drive off with a renewed sense of foreboding. She didn't know how long Gabriel had been parked there, but she knew that the hunter was watching her. Chapter 14. Brick Dust and Dimes. It was nearly dark by the time the protesters dispersed from the square. Fiona had waited inside her empty shop just so she would not have to walk past them again. There was something about the soldiers of righteousness that set her on edge, besides their reputation for intolerance. When she'd walked past the preacher on the corner that morning, she'd had a feeling that she'd been branded somehow. She knew it had to be her imagination. They couldn't know she was a witch. But still, she felt extremely uneasy that the Kansas Church of the Plains congregants had flooded into the town. The streets were nearly empty as she ambled down the hill toward her house. The brief warmth of the afternoon was gone, and the chill had chased the tourists indoors. Most of the shops had closed for the evening, and those who were still out had packed into warm bars and restaurants. The sun had sunk below the mountains, throwing the whole town into a gloomy gray twilight. As Fiona approached the last block of businesses, she felt a tingle along the back of her neck. She quickened her pace and drew her sweater more tightly as a surge of uneasiness swept up her chest. Just as she passed the last narrow alley, she heard the shuffle of footsteps coming up from behind her. She turned to look over her shoulder, and her stomach dropped. Her eyes followed the scuffed pair of motorcycle boots up to a face that stole the air from her lungs. Gabriel was standing in the shadow of an awning, hands thrust into the pockets of a leather jacket. His dark head was bowed against the chilly wind, but those penetrating blue eyes were locked on her. Fiona glanced around. The two of them were alone. If she screamed, there was a chance that someone might hear her, but by then it would be too late. Hunters killed quickly and with complete precision. They were born assassins. "Fiona," he said in a low, deadly voice. There it was again, an undeniable attraction mixed with the impulse to run, or to fight. It had to be some hunter pheromone that drew her in, as her own instincts fought against it. Fiona just stood there, glaring up at Gabriel. She refused to cower in fear. Drawing ether from the nearby trees, she felt it work its way underground. It passed from the tree roots through the earth to her feet, where she moved it up her calves to her core. There it gathered, swirled, and grew, merging with the ether in her body. She felt a tingle as it worked down her arms, all the way to her fingertips. If Gabriel threatened her, if he so much as moved, she wouldn't hesitate to hurt him. "What are you doing here?" Fiona asked sharply. "I could ask you the same question." For a moment they just stared at each other, and Fiona felt her senses sharpen. She could smell him, the leather jacket, cedar oil, and a light musk underlying everything. The way he was studying her, muscles tensed, was the dance of predator and prey. "You shouldn't be out here all alone," he said. Not with a killer on the loose. I'm not afraid, Fiona shot back, her words coming out much bolder than she felt. This is my town. It can feel that way at times, said Gabriel, cocking his head to the side. That we belong to a town or that a town belongs to us. But the truth is, the world is impersonal. We don't belong to it, and it doesn't belong to us. We're all just travelers passing through. Maybe you are, said Fiona defiantly, jutting out her chin. But I think people do belong to places, and then there are people who don't belong anywhere. I could agree to that, he said, slowly withdrawing a hand from his pocket. Fiona's heart flew into overdrive. She didn't know what she was expecting, maybe that he would draw a weapon. But Gabriel's hand was empty. He lifted his arm and ran his fingers through his hair, not taking his eyes off her. There's an evil in this town that shouldn't exist. Somebody has to stop it. What do you want? Fiona whispered. Her whole body felt like a powder keg just waiting to explode. I want to know more about you, he said, cracking a grin that bordered on sinister. After all, my brother seems quite... His eyes flashed. Quite taken with you. Fiona's nostrils flared in disgust. Now he was just messing with her. He's a good guy, my brother. I'm just looking out for him. Wesley's a big boy, said Fiona coldly. I think he can look out for himself. Nah. Gabriel made a face. That's the hazard of being a nice guy in his line of work. He only ever sees the best in people. Sometimes he gets burned. Whereas you only see the worst. It wasn't a question. Her fingers were throbbing with barely contained ether, and it was taking every ounce of her self-control not to blast Gabriel into oblivion. He shrugged. That's the hazard in my line of work. Rare weapons dealing? Fiona asked, her innocent tone laced with venom. Gabriel narrowed his eyes, and Fiona knew she was playing with fire. Rare weapons dealing is what I do, he said. It isn't who I am. Right, said Fiona, cracking a smirk. You're just his asshole brother who corners women in dark alleys. She turned to go, her shoulder blades tensed, and heard his footsteps behind her. Fiona wheeled around, her smile gone, and glared up at him with the full force of her rage. Don't you dare follow me home. I am staying in the house next to yours. I don't care if you're staying in my crawl space with the mice, she spat. I better not see you standing outside my shop or anywhere near my home. He opened his mouth in an angry retort, but in that moment, Fiona lost control. A rogue burst of ether escaped from her body, and a hurricane-force wind slammed into Gabriel. The concentrated ether had merged with the wind, compounding its power tenfold. It knocked Gabriel clean off his feet, and he sailed back in a flurry of dead leaves. Gabriel hit the ground on his back, and suddenly she was staring at his boots. Fiona dragged in a sharp burst of air, her body thrumming with the odd pleasure of release. At first, she thought she'd knocked him out cold, but then Gabriel raised his head. His accusatory blue eyes were more smug than angry, and a feeling of panic raced through her. She'd lost control. She'd used the elements against a hunter. She had to get the hell out of there. Stay away from me, Fiona growled, turning and walking away as fast as she could. If Gabriel had been looking for evidence that she was a witch, Fiona had just provided it. Fiona's first instinct was to turn and run, but she didn't want to go home. Gabriel would be back at Wesley's soon, and she couldn't stand the thought of being just on the other side of the fence. Turning to look over her shoulder, Fiona darted down the adjacent street and teleported straight to Bees. She reappeared along the side of the house, hidden by an overgrown honeysuckle bush. She came around to the front of the house and pounded on the door. Beatrix looked out on her third knock, her dark eyes wide with concern. When she saw Fiona standing on her porch, she opened the door, and Fiona ducked inside. "Close the door," Fiona gasped, dizzy and nauseous from teleportation. As she passed the hall mirror, she caught a glimpse of her reflection. Her face was flushed from the ether she'd released, and her dark curls were badly windblown. "Fiona!" Bea gasped, brows knitting together. "What's—" But Fiona was already moving through the living room, drawing the shades to hide them from view. "A hunter," Fiona breathed, still feeling slightly queasy. "Wesley's brother." "Wesley?" Bea repeated. "As in, your neighbor Wesley?" Fiona nodded, pacing back and forth. Her heart was racing, her lungs were heaving, and she could feel the ether surging through her veins. "What's going on out here?" came Rose's voice. "Oh, Fiona, I thought I heard you out here." "What's this about a hunter?" Bea interrupted, still watching Fiona with apprehension. "Wesley, my neighbor, his brother is a hunter, and he knows that I'm a witch." "What?" Rose stood stock still outside the kitchen. To Fiona, she looked frailer than usual, and she felt a sharp pang of regret. Working with the elements required energy, and fighting the demon had taken a toll on Rose. "His name is Gabriel," Fiona added, sinking down on the couch to the squeak of the plastic cover. "He's a member of the Brotherhood of Kincardineshire. He told me and Bellamy he was just in town visiting, but I know he's here because of the murders." Fiona dragged in a shaky breath. "I saw him watching me from outside my shop. I was walking home when—" She broke off. She wasn't sure how to explain what had happened. "Did he hurt you?" Bea asked, her voice deceptively quiet. Beatrix had the uncanny ability to seem perfectly calm up to the second before she flew off the rails. Fiona shook her head. "No, not exactly." When she replayed their conversation in her mind, it all seemed ordinary enough. Gabriel hadn't threatened her or tried anything. She was the one who'd lost control. It was the way he looked at her, smug and threatening. She knew he could have killed her right then if he'd wanted to. "It's all right, child," said Rose, wobbling over to sit next to Fiona and patting the top of her hand. "You don't have to explain." She eased herself onto the couch with a quiet groan of plastic. "I had a few tangles with witch hunters in my day. Hunters from the Brotherhood were especially persistent." "So you've dealt with them before?" Fiona asked, enveloped by a sense of relief. "Oh, yes," said Rose, bobbing her head. "Back in the 90s, when we lived in New Orleans and had the shop on Dumaine, the South was still in the grips of the satanic panic. We lost a lot of business, all root workers did, and I had a hunter stalking me." She looked over at Beatrix. "That's when you was just a little thing." "You never told me that," said Bea, sinking down in the chair opposite Rose. "Well, I didn't want to scare you none," said Rose indignantly, waving her hand. "You had the worst nightmares as a child. One time, I was picking you up from a friend's house. I dropped you off early so I could give Miss Linney a ride to the hospital, and I noticed this man was following us home." She looked off in the distance, shaking her head. "Phew, I was so scared. I drove around the block 3 or 4 times. Then I said to myself, 'Rosie, you is not gonna risk leading this man back to your house where your grandbaby sleeps at night.'" "So what did you do?" asked Bea, staring at her Nana transfixed. "I'll tell you what I did," Rose chuckled. "I drove straight down to the nearest church. I parked under the brightest light I could find and brought Beatrix inside with me. Eventually, The man lost interest and drove off. Guess he figured no God-fearing woman who'd walk on hallowed ground could possibly be a witch." Fiona wanted to laugh and cry, all at the same time. Imagining Rose being stalked by a hunter gave her a chill, but it made her feel better to know that even hunters could be outsmarted. "And did he leave you alone?" "Eventually," said Rose. "There was another witch he was looking for down in the French Quarter, who was performing miracles on mortal customers for a fee. She was like you." Rose nodded at Fiona. "She could draw ether from other living things, and she was drawing a lot to heal people whose time had come." Fiona and Bee exchanged an uneasy look. "It's only when the natural order gets thrown out of balance or a mortal gets killed that a hunter darkens your door. I guess he figured it wasn't me. I never saw him again." Beatrix breathed a long sigh of relief, clearly shaken by Rose's story. "I think Gabriel is following me," said Fiona after a moment. "Creep," mumbled Bee, shaking her head so that her gold hoop earrings swayed. "I think he suspects I'm involved with these murders." "This hunter's gonna be a problem for you," said Rose. "Agatha just said to stay out of his way." "That only works so long as the hunter stays out of your way," said Rose matter-of-factly. "That's never gonna happen if he thinks you killed those mortals." Fiona's heart sank. She'd been afraid of that. "The best advice I can give you is to learn how to protect yourself." "How?" asked Fiona. It was all well and good to put Gabriel on his back when he was standing right across from her. He hadn't planned on killing her. If he really wanted to hurt Fiona, he'd wait until she least expected it. Pulling herself up out of her chair, Rose ambled into the kitchen. Bee and Fiona followed at a distance, watching as Rose climbed up on her step stool and pulled an enormous glass pickle jar down off the shelf. It was full of a fine reddish powder that left a film of orange dust along the inside of the glass. "Brick dust across your threshold," said Rose, heaving the jar onto the counter. "That's your first line of defense." Fiona glanced at Bee, who rolled her eyes. Brick dust was Rose's defense for any evil, magic or mortal, that might try to darken her door. Like salt, it could absorb tainted ether and redirect it to block the intruder. She held up a finger to tell them to wait while she shuffled into the mudroom. There was a set of wooden shelves back there laden with boxes that contained, in Bee's words, all sorts of junk. Fiona heard some clanking and rolling as Rose rummaged for whatever she was looking for. "I already gave Eleanor a mojo to wear," said Rose, limping back into the room. "She wearing it?" "She never takes it off." "Good," said Rose in a satisfied voice. "I made that special to ward off demons, but demons are not your problem." She caught Fiona's glance with a twinkle in her eye, and Fiona got the feeling that Rose was in on a secret she hadn't bothered to share. "This is what you need." She held up what she had in her hand, a small silver coin threaded on what looked like an old shoestring. "What is it?" asked Bee, wrinkling her nose. "Lord, child, it's a mercury dime. Have I taught you nothing?" She turned back to Fiona. "Wear this around your ankle." Fiona took the pendant from Rose. It was an actual dime from 1942, with the face of Lady Liberty wearing a winged cap. "It's Lady Liberty, all right, but in our circle it represents Mercury, messenger of the gods," said Rose. "It will protect you from those who might want to do you harm." The coin felt very heavy for its size, and Fiona would have sworn she could feel the protective pulse of ether trapped inside. Rose seemed to be waiting for something. "Now?" asked Fiona. "Yes, now." Fiona bent down and unzipped her boot, tying the dime around her ankle. You let me know if it falls off now, said Rose. That means it's taken a hit for you. Thank you, said Fiona, hoping her tone conveyed her gratitude. She had to admit she was a little disappointed, but Rose was old school, and her folk magic worked. She'd handled her fair share of nefarious people, hunters and mortals alike. Fiona had been hoping for a bit more hocus-pocus, maybe a chicken foot or two, but it seemed she was not going to get it. If this man keeps bothering you, you come to me, said Rose. I'm more than willing to do some work on this hunter of yours, but so far he's done nothing but come up to you in the street. Fiona glanced at Bee, who looked resigned to hearing one of the speeches she knew by heart. If you're gonna work the elements on someone, the work has got to be justified. That's what keeps the natural order. So far, he's done nothing to bring you harm, so it wouldn't be justified, you see. Fiona nodded. Rose should have had her favorite saying embroidered on a pillow. For decades, she'd been calling upon her ancestors for help in bending the elements to her will, and she only had one rule. The work must be justified. I'll call Bellamy and have him walk Eleanor over as soon as he's done with his shift, said Bee. You two are spending the night. Chapter 15. The Devil's Doorstep. You really gonna drag that jar of dust all the way to the cafe? Bee asked, pulling a fake leather jacket over her tank top and hopping over the line of brick dust Rose had drawn across their own threshold. Well, we didn't drive here, said Fiona, hefting the pickle jar in her arm. I don't really have a choice. She and Eleanor had spent the night at Bee's, and the three of them were going to breakfast together before Fiona and Eleanor opened the shop. Bee gave Fiona a skeptical look. You really think that old folk magic is going to keep your hunter at bay? You don't, said Eleanor, sounding surprised. Bee tossed her a sidelong look. Girl, please. The man was born to hunt witches. He's not going to stop hassling Fiona just because you scatter some clay dust at your door. Growing up in Rose's household, Bee had learned to control the elements with the help of the old folk magic. But deep down, she was a highly practical person, a PhD student who was paying her way through school by waiting tables at the Rusty Spoon. Then what should I do? Fiona sighed. I'll tell you what I would do. Bee cast her a dark look. Cut his brakes. Poison his coffee. I'd do whatever I needed to do to send him back to Denver with his tail between his legs. Fiona rolled her eyes. I'm serious, said Bee in a forceful voice. If he came near me or anyone in my family. She shook her head. He'd be pouring brick dust in front of his door. It doesn't sound like he's actually done anything yet, said Eleanor, besides lurking creepily in the alley. Yet, Bee repeated. And why give him the chance? You know he didn't drive down from Denver to help his brother or look at artifacts. He came to Mountain Shadow to kill a witch. I can't be the one to fire the first shot, said Fiona. It could be the shot that starts a war. Oh, there's gonna be a war, said Bee darkly. And it's gonna happen with or without your help. They'd just crested the hill leading up Main Street, from which they could see the town square. The soldiers of righteousness were out in full force, and the crowd downtown seemed to have grown. They'd had some T-shirts printed up that said, "Repent now," and were still waving their signs at passers-by. You want to help me work up a nice tornado? Asked Bee. Or maybe an earthquake that swallows them up. Fiona snorted. If you're gonna do the work, then the work must be justified, Bee and Eleanor echoed. Lord, I know it. Bee laughed. That old woman is gonna be the death of me. But seriously, how long are they gonna stand there yelling? Don't they have someplace to be? You would think, said Fiona, her stomach tightening with unease as they passed the square. The same pastor was standing on the corner, screaming in his shirt sleeves. He was going prematurely bald and had a stern, round face. He met Fiona's gaze as they passed, and his eyes seemed to lock on hers. "The abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone." "Yikes," said B, putting an arm around Fiona and leading her in a wide circle around the square. "Shit must be getting serious if they're pulling out the fire and brimstone." Fiona smiled, but inside she felt cold. Usually, on a nice day like that one, the store owners would have the doors to their shops wide open. They'd be out with their sandwich boards and sample trays trying to coax the steady trickle of early-season tourists inside. Instead, the shop owners had their doors firmly shut to muffle the sounds of whoremongers and murderers. Even Nigel, who owned the Nut Hut, had shuttered the window from which he sold paper cones of roasted nuts. Parents were hurrying their children away from the snack bar that sold cotton candy and funnel cakes, and instead of opening their wallets to buy scented candles, homemade fudge, and I Heart Colorado keychains, tourists were watching the protests transfixed, or else scurrying off to their next destination. The town was changing before Fiona's eyes, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Less than 100 yards from the Fireside Cafe, the three of them found their path blocked by a cluster of fit-looking people in yoga pants. They were gathered at the foot of the stairs that led up to, my goodness, the yoga studio on the second floor. An ambulance was parked outside the building, and Fiona could hear more sirens in the distance. EMTs were carrying a stretcher out to the ambulance, and a feeling of dread crashed over her. Not another dead body. Eleanor stepped off the sidewalk to cut around the ambulance, but Fiona stopped dead in her tracks. She'd just caught sight of the woman on the stretcher. It was Wanda, the woman who'd visited her apothecary. Only Wanda wasn't dead. Her face was red, almost purple, and she was thrashing from side to side. Her arms and legs were strapped to the stretcher, and it was all the paramedics could do to keep her from flying right off. "He's in me! He's in me!" Wanda screamed, her voice weak and torn. As the EMTs carried her across the sidewalk, the crowd parted to let her pass. They were mostly women who, by the looks of it, had had their yoga class brought to a screeching halt. A few of them clasped their hands over their mouths. One woman had dissolved into tears. "Fiona?" Eleanor waved at her from the middle of the street, trying to get her attention. "Fee!" Finally, Fiona looked up. A car was coming down the street. It had slowed to a crawl at the side of the ambulance, but Fiona was blocking its path. Gradually returning to her senses, Fiona edged in closer to the sidewalk to allow the car to pass. She turned to a woman standing off to the side and touched her lightly on the arm. "Excuse me, do you know what happened?" The woman shook her head. "She just collapsed in the middle of class and started convulsing on her mat. I thought maybe she was epileptic, but she's been screaming about being possessed." Fiona gripped her jar of brick dust tighter, feeling suddenly very weak. "Possessed?" The woman nodded, tossing a baleful glance across the street at the protest. "I'm sure that's not helping." "Yeah," said Fiona, forcing a grim smile and walking away. "You coming?" B called. She was standing a few paces down the street with Eleanor, clearly growing impatient. "I'm starving and there's already a wait." "Yeah," said Fiona, glancing once more at the ambulance, where Wanda's lower half was visible. Her insides were clenched with an all-consuming dread, and she felt completely helpless. If Wanda was possessed by a demon, that made her the fourth in Mountain Shadow. No doctor would be able to help her. She'd continue to be tormented, and if the killer's pattern continued, Wanda would soon be dead. The somber mood that had fallen over the town lasted until late Friday night. Those who hadn't witnessed Wanda's fit heard about it from their friends. That, combined with the continued protests, had cloaked the town in a shadow of foreboding. Even those who didn't believe in demonic possession were worried about the rumors. They seemed to think they could cause a downturn in Mountain Shadow's summer tourism. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. But when Eleanor returned home from the grocery store that night, she reported that Wanda had been released from the 24-hour psych hold in Colorado Springs. She'd undergone an exorcism later that evening, spurred by a friend on the Soldiers of Righteousness bandwagon. It had been administered by an overzealous Catholic priest who'd driven up from Pueblo. If the rumors were to be believed, the exorcism had done the trick. Fiona was relieved that Wanda had recovered, but she still felt uneasy as she made her way to the shop Saturday morning. The air was pleasantly cool, and the daffodils were out in their full, buttery bonnets. Birds were singing, tulips nodded in the breeze, and still Fiona couldn't shake the sense that something was very, very wrong. Few people were out and about that early, and the town seemed particularly quiet. But as she crested the hill a block from her shop, she heard a familiar rumble of voices that struck fear into her heart. Squinting over to the pavilion, she was surprised to not see the Soldiers of Righteousness gathered. The town square was completely empty, but the voices had to be coming from somewhere. Her gaze followed the echo of dissent until it landed on a crowd in baggy white t-shirts. Fiona's mouth went dry. At least 24 men and women were huddled outside her shop. A small crowd of onlookers was beginning to gather. Now she knew why the square was empty. She cast a desperate glance at the other shops, but there was little doubt about whom they were targeting as she approached the apothecary. The congregants had made up new signs for the day. Several had stuck with the fire and brimstone theme, but a few made direct mention of witches. "Repent or burn, witch!" shouted a portly man once Fiona was within earshot. The other protesters turned and raised their signs, invigorated at the sight of Fiona. She stopped, heart pounding but still confused. Why were they outside her shop? "Mountain Shadow is no place for Satan. Go home, witch!" "What are you doing here?" Fiona called, finally finding her voice. A woman near the front hoisted her sign, her face flushed with religious fervor. "We are here to drive out evil and save Mountain Shadow from damnation." Fiona let out a long, slow breath, her fear morphing into anger. "Get away from my shop." "We have every right to be here," said a gray-haired man near the front, glaring at Fiona with smugness and hate. "This is a public sidewalk. We're just exercising our First Amendment rights." "You can't block the entrance to my shop," said Fiona in a loud, unwavering voice, "and you cannot harass my customers." The old man held up his hands in an infuriating gesture of surrender. "We're just providing a public service, a warning that they might be corrupted by Satan." Fiona rolled her eyes. "Satan's not here, but I'll be sure to tell him you came by." This incited a fresh wave of jeers. "We do have an assortment of moisturizing salves and a lavender mint lip balm that's sure to knock your socks off." "That must be what you told Wanda McGibbons," the man retorted, "before she felt the devil inside her." He raised his voice and stepped away from the crowd, so even those across the street could see him. "Wanda McGibbons had to be hospitalized after patronizing this woman's shop." "I gave her a tea to soothe her nerves," Fiona snapped. Her face had grown very hot. "This woman sowed the seeds of the devil inside her." "Oh boy," Fiona muttered, shoving past one plump woman waving a sign in her face. Ignoring the sweat dripping down her back, she pulled out her keys and tried to fit it into the lock, despite the shakiness of her hands. Upon seeing that Fiona had every intention of opening, The crowd seemed to grow more agitated. They took up their signs and started to chant, "Repent! Save your soul! Drive the devil out of Mountain Shadow!" The preacher's voice rose over the crowd as he held his Bible up toward the sky. "Lord, even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil." Fiona's heart pounded harder as her key scraped against the lock. Tears were burning in her eyes, and she was sweating through her blue cotton dress. All right," said a familiar voice, rising up over the chants of the crowd. "Move aside." Wiping the tears from under her eyes, Fiona turned to look over her shoulder. It was impossible to see the person who'd just arrived through the thicket of signs, but she could just make out flashing red and blue lights. "We have every right to be here," said the same man who'd confronted Fiona. 15 feet. It's a city ordinance." The voice was businesslike and unperturbed. "You have to stay 15 feet from the door of any business, and you are not allowed to block foot traffic. It's our First Amendment right to be here, and you can exercise your First Amendment right 15 feet away." A moment later, the crowd parted, and Fiona saw Wesley swimming toward her through a sea of white t-shirts. Although she knew Wesley wasn't working that weekend, he'd come dressed in his police uniform. He must have driven over straight after his shift. His eyes were rimmed in deep, dark circles, and he had a slight 5 o'clock shadow. Fiona could have melted at the sight of his friendly face. "Thank you," she said, her shoulders slumping as she stared up at Wesley with gratitude. Just then, the key slipped into the lock, and she managed to get the door open. She hurried inside and Wesley followed, grinning at her in surprise. "I don't know what you did to get the soldiers of righteousness this riled up, but I'd sure like to hear about it." Fiona cracked a smile, but her heart was still pounding. "It's not a very interesting story." "It is if you're in it." Fiona let out a dark laugh, though inside she felt like crying. She just caught sight of a sign with a hand drawing of a stick figure being burned in red and orange flames. Her lower lip trembled, but she bit down hard to stop it from shaking. She refused to be intimidated. "You could be in for a rough day," said Wesley, gazing out the window. "I can't stop a peaceful demonstration, but I can enforce the law." "No, that's okay," said Fiona, trying again to smile but not quite managing it. "You should go home. I know you're off the clock." "I'm gonna stick around for a bit, just to make sure they aren't harassing you or your customers any more than the law allows." Fiona tilted her head to the side, fixing him with a serious look. "Wesley, you just came off your shift. You should go home and sleep." "I don't mind," he said, stifling a yawn. Fiona knew that Wesley meant it, but she could look out for herself. Besides, seeing that she had local law enforcement on her side would only make the soldiers of righteousness that much more determined to shut her down. "I appreciate you coming over here," she said, "and I'd love for you to stay, but your being here is only going to stoke their anger and make them stick around longer." Wesley didn't respond right away. He just glanced out at the protesters and then back at Fiona. "If they can't get a rise out of me, they'll get bored," she reasoned. "I'm sure they'll find some other purveyor of satanic evil to pester before the day is out." Wesley held her in a long stare. He knew that she was right. He moved to go, looking slightly put out, but stopped just short of the door. He turned around and handed her his card. "You call me if you have any trouble." "I will. I mean it, Fiona. Call me first, then 911. I can be here in 5 minutes." "Thanks." He opened the door and shot her one last glance, and Fiona felt her heart sink. She'd meant what she said. She didn't need Wesley, and his presence would only make things worse. But now that he was actually gone, she realized just how much stronger she'd felt having a friend by her side. Fiona was tempted to call Eleanor, but she didn't want to bother her. She'd been through enough without the stress of having an angry mob at their door. Determined to carry on business as usual, Fiona settled in for the day. She took down all the jars and bottles and dusted the shelves. She labeled some older product for clearance and was just about to dive into her bookkeeping when she heard a horrible scream down the street. Heart racing, she got to her feet and ran over to the window. Wanda McGivens had joined the crowd. She was drowning in one of their oversized t-shirts and holding a sign Fiona couldn't read.
"She's a witch!" Wanda yelled, pointing toward the shop. "When she came close, I felt the devil inside me."
As she shouted, the preacher on the corner started to pray, his low voice rising up beneath Wanda's. It created a sinister-sounding accompaniment to her rant that made Fiona's hair stand on end. Her heart thumped harder. She couldn't believe this was happening. Odds were that no one in town would believe a word Wanda said. The woman looked and sounded batshit crazy. But with a murderer on the loose and a hunter next door, the last thing Fiona needed was a woman crying witch. Watching from the window, Fiona saw a few of her fellow shop owners emerge from their stores and try to make the protesters disperse. Fiona was grateful for their help, but part of her wished they'd go back inside. Now the merchants and the protesters were yelling at each other, and the crowd of bystanders was growing.
"She needs to leave," Wanda continued. "You must not allow her to stay here."
"You're the one who needs to leave," said Nigel from the Nut Hut. "Your hate is not welcome here."
"Sinners should not be welcome here," Wanda broke in. "You're standing at the devil's door, and yet you choose to be condemned to hell."
Fiona rolled her eyes and started to pace. There went any chance of her getting any more work done. Stressed and hemmed in on all sides by protesters, she couldn't leave. And no customers were going to cross a picket line with a gang of Bible thumpers shouting about Satan. She stopped pacing for a moment, trying to think. She felt as though she had an elephant sitting on her chest. As she stood there, the roar of the crowd grew, and she heard what sounded like two people arguing. She would not leave. She could not leave. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction. She was about ready to curl up in a ball behind the counter when the bell over the door dinged. "Hell's bells!" Eleanor shouted, slamming the door behind her. Fiona wheeled around, nearly crying in relief. She could have kissed her sister. Eleanor was dressed in a pair of ripped jeans, Converse sneakers, and a System of a Down concert tee. With her surly expression and nails painted black, Eleanor might as well have flown in on a broomstick, wearing a sign that said, "Devil Worshipper." She flicked her hand, shaking her head, and Fiona saw water droplets fly off. "They doused me in holy water. Holy water!" She shook her head. "Good thing you banished my demon. Why didn't you tell me they were protesting here?" "I didn't want you to worry," said Fiona, knowing it was a lame excuse as soon as she said it out loud. "Fiona," Eleanor scolded, "we're business partners, and if something is happening with the business, I need to be in the loop." "You're right. I'm sorry." She and Eleanor were sisters first, business partners second, but she had no right to hide what was going on at the store. They were in this together. "Have they been here since you opened?" "They were here before I got here." Eleanor waved her arms in exasperation. "I can't believe you've been here for 2 whole hours dealing with this by yourself." "I wasn't by myself," she mumbled. "Nigel and some counter-protesters were here for a while, and Wesley showed up. He told the protesters they couldn't block foot traffic." "And how's that working out for you?" Fiona didn't have to look outside to know that the protesters had once again swarmed the entrance, forming a shield against the townspeople who had turned out in support of her. She could still hear the chants of fire and brimstone verses, even with all the windows closed. "You're mad," said Fiona, making a face. "Of course I'm mad," Eleanor shouted. "I'm mad those assholes are costing us money. I'm mad you've been dealing with this by yourself all morning. More than anything, I'm mad you had a whole crowd of God-fearing curmudgeons yelling outside and you didn't even think to call me." Fiona stared dumbfounded as Eleanor grinned. "You know, making fun of people is kinda my thing." All of a sudden, a fresh spark of possibility passed between them. Since she'd come into her powers, Eleanor had become the ultimate wallflower. She didn't date, she didn't go to concerts. She was happy to shut herself off from the world, until she lost her temper. Once she was mad, there was no stopping her. Fiona knew she had a plan. It only took 15 or 20 minutes to put it into motion. Seeing her sister in distress, Eleanor flew into drill sergeant mode and ordered Fiona to prepare samples of all their best-selling products. Fiona did as she was told. She was too exhausted to think for herself. By the time she'd emerged from the back with a tray of Sweet Dreams tea and Mountain Man hand salve, Eleanor already had a table on the sidewalk, draped in the banner they used for the farmer's market. Fighting the surge of bile rising up in her throat, Fiona nudged the front door open and walked through the crowd with the tray held in front of her like a shield. Her appearance was met with jeers and a spray of what she hoped was holy water. Looking up, she saw a dozen angry faces and had the immediate urge to run back inside. But then she heard Eleanor's voice rising brightly above the protesters' chants. "Get all your Satan balms and lotions right here, folks. Come on, don't be shy. We have testers." Fiona stopped dead on the sidewalk, staring at her sister in disbelief. Eleanor was standing behind the little table, holding a jar of their moisturizing salve. "Great for eczema, dry skin, even your husband's nasty feet. Come on, try it. It's sinfully decadent." A few of the tourists who'd been watching the protests started to laugh, and a pair of brave souls started crossing the street. Fiona could hardly believe her eyes. Eleanor usually hated dealing with the customers, and here she was peddling their product on Main Street like an old-timey carnival barker. "Come try our soothing Sweet Dreams tea. We sold our souls to the devil to bring you these magnificent herbal remedies." "Elle!" Fiona hissed, elbowing her way to her sister's side and giving her a wide-eyed look. "I'm just giving the people what they want," said Eleanor, as the tourists reached their table. "I'm not sure we should be antagonizing them." Eleanor gave her a deadpan look. "Because hiding in the shop was working so well?" Fiona sighed. She had a point. The protesters were definitely growing angrier, but she took a deep breath and grinned at her sister. Whatever the result, this was definitely better than cowering inside by herself. Chapter 16. Broken Windows. Fiona was awoken early Sunday morning by the shrill ringing of the telephone. It was strange for the house phone to ring at all, let alone before sunrise. But she was only vaguely aware of how odd it was as she rolled over and lifted the phone off its cradle. "Hello?" she croaked, her throat dry from sleep. She reached for the glass of water she kept on the nightstand and knocked it over instead. "Fiona?" That voice was starting to become familiar, but she was too groggy to identify it. "Yeah?" "It's Wesley." "Wesley?" She sat up straight and pushed her hair out of her eyes. There was something in the tone of his voice that told her this was urgent. Officer Pierce. I'm sorry to wake you, but..." Sensing Wesley's abrupt change in tone, Fiona moved to the edge of the bed and put her feet on the floor. "I'm down at your shop right now responding to a call about a break-in." "A break-in?" Fiona repeated, feeling as though she'd just swallowed a glass of ice-cold water. "Afraid so," Wesley sighed. "There's been some vandalism. We're investigating now." "Vandalism?" It was all Fiona could do to repeat his words back to him. It was too surreal for her to absorb. "We have reason to believe the soldiers of, that is, members of the Kansas Church of the Plains, may be involved. Oh? Fiona guessed she shouldn't have been surprised, not after the day before. But there's been a development. Fiona swallowed to wet her dry throat, but she couldn't stop herself from coughing. A development? Yeah. Wesley's tone was businesslike, and oddly cagey. We need you to come down and give a statement. We can talk when you get here. Okay, Fiona stammered, getting out of bed. I'll be right there. She hung up the phone and stood dumbly in the dim bluish light of her room. She'd left the window cracked through the night, and a breeze rustled through. It lifted the lace curtain and stirred the pages of the book she'd been reading when she'd fallen asleep. She had the feeling that something was very wrong, something worse than the vandalism. Grabbing clothes from her drawers at random, Fiona hardly noticed what she was putting on. Then she grabbed a sweater off the back of her reading chair and hurried down to Eleanor's room. Eleanor was splayed flat on her back, covers bunched up near the footboard. Elle? Elle, wake up, Fiona whispered. Too early, Eleanor mumbled, rolling onto her side. Elle, Fiona said, more urgently this time. You need to get up. There's been a break-in down at the store. A what? Eleanor sat up and opened her eyes, rubbing her face with the heel of her hand. I just got off the phone with Wesley. He says there's been some vandalism at the shop. Are you serious? Fiona nodded. Eleanor was now fully awake. Her face was set in an expression of dread that matched how Fiona was feeling. 2 minutes later, Eleanor was dressed, and the two of them were in the car. It had started to rain fat, heavy drops. They pattered the windshield as Fiona drove, and thunder rumbled off in the distance. As they crested the hill, Fiona was relieved to see that the protesters weren't out at her shop. She didn't know if it was just too early, or if the soldiers of righteousness took Sundays off. Either way, it was the one silver lining of being called to a crime scene before sunrise. Halfway down the block, they found 2 police cars blocking their path. They'd parked the cruisers sideways to form a makeshift barricade, and Fiona thought she could see another car blocking traffic from the other end of the street. She killed the engine and got out to walk, and the scent of hot ash reached her nostrils. Squinting down toward the apothecary, she could see that a yellow tape line had been pulled around her shop, blocking the entrance to the alley. She squeezed the strap of her bag and quickened her pace, filled with a sudden panic. No one had been inside during the break-in, and she still tasted death on the air. A shroud of darkness had been pulled over Main Street, contrasting sharply with the bright shop signs and cheery arcade lights. Fiona, came Eleanor's voice from behind her. Fiona turned. Eleanor was standing in the middle of the street, looking down past the apothecary. She was staring up at St. Michael's Church, where fire trucks and an ambulance were parked along the curb. St. Michael's was an old white church with a pointed gable topped with a cross. Heavy wooden doors sealed off the entrance, and a triangular stained glass window over the doors depicted the Holy Trinity. Fiona had always admired the beautiful church, but that morning, a sense of foreboding hung over the place. Firefighters in heavy jackets were pulling their hoses back toward the truck, and the street was teeming with first responders. Her gaze ran along the spiked iron gates that surrounded the churchyard to the steeply pitched white roof. Smoke was billowing from the church like a fog, and Fiona realized that something was burning. Fiona! The voice came from off on her right, and she turned to see Wesley striding toward her. He was dressed in his police uniform, though he looked as though he'd been pulled out of bed. Wes, she breathed, staring up at the church. What's happened? Wesley's normally cheerful face looked drawn. That's why I called you down here. I thought... Fiona swallowed to wet her parched throat. Her head was spinning in confusion. I thought you called us down here because of the store."
"I did," said Wesley.
He seemed to be choosing his words very carefully, and something in his voice set Fiona on edge. As they watched, 2 first responders emerged from the church, carrying a stretcher draped in a white sheet. The sun had risen behind a veil of clouds, draping the churchyard in silvery light. The wind stirred through the trees, lifting the sheet ever so slightly. "Wes, what happened?"
"Your shop was vandalized," Wesley muttered. "Someone threw a brick through the window. They also spray painted some pretty nasty things. There's a lot of damage."
Fiona looked to Eleanor, whose face was blank with devastation. Tears stung the corners of Fiona's eyes. How had she let this happen? Wesley took a deep breath. "When I said there had been a development, what I meant was that they found another body." "What? Who?" Eleanor asked. She could tell from Wesley's expression that he didn't want to say. She knew he was wavering between his duties as a cop and his perceived duty as her friend. "Wesley, who did they find?"
"Wanda McGibbons."
At those words, Fiona thought she might throw up. She'd sensed the demon in Wanda when Wanda had come to her shop. She'd thought perhaps the priest had driven it away, but apparently she'd been wrong. To make matters worse, Wanda had been seen at the protest the day before, calling Fiona a witch. If the police thought Fiona was somehow involved.
"I heard from the other deputies that Wanda made an appearance at the protest."
"Yeah," said Fiona. "She did." Dread flitted across Wesley's face. Obviously, Wesley knew Wanda had been there, but hearing Fiona say it only seemed to confirm his fears.
"Fiona, I have to ask. Did you and Wanda have an argument?"
"An argument?" Fiona glanced at Eleanor, whose expression was deadly serious. She had to know that this looked bad, especially given Wanda's accusations. "No," Fiona said truthfully. "Not really."
"Not really?"
"I mean, she said some things outside my store, but she and I didn't argue."
"Did you have any other interactions with Wanda besides the protest yesterday?"
Fiona hesitated. Wesley had been making notes on a little pocket notebook, and when Fiona didn't answer, he looked up expectantly. "Just the first time I met her," she said in a rush. "Wanda came into my shop. She seemed troubled, said she had anxiety." Wesley nodded. Fiona knew that he wanted to believe that she'd had nothing to do with this. He also knew that Wanda had been ill, but that didn't explain how she'd turned up dead. "How did she die?" asked Eleanor, as though she'd read Fiona's mind. Wesley looked suddenly shifty. He opened his mouth, searching for words.
"I can't tell you that."
Eleanor glanced at Fiona, and Fiona knew what she was thinking. The killer witch had been at it again.
"They're gonna want you to come down to the station Monday to answer a few more questions."
"What?" said Eleanor. "Why?"
"It's just a formality," Wesley reassured her. "I can even go down with you."
Fiona met Eleanor's gaze, feeling sick to her stomach. It was bad enough that their store was destroyed. Now Fiona was a person of interest in the murder of one of her tormentors?
"Did anyone else stand out to you at the protest?" asked Wesley. "Anyone who might have done this?"
Fiona shook her head. "They all wanted us gone, but I never thought—" She broke off, and Wesley nodded, leading them down the street toward the shop. He held up the yellow tape line so they could go inside. The front window was completely shattered. A stone paver lay inside on the floor. As Fiona's gaze traveled up the walls, the knot in her stomach grew. The entire floor was covered in glass, spilled oil, and herbs. Whoever had broken in seemed to have taken a baseball bat to the shelves, knocking down all the jars and bottles so they shattered on the floor. The tinctures and lotions mixed together to create a pungent, herby smell. On the wall behind, where the product usually sat, someone had spray-painted the words, "You will burn in hell," in enormous neon red letters. "Bastards," Eleanor muttered, backing out of the shop. Tears filled Fiona's eyes as the muted light caught the shards of glass glittering all over the floor. So much hard work, so much money, and now it was all unusable. It would take days to clean up this mess, which meant she'd have to close the shop. She wheeled around to join Eleanor outside, trying to keep her tears at bay. A light rain had started to fall again, making Eleanor's dark hair shimmer with droplets. She was staring blankly at the alley wall, and she shook her head to tell Fiona to go ahead without her. Fiona ducked under the yellow tape line and nearly collided with someone in the crowd that had started to gather outside. It was Martha's son, Alex, who'd been standing just behind the tape line, staring at Fiona's shop. "Fiona." "Alex?" she sniffed, trying to compose herself. "What are you doing here?" "I drove Mother over," he said. "She was in hysterics." He nodded at Martha, who was hugging someone else on the street. The two of them were rocking back and forth, and Martha appeared to be bawling. The woman always did have a flair for the dramatic. She never let a catastrophe go to waste. "She wanted to make sure her shop was intact," he explained. "I'm glad for her sake that it is." "I'm so sorry about your store. I can't believe someone would do this." "Thank you." "Do you think your insurance will cover the damages?" "I suppose," Fiona sighed. "Honestly, I haven't had the chance to—" "Make sure you take plenty of pictures," he advised. "And get a copy of the police report. You'll need them to file the claim." Fiona nodded. "Thanks for the advice. Do you work in insurance?" "We can't all have such interesting jobs," he said with a grimace. "I hope that doesn't count against me." "Not at all," said Fiona, smiling despite herself. "Interesting is overrated." Alex laughed, and Fiona was struck once again by the fact that he was good-looking. He had dark eyes and a handsome cleft chin, but she just didn't feel any pull of attraction. "I hope you've been holding up all right," he added, lowering his voice to just above a whisper. "I heard about the protests." "It's been hard," Fiona admitted. "This town has always felt like such a safe place. But now?" She nodded towards St. Michael's Church, unable to find the words. "I just don't know." "It's awful," Alex agreed, staring up at the church with a far-off look. "I heard they found that poor girl burned alive in the chapel. They found fingernail marks inside the doors. She must have been trapped in there." He shuddered. "Awful way to die." Fiona's insides twisted in horror. Trapped in a burning building? Slowly suffocating to death? She didn't harbor kind feelings toward Wanda McGibbons, but the woman didn't deserve that. "That's horrible," Fiona agreed, shivering in the cool morning air. The rain had stopped, but the chill persisted. In the glow of the sunlight that was breaking through the clouds, she could just make out the statue of St. Michael the Archangel. He was bent on one knee with his sword in the ground, and with the droplets of rain dripping down his stony face, he looked as though he was crying. "You ready?" Eleanor asked, appearing at Fiona's elbow. "Yeah," she said, suppressing a shiver. "Let's go home and call insurance." Fiona smiled at Alex and nodded goodbye, putting an arm around Eleanor. The two of them walked slowly down the middle of the street, back to where they had parked their car. The spectators' gazes seemed to follow behind them, and Fiona felt a renewed sense of dread. Everyone in town had seen Wanda at the protest. People would start to talk. It wasn't the rumors themselves that bothered her. It was the sense of alienation that dogged Fiona the most. Mountain Shadow wasn't the same sleepy little town she'd grown up in. It didn't matter how long she'd lived there or how good of a neighbor she'd been. People would always think she'd had something to do with Wanda's death, just as they thought the Grimes sisters had cursed the brown house. Chapter 17. Witch of Interest. The next morning, Fiona awoke from a fitful sleep feeling tired and out of sorts. She'd barely slept an hour straight. She'd tossed and turned all night. She'd spent the entire day before on the phone with insurance, and the whole night worrying about Wanda's murder. The police wanted to question her, and her only alibi was Smudge. Eleanor had been fast asleep at the time of Wanda's death, and only their cat could attest to the fact that Fiona hadn't left her room. Wesley had assured her that everything was standard, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was bad enough that their shop had been vandalized. Now she was a person of interest in a murder? Wesley had offered to drive her to the station, but Fiona walked by herself in an effort to clear her head. She didn't think she needed a lawyer. She hadn't done anything wrong. But as she approached the boxy brick building with Mountain Shadow Police Department mounted in silver letters along the side, she began to wonder if it had been wise to come alone. The entire station smelled like stale coffee and Xerox. The woman at the front desk directed Fiona to a small room down the hall, where she would wait for the questioning officers. It didn't have a two-way mirror or look anything like the movies. It was just a room with a table and chairs. A square-jawed female officer with her hair in a ponytail walked into the room, followed by a tall, lanky man with a mustache. The female officer introduced herself as Simmons. The other officer was called Hastings. "Thanks for coming, Miss Grimes," said Officer Simmons in a brisk voice, setting a file on the table. Fiona's throat was very dry as the officer sat down, but she nodded and forced a smile. "Fiona." "Fiona," Simmons repeated, glancing down at her notepad. Fiona shifted back and forth on the cold metal chair, suddenly wishing she had brought a lawyer. Everything about the station was bureaucratic and unfriendly. The tile was cracked and yellow, and the furniture was uncomfortable. She hadn't been offered anything to drink, and it had to be 80 degrees in there. "We just wanted to ask you some questions regarding the death of Wanda McGibbons." The one called Hastings read Fiona her rights, and her sense of unease grew. She definitely should have hired a lawyer. This interview felt way too official. "How did you know Miss McGibbons?" Officer Simmons asked. "I didn't really know her," said Fiona. "I only met her the other day." "Walk us through what happened that day when you first met Miss McGibbons." Fiona launched into the story of Wanda coming into her shop, leaving out the part about sensing the chaotic ether in Wanda. She told them about Wanda's complaints of anxiety and how she'd seemed on edge. "When was the next time you saw Wanda McGibbons? Was it the day of the protest outside your shop?" "Yes," said Fiona, thinking back. "Well, no, actually." Simmons glanced at her partner, and Fiona hastened to add, "I saw her on the street the other day, when the paramedics carried her out of the yoga studio." Simmons made a note. "But the next time you and Wanda spoke was outside your shop during the protest." "Yes." "And how did Wanda seem to you?" "Angry," said Fiona, drawing in a deep breath. "Angry?" "She said she'd had the devil inside her. I think she was having hallucinations." "Witnesses said you sold her something," Hastings added, glancing down at his notes. "Some kind of herbal tea?" "For her anxiety," said Fiona, wiping her palms on her jeans. "And was there anything in that tea that could have brought on hallucinations?" he asked. "No," said Fiona. "It was very mild." "And you knew how it would affect someone with paranoid schizophrenia disorder," Simmons broke in. Fiona didn't answer right away. She just stared at Officer Simmons. Wanda had paranoid schizophrenia? You didn't ask? I didn't know. And you didn't ask what other medication she might have been taking before prescribing an herbal remedy? No, Fiona stammered, caught off guard by the question. In truth, she should have asked, but she'd been so focused on the chilly darkness of Wanda's churning ether. So, in fact, you have no idea if your tea could have brought on hallucinations by interacting with another medication. Simmons' voice was accusatory, and it put Fiona on the defensive. She opened her mouth and closed it again. This felt like one of those times when it was best not to say anything at all. Miss Grimes. Fiona. Did you know Wanda McGibbons was in contact with the Kansas Church of the Plains before you sold her the tea? No. Let me rephrase. Did you knowingly give her an herbal supplement that you knew would bring on hallucinations because of her religious affiliations? No, Fiona cried. I didn't give her anything that would have brought on hallucinations, and I didn't know her religious affiliations. Simmons sat back in her chair, looking satisfied by Fiona's loss of composure. She paused for a moment, and then changed her tack. Miss Grimes, were you angry with Wanda McGibbons for protesting outside your shop? Of course I was angry, Fiona grumbled. Was it safe to say you felt threatened by Wanda McGibbons and the protesters? Not threatened enough to hurt anyone. I didn't ask that. I asked if you felt threatened. Yes, Fiona burst out. They were yelling outside my shop all day. Okay. And did you and Wanda exchange words at the protest? Fiona thought back to her interaction with Wanda. She talked to me. I don't think I said anything to her. And what did she say? She called me a witch. Did that bother you? Not really, said Fiona, crossing her arms over her chest. It must have been a devastating blow to your business. All those protesters outside your shop on a Saturday? It was just one day, said Fiona. And then there's the matter of vandalism. Simmons looked down at her notes and then back to Fiona. Do you know who threw that brick through your window? Fiona shook her head. My report says that the prints found on the stone that came through your window matched Wanda McGibbons. At those words, Fiona's heart sank. That couldn't be good news. You want to know what I think? Simmons murmured, pulling herself out of her chair and leaning over the table. Fiona didn't respond. I think you caught Wanda McGibbons vandalizing your shop. I think you followed her to the church afterward and set the fire yourself. What? No! Did you confront Wanda? No, said Fiona, her voice shaking with anger. I didn't know who vandalized my shop. But you suspected it was her or one of her friends. I didn't have any idea the shop had been vandalized until I got the call from Wesley, Officer Pierce. I see. Simmons glanced down at her notes. Does Officer Pierce know about your history of violent behavior? For a moment, Fiona just stared. She didn't have any idea what Simmons was talking about. Bryce Johnson, Simmons added, opening the file on the table and pushing it toward Fiona. There's a copy of the police report. It makes for an interesting read. At the mention of Bryce, Fiona's heart pounded harder. How had they found that report? She'd only been 16 at the time, and Bryce's parents never filed formal charges. That's ancient history, said Fiona, trying to keep her voice cool despite the tightness in her chest. She'd barely spoken about what had happened with Bryce since that day. It was one of her very worst memories. Nothing stays buried for long when you're a person of interest in a murder, said Simmons quietly. Not even ancient history. Fiona worked to keep her breathing steady. There was no way they could use her past to tie her to Wanda's murder. She hadn't done anything wrong. Watching her carefully, Simmons reached across the table and tapped the report with one stubby finger. According to the police report, you attacked a 14-year-old boy. Fiona glanced at the closed door, wishing she could get up and leave. She'd never spoken of the incident to anyone apart from her parents, and it wasn't something she wanted to dredge up. Does it say that Bryce attacked my 9-year-old sister? She asked, meeting Simmons' stare. No. Simmons studied Fiona carefully, perching on the edge of the table. All it says was that Bryce was taken to the hospital with 10-inch lacerations down his face and chest. Care to explain that? Fiona licked her parched lips. She needed a glass of water. Like I said, it's ancient history. I really don't remember. Simmons nodded, thinking up her next move. I think Bryce could help jog your memory if we tracked him down. Fiona just glared up at Officer Simmons, blood pounding in her ears. Am I free to go? There was a long moment of silence, and then Simmons let out a breath through her nose. She glanced down at Officer Hastings, clearly frustrated that they hadn't gotten more out of her. Simmons' silence told Fiona that they didn't have any evidence to tie her to the crime, at least nothing that would allow them to hold her. Don't leave town, said Simmons roughly. We may have some more questions. Fiona emerged from the room in a daze, her heart still hammering against her ribcage. She could feel Simmons' eyes boring into her back, and she had to suppress a shudder. Fiona tried very hard not to think about that awful day. As a 16-year-old witch, she could influence the elements, but she'd still had little control. She'd burnt her scalp trying to dry her hair, and caused a pipe to burst instead of making it rain. When she'd come outside and seen Eleanor on the ground, she'd reacted instinctively and nearly killed Bryce. She'd sliced him open in 10 different places, and the hex had prevented the blood from clotting. That incident was the reason the Johnsons had moved, and the rumors about the Grimes sisters never really died. The eyes of the receptionist followed her to the door as she made her way out of the station. The late morning sunshine was a welcome relief from the relative gloom of the building. She was innocent, Fiona reminded herself. The police wouldn't find anything to tie her to the murders, beyond her brief interactions with Wanda. Then again, she thought darkly, witches had been convicted on less. And even if she was found innocent in the eyes of the law, it didn't take more than a rumor for a town to turn on you. Fiona was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice the man standing outside the police station. When she finally looked up, she felt a surge of adrenaline. Gabriel was standing on the curb, leaning casually against his car. He had both hands tucked into his pockets, but she caught a glimpse of the leather cuff bracelet protruding from his sleeve. Fiona? I thought I told you to leave me alone. Her voice came out as a menacing growl, and she noticed that they were alone. She turned toward her house and started to walk, but Gabriel came up behind her. You and I need to talk. In that moment, Fiona had reached her limit. Blood was pounding in her veins. Her knees were trembling, but she held her ground. She would not be stalked or threatened. Whipping around to face Gabriel, she was startled by how close he was standing. His piercing blue eyes were boring into hers, but she didn't back down from his stare. I told you once, I'll tell you again, but this is my last warning. Stay the hell away from me. She turned to continue down the sidewalk and felt Gabriel's hand on her wrist. Fury and terror ignited in her gut, and she concentrated on sending a surge of heat down her arm. Gabriel withdrew his hand as if he'd been burned, staring at her with a mix of anger and satisfaction. If you put your hands on me again, I swear to God I will kill you. Gabriel's eyes flashed with a challenge, but he didn't say a word. Up close, Fiona could see dark circles under his eyes and the white of a scar that stood out on his brow. I mean you no harm, he said evenly. I really just want to talk. Fiona rolled her eyes. If you really want to talk, you can walk with me, she said. But I am not getting in a car with... With a what? Said Gabriel. Fiona glanced around, feeling very exposed. Not here. She took off walking down the street, taking a set of stone steps that cut over to the next street. She could hear Gabriel's footfalls right behind her. His long strides easily kept pace with hers. Fiona. What? I think you and I got off on the wrong foot. Why don't we make it a game? You say what you think I am, and I'll tell you what you are. We'll go on the count of 3. Fiona stopped at the top of the steps, gripping the stone banister for support. She could feel Gabriel's breath on her neck, and she felt as though the darkness was closing in around her. I know that you are a witch, Gabriel murmured. I knew it the second we met. Fiona squeezed her eyes shut. Her whole body was vibrating with a sense of doom. Deep down, she'd known he had her, but it was worse to hear him voice it out loud. Gabriel knew she was a witch, and he thought she was the killer. Summoning all the strength she had left, Fiona opened her eyes and turned to face him. He hadn't come with an axe or a pitchfork, and yet he was as deadly as an angry mob. Killing witches wasn't his job. It was his sole reason for existing. Gabriel wouldn't drag her into the square to be burned at the stake. He would kill her on a quiet street, probably when she least expected it. You're a hunter, she said quietly, somehow managing to keep her voice steady. Some of us prefer the term guardian, he said, cracking a sardonic grin. I don't care what you call yourself. You kill witches. And vampires and werewolves. Really, any magical being who poses a threat to magic or mortal kind. Fiona rolled her eyes. You're a goddamned hero. Someone has been murdering mortals in your town, he said. That's why we should talk. We have nothing to talk about, Fiona growled. You don't know anything about me or my town. I know that mortals are dying and that you're somehow involved. Fiona glared up at him. I didn't kill those people. I didn't say you killed them, I just said you were involved. Fiona let out an exasperated breath through her nostrils and started walking again. The street was one of the original roads that had first been built through mountain shadow. Patches of the old cobblestone showed through the pavement, where the asphalt had cracked and grown into a pothole. The sides of the road were wild and unkempt, and the rambling houses were built right into the cliffside. For a moment, she thought Gabriel might have grown tired of chasing her, but then she heard the scuff of boots behind her. If you know who the killer is, then they'd already have been dealt with, she snapped. Fiona's legs burned as she lengthened her stride, trying to put more distance between them. But Gabriel was taller and had much longer legs. She wouldn't be able to outrun him. In that moment, it occurred to Fiona that walking along an empty street with a hunter might have been unwise. You know something, Gabriel prodded. You're wrong. If not you, then someone in your coven. At the mention of her coven, Fiona's insides froze. I know there are more of you, said Gabriel quietly. Your kind always finds one another. Mountain Shadow is infested with witches. I know your friend Bellamy is one of them. Probably your sister, too. Fiona turned slowly on the spot. Don't you dare threaten my sister. Or what? Said Gabriel, looking amused. You'll hex me like you hexed Bryce Johnson? Fiona's shock must have shown on her face, because Gabriel's smile widened. Oh, yeah. I know about Bryce. I know a lot about you. Finding her last tattered shred of courage, Fiona took a step closer to Gabriel. If you know about Bryce,
then you know what you have coming if you so much as lay a finger on Eleanor." "Don't worry," he said. "Your sister is safe, as long as she's not our murderer. My kind doesn't kill indiscriminately. Neither does mine. But there is a killer in your midst, and you're my only lead so far." Now she understood why Gabriel was following her, and why he hadn't tried to kill her. He didn't believe Fiona was the killer. He was following her in the hope that she would lead him back to her coven. Well, there was no chance of that. "I know what you're thinking," said Gabriel softly, watching her with a twisted sort of fondness. "You're very easy to read." Fiona swallowed down her torrent of fury. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing that he'd gotten under her skin. "I saw that night at dinner that you knew who I was. I saw it the instant you laid eyes on this." He traced his cuff with a breath of laughter. "The only thing I don't understand is how you knew what it meant." Fiona forced a cold laugh. "You men think you're so mysterious with your brotherhood and your bracelets," she spat. "You forget that my people are ancient." "So are mine," said Gabriel with a slight hint of one-upmanship. "We've existed since the first witches." He tilted his head to the side. "And there are female hunters, just not very many. You still didn't answer my question." "Every witch knows the emblem of the Brotherhood," Fiona lied. "But do you know what it means?" Gabriel's voice came out very quiet. He'd taken another step toward her. He was standing so close that Fiona could smell his leather jacket and feel the warmth of his breath. There it was again, she thought uneasily. That little leap in the pit of her stomach that defied all logic and sense. She was filled with hatred toward the hunter, and yet everything from the sound of his voice to his scent drew her in. Taking her silence for a no, Gabriel rotated the cuff. Up close, Fiona could tell that he'd had the bracelet for a long time. The leather had been worn shiny around the edges, and seemed to have been reshaped and repaired as it stretched. "The compass rose inside the circle represents the 4 cardinal directions and the 4 seasons. It signifies our duty to hunt evil to the ends of the earth until the end of our days." "And the symbols around the circle?" Fiona asked. "Those are sacred to our kind," said Gabriel, pushing his sleeve back down. "It would be the worst betrayal to reveal their meaning to a witch." As he covered the bracelet, Fiona felt him withdraw. That tiny flicker of connection was gone. "Stay away from my family," said Fiona coldly. "Stay away from mine. I've seen the way my brother looks at you." "It sounds like you should tell your brother to stay away from me." "If only it were that easy." "Does Wesley know what you are?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Gabriel's mouth hardened into a thin line, and Fiona saw a muscle working in his jaw. "He doesn't, does he?" She couldn't keep the smugness out of her voice, not that she was trying. "You know mortals," said Gabriel, looking off in the distance. "They see what they want to see, even when the truth's staring them in the face." "So, even though you're twins?" "Eventually Wesley will start to show his age and I will stay the same. Well, not exactly the same. We just age more slowly." That answered one of Fiona's many questions. Hunters did age more slowly than mortals. Eventually, Gabriel would face the same choice as many witches. Leave the mortals you love so they don't learn the truth, or watch them realize what you are as they grow old and die. "All hunters die alone," he said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a humorless smile. "It's a fate we're all prepared for." "Sounds lonely," said Fiona. Gabriel shrugged. "It keeps us focused. That's why I won't let this go." "You're looking in the wrong place," she said.
her voice softening ever so slightly. "And it's more complicated than you think." Gabriel's eyes flashed in interest, still watching Fiona carefully. "There is a witch," Fiona admitted. "I don't know who it is, but that witch is summoning demons. That's what's been killing the mortals." "Demons?" said Gabriel with a note of surprise. "How can you be sure?" Fiona hesitated. She'd already said too much. "I have to go," she muttered, turning and walking away. "Wait, Fiona." "Leave me alone," she growled, shoving her hands down into her pockets. She was angry with herself for revealing so much. That had been his goal all along, to provoke her into talking. It didn't matter that she hadn't revealed anything about the coven. Any information could be dangerous in the hands of a hunter. It's in their nature to hunt and kill. That's what Agatha had said. A hunter could never, ever be trusted. Chapter 18. The Witch Hunt. The quarter moon was half obscured by clouds as Fiona opened the kitchen door to let Smudge back inside. A cool gust of air shook through the trees and clanged the wind chimes that hung near the window. Someone was coming. She could feel it. She only hoped that it was Bellamy and not the police, or Gabriel. She set a pot in the sink to fill for boiling, and Smudge rubbed against her leg. A second later, there was a knock at the door, and Fiona looked into the living room, where Eleanor was reading an Anne Rice novel. "Hey, Elle?" "Yeah?" "Were you expecting anybody?" "No," said Eleanor, looking over the couch. Fiona sighed. She hadn't told Eleanor about her conversation with Gabriel, or that the police had brought up Bryce Johnson. With the demon possession and the shop and the murders, she didn't want to worry her. But as she skirted down the hallway to answer the door, she couldn't help but wonder if it had been a mistake not to give Eleanor some forewarning. Fiona pulled the door open slowly and felt her whole body slump in relief. It was Daphne. She was dressed in her blue chef's outfit, complete with the non-slip shoes. She must have come there straight from work. "Hey," said Fiona, sticking her head out and glancing next door. The lights were off at Wesley's house, and there was no sign of Gabriel's car. "Come inside." She opened her mouth to tell Daphne that it was too dangerous for her to be there, but stopped short at her expression. Daphne's usually cheerful face was blotchy and stained with tears. She was clutching a rumpled tissue in her hand and dabbing her sniffly nose. "What's wrong?" Fiona asked. Daphne shook her head, her face scrunching up, trying to fight a fresh wave of tears. "Come sit down," said Fiona, taking Daphne by the hand that wasn't holding the tissue. "Daphne," said Eleanor, glancing at Fiona, clearly wondering what was wrong. "Hi, sweetheart," said Daphne tearfully, going in for a hug. Eleanor wasn't much of a hugger, but she put her arms around Daphne and patted her on the back. She caught Fiona's gaze and mouthed, "What's wrong?" But Fiona still had no idea. "Sit down," said Fiona gently, going into the kitchen to get Daphne some water. Once they were all seated in the living room, she gave Daphne a moment to collect herself. Tears were still leaking from her eyes, and she trembled as she dabbed her cheeks. "What is it?" Fiona asked, giving Daphne's hand a squeeze. "They found another body," she said, blowing her nose with a sound like a party horn. "A man, at the old motel." Fiona and Eleanor exchanged a dark look. That brought the body count up to 5. "How did he die?" Eleanor asked. "They're still investigating," said Daphne wetly. "But he must have died a few days ago. They found his body devoured by rats." Fiona's stomach turned. "Rats?" Eleanor repeated. Daphne nodded, looking pitiful.
gnawed like a piece of meat. The police said there must have been dozens of them.
Ew, said Eleanor. That's gonna kill the motel's reviews. At those words, Daphne dissolved in a fresh wave of tears. Fiona shot her sister a dirty look. Did you know him? Fiona asked gently, trying to get to the bottom of things.
No,
said Daphne, shaking her head so that her ginger pigtails danced.
He seemed nice, though.
Oh, said Fiona, glancing at Eleanor in bewilderment. So, said Eleanor, I mean, it's very sad, but... This seems like it's personal, Fiona cut in.
It is personal, Daphne sniffed. I just found out he ate his last meal at my restaurant.
Oh, said Fiona, cringing inwardly. So that was what had upset her. The last time Daphne had come to her in tears, it was because an anonymous reviewer on the internet had called her rosemary polenta bland. The fact that a man had died after eating her food was sure to send her over the edge. Honey, it's not your fault he died, Fiona said. If anything, he was probably grateful that his last meal was so delicious, Eleanor added, unhelpfully.
It's not that,
Daphne spluttered. Fiona and Eleanor exchanged a glance. Then, what is it? Daphne's lower lip trembled, and fresh tears leaked from her eyes. Fiona waited. She knew it would all become clear soon enough. They just had to wait for Daphne to collect herself enough to tell them.
I only found out because the police came to question me, she said,
dabbing under her nose.
They came by the restaurant an hour ago. They asked what he'd ordered and took a sample. They were just being thorough, I guess.
She stopped suddenly, holding back tears. Fiona's chest tightened with worry. So, what's wrong? Eleanor broke in. The question wasn't exactly unkind, but Fiona could detect some nervous impatience. Eleanor had never been one for girl talk, and sometimes she could be a bit blunt.
The victim ate at my restaurant, said Daphne. Fiona just sold the other woman some tea.
She let out a fretful sigh.
If the soldiers of righteousness get a hold of this, my restaurant will be ruined.
Fiona let out a long sigh. She hadn't thought of that.
I can't afford to close the restaurant if they decide to go after my business. Mike quit his job last year to stay home with the kids. I have a mortgage and the loan we took out to buy new equipment.
Shh, said Fiona, squeezing Daphne's hand tighter. It's gonna be okay. You won't have to close. Your customers will stand by you.
I'm just worried, you know, after what they did to you guys.
So they broke a window, said Fiona, waving a hand in dismissal. We don't scare that easily. She left out the part about being questioned in connection with Wanda's murder. She didn't think that would help. Besides, Eleanor chimed in, if the soldiers of righteousness try to shut down your restaurant, I'll break all their legs. Daphne flashed a watery smile.
Thanks, you guys.
Just then, there was a tiny pop that sounded like the air escaping from a tube of refrigerated dinner rolls. Agatha appeared in the middle of their kitchen, straightening up and catching her breath. She was dressed in an orange top with billowing sleeves, a long brown skirt, and 2 arms full of bangles.
Phew! Haven't done that in a while,
she said, fluffing her hair and causing her bracelets to jangle.
Is everybody decent?
We're in here, Agatha, Eleanor called, as though witches teleported into their kitchen all the time.
Oh, hello, dearies. I just wanted to get here first to make sure it was all right to bring the others.
The others? Said Fiona.
Since it isn't safe for you to gather with the coven, we thought we'd bring the coven to you.
Okay. No sooner had Fiona given the go-ahead, Agatha disappeared. A minute later, there was another pop, and Beatrix appeared in the living room, looking vaguely seasick. "I hate teleporting," she groaned, sinking onto the arm of the couch. Most witches began teleporting after they came of age, but doing so with any degree of accuracy was a skill that took years. It involved disrupting the ether in the body so that the other elements could disperse for travel and then reorganize at the intended destination. Because it disrupted the elements at the subatomic level, teleporting could produce some nasty side effects. Several more pops announced the arrival of the others. Geraldine appeared in the foyer in a smart powder blue pantsuit and impossibly high heels. Jinx and Lucian followed. A second later, Romulus staggered into the living room, and Bellamy nearly took out the island. Fiona got up to put out some cookies. It was rare for the coven to meet outside their usual Sunday feasts, and a room full of hungry witches could quickly become unpleasant. Bellamy eyed the cookies with an almost jealous hunger, but when Fiona offered him one, he shook his head. "Well," Agatha began, striding into the entryway that separated the kitchen from the living room. "We all know why we're here. I suppose it's best to skip all the pleasantries and just get right down to it." "We need to get rid of the soldiers of righteousness," said Bee in a loud voice. "They're killing business at the diner, and your girl lives off tips." "The soldiers of righteousness are merely a symptom of the disease," said Agatha calmly. "We must learn the identity of the killer and find a way to stop him." "That's all very well," said Geraldine, waving her enchanted cigarette. "But how does one go about identifying a killer that has eluded Mountain Shadow's finest?" "Given the recent demonic activity, we're inclined to think the killer is a witch," said Agatha. "He or she must have summoned the demons that killed those poor mortals." "You said deaths usually come in threes," said Daphne. "But 5 murders?" "3 of the deaths happened during the dark moon. 2 more occurred in conjunction with the first quarter moon." Agatha sighed and folded her hands. "With the individual circumstances being so unusual, I'm inclined to believe that the killer is attempting some kind of ritual sacrifice." "Have you seen something like this before?" asked Jinx. "No, I can't say that I have." "If we knew what sort of ritual the killer was attempting, we might be able to stop it," said Romulus. "Is there anyone who could tell us what type of ritual this is?" Agatha frowned, looking pensive. "There is a book, a very old grimoire, that described some of the ancient pagan rituals in great detail." "Do you still have it?" "Well, it's not mine," Agatha conceded. "It belonged to Artemis. Very rare. He'd had Mr. Crike trying to locate a copy for a good many years, ever since he got tenure at the college." A somber cloud settled over the room, and Fiona's heart sank. If the book had been in their father's possession, it was most certainly sealed in his study. "If we could find a way to break the enchantment," Fiona began. "No," said Agatha firmly. "But Agatha," said Beatrix, "if this book could tell us what ritual is being performed, we could stop the killer." "We will find another way." "Perhaps the condition of the victims' bodies could offer some clue," said Jinx. "Desecrating the bodies must be part of the ritual," said Lucian. "Each murder must have symbolic meaning to the killer." Lucian's voice was low and husky, but when he spoke, everyone listened. "Explain," said Geraldine, tapping the end of her cigarette to knock off the cherry, which disappeared as it fell through the air. The Reverend was scalded in his bath of holy water.
Because he had a demon inside him, said Eleanor.
But Lucian shook his head. What if the killer's intent was to show the folly in his faith? Mrs. Pottersfield was buried alive next to her husband. She was literally buried by her grief. The girl. Lucian trailed off, deep in thought, before a look of realization came over him. She and her friends used to come to alchemy all the time. She was kind of a wallflower, but you could just see that she wanted attention. Then she's found ravaged by a whole pack of coyotes.
It seems a bit of a stretch, said Geraldine.
Wait, said Eleanor.
She used to come to alchemy?
Lucian nodded.
Because the most recent victim ate his last meal in Daphne's restaurant, and Wanda, the woman who was burned alive in the church, she came to the apothecary before she was killed.
At Eleanor's words, Fiona suddenly remembered something that Bea had told her.
Bea, she murmured.
Didn't you say that the Reverend used to come to the diner every single week?
Yeah, said Bea slowly. And you served him just before he died?
Bea looked down, silently racking her brain.
I don't know if I served him this last time, but he usually sat in my section.
All of a sudden, it was as though the clouds had parted, and Fiona knew she was onto something.
Agatha, you said that Mrs. Pottersfield collected depression glass. Do you remember if she visited the Crooked Candlestick in the days leading up to her death?
Agatha frowned.
I suppose she might have. The last time I saw her, she was disappointed because I was closing the shop early.
That was right before the killing started, said Eleanor, who seemed to be catching on.
I'm sorry, Geraldine broke in, sounding rather miffed. But what on earth does this have to do with identifying our killer?
We all thought the victims were chosen at random because they didn't seem to have anything in common. But what if it wasn't a place or any one person that connected them? What if it was all of us? Fiona's whole body was vibrating with the force of her realization. The others just stared. Each of the murder victims came in contact with one of us just before they were killed.
You're not seriously suggesting that we all had something to do with this, said Geraldine.
Of course not, Fiona replied. But maybe the killer wants someone to think we did. A shocked silence fanned out over the room. Fiona knew it sounded far-fetched, but it made too much sense not to be true. The killer had to know that all these strange murders would bring a witch hunter to Mountain Shadow. By putting all of us in the path of the victims, it would draw the hunter's attention to the coven.
The witch is hoping to expose us all, said Geraldine in a breathless whisper.
But why? Bellamy asked.
It's the town, said Beatrix slowly. The witch wants Mountain Shadow.
Fiona met her stunned gaze. Bea's eyes were full of fear.
Nana's always said this town had its own magic. The witch wants it for herself.
And what better way to gain control of Mountain Shadow than to bring a witch hunter down on us all, said Lucian. It was a terrifying thought, but it fit. The police might not put it together, but Fiona knew that a hunter could sense witches. If Gabriel got close enough to the last people to come into contact with each of the victims, the entire coven could be exposed. Chapter 19. Crystal Clear. I don't understand why we can't just break the enchantment, said Fiona, heaving a bag of mulch out of Agatha's Buick. It was one of 8 she'd managed to wedge into the trunk of her car, and Fiona suspected that they'd been magically shrunk.
My dear, if Artemis wished his study to be sealed upon his death, I'm sure he had good reason.
Fiona groaned and hugged the bag of mulch to her chest, shuffling up the brick walkway. She'd been called over for general gardening advice, but Agatha had only wanted a hand with the mulch. She was sure that Agatha would talk her ear off until she had spread it in all of her flower beds. Fiona didn't mind the heavy lifting. It was the ruse that annoyed her. If she'd known what Agatha had been up to, she would have worn a different outfit. Still, Fiona muttered, dropping the first bag near the house. If it could help us identify the killer, I'm sure Dad wouldn't have minded. I'm afraid it's not that simple, dear. Why not? Fiona huffed, suddenly annoyed. She had half a mind to go home and change, but her yellow capris and eyelet lace shirt were already smeared with dirt. It's very difficult to trap ether in something that isn't alive. If your father used ether to seal that study, it would take something equally powerful to unlock it. Like more ether? Agatha raised an eyebrow. More ether than you or I possess. Fiona's mind was racing. If she could channel the ether from the environment, perhaps that would be enough to break the seal. There might be another way to find the killer, she said. I felt the ether released by the portal when I went into the woods the other day. If we could find where the witch opened the last portal, I'm sure the killer is long gone by now. That much ether always leaves a trace, said Fiona. If we could just... Sensing the ether and locating a person are two very different things, said Agatha patiently. You can feel the vibrations from an earthquake hundreds of miles away, but that doesn't mean you know where it struck. Jinx might be able to see where the witch is hiding. Agatha pursed her lip. For someone who consulted the tea leaves before buying a new toaster, Agatha was a bit of a snob when it came to scrying. Jinx ran a little business downtown telling tourists fortunes. She dressed it up with a crystal ball and a silk turban, but much of what she predicted came true. Fiona knew Agatha didn't approve, and she made little effort to hide it. I wouldn't ask this of Jinx, she said diplomatically. Why not? Fiona puffed in exasperation, dragging the next bag out of the trunk. She was sweating through her clothes and regretted her decision not to go home and change. You read tea leaves. Using the tea leaves to tap into your natural intuition is different than using the ether to see through space and time, said Agatha in a huffy voice. You run the risk of altering what is meant to be simply by virtue of knowing. Fiona tossed the bag into the heap. And that's a bad thing? To her, it sounded like a distinction without a difference. It can be a very, very bad thing. That level of knowledge carries consequences. You risk upsetting the balance of nature by seeing things you aren't meant to see. The balance of nature is already upset, Fiona reasoned. Wouldn't stopping the witch from killing again just be righting the balance? Trying to bargain with the universe doesn't change the fundamental nature of reality. Agatha turned and shuffled into the backyard, leaving Fiona to haul the remaining bags of mulch from the car. Fiona sighed and continued her work. She was fully committed now. By the time Agatha let her go, she was sweaty, sore, and covered in dirt. Agatha had talked while Fiona worked, and soon all her beds were freshly mulched. As Fiona staggered home to take a hot shower, Agatha's words rang in her head. You risk upsetting the balance of nature by seeing things you aren't meant to see. To her, it seemed like an exaggeration. Saving a world leader from being assassinated might alter the course of history, but what harm could have come from saving old Mrs. Pottersfield? None of the killer's victims should have died, and by the time Fiona had changed into a fresh set of clothes, she'd made up her mind to go see Jinx. Jinx's salon was tucked into the same alleyway as the apothecary, on the opposite side of Main Street. The outline of a hand with an all-seeing eye in the center was etched over the window in gold, and flashing neon letters spelled out "Psychic," one letter at a time. The door to the salon advertised tarot, palm reading, and fortunes told. It was a very compelling tourist trap. Fiona pushed the door open and walked inside. As much as she loved Jinx, the salon had always made Fiona slightly uneasy. Hiding in plain sight was one thing, but advertising the occult seemed dangerous. "I'll be right with you," came Jinx's voice from the back. It was warm and husky, and slightly ethereal. Fiona cleared her throat and looked around. The front of the salon was small and cozy. The walls were covered in brightly colored tapestries, and 2 wingback chairs beside the front window flanked a round table draped in a deep purple cloth. On the table stood an intricate brass pedestal that balanced a crystal ball. The beaded curtain behind the counter rattled, and Jinx emerged in her full psychic regalia: a silk turban, long dress, and swishy tasseled shawl. She was heavily made up with plum lipstick and big fake lashes fringed with gold. "Fiona!" Jinx exclaimed, breaking into a dazzling smile that gleamed against her smooth dark skin. "What on earth are you doing here?" "I came to ask you something," Fiona said. "Anything. Actually, I'd like a reading." "You're kidding," said Jinx, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Aren't you pretty psychic yourself?" "I can't always see what I'm looking for." "I understand." Jinx gave her a knowing look and gestured toward the soft velvet chair. "You are looking for the killer witch." It wasn't a question. Fiona nodded. "I suppose you've already tried." "I have," said Jinx. "But your sight is more powerful than mine." "I can't control it like you can. My visions—" "You may not always be able to see everything you want to," said Jinx, "but only because you haven't developed your gift. Your sight is strong, Fiona. You just need to learn to work with the ether inside you to see what you want to see." "That's why I came to you," said Fiona. "I know where the killer has been, but I don't know where he's going. If I knew where to look, perhaps the 2 of us together can get a clearer picture." An odd tingle shot down Fiona's spine. "Does it work like that?" "It can," said Jinx. 2 witches are always better than 1. Agatha said... Fiona hesitated. She didn't know how to phrase it without offending Jinx. "She said you risk upsetting the natural balance by knowing what's going to happen." "What we can see is only one possible version of the future," said Jinx. "But who's to say that one is better than the other?" Fiona considered that for a moment. She'd never thought of it like that. "Do you think everything that's happened in the past happened exactly the way it should have?" Jinx sat back in her chair and raised one heavily penciled eyebrow. "History isn't perfect, honey. The future can't be perfect either." Fiona smiled. Jinx had a point. She sat in silence as Jinx lit the candles on either side of the table. She held out her bejeweled hands, and Fiona took them, encircling the crystal ball. Jinx's rings were cold against her hand, except for the one with the large chunk of amber. It seemed to be emanating a soft warmth, and Fiona could have sworn that she saw it glow. "Close your eyes," Jinx murmured. "Concentrate as we call upon the spirits to show us where the killer hides." Fiona's heart pumped a little faster, and her breathing became strained and shallow. Bad things had happened the last time they'd called upon the spirits for answers, and she wasn't so sure they should be doing it again. "Relax, honey," said Jinx softly. "Your fear is blocking our ether. Don't worry. We aren't opening a portal. Right now, we are just a conduit for the spirits who can see through space and time. Let them worry about delivering the message." She tapped the crystal ball. "You just look right here." Fiona let out a slow exhale and felt her body relax. "Spirits, show us the way to the one who has thrown the realms into chaos. Show us the killer who summons demons to steal innocent souls before their time." At that moment, the bell over Jinx's door sounded, and Fiona's eyes snapped open. There was no one there. The wind had blown the door ajar, and a cold breeze whipped through the salon. It snuffed out the candles on either side of them, and the lamp on the counter flickered and dimmed. "We have their attention," Jinx murmured. "The spirits are ready to tell us." Closing her eyes, Jinx placed both hands around the crystal ball, close to the surface but not quite touching. Fiona watched her lips move soundlessly, the creases in her made-up face deepening as she communed with the spirits. Out of the corner of her eye, Fiona saw that the piece of amber in her ring was glowing, pulsating as though responding to the heartbeat of some unseen life within. She stared. It was exceedingly rare, almost impossible, but Fiona was sure it was infused with ether. A second later, the candles reignited, and Jinx slowly opened her eyes. The flames danced in the drafty air of the salon, throwing light over the crystal's milky inclusions. The longer Fiona stared into the ball, the more she thought she could see. The shadows cast into the crystal formed shapes and images that looked a lot like mountains. She saw clouds drifting across a road that was flanked by cliffs on either side. "I see a campground near the old Red Lands. You must travel down the pass to reach it." Jinx closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. "The witch you seek makes camp along the edge of a cliff, near the old Ute burial grounds. The veil is thinnest up on the cliff. The witch's dark ritual is an affront to the spirits of those who've been laid to rest. On the next full moon, with the moon at its perigee, the ritual will be complete." "What sort of ritual is the witch performing?" Fiona asked, glancing from Jinx to the crystal ball. "I cannot see the witch's dark purpose, only that the ritual must not be completed." Fiona's chest tightened. "Why not?" she asked. "What's going to happen?" "If completed, this witch will bring ruin upon Mountain Shadow. The ritual must be stopped at all costs." Fiona's mouth had gone very dry. She knew they had to stop the witch, but to what dark purpose was Jinx referring? Suddenly, the candles went out again, and the salon door slammed shut. Jinx looked up from the swirling crystal ball, her exhale like an ocean wave. "The witch you seek is already being hunted, but the hunter cannot succeed alone." Fiona's eyes were wide. She'd never seen Jinx at work like this, and she was amazed by the clarity of her vision. "He can't?" Jinx shook her head. "The hunter is strong, but he knows not of this magic. The witch must be killed at the hands of another, or I fear the darkness will destroy us all." At those words, Fiona felt her blood pool at her feet. All this time, she'd been focused on putting a stop to the killings to protect the coven and clear her own name. But if what Jinx was saying was true, then the stakes were much higher than that. "The old campgrounds down the pass?" Fiona repeated. "The hunter, the ritual, you saw all that?" Jinx nodded, looking slightly dazed. "My visions aren't usually so precise, but the combined strength of our ether allowed me to see more than I could alone." Still trying to catch her breath, Fiona reached for her purse at her feet. "Thank you," she said, pulling out her wallet, but Jinx held up her hand. Please, Fiona, what you are doing is a service to us all. Just promise me you'll be careful." Fiona gave a shaky nod and then got slowly to her feet. Her legs felt as though they'd been turned to jelly. She'd never experienced something like that. She let herself out of the salon, her vision swirling as if she were still gazing into the milky depths of the crystal ball. The wind had died down. The air was still. It was as if the spirits had left upon delivering their message. Fiona wasn't sure if it had been wise to ask Jinx to look into the future, but one way or another, she had her answer. She would find the killer at the old campground. Chapter 20. At Cliff's Edge. The sun was just beginning to set over the mountains as they wound down the pass on Highway 24. The dying golden rays of sunlight hit the rust-colored rock formations along the road, turning them a brilliant orange. Bellamy was sitting in the passenger seat while Fiona drove, glaring out the window at Cliff's Edge campground. "Remind me why we're here again?" "We're looking for the witch." "Right." Bellamy wouldn't have been Fiona's first choice to drag along on a stakeout. He talked too much, he wore too much cologne, and he always complained. But Eleanor was frantically trying to get their online shop for the apothecary up and running, and with Gabriel watching Fiona's every move, it was too risky to bring another witch. It wasn't as though Fiona wanted to be driving out to a creepy old campground to find a murderer, but the witch's actions put the entire coven in danger, and, according to Jinx, the ritual would bring disaster. Gravel crunched under Fiona's tires as she made a quick turn to exit the highway. She steered the nose of the Beetle up the perilously steep road and got a sudden flash of panic that the car wouldn't make it. The old Volkswagen was less than ideal for living in Colorado, but the road accommodated big camper vans, so she supposed the Beetle could do it. The terrain leveled out as they entered the campground, and Fiona slowed as they approached the gate. The campground office closed at sundown, and a crotchety man in a wide-brimmed hat told them they'd made it just in time. "That'll be $35. Bellamy gaped at him. "To sleep in a tent?" "That's the weekday rate, son." "I've got it," said Fiona, forking over the cash and taking their yellow ticket. "What are the green ones for?" she asked, nodding at the stack in his drawer. "Green is for weekend stays, pink is long-term." "How long is long-term?" "A week or more." "And do you have a lot of campers who stay that long?" "We've got a few," said the man, squinting down at her suspiciously. Fiona was just about to ask which campsites they were staying at, but she sensed she was quickly wearing out their welcome. She thanked the man, put the ticket on their dashboard, and followed the signs for primitive camping. Primitive was the operative word. If Bellamy was outraged at spending $35 to sleep on the ground, he was going to blow a gasket when he saw their tent. Fiona had dug the musty old thing out of the garden shed and knocked off the cobwebs earlier that morning. It hadn't been used since Eleanor's brief stint as a Girl Scout, and it smelled strongly of mildew. "Wait," said Bellamy, as if he'd just realized what had happened. "We're not actually staying here." Fiona was distracted by all the signage, half of which just seemed to be aggressive reminders that the speed limit was 15 miles per hour. "What do you mean?" Bellamy let out a huff. "I mean, how long do you need to look around?" "They lock the gate at sundown." "What? Like we're trapped?" Bellamy opened and closed his mouth with a splutter. "But we can't stay the night here." Fiona gave him an exasperated look. "What did you think we were going to do?" I thought this was just a sightseeing mission," Bellamy stammered, fumbling with the door handle as though he'd been kidnapped. "So when I asked you to come with me for the night, you didn't think we'd be staying?" "No." So you didn't bring a sleeping bag or any warm clothes? Fiona, look at me. Bellamy gestured down at his designer jeans and ivory cowl-neck sweater. Do I look like I own anything camping-related? Fiona bit back a laugh. Clearly, she should have been more specific. I guess you'll survive, she said with a chuckle. I brought some extra blankets. What about dinner? Bellamy whined. I'm not eating any of your vegan crap. What about your cleanse? That's just an expression. I'm not actually doing a cleanse. Fiona couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Bellamy might have been a pain, but things with him were never boring. At the very least, she'd get the entertainment of seeing him out in the woods. Pulling into the last spot, she parked the car and got out. The highway bouquet of diesel and asphalt had been replaced by the light scent of juniper trees. She breathed in deeply. Fiona was always amazed by how different the air seemed just a few miles down the pass. Down there, the climate was more high desert than alpine, dry and dusty and sun-baked. Fiona studied the map the attendant had given her, which showed the trails that ran around the park. The primitive campground was just a short walk from the RV hookups. Whoever the witch was, he or she was there to stay. Fiona figured their best bet was to find the long-term campers. Why would anyone want to do this? Bellamy muttered, peering through the trees at the closest campground with an expression of clear disdain. It's relaxing. It's boring and gross, but at least you look the part. Fiona was in the process of lacing up her boots. She was wearing old jeans over cotton long johns and a baggy flannel shirt. Sorry you're unprepared, she said, rummaging in the trunk that was actually the front of the Beetle. She handed him her bulkiest jacket, which would easily fit his slim frame. You can wear this so you don't get cold. I'm fine, Bellamy scoffed, eyeing the jacket with disdain. I think I can handle one night of camping, even if this place is disgusting. Okay, said Fiona, taking a sip of water. Let's go see the other campers then. He made a face. You really think the killer witch is camped out in some RV? Fiona shrugged. Jinx said we'd find him here. You're on your own, Bellamy scoffed. This mission is ridiculous. Fine, Fiona huffed. You can start setting up the tent. Bellamy wrinkled his nose but said nothing. He seemed determined to prove that he was more than capable of mastering such a pedestrian hobby. She left him standing there holding her jacket, looking like a poodle that had been left alone on the side of the road. Fiona wasn't afraid as she set out to investigate. It seemed unlikely that she'd stumble upon the killer strolling around the campsite. Most of the campers she'd seen so far were gray-haired retirees in windproof vests with yappy, condo-sized dogs. She smiled and waved at each campsite as she passed, and all the campers waved in return. None of them looked like a serial killer, but that didn't mean anything. She tried to see which vehicles had a long-term tag on their dashboard, but there was only one RV with a visible pink ticket, and whoever was staying there was away from their campsite. The sun had fully set behind the mountains by the time Fiona completed her loop. She could still see the outline of the Rockies against the deep navy sky, and the moon provided enough light for her to find her way back. Bellamy had made very little progress in the time she'd been gone. The tent was a saggy mess of nylon, and the fire, well, there was no fire, just a pile of sticks he'd gathered in the fire ring made by previous campers. Bellamy was kneeling beside the circle of rocks with 9 or 10 discarded matches around him. Finally, he snapped, striking another match in a burst of fury. I thought you'd been murdered. The match lit for a brief second before going out with a puff of smoke. His face fell, and Fiona had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. Let me help you. I was a Girl Scout, you know. Of course you were, Bellamy muttered, tossing the match into his pile of sticks. She walked a slow circle around the perimeter of their campsite, gathering small dried twigs from the undergrowth. She pressed them together into a bundle and stuffed them between Bellamy's sticks. Holding her hands over the wood, she closed her eyes and concentrated. Instantly, a spark ignited, setting the kindling ablaze. "I didn't know we could use magic," he mumbled. "I thought we were undercover." Fiona shrugged and stood up straight, hunting for some smaller kindling. Bellamy hovered over the flame, warming his hands by the tiny fire. Sitting on a log, he looked extremely uncomfortable, though Fiona was impressed by his ruggedness. "See, it's not so bad," she said, squatting down on the ground beside him. "If you say so," he grumbled. "Sitting on a log in a filthy campground, waiting for a serial killer to show up." Fiona snorted and rummaged in her bag to offer Bellamy some trail mix. He took the baggie from her grudgingly, munching like an oversized rabbit. After a few minutes, he looked over expectantly. "I don't suppose you brought something to wash this down?" Fiona handed him her water and started making peanut butter sandwiches. Darkness had set in by then, making it impossible to see beyond the glow of their fire. Wind rustled through the large cedar tree beside them, and Fiona drew her jacket tighter. "You think the witch is back at his campsite?" Fiona asked after a while. "What? You want to go sneaking up on a serial killer in the middle of the night?" "It was just an idea." "Well, count me out." Fiona fell silent, poking a stick into the fire. She knew it was risky to go looking for the witch, but she didn't know how else they were going to find him. "Should we play a game?" Bellamy asked after his third peanut butter sandwich. Sure. What do you want to play?" Bellamy turned. "You didn't bring any games?" "No." "I thought the whole point of camping was to do boring stuff like play cards and sing campfire songs." Fiona smiled. "I could sing for you." "No, thanks." Bellamy got to his feet, tossed the peanut butter into her lap, and stretched his arms overhead. "I guess I'll turn in." "Night," said Fiona, still grinning to herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Bellamy squat down and attempt to pencil dive into their tiny tent. The sides quivered with his movement, and then the whole thing lurched forward and backward. Fiona waited for the tent to stop moving, but then the whole thing seemed to collapse on itself. Fiona snorted. "This is awful," groaned the Bellamy-shaped heap of green nylon. "I think you forgot to stake it down." "What?" "Never mind." By the time Fiona had fixed the tent, coaxed Bellamy back inside, and settled in herself, the rest of the campground had fallen quiet. Fiona lay awake for nearly an hour, shoulder to shoulder with a very restless Bellamy. Between the lumpy mound of earth he'd chosen for their tent and the possibility that there was a killer nearby, she imagined it was going to be a very long night. When she finally did manage to fall asleep, Fiona sank into a fitful dream, a haze of smoke, the crackle of bone, and the sound of heavy breathing. Unconsciously, she knew her body was lying safely in the tent, but her spirit floated over the scene like a crow circling overhead. She floated over and descended upon a stranger. He was a man of average size and build, bent over a pot on a bed of hot coals. He was wrapped in a heavy brown cloak with a hood that partially obscured his features. It was the man she'd seen in the road that night on her date with Michael. She recognized the odd clothes he was wearing and the slight point of his chin. As the glow of the fire danced off the liquid's glassy surface, Fiona saw what looked like bones crisscrossed in the belly of the pot. In his hand, he held a chunk of human hair, and Fiona felt her stomach turn. She shouldn't be there. She needed to leave. Somehow she'd managed to astral project in her sleep. Her body was back in the tent with Bellamy, but it wasn't safe as long as her spirit was drifting through the astral plane. Pulling herself away from the strange man's ritual, she flew through the woods at a rapid clip. She focused on getting away as fast as she could, and for a moment, it was as though she had returned to her corporeal form. Tree branches slapped at her face as she ran, stumbling over uneven ground. Back in the clearing, she sensed the witch. He had become aware of her presence, or at least he sensed that he was being watched. Fiona's spirit drifted like a leaf on water, just a few yards from where her body slept. She tried to stay very still to avoid being discovered, but she felt the witch reaching out with all his senses, searching for the intruder. Fiona's body tossed and turned. She felt a cold, clammy hand along the sides of her neck. It was as if the witch had reached into the void and was attempting to strangle her while her spirit was away. In the astral realm, Fiona sensed her body flailing in terror as the witch's hand clamped down on her throat. With a jolt and a gasp, Fiona's spirit crashed back into her body. She sat bolt upright in the tent, gasping and heaving for air. Her skin was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and she felt an odd tingle along the ridge of her spine. It was as if her spirit was still fitting itself back into her body, sealing it against psychic invasion. Bellamy groaned, still half asleep. Fiona felt cold and shaky all over. She'd never experienced anything like that before. She'd heard the astral projection could be dangerous, but she'd never fully understood why. Now she could see how it left a witch vulnerable, splitting the body from the spirit. Just as a vacant house was a target for vagrants, without the spirit, there was nothing to protect the corporeal form from invasion. Pulling back the top of her sleeping bag, Fiona crawled toward the flap of the tent. "Where are you going?" Bellamy moaned. "Shh. Go back to sleep." Bellamy flipped onto his stomach, muttering into the rolled-up jacket that he was using as a pillow. No danger of that happening. Fiona crawled out of the tent and slipped her feet into her boots. She stood listening outside the tent, her heart throbbing in her throat. The forest had gone completely silent, which was odd for that time of night. No animals rustled in the underbrush. Even the wind had stopped. All she could hear was the sound of her own breathing as she stood there in the dark. She knew that she'd managed to find the witch in her dreams, which meant he was likely nearby. Her spirit had been drawn to the vortex of ether he'd created with his ritual. Gathering every ounce of courage she possessed, Fiona set off down the trail. She knew her feet were carrying her in the right direction, even as she left the path. She could still sense the tainted ether. It was darker than the life-and-death tussle that played out in the coyotes' killing fields. The rhythm of nature was restorative, even in death. This magic was a perversion of nature, life-draining and destructive. It was the darkest ether Fiona had ever felt besides the demons, and yet she was drawn to it nonetheless. Following its pull farther off the trail, Fiona scrambled up a steep embankment. Loose dirt slid underfoot, and she had to pull herself up with a tree root. Branches snagged at her sleeves and hair as she fought her way through the brush. On a conscious level, she had no idea where she was, but intuitively, she knew the way. She emerged on a flat hilltop covered in scraggly junipers. They were slow-growing desert trees that were only a few feet taller than she was. The field was drenched in silvery moonlight, and she could just barely discern mountains in the distance. Her feet felt heavy as she waded through the trees, listening for any sign of movement. As she approached the sandstone cliff, she heard what sounded like a very low humming. It was an eerie sound to hear alone in a dark field of trees, but she continued to follow it to a wall of solid rock. The sandstone formation rose up above her as tall as a 2-story building. She placed her hands against the rough surface, listening for the source of the noise. It sounded as though the humming was coming from the rock itself, but that didn't make any sense. Looking up, she saw a shadow pass over the edge of the cliff. Someone, or something was up there. Heart pounding, Fiona skirted around the edge of the formation to a place where it sloped low enough to climb. Her boots seemed to stick to the rough, porous surface, but it was still a perilous climb in the dark. Keeping her body very close to the rock, she slowly ascended the formation. When the slope became steep, she got down on all fours, bear crawling up the edge of the rock. At one point, her hand stabbed the spiky tips of a yucca, and she had to bite down to keep from yelping in pain. The humming grew louder the higher she climbed, and the weight of the ether intensified. As she cleared the edge of the rock formation, she saw a flash of white light through the bushes. It looked as though it was coming from a battery-powered lantern. Fiona ducked down, heart pounding. The witch had to be close. As her eyes adjusted to the artificial light, she saw a pile of boulders just a few yards away. Creeping closer, she heard the snap of a twig. There was someone on the other side of the rocks. Peering over the tallest boulder, she saw shadows pour out over the pines that grew along the cliffside. The shadow of a man stretched around the fire, growing and spreading across the rust-colored rocks. Fiona was breathing so hard and so fast that she worried he might hear her. The man was hunched in the glow of a lantern, but the shadow of his hood made it impossible to discern his features. He was nursing the potion from her dreams, which was being heated in an old rusty stockpot. Behind him, she could just make out an old junky camper. Tarps strung between a crag and a tree formed another makeshift shelter. He had a cook stove and plenty of supplies. It looked as though he'd been there for weeks. As Fiona took inventory, the humming stopped. A hard lump formed in her throat. She could sense the ether leaching into the earth, polluting the land around him. Perhaps he sensed the ether in her too. But then he dropped something into the pot, and Fiona heard a low hiss. Suddenly, the witch threw back his head, and his hood fell onto his shoulders. His dark hair flashed silver in the glow of the moonlight, but it was still too dark to make out his face. He spoke in a low voice that was slightly familiar, but as hard as she tried, she couldn't place it. He was speaking in a tongue Fiona didn't recognize. It sounded like Latin, or maybe Italian. Within seconds, Fiona sensed a change in the weather. A cold wind whipped across the rocks, and storm clouds began to gather. Thick white smoke billowed from the pot, and the darkness seemed to intensify. The witch's voice rose to a crescendo, echoing off the cliff face. Dread unfurled in Fiona's chest, and then she felt a jolt of panic. She sensed it just before she felt it, a hand clamping over her mouth. She tried to scream, but the hand held her tight. The flesh was strong and calloused. Then an arm clamped around her middle, dragging her back through the snapping branches. The witch looked up from his simmering pot, but Fiona was already gone. Someone was dragging her toward the cliff's edge, and in that instant, her mind went blank. She couldn't concentrate to command the elements. Her terror left her powerless. Fiona lost her footing on the descent. Adrenaline surged through her veins. She bit down on the fingers pressed against her mouth, but the stranger just tightened his grip. He heaved her body down the side of the rock formation, dragging her toward the field below. Jagged rocks scraped Fiona through her clothes, but she was too afraid to feel any pain. She kicked and flailed, but he didn't let go, even as she struck him in the knee. They reached the open field of trees, and a single thought filled her mind. She wasn't going to die out there. Squeezing her eyes shut, Fiona focused every ounce of her being on freeing herself from her attacker. She concentrated on drawing the ether from every tree and plant and animal. She gathered it into her frozen limbs, like soaking up the heat from a rock. Once she felt it thrumming inside her, she moved it into her solar plexus. She forced it down her legs, to her feet, and finally back into the earth. With a sound like an enormous rock splitting, a crack appeared in the dirt. Her attacker stumbled, loosening his grip, and Fiona pulled away. The ground trembled as a gaping hole opened in the earth, swallowing the stranger in its yawning mouth. Fiona fell, scraping her palms, as the earth started to crumble. Rocks and dirt cascaded into the hole, which was widening by the second. Scrambling to her feet, Fiona looked back, her whole body urging her to run. Then a break appeared in the clouds above, drenching the field in light. She saw a man trying to claw his way out, but the hole just grew wider. At first she couldn't see who it was, but then his face caught the light. Gabriel was drowning in the belly of the earth as the ground crumbled around him. Chapter 21. The Hunt. Fiona stared down at Gabriel in shock, unsure what to do. He was trying desperately to climb out of the hole, but the harder he struggled, the wider it grew. She could feel the ether disturbing the earth, churning the dirt into a swirling whirlpool of crushed granite and sand. "Fiona!" Gabriel yelled, still clawing at the dirt. His face was scrunched in concentration as he tried to pull himself out. Dirt was spilling into the hole at a rapid pace, burying him as the chasm deepened. Fiona's panic returned in full force. She was worried his yelling would reach the witch on the rocks. She had to make him stop. Kneeling down on the ground, she closed her eyes and put her hands on the earth. She felt a rumble travel up her knees as the ground rose up in a wave. Gabriel surged toward the surface with a spew of dirt as the earth ejected his body. In one last ground-shaking burp, the earth rose up and healed itself around him. Gabriel was lying face down in the dirt, looking as though he were trying to swim. It took him a second to realize what had happened and scramble to his feet. His face and clothes were covered in dirt, and for the first time, Fiona saw fear in his eyes. He stood in a crouch with his hands out in front of him, looking prepared for a fight. "What are you doing here?" Gabriel spat. It took Fiona a moment to recover from the shock of seeing him. "Me?" she spluttered. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay away from me." "It wasn't you I was after." "Right," said Fiona with a breathless huff. "You just happened to be up on the same cliff as me in the middle of the night?" "I've been tracking the killer for days," he said, beating the dirt off his sleeve. Fiona could sense the fury pouring off him, which gave her some small measure of satisfaction. "Now, thanks to you, he'll be in the wind, and I'll have to start all over again." "Thanks to me?" Fiona spluttered. "If he heard anything that would scare him away, it's entirely your fault." "My fault? You're the one who dragged me out of there. You never should have been up there in the first place. I couldn't risk you getting caught. If you were discovered, he would have found me, and then he'd know I was after him." Fiona took a step toward Gabriel, jabbing a finger into his chest. "I won't just stand by and watch someone destroy my town and lay the blame on my coven." Gabriel looked down at her finger and back to her face, perplexed. "What do you mean, destroy the town?" Fiona let out a sharp exhale. She wasn't sure how much she should tell him. Just because they were hunting the same witch didn't mean they were on the same side. "You aren't going to tell me? Fine," he huffed. "Did you at least get a good look at what he was doing?" Fiona shook her head. "My coven thinks that he's performing a ritual that requires human sacrifice." "A ritual to do what?" "I don't know." "Well, what do you know?" "I know the killings seem to coincide with the phases of the moon. The ritual will be completed during the full moon." "That's only a few days from now." Fiona nodded. Gabriel fell silent as he worked something out. She saw the frustration in his expression, growing stronger by the second. Finally, he burst out. "Why were you up there? What was your plan?" "I don't know," she said, annoyed with herself as she turned and walked back toward the trail. In truth, she hadn't come with a plan. Her goal was to learn the identity of the killer and then... Fiona! But she kept walking and quickened her pace. What the hell was she doing out there? Standing out in a dark field alone with a hunter was the height of stupidity. Gabriel followed right behind her, closing the distance easily with his much longer stride. Fiona! A second later, she felt his hand on her arm, pulling her around to face him. She tried to pull her arm away, but he didn't release his grip. What aren't you telling me? The hunter growled. What is it that you know? Fiona glared at him, breathing hard through her nose. Why should she tell Gabriel anything? What did she care about a witch hunter? One less in the world was good for her kind. Fiona didn't know what compelled her to say it, only that she was moved by something deep inside. I know the witch can't be killed by a hunter. He must be stopped by a witch. Who told you that? He whispered, pulling her closer. I can't say. He scowled. There's a whole lot you can't say. Well, it's not as though I can trust you. What if you could? He spat, releasing her roughly. Then we might actually have a shot at killing this witch. If you're so determined to kill him, why didn't you attack when you had the chance? I couldn't, said Gabriel, looking genuinely confused. Didn't you notice the ring of salt? Fiona shook her head. You should probably get your witchy senses checked. I felt it the second I tried to approach from the other side of the cliff. It went all around his campsite. He's completely protected. Good to know, Fiona muttered, annoyed by his insinuation that her witchy senses were weak. It's about the oldest trick in the book, said Gabriel. And don't get any ideas. It only works to keep away evil spirits and enemies who mean you harm. We're still enemies, Fiona grumbled. But Gabriel cracked a smirk. The way I see it, we're on the same side. We both want to stop this witch. So you admit that you were wrong to target my coven? I didn't say that. Fiona rolled her eyes. Having one common enemy doesn't make us allies. Your whole purpose in life is killing witches. I only kill witches who throw the natural order out of balance by killing mortals or drawing too much power. And what gives you the right to judge what constitutes too much power? Someone's got to. We can take care of our own kind, thank you very much. Recent events say you can't, said Gabriel. As far as this killer witch is concerned, I am the judge, jury, and executioner. That's too much power for any one person. He raised an eyebrow. So is the ability to cause a small earthquake. Fiona swallowed, breaking his gaze. I've never seen a witch do something like that, said Gabriel quietly. Some of us are better with certain elements than others. Uh-huh. Most witches couldn't draw ether from the environment to compound their own power the way Fiona could. Growing up, her parents had taught her that wielding the fifth element was a big responsibility. One had to be careful, precise, and focused. She'd reacted instinctively back there, and the ether combined with the earth had created a powerful multiplying effect. Fiona had the nasty feeling that Gabriel suspected she was different from the rest of her kind, so she hastily changed the subject. How do you track witches? He hesitated. We sense the ether, he said after a moment. Some of us see witches in our dreams. Like a premonition. Gabriel squinted, and Fiona could tell he didn't like that description. It's more like having a really powerful radar. Fiona knew she was pushing her luck, but her curiosity got the better of her. Do you? She asked. See witches in your dreams? Gabriel studied her for a moment, moonlight reflecting in his midnight blue eyes. He gave an uneasy sort of grimace, as though deciding how much to tell her. She knew he was considering not answering the question, but he seemed to decide there wasn't any harm.
"Sometimes," he said. "I saw you. Of course, I didn't know who you were till you showed up on Wesley's doorstep."
Fiona shivered. It made her nervous to hear that she'd popped up on Gabriel's witchy dream radar. For all she knew, he'd seen the rest of the coven and just needed to find them in person. "What did you see?" Fiona asked. Gabriel frowned and looked off in the distance, discomfort and irritation competing for dominance. He wasn't going to tell her that. "What will you do now?" she asked.
"Go home, I guess." Gabriel sighed. "I'll return before first light, see if I can get a closer look. That's if he's not gone already."
Fiona sensed that something had shifted the wall between them, leaving some awkwardness in its place. Perhaps Gabriel, like her, felt he'd said too much. Unwilling as she was to work with a hunter, they seemed to have forged an uneasy alliance. But then Gabriel straightened up and slid his cold expression back into place.
"If you're not going to help me, stay out of my way. I can't have you messing this up."
Chapter 22. La Ruota Oscura. Although Fiona had barely slept, she awoke to birdsong at sunrise. Soft morning light shone through the battered sides of their tent, warming the humid air inside. She was scrunched in a ball in the far corner of their tent, while Bellamy was sprawled in the middle. Moving carefully to avoid waking him, Fiona squeezed herself outside. The morning air was cold and crisp, and the surrounding woods felt lighter somehow. It was as though a dark cloud had been lifted. A playful breeze was blowing through the trees, and all the birds were singing again. The previous night's events felt like a dream. Had she really tracked down the killer witch and crossed paths with the hunter? As she replayed their conversation in her mind, the whole thing felt surreal. Hunters and witches were natural enemies, and yet it felt as though she and Gabriel had declared an uneasy truce. Deep down, she knew he was dangerous, but they'd found themselves on the same side. By the time Bellamy emerged from the tent, Fiona had rekindled the fire. She was busy making coffee and instant oatmeal. The smell must have drawn him out. "Good morning," she said, handing him a thermos. "Is it?" Bellamy grumbled. He squatted down on his log and took a careful sip. She watched his face as he puckered his lips, setting the coffee down with disdain. "Did you bring any sugar?" "Sorry," said Fiona. Bellamy thrust his neck out in a pout, but proceeded to sample the oatmeal. He took a bite and then held it in his mouth. "Ugh, this is disgusting." He spat it back out. "Let's get the hell out of here so we can eat a real breakfast." "All right then," said Fiona briskly, grabbing the thermos and dousing their fire. "We'll go to breakfast and I can tell you about my midnight tryst with the murderer and the witch hunter." Bellamy looked up, clearly flabbergasted, and Fiona held back a smirk. There was nothing more torturous to Bellamy than having something juicy withheld. Fiona watched with satisfaction as the oatmeal slid off his spoon. "What?" he spluttered. "You, tell me now." "Nope," said Fiona, feigning a sigh. "We need to get some breakfast in you before you waste away to nothing." "Fine," he said in a sour voice. "Breakfast at the Rusty Spoon, and you can tell me everything. But when you get home, you should burn that tent." As it turned out, Bellamy had no intention of lifting a finger to help break down their campsite. By the time Fiona had gotten the tent into the car and all of their belongings packed, the other campers had left for the day, and the campground was mostly deserted. There was no sign of Gabriel anywhere, and Fiona wondered if the witch was still camped up on that rocky ledge. It made her uneasy to think of him up there, his magic growing stronger each day and night as the moon unfurled her silver face. Although she'd come to Cliff's Edge to find the witch, she'd given little thought to what she would do if she did manage to find him. She wasn't a killer, and she couldn't exactly call the police and tell them she'd sensed his ether. In any case, if Gabriel was right and they'd spooked the witch, he would be long gone by then. By the time she and Bellamy reached the Rusty Spoon, the early morning breakfast crowd had dispersed. The diner was deserted apart from a few regulars grumbling over coffee and pie. In a low whisper between bites of her pancakes, Fiona told Bellamy what she had seen and about her run-in with Gabriel. She left out the part about creating a miniature earthquake that had nearly swallowed him whole. She still didn't understand why the combination of elements had had such a powerful effect, and it scared her. When she finished her story, Bellamy's mouth was hanging open. "And you didn't get a good look at his face?" Fiona shook her head. "So I slept on the filthy hard ground, ate your disgusting granola, and we're still no closer to stopping the killer?" "I'm sorry for your suffering," Fiona grumbled. "What I don't understand," Bellamy mused, "is how the hunter knew the witch would be there." "Apparently, hunters can sense our ether." "Creepy." "I know. He said he saw me in a vision while he was asleep." "You mean in a dream?" Bellamy probed, quirking one naughty eyebrow. "If the sexy hunter saw you in his dreams, that can only mean one thing." "That Gabriel's trouble?" Fiona finished. "Oh, without a doubt." But Bellamy was smirking. He didn't seem to fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. The memory of the night before still had a sense of unrealness to it. She knew a hunter couldn't be trusted, but she'd almost let her guard down, and she sensed that he had too. Around the time they finished their food, Bea took her break so they could talk. Bellamy filled her in while Fiona drifted off, lost in thought about the killer witch. When Fiona left, the other two were still speculating about why the witch couldn't be killed by a hunter. Fiona started down the hill toward home, but circled the block and headed back toward Copperfield's. It was tucked into the corner storefront one street over, just down the alley from Jinx's salon. Copperfield's was the oldest bookstore in Mountain Shadow, and had been there for as long as Fiona could remember. It was owned by a man named Walter Crike, a mortal friend of Agatha's who had a deep fascination with the occult. The brick face of the shop was painted white. Tall black doors with arched transom windows gave it the look of an old train depot. Copperfield's Bookshop, specializing in rare and unusual books, was printed on the front window in peeling letters, and a rickety cart of faded paperbacks sat outside. Mr. Crike had propped open the door to let in some air, and a fat orange tabby cat lay in the threshold, soaking up the late morning sunshine. No matter the time of year, it was always hot inside the shop. The ceiling-to-floor shelves were bursting with books, and more volumes were stacked on the floor in teetering knee-high heaps. Mismatched chairs were tucked in the corners, but they too had been swallowed by books. When Fiona walked in, she saw Mr. Crike at the counter, half hidden by stacks of books waiting to be catalogued and priced. He was a wizened old man with a shock of white hair whose jacket seemed to be part burlap, part carpet. He wore a pair of thick rectangular bifocal glasses that always looked a bit clouded. Between the dirt-colored jacket and the hunch of his shoulders, he could have been decomposing right before Fiona's eyes. "Mr. Crike?" The old man looked up from the desk, apparently startled to have a customer. He cast around in search of the intruder, and then broke into an absent smile. "Ah, Fiona. Good to see you." "You're looking well." Mr. Crike batted away the compliment with a gnarled hand. "I still get around," he said, taking off his glasses and wiping them on his shirt. "What can I do for you today?" Fiona hesitated. It was an odd thing she was about to ask, and there was no way he would remember. Still, Mr. Crike could sometimes surprise with the sharpness of his memory. "I'm looking for a book." "You've come to the right place." "It's an old book my father had." Agatha mentioned it was very rare. You would have sold it to him maybe 5 or 10 years ago? Mr. Crike broke into a laugh.
5 or 10 years ago?
He raised one wild white eyebrow.
This might come as a bit of a shock, but I don't remember every book I ever sold.
I know, said Fiona hurriedly. I knew it was a long shot, but if you had some kind of record...
Records from 10 years ago?
Fiona tried to smile, but it was marred by disappointment. The book of ancient rituals Agatha had mentioned was her only other lead.
Let me see, said Mr. Crike,
shuffling into the back. Fiona watched his hunched form retreat, not feeling very hopeful. While he was gone, Fiona wandered into the far corner of the shop, which was blocked off by a velvet rope meant to keep out teenage shoplifters. A handwritten sign read, "Occult, rare and unusual," and several smaller labels denoted the subjects, ranging from divination to demons. Along one wall was a dusty glass case, where gold-lettered bindings gleamed back at Fiona. They were grimoires and old magical texts, the type of books her father collected. There was also a shelf of obscure mythology and some newer books of spells. Several minutes later, Mr. Crike emerged carrying what looked like a dusty ledger. Fiona came around the corner, stunned that he'd managed to unearth something.
Sometimes being a pack rat comes in handy,
he said, slamming the book down on the counter. Little clouds of dust escaped from its pages, and Mr. Crike sneezed with gusto. He cracked open the dry, flaky binding and began to leaf through the yellowed pages. Fiona walked around to his side and peered down at the ledger. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the book was actually a record of all past purchases. It was alphabetized by customer name and had every book they'd bought within a 5-year span, written in a cramped, meticulous hand. She caught a glimpse of her father's name at the top of one page and drew in a sharp breath of air. She didn't know why seeing his name elicited such a response. Perhaps it was just the knowledge that the last time the book had opened to this page, her father had still been alive. 15 or 20 titles were listed under his name. Beside the listing, Mr. Crike had recorded the author's name, date of purchase, and list price for the title.
"Do you remember what the book was called?" he asked,
adjusting his glasses so he could read the titles and moving an arthritic finger down the page. I don't know the title, Fiona said. It would have been a book of ancient pagan rituals. Mr. Crike looked over his glasses, his eyebrows inching higher.
How could I forget? The book to which you're referring is the infamous Ruota Oscura. Your father bought it from me the year he died.
At those words, Fiona's insides grew cold. He did? Mr. Crike nodded. Why is it infamous? Mr. Crike removed his glasses, revealing the pink pouches under his watery eyes.
Well, for one thing, because it was so difficult to track down. Also because the legends say that La Ruota Oscura is cursed.
Cursed? Fiona looked down at the line for the book's author, which had been marked with a long straight dash. She guessed this meant that the book had no known author, or that the author had chosen to remain anonymous. Why did my father want it then?
I believe he needed it for some research he was publishing on the Druids.
The Druids? Mr. Crike nodded.
The Druids were members of the Celtic learned class scattered across Britain and what is now France. They were guardians of the Celtic culture, teachers, priests, and philosophers.
Fiona frowned. Her father had taught occult studies at the university, but she hadn't known that he was working on anything related to the Druids. What is La Ruota Oscura? Mr. Crike squinted up at Fiona with an expression that made her think he knew her father's true nature.
It's an Italian text that dates back to the 17th century. It means the Dark Wheel. I don't speak Italian myself, but according to your father, La Ruota Oscura is one of the most accurate accounts of ancient Druid rituals.
Ancient Druid rituals recorded in Italian? Fiona repeated, her heart beating faster. She wondered if this book had had anything to do with the fateful trip to Italy that had killed both her parents.
The Celtic religion forbade the Druids from committing their sacred teachings to writing, Mr. Crike explained. The earliest written accounts of their culture come from the Greeks and the Romans. Rituals detailed in La Ruota Oscura were translated from the original Latin. Not much is known about the author, only that he or she lived in Florence in the late 1600s.
At the mention of Florence, Fiona's mouth went dry. Perhaps her father had been on a quest to learn about the author of the text. "And you ordered this book for him?" Fiona pressed.
"No," said Mr. Crike. "It took your father and I years to track it down. I finally located a dealer in Massachusetts who'd bought it at auction for his personal collection. The dealer didn't want to part with it, of course, but your father offered him a sum of money that he simply could not refuse."
"How much?" Mr. Crike squinted down at his own cramped handwriting.
$27,000.
"What?" Mr. Crike nodded. Fiona could hardly believe it. $27,000 sounded outrageous, especially considering her father was an academic and her mother had been a nurse midwife. Where had her father found the money? And why had he wanted this book so badly? It couldn't have been for academic purposes.
"I can't imagine your father would have gotten rid of it," said Mr. Crike. "Surely it's still in that house somewhere."
Fiona nodded.
"If you were looking to liquidate some assets, I might be able to find a buyer."
"No, that's all right," said Fiona, still reeling from disappointment. She'd been hoping Mr. Crike would say that he could get another copy, but as it turned out, the book was probably one of a kind.
"Anything else I can help you find?"
"Actually, yes." Fiona had just remembered something else that was on her mind, something that had been bothering her. "I was wondering if you had any books about the history of the area where Cliff's Edge Campground is now."
"Oh!"
Mr. Crike lit up, looking excited.
"As a matter of fact..."
He shuffled back out from behind the desk toward a shelf marked Local History. It was full of dusty books from the 70s and 80s about Colorado Springs and the Pikes Peak region. Beside a guidebook on the Garden of the Gods were a few thin volumes on mountain shadow.
"That area was sacred to the Utes," he said,
searching the shelves with his head bent, nose almost touching the spines.
"Garden of the Gods was known to the Utes as the Old Redlands."
His mention of the Old Redlands stirred a memory of something that Jinx had said.
"They would go there on vision quests, and when the elders knew it was their time to die, they would venture there as well. They would wedge their bodies between the rocks, and later the bodies would be removed."
His shaky hand stopped wandering and slid a book off the shelf.
"Here it is."
The book was a slim hardback volume called Sacred Sites of the Mountain West. The dust jacket must have been lost at some point, but the orange cover was in relatively good shape. "I'll take it," said Fiona, pulling out her wallet. Mr. Crike nodded.
"Fascinating history. Don't fret about La Ruota Oscura," he added. "But do let me know when it turns up. A book like that should be properly preserved. I'd be happy to take a look."
"Thanks," said Fiona, taking her book with the Copperfield's bookmark Mr. Crike had slid inside the cover. "I'll let you know when I track it down." As she stepped out into the sunlight, Fiona couldn't help but think she was leaving with more questions than answers. Growing up, her parents had been comfortable but not wealthy by any stretch. They'd rarely discussed the family's finances, But Fiona was sure she would have known if her father had been thinking of purchasing a book for $27,000. Unless he didn't want us to know, said a voice in Fiona's head. Shuffling absently toward her car, Fiona nearly collided with Gabriel. He was shuffling briskly down the sidewalk, with hot coffee in hand. "Watch where you're going, Nancy Drew," he grumbled, hot coffee drizzling down his arm. Fiona shot him a half-hearted glare, still reeling from what she'd just learned. "I went back to visit our friend this morning," said Gabriel. "Imagine my surprise to find him gone." "The witch?" said Fiona, glancing around. "Who else?" Fiona's stomach quivered. He just left? Vanished without a trace. Fiona sighed. Her and Bellamy's camping trip had been for nothing, all because Gabriel couldn't mind his own business. "If it weren't for a certain witch, I'd have this killer in my web, but you just had to get involved." "Me?" said Fiona. "You're the one who made all that racket and scared him away from the campsite." "You shouldn't even have been there," Gabriel muttered. "You're a lot of things, Fiona, but a killer is not one of them." "You couldn't even get near him," she hissed. "Not in his camp," said Gabriel irritably, "but I could have followed him elsewhere." "You can't kill him," Fiona retorted. "He can only be killed by a witch." "Now, isn't that convenient? A witch who can only be killed by a witch. Where did you hear that? Another witch?" Fiona looked away. "I have a source." "Well, you'll have to excuse me if I don't put my faith in your friend, the telepsychic." At those words, Fiona's stomach did a flip. It sounded as though he knew about Jinx, though she didn't see how that was possible. "I've been doing this for a long time," he added, his voice colored by resentment. It was such a distinct shift in tone that for a moment, Fiona wondered whether she'd misjudged him. She'd always assumed that hunters were ruthless, that they were natural predators who liked to kill. But judging by the bitterness in his voice, this was more like a job to him. "Stay out of my way." "Fine," said Fiona, opening her car door. "As long as you stay out of mine." "We're going the same way," Gabriel called, as she got in the car and slammed the door. But Fiona didn't respond. She started the engine and pulled out of her parking spot, driving away as fast as she could. A dark sense of unease was spilling into her gut. If the witch had somehow become aware of their presence, then he knew he was being hunted. And if he knew who was doing the hunting, they could easily become the prey. The house was empty when Fiona got home. Eleanor must have gone down to the Springs to deal with their insurance mess. The house was still and eerily quiet, and Fiona's sense of foreboding grew. She went straight to the bench in the foyer that was the household repository for random things that needed putting away. Water bottles, junk mail, and stray pieces of clothing always seemed to turn up there. It was where she'd set the enormous jar of brick dust that Rose had given her the week before. Moved by her underlying current of panic, Fiona went outside. She gathered a handful of the cool red dust and made a line across the threshold. Walking around to the side of the house, she did the same thing to the kitchen door. She emptied the entire jar outside for good measure, not caring if she looked insane. If salt could keep Gabriel away, surely Rose's brick dust would keep the killer witch from darkening her door. Dusting off her hands, she walked back inside and made a beeline for the study. The creak of the steps was the only sound in the otherwise silent house. The heavy wooden door had an old-fashioned brass plate and a glass doorknob that was notoriously unreliable. Before the study had sealed itself, the door had been known to fall open with a strong draft, or if there was a sudden change in the weather. It would also sometimes slam shut, making Fiona jump in the room next door. But when she tried the knob this time, she found it as stiff and immobile as ever. Standing back a few feet from the door, she closed her eyes and held out both hands. She concentrated on drawing the ether out of the room, in the hope of breaking the incantation. Nothing happened. She didn't feel so much as a tingle, or the telltale warmth of ether flowing into her body. If it was ether that kept the study door sealed, she wasn't powerful enough to shift it. Next, she focused on the wood itself, trying to manipulate the moisture inside it. She thought that if she drew the moisture out, it might cause the door to shrink or crack. But her power seemed to have no effect. She didn't even chip the paint. Fiona sighed. If she had had her doubts before, they were completely gone. The door to her father's study wasn't stuck, and it wasn't a charm that she could break. Most likely it was sealed by copious amounts of ether embedded in the walls themselves. One way or another, the study had been sealed with powerful magic, and only that magic could unlock it. Chapter 23. Smudge's Warning. The evening air was mild enough that Fiona left her window ajar. A light breeze lifted the curtain, and moonlight shone through the holes in the lace and spilled across her quilt. She was curled up under the covers reading the book she'd bought at Copperfield's. According to the author, sacred sites were scattered throughout Mountain Shadow and up and down Ute Pass. The natural springs that flowed through the town were once considered a neutral meeting place where Native Americans could come for healing without the fear of being attacked. Later, white settlers had driven them off their land and forced them onto reservations. Tracing her finger along Highway 24, Fiona located the rock formations above the campground, where the witch had been performing his ritual. They were located near the site of some old Ute burial grounds, land once considered sacred. Rose was right. Mountain Shadow did have its own magic. The natives had recognized that centuries ago. Perhaps it was the mineral springs, or maybe the veil between realms had always been a little thin. Either way, it confirmed what Eleanor had told her. Mountain Shadow was a place for restless spirits who'd been driven from their land. As she flipped through the book to find another map, Smudge leapt onto the bed. He pawed her leg underneath the blankets, and his claws caught in the soft quilt. He meowed with some urgency, and Fiona picked him up and set him gently in her lap. But instead of settling down as he usually did, the hair along his spine stood on end. He pawed at her arm and leapt onto the nightstand, scratching Fiona with his claws. "Ow!" she hissed, looking over to see him staring at her with huge golden eyes. He alighted onto the bed again, batting her bookmark with his claws. She tried to nudge him onto the floor, but he sprawled his body across the book in her lap and fixed her with a stubborn glare. Fiona sighed. Clearly, he wasn't going to let her read. It was nearly midnight anyway. Reaching over to turn off the light, she tried to readjust Smudge by turning onto her side. But Smudge clung on through the transition and perched along the ridge of her hip. Just as soon as Fiona got comfortable, he stood up and clawed the blanket again. "All right, that's it," Fiona muttered, sweeping him off the bed. Smudge landed on the floor with a loud thump, meowing in irritation. The wind outside Fiona's window blew stronger, shaking the branches of the nearest tree so that they knocked against the house. She shivered. A storm was coming. She could feel it. Sitting up, she grabbed another blanket from the foot of her bed and snuggled deeper under the covers. Seeing that Fiona didn't plan on getting up, Smudge hopped back onto the bed and proceeded to march down her legs. "Stop it," she murmured, shifting Smudge off the bed. What was with this cat? But he jumped back up, undeterred, and started kneading Fiona's legs. "That's it," said Fiona, throwing back the covers and scooping Smudge up into her arms. She deposited him out in the hallway and then crawled back into bed. She lay awake for a very long time, listening to Smudge paw at the door. The moon was casting silvery shapes onto the ceiling, and Fiona lay there trying to imagine what the past must have been like before the settlers came. When you stripped away the 4-lane highway and replaced the many tons of rock that must have been blasted out of the canyon, what was left was a rugged stretch of unforgiving wilderness. There were no houses dotting the foothills, no signs, no parks, no campgrounds. She turned over, feeling restless, and heard a noise downstairs. It had sounded almost like breaking glass, and she groaned into her pillow. Smudge must have tried to wedge his pear-shaped head into the water glass she'd left on the counter. In his frantic effort to dislodge himself, he'd probably knocked it onto the floor. Fiona briefly considered investigating the noise, but her limbs felt very heavy. Her bed was warm. The wind was blowing. Sleepiness settled over her like a fog, and she let her eyelids flutter closed. She pictured herself traversing the old red lands, striking out on a vision quest. In her bleary half-dream state, she imagined squeezing herself between the porous layers of rock to find a cool, inviting crevice. She reached out and placed her palms on the sandstone, feeling its scratchy solidity under her hand. Vaguely, she remembered that every rock formation had its own vibration. The sandstone absorbed everything from earthquakes to traffic and produced its own unique frequency. With the right equipment, humans could hear it, a low, unearthly hum. As she listened, a breeze blew through, carrying the scent of smoke. Deep within her subconscious, Fiona felt a tingle of uneasiness. Something wasn't right. In the red-hued paradise of her dream, she felt the stir of an intrusion. She looked up through the gap in the rocks and saw dark clouds gathering overhead. Smoke was seeping into her hiding place, tickling her nose and burning her throat. Maneuvering her body back through the rocks, she found herself confronted by a wall of fire. It was blazing all around the rocks, stoked by the wind and blocking her path. Panicking, Fiona tried to scramble up the rock, but she couldn't find any footholds. Smoke was still pouring in through the cracks, making it difficult to breathe. Off in the distance, she heard a frantic meowing. She opened her eyes and sat up in bed. The smoke had not come from her dream, nor was she surrounded by flames, but smoke was drifting into the bedroom through her open window. Jumping out of bed, Fiona stumbled across the room and took the stairs 2 at a time. Smudge dashed after her, galloping down the hall. As Fiona approached the foot of the stairs, the smoke grew measurably thicker. It was very hot, and she started to cough. The entire living room was blanketed in smoke. It seemed to be billowing in from the kitchen, but it was too thick to see more than a few yards ahead. Ducking down, she crawled around the couch and saw a towering wall of flames. She tried to call Eleanor's name, but the smoke choked off her call. Crawling back toward the stairs, she gripped the railing and started up, looking for Smudge. She tried to call to Eleanor again, but her dry, scratchy throat was in no mood to shout. Every attempt forced a deep inhalation, which made her feel lightheaded. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, the smoke alarm started to blare. It was a high-pitched ring that vibrated her skull and made her feel disoriented. Fumbling down the hallway, she finally reached Eleanor's room. When she burst inside, Eleanor was already on her feet, looking around in confusion. "Fire!" Fiona choked, grabbing Eleanor by the hand. She dragged her out of the room, back toward the stairs, but Eleanor stopped on the landing. "Where's Smudge?" "I don't know. He was just here. He's probably downstairs." Stumbling down through the thick fog of smoke, Fiona searched the living room. The cat was nowhere to be found, and smoke was pouring from the kitchen. In one corner, she could see flames lapping up the wall behind the stove. They danced around, engulfing the cabinets and consuming the kitchen in a rage. Dropping to her knees, Fiona crawled toward the foyer, only to reach another wall of flames. The fire had engulfed the front entryway, blocking their escape route. Holding up 2 shaky hands, Fiona closed her eyes and tried to coax the flames down. She concentrated on gathering moisture from the air and sending it down over the fire. A silvery cloud of mist began to coalesce, descending on the flames. Normally, the water came as a downpour, but the air in the house was very dry. Instead of being doused in torrents of water, the fire continued to rage. Fiona felt a surge of sudden desperation. She couldn't manipulate the fire without its opposing element. Eleanor crawled toward the table by the wall and fumbled with the telephone. Fiona heard her calling 911 and continued to conjure water clouds. For a moment, the flames seemed to be dying down, but there wasn't enough moisture in the air. Eleanor ran upstairs to fill a bucket, and Fiona heard a loud bang from the living room. It was the sound of plywood being knocked back from the window she'd never had Wesley fix. It fell to the ground with a crunch of wood, and she saw a tall figure moving through the smoke, dragging something behind him. It was Wesley, with a garden hose, moving at a crouch toward Fiona. "Get out!" he yelled as soon as he reached her. "My cat!" "We'll get him!" he shouted. "Eleanor!" she called, choking and coughing. But Eleanor didn't answer. "You go ahead. I'll find her," said Wesley, directing the hose at the flames. Water spewed out toward the encroaching fire, creating a plume of hissing white smoke. Fiona knew it was a losing battle, but she wasn't leaving without her sister. Dropping down on all fours to avoid the thicket of smoke, she began crawling back up the stairs. Wesley stayed below, fighting the fire, but he yelled something she couldn't hear. Fiona coughed. She couldn't see more than a foot in front of her. It was much too dark and smoky. She tried calling to Eleanor again, but she couldn't get the words out. Squinting in the dry air, she ascended another 2 steps. With every breath, her lungs seemed to shrink, rejecting the noxious air. Fiona suddenly became aware of a terrible weakness in her muscles. Her head was buzzing. She was dizzy and tired, but still she kept on climbing. As she stared up toward the top of the steps, the staircase seemed to waver. She didn't remember the stairs being so tall. She'd hardly made any progress. Fiona clenched her teeth. She had to keep going. Eleanor was up there somewhere. A moment later, the stairs shook and someone grabbed her around the waist. He tried to tug her back down the stairs, but Fiona elbowed him in the mouth. She heard him swear and mumble her name, but it didn't sound like Wesley. "Not without my sister!" she choked, slightly hysterical. Smoke was burning her throat. She tried to stop the cough, but her throat was too dry. Her body convulsed in a stomach-cramping hack. Her lungs were choked. She couldn't breathe, but giving up wasn't an option. Gripping the railing, she tried to pull herself up, but then the man grabbed her again. Strong arms locked around her waist, dragging her back downstairs. She groped for the railing, trying to resist, but the man was much too strong. She clawed at his arm, cursing Wesley, but then she saw Wesley rush up the stairs. He had his nose and mouth covered with a wet dish towel. If that was Wesley, whom was she fighting? Fiona jerked her head around to identify the stranger, but her body was growing weaker by the second. Looking down, she could see a thick tan forearm clasped around her waist. It was as hard as a rock and covered in fine dark hair, with a thick white scar that stood out like lightning. Fiona was still trying to guess who it was when her kidnapper lifted her clean off her feet. For a moment, Fiona was airborne, before she crashed into a wall of bare skin. It was stretched over a warm, muscular back that was covered in scars and burns. In a daze, Fiona studied the patchwork of battle wounds as he carried her across the living room. A moment later, everything blurred as he dumped her out the window. Fiona yelped as she tumbled through the air, landing painfully in the holly bush. Jagged leaves stabbed at her skin, but her body only felt relief as she gulped in clean air. The man who'd pulled her out of the smoke leapt through the broken window. Dark boots hit the ground with a thud, and Fiona saw the lithe curve of his back a second before he straightened up. He had his t-shirt wrapped around his nose and mouth, and he tugged it off, panting hard. Gabriel was standing shirtless in her yard, glaring down at Fiona. His bare chest was glistening with beads of sweat, and he was panting hard. A rush of anger rose up in Fiona, and she turned to climb back inside. "What are you doing?" Gabriel growled, gripping her roughly by the arm. "I have to find my sister," she cried. "You need to stay put." "Eleanor is still inside. I have to get her out." Fiona tried to pull out of his grip, but Gabriel clung on, hard. "Let go!" she yelled, kicking him in the shin. "I have to get her out." "Ow! Shit, Fiona, stop! Wesley went in after her." Gabriel was shouting, and she could feel the heat coming off him. "I need to get Eleanor." "You have to stay here. Wes can't rescue you too." Gabriel's tone was oddly calm, and that only stoked her anger. "I don't need rescuing," Fiona growled, stomping on his foot. What right did he have to come into her home and haul her out against her will? He wasn't their friend. This was none of his business. She'd been doing just fine on her own. Just then, Fiona heard sirens wailing in the distance. Fire was still climbing up the front of the house. It had engulfed the kitchen ceiling to the floor, and it had spread to the foyer. But Fiona didn't care about the house. She only cared about Eleanor. "Can't you bring down the fire?" Gabriel asked, turning his head toward the blaze. Fiona shook her head. "The air's too dry. I can't control it." Hot tears were streaming down her smoke-stained face, and Gabriel's brows were knitted with worry. His chest fell in a heavy exhale, and his grip on Fiona's arm loosened. That's when she remembered that his brother was in there. She stopped fighting and turned back toward the house. They stood there in silence for what felt like hours, watching and waiting for their siblings. Glancing over at Gabriel once, Fiona saw that he'd been burned. An angry red patch ran down the side of his face and along his muscular neck. His nose and cheeks were blackened by smoke, adding to his severe appearance. He took a deep breath, looking conflicted, and then seemed to make a decision. Before Fiona could react, he gripped the windowsill and hauled himself over. "Gabriel!" she yelled. But it was too late. He disappeared inside the house. What the hell is he thinking? Fiona thought. Wesley would have found Eleanor. The two of them would be out any minute now, just as Gabriel walked back inside. Just then, a fire truck blazed up, and Fiona ran over to meet them. Firefighters were piling out of the engine, weighed down by their heavy jackets. They were shouting and moving around the truck, pulling down a long white hose. A man in overalls and a fireman's coat hopped down from the driver's seat. "Anyone still inside?" he called. "Two men and a woman," said Fiona. "One of them was headed upstairs for my sister. He hasn't come back out yet. His brother just went back inside." "All right," he yelled, directing his team and striding toward the house. An ambulance and another fire truck had just pulled up, and first responders were leaping out left and right. "And my cat!" Fiona yelled at the man's retreating back. She felt tears stinging her raw throat as she stared up at her smoldering house. The front was completely engulfed in flames, and smoke was billowing from the front door. A small crowd of neighbors had begun to gather, and Fiona saw Agatha in the crowd. "Oh, my dear," she yelled, getting Fiona's attention. She elbowed her way to the front of the line and threw her arms around Fiona. "Eleanor's still inside," Fiona wailed, finally succumbing to tears. "I tried to get upstairs to get her out, but—"
"Shh. They'll get her out. Don't you worry, my dear."
"Ma'am." Someone else was trying to get Fiona's attention, so she pulled herself away from Agatha and frantically wiped her tears. It was the fire chief, she surmised. A tall man with a dark mustache who looked as though he suffered no fools. "Are you the homeowner?" Yes, I am. Well, me and my sister." "Name?" "Fiona Grimes." "All right, Fiona, I wanted to give you an update. We have 2 guys upstairs now. They're saying there's no one—" "Over here!" someone yelled from around the side of the house. Fiona turned to look over her shoulder and saw a sight she would never forget. Wesley was staggering through the side door, a wall of flame behind him. In his arms lay an unconscious Eleanor. Both of their faces were blackened by soot. Fiona let out a strangled cry and stumbled toward them in a daze. Tears were streaming down her face, and she was blubbering incoherently. "Is she—" "Just unconscious," Wesley croaked, his face strained with exhaustion. A team of first responders swarmed Wesley and Eleanor, and they got her onto a stretcher. Eleanor's face was covered in ash, and the skin underneath was red from the heat. The left side of her body was covered in burns, and her red flannel pants were singed from the flames. "Where's Gabe?" Wesley croaked, fending off 2 EMTs who were trying to coax him toward the ambulance. Fiona broke off. She couldn't bring herself to tell him. But Wesley knew from the look on her face that it wasn't good news. "Why did he do that?" Wesley sighed. "I had it under control." Fiona shook her head, her bottom lip quivering. She looked back toward the other ambulance, where first responders were treating Eleanor. She was sprawled out on the stretcher, being fitted with an oxygen mask. Fiona's heart thumped erratically. Then one of the firefighters yelled, and Fiona looked back toward the window. A shadowed figure was hunched on the sill, holding something in his arms. He leapt down and landed in a crouch before collapsing onto the lawn. His face was illuminated in the flashing red lights. Gabriel was lying on his side in the grass, clutching a white bundle to his chest. In the center of an ash-stained sheet was an irritable furry black head. "Smudge!" Fiona wailed, dropping to her knees. She took the bundle out of Gabriel's arms and stroked the top of Smudge's head. His whiskers were singed and he looked a bit stunned, but he seemed otherwise unharmed. Fiona looked wordlessly from Smudge to Gabriel, who had yanked the t-shirt off his face. Several more burns streaked up his arms, and his skin was shining with sweat. His powerful chest was heaving up and down as he tried to fill his lungs. Fiona met his brilliant blue eyes, and a flash of understanding passed between them. "Is Wes?" "He's all right," Fiona gasped. "He and Elle just came out." A look of intense relief swept over him, and Gabriel covered his face with his hands. He lay there in the grass for a long moment, looking completely overcome. Fiona sat there for a moment holding the cat, wishing she could find the right words. Thank you seemed so pitifully inadequate, but she didn't know what else to say. Before she could think of anything, Gabriel had picked himself up and the EMTs had descended. Fiona walked slowly toward the ambulances, where a couple of first responders were giving Wesley a once-over, and another was bent over Eleanor. He appeared to be checking her vital signs and preparing her for transport. Fiona felt as though she might cry. "Elle," she whispered, coming up alongside the stretcher. Eleanor's dark lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Fiona let out a sob of relief, groping for her sister's hand. She still had Smudge cradled in one arm, and the 2 of them collapsed over top of her. "You're okay," Fiona whispered, squeezing Eleanor's hands. Eleanor fumbled with her oxygen mask, lifting it off her face. "Don't you know I'm indestructible?" "Ma'am, please keep the mask on," said the first responder, fumbling with the stretcher. "Right," said Eleanor, snapping it back. She winced where the elastic hit her face, and Fiona let out a laugh. She was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy that Eleanor was really okay. "Gabriel rescued Smudge," she said, loosening her grip on the cat so he could nestle up to Eleanor. Eleanor let out a note of surprise as Smudge tickled her face with his tail. "He tried to warn me," Fiona whispered, her mouth close to Eleanor's ear. "I threw him out of the bedroom because he was being so annoying." Eleanor's mouth drooped in a poor Smudge expression, and Fiona nodded. "We're going to transport her now," said the EMT in a brisk professional voice. "Where are you taking her?" "Memorial Hospital. You can ride with her if you want, but you'll have to leave the cat." Fiona nodded and squeezed Eleanor's hand. "I'll be right back." By that time, the street was completely full of first responders and neighbors. They'd pulled a tape line around the house, for which Fiona was grateful. She didn't think she could handle the hugs and outpouring of emotion from her neighbors. There were only 2 people she wanted to see, and both of them were being poked and prodded with identical looks of reluctance. A first responder was trying to put a mask on Gabriel, but he kept swatting the woman away. "You shouldn't have gone back in there," Fiona said to him, "but I'm really glad you did." "All in a day's work," Gabriel mumbled, with a look of annoyance, ignoring the pleas of the EMT. "Wes." She turned to Wesley, who had a blood pressure cuff on his arm. His face was burned and streaked with ash, but he seemed to be in a better mood than his brother. "I don't know how I can ever thank you." "What are neighbors for?" Wesley cracked a sideways grin, trying to look nonchalant, but Fiona dragged in a quick breath of air, startled by how he was looking at her. It was the look of someone who was totally smitten and not in his right mind. Gabriel let out a growl of annoyance, trying to get to his feet, but 2 EMTs pushed him back down again, and Wesley flashed a smirk. "They want to take us in to be checked out," he explained. "Smoke inhalation." Fiona nodded. "You can leave Smudge at our place if you want," he said. "I assume you'll want to ride with your sister." "Thanks." She glanced at Gabriel, who was still putting up a fight. "Thank you both. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." "Oh, don't worry," said Gabriel, flashing a grim smile. "I'm sure I'll think of something." Chapter 24. The Arsonist. By the time they reached Memorial Hospital, Eleanor seemed much better. The glassy look in her eyes was gone, replaced by a "get me out of here" expression. Fiona stood back as the EMTs moved her from the ambulance and wheeled her into the hospital. The emergency room was a scene of barely organized chaos. Mechanical-sounding beeps drifted out of the open doors, and distorted messages blared over the intercom. Nurses and technicians walked past them with purpose, but no one seemed to be in any hurry to find Eleanor a room. Anytime Fiona tried to get someone's attention, they reassured her that they were almost ready, and disappeared down the hall. When they finally did manage to find her a room, Fiona helped Eleanor into her hospital gown and brought her a cup of water. A parade of nurses and nursing assistants flitted in and out of the room, taking Eleanor's vital signs, inspecting her burns, and asking the same series of questions. Fiona stayed with her the entire time. She knew more than anything that Eleanor wanted to leave, but Fiona wasn't sure what was left of their home. She was also anxious to have Eleanor looked at. Although she could sense her energy returning, Fiona was worried that she'd lost consciousness inside the burning house. After they'd been waiting for over an hour, a police officer appeared outside the door. Eleanor had drifted off on the squishy raised bed, so Fiona got up and went to speak to him. Wesley had been kind enough to lend her a jacket, but she still wore her singed cherry print PJs underneath. Fiona Grimes? Asked the officer. That's me. There was something off about the officer's tone, and Fiona had a feeling that he wasn't there to give her an update on the status of their house. My name is Officer Gillespie. I'm the officer in charge of the investigation into the fire at your home. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Okay, said Fiona, her stomach turning. The last time she'd been brought in for a few questions, she'd been labeled a person of interest in a murder and subjected to a full interrogation. Officer Gillespie was reserved, and his closed-off demeanor gave Fiona the sense that something wasn't right. What time did the fire start? Fiona thought back to when she'd first smelled smoke. She'd fallen asleep after reading her book, though she didn't know the exact time. Sometime after midnight. And you were awake? No, said Fiona. I'd just fallen asleep. Officer Gillespie nodded, looking down at his notepad. And how did you know that there was a fire? Did the smoke alarm go off? Fiona shook her head. She hadn't even heard the alarm until she'd gone downstairs. I was having a dream and smelled smoke when I woke up. It was coming through the window, so I ran downstairs. But you didn't hear the alarm? It hadn't gone off yet. You say you smelled the smoke? Yes, said Fiona, a little defensively. He sounded as though he didn't believe her. The window over the kitchen sink was broken when the fire department arrived. Do you know if that happened before or during the fire? Fiona faltered. She hadn't noticed the broken window, but that must have been the sound she'd heard. Before, I suppose. I thought I heard something downstairs. You said the smoke alarm hadn't gone off. It hadn't. The sound I heard could have been breaking glass. She shook her head, feeling foolish. I thought it was the cat. You thought the cat had broken your window? No, said Fiona, feeling annoyed. You know when you leave a water glass sitting out and the cat sticks his head? She trailed off. The officer had been jotting down notes, but now he was staring up at her with a hard, disbelieving look. Do you think... Fiona took a deep breath. Do you think that someone started the fire on purpose? That's one possibility. But there was an edge to Officer Gillespie's tone that made him sound a bit cagey. Do you know what caused the fire? Fiona asked. Not yet. When can my sister and I go home? Not until the investigation is complete. And when will that be? Fiona was getting testy. It was her home, after all, and it had been a long night. Hard to say at this time. My team is still gathering evidence at the scene. Fiona let out a huff of air, disturbing the stray hairs that had fallen into her face. Her clothes and hair reeked of smoke. All she wanted was a shower. I'm going to need to bag those clothes, said Officer Gillespie. My clothes? For evidence. What was this guy's problem? Her sister had narrowly escaped the house with her life, and he was treating Fiona as though she herself had doused the place in gasoline and set the house on fire. It's standard procedure. We can get you something else to wear in the meantime. But just then, Fiona saw a familiar silhouette out of the corner of her eye. Excuse me, she said to Officer Gillespie, striding away without another word. Gabriel was leaning against the wall 4 or 5 doors down. He was wearing his singed white t-shirt and had wiped the soot off his face. His jeans had some burn holes along the sides, but he looked like a movie star who'd just finished a fire scene rather than someone who'd narrowly escaped with his life. How's your sister? He asked, not looking at Fiona. She's all right. Fiona glanced into the room on his right, where Wesley was seated on the exam table. I have your brother to thank for that. As Fiona watched, Wesley raised his arm for the exam and caught her eye over the nurse's shoulder. The side of his mouth lifted in a grin, and Fiona smiled back. Yeah, he's a hero, Gabriel mumbled, a note of bitterness in his voice. You're quite the hero yourself, said Fiona. Oh, yeah? A hero to cats everywhere. She looked up, her mouth twitching into a smirk. Maybe it was the smoke inhalation, but what she'd intended to be a serious compliment had devolved into a playful poke. She felt a giggle bubbling up, but carefully pressed her lips together. Gabriel shook his head, still brooding, but Fiona thought she caught the shadow of a grin. "Why did you do it?" she asked after a moment. "Why did you come in to save me?" "It was Wesley," said Gabriel irritably, as though he were annoyed by his own lapse of humanity. "Right." He met her gaze and then added, "Normally I'd just let the witches burn. It would save me a lot of trouble." Fiona blinked, taken aback. She and Gabriel weren't exactly friends, but she hadn't expected that. "Well," she said, her throat suddenly dry. "I guess don't bother next time." Gabriel blinked back at her. "What? Were you planning another house fire?" Fiona swallowed and suppressed the vile words she longed to hurl at Gabriel. "It wasn't on my agenda." She could feel the tears welling up in her throat, and turned to go before she made a scene. But then she stopped and wheeled around, fueled by her surge of indignation. "How did you even get in? I lined all the thresholds with brick dust." Gabriel shrugged, lip curling in disgust. "I guess we're not enemies after all." Fiona bristled, taken aback. "I guess not," she mumbled. "Nobody asked you to run back in, once you got me out. But you went in anyway and saved our cat." Gabriel rolled his eyes. "I went in to find my brother." "Whatever," said Fiona, crossing her arms. Her flash of anger was quickly dissolving into a general feeling of smugness. "Really?" said Gabriel, raising his eyebrows. "I don't give a shit about your cat." "Right," said Fiona. "That's why you bundled him up to keep his fur from burning." A muscle twitched in Gabriel's jaw, as though the act of getting caught in a good deed was making him want to crawl out of his skin. "I was planning on drowning him later," he grumbled. Fiona turned to go back to Eleanor's room, but Gabriel pushed himself off the wall and stalked after Fiona. He shifted his body to head her off, blocking her from entering the room. "Let's just get one thing straight," he said. "I don't give a shit about you. My brother might like to play the hero, but I'm a hunter by blood. The only reason I haven't exterminated your coven is because I don't know which witch is the killer." "Don't worry," Fiona whispered, patting his arm. "I won't tell anyone you have a soft spot for cats." Gabriel rolled his eyes in an exasperated expression, but at that moment, Wesley emerged from his room, rotating his shoulder to stretch it. "Your turn, Gabe. The nurse is waiting. Tell her I signed myself out." Come on, it's not so bad. You could get something for that burn." He nodded at the side of Gabriel's face, which was marred by a shiny pink streak. A second later, the nurse emerged, carrying a clipboard and looking stern. "Nah, I like it," said Gabriel gruffly. "Get your stuff, and let's go home." "Just 1 second," said Wesley. "I have to wait for the doctor to clear me for work." He caught Fiona's eye. "I also wanted to talk to you." Fiona followed him down the hallway to a row of stretchers parked against the wall. Officer Gillespie had disappeared, but she followed Wesley until they were well out of earshot of anyone who might be listening. "Thank you," Fiona burst. "I don't know how I can ever make it up to you." It's nothing," said Wesley, looking embarrassed by the praise. "It's not nothing. You saved my sister's life." Fiona shook her head. "I don't even have the words." Wesley shrugged, trying to look modest, but Fiona noticed that he stood a little taller. "Actually," Wesley glanced down the hallway behind her, lowering his voice to a whisper. "I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I have some news. I heard from the investigating officers that they're treating the fire as arson." "Arson?" Fiona repeated. the word sounding strange on her tongue. She'd only ever heard about arson in the movies. But how can they be sure? They're not, said Wesley, furrowing his brow. They haven't found any accelerants. That's what makes this all so strange. They haven't found any evidence that there was an electrical malfunction or any other obvious source. There was a long pause as Fiona tried to wrap her head around that. What are you saying? Well, normally they can pinpoint how a fire started. A frayed wire, a gas line, a dryer vent full of lint. He shook his head. But in your case, there is no obvious cause, which points them back to arson. Fiona took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her heart was thumping hard in her chest, and she suddenly felt queasy. Do you think it was the soldiers of righteousness? Could have been, but... Wesley hesitated, as though he didn't want to say it out loud. But what? Wesley sighed and glanced around. There are whispers, Fiona. He took a step toward her. They're thinking of taking these investigations in a direction that doesn't reflect well on you. Fiona frowned, her breaths coming fast and sharp. What does that mean? He opened his mouth and closed it again, looking as though he regretted telling her. They're looking into you. Me? Fiona shook her head. Why would I start a fire in my own home? Wesley shrugged. To make it seem as though you were being targeted? For the insurance money? It doesn't matter if it makes sense. They always find a reason. In that moment, Fiona felt as though she might pass out. Her head was spinning. She couldn't draw a full breath, and the lights suddenly seemed too bright. Noticing her distress, Wesley reached out and gave her arm a squeeze. Hey, just to be clear, I know you had nothing to do with this. Fiona let out a huff of exasperation, still trying to regulate her breathing. She knew Wesley had meant to reassure her, but there was nothing reassuring about that. How could the police think she started that fire? Her sister had nearly been killed. Her entire downstairs was in ruins, and she was still involved in a murder investigation. But you should know, Wesley continued, things are going to get much worse for you before they get any better. Tears were burning in Fiona's throat, and she felt the heat travel up her face. She couldn't hold them in any longer. A few leaked out of her eyes. I know this is hard, said Wesley, but the truth always comes out. You just need to answer their questions, and it will all be over soon. Fiona nodded and turned to go, desperate to get back to Eleanor. She was exhausted and overwhelmed. She just needed a good cry. But the moment she reached the T in the hallway, she heard frantic footsteps behind her. Fiona turned and saw Beatrix running down the hall, carrying a tote on her shoulder. Fee! Fiona felt her whole body crumple as Beatrix threw her arms around her. Beatrix squeezed her very tight, and Fiona fell against her. I came as soon as I heard, said Bea, pulling back to examine Fiona. Are you okay? How's Eleanor? She's all right, Fiona sighed, feeling unsteady on her feet. The doctor still has to check her out, but... And what about you? Fiona trailed off, shaking her head. There was no point in pretending. Not good, Bea. The police think that I had something to do with this. The fire? Fiona nodded. They think it might have been arson, but they can't find any trace of accelerant used. And with that woman Wanda just being murdered, they're asking a lot of questions. Bea's face was stormy with shock and outrage, but then she seemed to soften. She squeezed Fiona's hands in hers, as if deciding that comforting Fiona was the most important thing. I'm sorry they're putting you through all this. Just answer their questions. You'll be fine. They can't find you guilty of something you didn't do. Fiona nodded. I brought you a change of clothes, she added, holding up the tote bag. Fiona recognized the black sweater on top and her favorite pair of jeans. The police are crawling all over my house. How did you... Bee gave her a knowing look and lifted one shoulder smugly. Thank you, Fiona sighed, giving her another hug. You're welcome. Now I want to go in and check on Elle, make sure she's doing okay. With an arm still flung around Fiona's shoulders, Bee steered her back toward the room. Fiona felt 1,000,000 times lighter. Nothing ever seemed as bad whenever Beatrix was around. But as they turned into Eleanor's room, Fiona felt her stomach tighten. The bed was empty. The room deserted. Cords hung down on the floor. I think this is the wrong room. Fiona shook her head. She glanced over at the chair by the wall where she'd folded Eleanor's clothes. They were still lying in their neat stack, the red plaid bottoms and oversized t-shirt. The sheets were rumpled where Elle had been, and the pillows had been knocked askew. Maybe they moved her, Bee suggested. But Fiona didn't think they had. She would have seen them roll Eleanor out. She'd been down the hall the whole time. Nobody had said anything about taking Eleanor for tests. They were getting ready to release her. Moved by a sudden sense of desperation, she flew out toward the nurse's station. Eleanor's nurse wasn't there, but a kind-looking woman in pink scrubs was recording something on the computer. Excuse me, did they move my sister? Eleanor Grimes, room 304. The nurse looked up at her screen, scrolling down to find Eleanor's status. No, hon, she hasn't been moved. Has she been discharged? The nurse shook her head. We're still waiting on Dr. Barnes. Fiona wheeled around, heart beating very fast. Responding to Fiona's panic, Bee took her by the arms. Maybe she went to the bathroom. But something was very, very wrong. Fiona could feel it in her gut, the sense that Elle was in trouble. Striding down toward Wesley's room, she found Gabriel instead. He was gingerly pulling on his leather jacket, having just finished his exam. Where's Wesley? Fiona barked. Probably helping an old lady cross the street. I'm serious, Gabriel, Fiona snapped. Where is your brother? He caught a ride back to the station. He's probably putting out a fire for you. He wrinkled his nose at his choice of words. Too soon? Have you seen my sister? Fiona pressed. This was no time for Gabriel's sarcasm. No, he said, glancing at Bee. You lose track of her already? Fiona let out an angry huff and flew back out of the room. They checked the bathroom. They checked down the hall, asking every nurse they passed. Nobody on the floor had seen a girl matching Eleanor's description, and they all confirmed that the physician on duty had been with another patient. Fiona's panic had melted away, replaced by a dumb desperation. Eleanor never would have left without her. Not that she could have gotten very far. They'd both come there in the ambulance. Eleanor had no way to get home. What do we do? Asked Bee nervously. She was starting to accept the possibility that something wasn't right. Fiona shook her head. She didn't know how. She didn't know why. But she knew Eleanor had been taken. Chapter 25. A Mortal and Magical Sacrifice. An hour later, the entire coven had convened in Agatha's parlor. Fiona hadn't known whom else to call. The police wouldn't listen, but Fiona knew with absolute certainty that Eleanor had been taken. The hospital surveillance footage had been a dead end. When she'd alerted the staff to Eleanor's absence, they'd gone to check the footage, and found that the camera at the end of the hall had mysteriously malfunctioned. None of the other cameras had captured Eleanor's movement, but there was a stairwell not far from her room that led to an emergency exit. The more Fiona thought about it, the more her panic grew. It didn't matter that the camera hadn't been working. Someone should have seen her leave. There were a dozen nurses milling around the floor, and at least twice as many patients. The only explanation was that the kidnapper had used magic, which left one very obvious suspect, Fiona told the others about Jinx's vision and what she'd found at the campground. When she finished, the others looked grim. Eleanor was the youngest witch, a favorite in the coven, and the others seemed to sense what Fiona feared, that Eleanor had been taken by the killer witch of Mountain Shadow.
"Now, we shouldn't jump to conclusions," said Agatha, trying to sound reassuring.
But the lines of concern were etched in her face, and Fiona suspected that Agatha's words were as much for her own benefit as anyone else's.
"What other explanation is there?" asked Bee. "It seems perfectly obvious to me," said Geraldine, who was dressed head to toe in a deep burgundy suit.
Her dyed blonde hair was perfectly coiffed, and her dark red lips were pinched.
"The witch knew he'd been discovered, and that Fiona and her hunter were onto him."
Fiona opened her mouth to say that Gabriel wasn't her hunter, but Geraldine rolled on.
"The witch started the fire in an attempt to get rid of Fiona. When he did not succeed, he kidnapped dear Eleanor in order to lure Fiona into a trap."
Bellamy rolled his eyes behind his mother's back, but it didn't sound all that far-fetched to Fiona. Why else would the killer have taken her sister? "How can we find out where he's keeping her?" asked Fiona.
Bee looked worried. "If you're thinking of going after her—"
"Of course I am!"
"My dear," said Geraldine, "by going after this killer witch, you'd be playing right into his scheme."
"I don't have a choice," snapped Fiona. "Not if he's taken my sister."
"What I believe Geraldine is trying to say," Agatha broke in, "is that you will need help."
Bellamy raised both eyebrows at Agatha's charitable interpretation of his mother's words.
"I can drive up to Denver," Lucian murmured.
He'd been listening in silence the entire time, staring at the ground with a serious expression.
"See if there's been any chatter about this witch."
"That would be wonderful, Lucian," said Agatha.
"If he's made contact or done any serious magic, I'll hear about it. I'll get ready and leave tonight."
"I'll go with you," said Bee, meeting Lucian's gaze. For a moment, Fiona thought she saw something pass between them, but she was too distressed to analyze it further.
"I can see if I can get a read on where the witch might have gone," said Jinx,
but Agatha shook her head.
"Now that the witch has been discovered, he will be much more careful about cloaking his location."
Bellamy frowned.
"Not if he wants Fiona to find him."
"If I had help," Jinx began.
"It's worth a shot," Fiona agreed. "Nana will help," Bee added quickly. Fiona squeezed her hand.
"Fine,"
said Geraldine with an air of extreme self-sacrifice.
"I will travel to the spiritual realm to learn what I can about the witch's dark dealings."
"You're going to astral project?"
said Romulus.
"No," said Geraldine. "I shall use Sorrel. He will guide me through the veil."
As if on cue, a bird flew through Agatha's open window and landed on the back of Bellamy's chair in a rustle of inky black wings. Bellamy jumped out of his seat with a yelp, staring at the raven in disgust. Sorrel was Geraldine's familiar. The bird gave her the unique ability to travel between the realms without leaving her body. It was far more dangerous than astral projection. A witch could be bombarded by a storm of ether and killed. But it allowed her to travel farther from the earthen plane than her spirit alone could go. Agatha frowned.
"Do you think that wise?" "I shall if I must," said Geraldine with a sigh, getting to her high-heeled feet. "If it can help bring dear Eleanor back."
There was a long dramatic pause. Geraldine seemed to be waiting for a surge of protests or a glowing acknowledgement of her sacrifice. Bellamy just rolled his eyes. "Thank you," said Fiona. "Really, Geraldine."
"Of course, my dear."
Drawing herself up to her full height, Geraldine raised her bony arms overhead. It happened so quickly that one might have missed it. Sorrel alighted from his perch, and Geraldine vanished in a clap of thunder, lifted out of the earthen realm on the raven's outstretched talons. By the time the sun began to rise, Agatha, Jinx, Rose, and Fiona were the only ones left in Agatha's parlor. Jinx had cast a circle around a tiny round table and lit 21 pillar candles on the floor. In the center of the table was a heavy brass bowl that had come from Agatha's attic. Jinx had filled it halfway with water, and another large candle stood at the center. With the candlelight dancing over the water's surface, Fiona could see how it might produce the same effect as a crystal ball. Wrapped in a gauzy, long-sleeved black dress, accented with a gold satin turban, Jinx certainly looked the part. Rose had come dressed in a pale pink t-shirt and a baggy gray cotton sweater. With her wispy white hair and the aged curve of her back, she looked much less fierce on the whole, but Fiona knew what powerful ether flowed through her veins. She'd learned not to underestimate her. Rose didn't advertise her sight, but Fiona knew from being friends with Bee just how often Rose foresaw the future. Bee had told Fiona stories about times Rose had pulled her out of school or taken a different route home from church after having one of her visions. Bee had been staying at a friend's house the night a drunk driver plowed through Rose's living room window, and the two of them had gone to visit relatives just before the Waldo Canyon fire. It was stories like these that made Fiona certain that the future could be changed. A witch who had the sight could steer her loved ones out of harm's way and avert total disaster. As the sun began to peek through the east windows, Agatha crossed the room to draw the heavy curtains closed. The parlor was thrown into semi-darkness, with only the candles for light. They illuminated the faces around the rickety table, making them float like disembodied heads over the glistening brass bowl. "Let us join hands so that the spirits may use us as a conduit for their message," said Jinx once Agatha had found her seat. Fiona took Jinx's strong hand on her left and Rose's silky, wrinkled one on her right. Jinx bowed her head and fluttered her gold lashes closed, concentrating very hard. "Spirits, we call on you once again to show us what we cannot see." Jinx's voice resonated through the parlor, and the immediate flicker of the candles made Fiona's heart beat faster. "We seek your help saving one of our own." At those words, the flames began to dance more wildly, and Fiona felt the slight tingle of ether raising the hairs on her arms. "The youngest among us has been taken by one who means her harm. We seek the whereabouts of Eleanor Grimes, wherever she may be." Fiona glanced around the circle. Agatha's head was bent. Rose had her eyes squeezed shut. Jinx's drawn-on eyebrows were steeply arched in concentration, and Fiona felt the ether passing between them. Just as like attracted like, ether was naturally drawn to the ether in other living things. It traveled from one witch to the next, where it worked its way through their bodies. She could feel it vibrating just beneath her skin, growing more powerful in the presence of other witches. It sharpened her senses and made her feel simultaneously alert and relaxed, which, as Jinx had told her, was the state in which she would be most receptive to messages from the spirit realm. Fiona's gaze traveled to the bowl, where the candle in the center had begun to sputter. As she focused on the water's glistening surface, shadows from the depths began to take shape. She saw what looked like a long, dark tunnel, with a small patch of light at the end. She could see the sun-soaked face of a mountain hillside and the outline of scraggy pines. "A tunnel," said Jinx, confirming what Fiona had seen. "Tell us, spirits, where does it lead? Where can we find our sister?" Fiona looked back at the swirling shapes, but the tunnel had disappeared. She squinted, determined to see it again, but the candle flickered and new shapes emerged. The longer and harder Fiona stared, the faster they seemed to change. A gaping mouth, raging storm clouds, and tall rocky spires. They blended together, merging and dissolving, but she couldn't make sense of the images. "Relax your mind," Jinx said quietly, speaking to Fiona directly. Fiona took a deep breath and settled her gaze, trying to let go of any thoughts or desires. She could still see shapes moving in the shadows, but she felt less and less confident in what she was seeing. Sensing they'd reached an impasse, Jinx tried another tack. "Spirits, if you cannot show us where Eleanor is, show us who has taken her." Fiona waited with bated breath, and a cold draft whipped through the room. She expected the candles to flicker or go out, but instead they seemed to stretch on their wicks, glowing lighter and brighter as they rose. Jinx just stared across the table. "I believe that they do want to tell us." Again the flames seemed to brighten, as though they were winking in agreement. "But perhaps they are prevented from doing so." At those words, Fiona's heart sank. They hadn't learned anything definitive yet, certainly nothing that would help in their search. Jinx relaxed her grip on Fiona's hand, and Fiona released hers too. She went to let go of Rose's arthritic fingers, but the old woman clung on tight. Fiona looked over, and Rose's eyes snapped open. She let out a heavy breath. "What is it, Rose?" Fiona asked. "Nothing, dear," she said. She released her death grip on Fiona's hand, but her eyes were still locked in a far-off look that chilled Fiona to the bone. Jinx thanked the spirits and got to her feet, carefully extinguishing each candle. Fiona stood up, thinking she might get some air, when she heard a boom like a clap of thunder. In a flutter of wings, Geraldine reappeared, looking windswept and out of breath. She landed unsteadily, and Sorrel fluttered off, squawking and flapping his wings. Agatha hurried to open a window, and the raven flew outside. Geraldine wobbled where she stood, her face as white as cream. She looked as though she'd seen a ghost. Probably several, if Fiona had to guess.
"Geraldine, what is it?"
asked Agatha, startled. Geraldine didn't answer. She groped for the back of the nearest chair, stumbling as though she might faint. Fiona and Jinx grabbed both of her arms and guided her into the chair.
"I'll get some tea,"
said Agatha fretfully, flapping off to the kitchen to put on the kettle. Geraldine looked around, her mouth hanging open. She appeared to be frozen in shock. Fiona sank down in the chair beside her, watching for some change in expression. It wasn't like Geraldine to be silent, and the look on her face was frightening. "Geraldine," she began, "what did you see?" Geraldine shuddered, coming back to life. She drew in a long, sharp breath. "It isn't what I saw that alarms me, dear. It is what I have heard." She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, and this time Fiona sensed that she wasn't hamming it up for dramatic effect. "The spirit realm is in upheaval, thrust into utter chaos." Fiona glanced over at Rose, whose expression was very grave, but she didn't appear shocked or flustered. It was almost as though she'd expected it. "Has there been any talk of the witch?" asked Jinx, leaning forward in her chair. "Oh, yes," said Geraldine, reaching out blindly as Fiona got her a cigarette. She lit the end with a wave of her hand, and Geraldine took a drag. "What did you find?" Fiona asked. Geraldine took another puff, a faint hint of color returning to her cheeks. "This killer witch has angered the spirits." "Why?" asked Fiona. "What did you hear?" "The witch is using the spirit realm as a gateway to summon demons from the underworld." Fiona shook her head. "But we knew that already. At least one demon escaped when we opened the portal, and another was unleashed on that girl. Who knows how many more the killer witch summoned to murder all those mortals?
This is different, said Geraldine. The witch is using the mortal's life force to create a tear in the veil between realms, a portal that cannot be closed. It is very dark magic, very old magic, requiring multiple acts of human sacrifice.
Suddenly Fiona felt sick to her stomach, and she knew why Geraldine looked faint.
But that's not the worst of it.
Fiona looked to Jinx. It isn't? Geraldine shook her head, lips pressed together, as though she dared not speak of the horror.
To create such a large disturbance requires sequestering the mortal's ether until the ritual is complete. To release the stored ether all at once is a perversion of the natural world, one that requires a magical sacrifice.
Fiona swallowed. Her whole body was numb. Geraldine couldn't be saying what it sounded as though she was saying. What does that mean? Fiona choked.
It means that on the night of the full moon, the killer must sacrifice a witch.
Chapter 26. One door opens. It was early morning when Fiona got the call. She'd stayed the night at Rose and Beatrix's, but she'd barely closed her eyes. All night long she'd lain awake on Rose's couch, watching shadows move across the ceiling. They'd reminded her of the shadows in the scrying bowl, which she still could not make sense of. It was Rose who brought over the phone, shuffling into the living room still wearing her housecoat. Fiona sat up and held the phone to her ear, her whole body racked with dread. Hello? Fiona's voice came out scratchy and raw. It didn't sound anything like her.
Fiona? It's Wesley.
At the sound of his voice, Fiona wanted to cry. Anticipation and fear swirled in her chest, finally settling into a knot in her stomach. Wesley, she breathed. Thanks for calling. Have you found anything?
No, not yet. Nobody in the hospital saw Eleanor leave, and the surveillance cameras were a bust. I just got the call that you're free to go home. They finished at your house.
Judging by the tone of his voice, this wasn't entirely good news. He sighed. The investigators are calling it arson, but... Fiona sucked in a sharp breath of air, twisting the hem of her borrowed shirt. But what? They didn't find any trace of accelerants used, and the fire seems to have originated inside the house. Fiona's heart was thumping in her chest, so loud she was sure he could hear it. The bottom hem of Bee's New Orleans Saints t-shirt was a stretched, wrinkled mess, but she still couldn't stop fiddling with it. Inside the house?
That's right. Now, there were signs of a break-in, but you haven't been cleared as a suspect.
Is this all because of Wanda McGibbons? Fiona snapped, her voice rising half a decibel.
No, said Wesley. Not entirely. It's because of your sister's disappearance.
What?
I'm sorry. I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but it is unusual. And the fact that you're at the center of another investigation doesn't help your case.
But Fiona didn't hear the rest of what Wesley had to say. Her terror and indignation had morphed into outrage, and she was having trouble separating Wesley's involvement from that of the investigating officers. Maybe instead of looking into me as a suspect, they could try to find my sister.
I know. I'm sorry.
The line went quiet, and Fiona could picture Wesley at his desk, running a frustrated hand through his hair.
We're doing everything we can.
I know you are, Fiona mumbled. But your department... She broke off. She knew she was being unreasonable. Wesley had done nothing but try to help. If it weren't for him, Eleanor might not have survived the fire. Just the thought created a lump in her throat. Do they think... Fiona began, nearly choking on the words. Do they think the fire and the kidnapping are related? Wesley didn't speak right away, and Fiona could sense his hesitation. To be honest, Fiona, I'm having a hard time getting them to treat Eleanor's disappearance as a kidnapping. Her disappearance? Fiona repeated. Why don't they think she was kidnapped? They aren't ruling it out, but she's an adult. I can't file an official missing persons report until she's been gone at least 24 hours. The department will only make an exception under suspicious or dire circumstances. She disappeared from the hospital after our house was set on fire, Fiona cried. Isn't that suspicious and dire enough? Trust me, I know that Eleanor wouldn't have left on her own. I'm doing everything I can to bring her home. Fiona sighed, rubbing her eyes. This was her very worst nightmare. I know you are, she said after a moment. Thank you, Wesley, for everything. I'll be in touch. Okay. Fiona hung up the phone and leaned over her knees, resting her head in her hands. Her body quivered with dry, silent sobs before the tears began. Fee. She looked up. Beatrix was standing in the door of her bedroom, wearing a pink spaghetti-strap shirt and purple fleece pajama bottoms. She crossed the room in 2 long strides and plopped down on the sofa beside her. She squeezed Fiona tight as she cried, smoothing back her rumpled curls. As Fiona lay there sobbing on the couch, it made her think of their mother. This was how she had comforted Fiona and Eleanor whenever they'd had a bad dream. Now here she was stuck in a waking nightmare, and her mother wasn't there to comfort her. Wesley said they're done at the house. I can go back home. Are you sure you want to do that? Asked Bea. You don't want to wait until Eleanor comes home? Fiona shook her head, wiping her eyes. She understood where Bea was coming from. To walk into their charred, burned-out home alone would be almost too painful to bear. But Fiona couldn't stay away. There was something she needed to do. At least let me go with you, Bea coaxed. Fiona shook her head. She needed to do something that she'd been avoiding, and she needed to do it alone. Politely declining Rose's offer for breakfast, Fiona got dressed and walked home. Murky gray clouds were gathering over the mountains, sagging so low that they obscured Pike's Peak and left a damp chill in the air. As she came down the familiar street, she saw that the police perimeter was gone. Yellow tape still crisscrossed the porch, and someone had tacked an official-looking notice to the blackened and charred front door. The house stood where it always had, but it was irrevocably changed. An angry burned streak ran up the entire face, and she could taste the smoke on the back of her throat. Her rows of tulips that had surrounded the porch were decimated from the heat. Letting herself in the side door, a fresh wave of tears made her throat ache. The kitchen was completely destroyed. The exterior wall was burnt. The paint had taken on a bizarrely rough texture, as though it had melted and bubbled. The countertop was charred beyond recognition, and was half collapsed on itself. The acrid stench of smoke and burned plastic was so strong that it made Fiona feel sick. Off in the distance, she heard the rumble of thunder reverberating through the canyon. A few stray raindrops buoyed by the wind blew through the broken window. As the breeze lifted the hair from her face, a photo of their parents blew off the fridge. It had been held there by a magnet and was burnt along the edge where it had caught on fire. Fiona bent down to pick it up, and her father stared right back. His face was distorted from the heat of the flames, but she could still trace the easygoing slouch of his shoulders from where he sat with her mother. Just then, Fiona felt a surge of energy coming from outside herself. It raised the hair along her arms and seemed to resonate in her bones. It was as if a dam had just been breached, flooding the house with pent-up ether. Fiona gasped and felt a quickening in her blood as the ether flowed into her veins. It hummed through her with a joyous familiarity, and a sweeping sense of reunion. The love and warmth was so immediate, so powerful that it brought fresh tears to her eyes. She felt the comforting presence of her father like a reassuring hand on her shoulder. In that moment, he was right there with her, his life force flowing through her veins. Fiona moved trance-like through the wreckage, spurred by his otherworldly presence. When she reached the staircase, she felt a surge of delight as the ether danced within her. She walked carefully up the creaky steps, drawn by the force within her. It seemed to be pulling her toward the second floor, the ether like two magnets. She could hear the patter of rain on the roof and the sound of wind in the trees. A storm had rolled in from the mountains to the foothills. It was right on top of them now. With every step, the sense of aliveness within her seemed to grow as the ether propelled her up the stairs. It brought her to the wooden door that had remained stubbornly closed for years. Fiona's heart throbbed in her throat. Her hand was being guided by the presence inside of her. Reaching for the familiar glass knob, she was startled that it felt warm and alive. The whole door seemed to vibrate with a subtle electric charge. It spread down her arm and united with her body with a sense of joy and rightness. She held her breath as she turned the knob that hadn't budged in years. To her amazement, she heard the bolt draw back, and the door opened with a creak. A wave of emotion crashed over Fiona. The room was heartbreakingly familiar. Everything inside was just as he'd left it, his last hours perfectly preserved. The untidy desk and the rambling shelves thrust her back to the time before her parents were killed. There was an empty coffee cup pushed to one corner, and some hastily jotted notes. A flight time, a confirmation number. Just the sight made Fiona's throat burn. But the presence inside her was still there, and it seemed to tell her everything was all right. Moved by instinct, she crossed to the window and heaved it open with a burst of force. This window had always been missing a screen. She remembered her father saying that he liked it that way. He enjoyed the remote possibility that a bird or blossom from the locust tree could come fluttering through the open window. Leaning against the windowsill, Fiona felt cool rain on her face. She closed her eyes in a desperate plea for her father to guide Eleanor home. As the raindrops mixed with the salt of her tears, Fiona felt suddenly renewed. Even in death, he hadn't abandoned her. He hadn't abandoned them. She wasn't sure what had broken the enchantment. Perhaps it had been her hour of need. Pulling herself back inside, Fiona turned to the shelves. They reached all the way to the ceiling and seemed to sag under the weight of the books. Some of them were bound in leather or an unrecognizable type of hide. Their gold-embossed titles were cracked and flaked, some completely unreadable. Fiona skimmed every shelf, searching for La Ruota Oscura. But she still couldn't remember such a book, and it wasn't on the shelf. If her father had bought it for such an outrageous price, it made sense that he would have kept it elsewhere. A book like that belonged in some archival case, not crammed on a shelf with 100 other volumes. Fiona turned on the spot, her eyes taking in every detail of the study. She surveyed the sprawling map of Europe and the photos until her eyes rested on the worn leather couch where her father would often sit and read. She couldn't explain what made her do it, only that she felt compelled to bend down and heave the couch away from the wall. The couch moved slowly due to its bulk, but she knew she was on the right track. As she pulled it out, she saw a square of hardwood on the floor that didn't match the rest. 6 or 7 boards had been added as an afterthought or used in a repair. They were stained with a color that didn't match the rest, just a square about 18 inches wide. As Fiona stared down at the boards, she realized it was some kind of compartment. A tiny brass pole was set into the floor, but when she tugged, it wouldn't budge. Crouching down on all fours, Fiona tried to channel the last bits of her father's ether that were still flowing through her veins. She could feel his uniqueness fading fast as his ether harmonized with hers. But she knew he would have protected this compartment just as he'd protected his study. Focusing on her father's energy, she reached down and touched the boards. When her fingers made contact, she felt a slight vibration, and a line of gold appeared. It fanned out from where her fingers touched, but disappeared when she drew her hand back. Flattening her entire palm on the floor, the vibration rose to a hum. It was low, but strong, like the hum of a tuning fork, and gold lines bloomed around her hand. It revealed a Celtic braid in the shape of a wreath, more intricate than any Fiona had seen. Somehow she knew the trapdoor would open, and when she raised the brass pole and tugged, the compartment door lifted easily. In the muted silvery light from the window, she watched the swimming particles of dust. A light musty smell hit her nostrils, the scent of old books. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness inside, she saw a parcel nestled in the compartment. It was wrapped in grubby canvas cloth, roughly the size of a family Bible. Fiona reached down and lifted it out. The parcel was dense and heavy. Carefully unwrapping the canvas covering, she found another layer of fabric. The book was protected by a faded red pouch secured with a cord made from animal intestines. 2 ivory beads with strange carvings dangled from the ends, and Fiona had the chilling thought that they were probably carved from bone. Taking a deep breath, she unwound the cord and uncinched the top of the pouch. Her fingers tingled as she reached inside and pulled out the heavy old book. Instantly, when her flesh made contact, Fiona sensed a strange energy. Far-off whispers brushed past her ears, coaxing her to open the pages. Fiona dropped the book on the floor, where it landed in a cloud of dust. It was bound in an unfamiliar dark hide that had been worn smooth from handling. Faded ruins and peeling gold filigree glistened on the cover. The title etched along the spine was so disintegrated that Fiona couldn't read it, but she knew that this was La Ruota Oscura. Every inch of the book was handmade, from the hand-stitched spine to the assortment of pages of varying sizes and thickness. The book was a collection of spells that someone had painstakingly recorded. Fiona's breaths came in shallow waves as her fingers brushed the cover. The whispers seemed to grow more insistent, and Fiona drew her hand back. The residual ether that clung to it was dark, tainted by something sinister. She knew that opening it could be dangerous, but she also knew that it held the key to finding her sister's kidnapper. Dragging in a fortifying breath, Fiona hooked her finger around the cover and gingerly flipped it open. As she did, some of the pages caught, and the book flung itself open to a badly stained page covered in spidery handwriting. Fiona stared down in utter amazement. She'd never encountered a book this old. Everything inside had been written by hand. She could see tiny flecks of ink on the page, and other spots that looked suspiciously like blood. Her heart sank in exasperation. She couldn't read a single word. Every bit was in Italian, which she should have expected after what Mr. Crike had said. Sinking back on her heels, Fiona racked her brain. Clearly this book was trying to tell her something. She needed to read what it said. 20 minutes later, Bellamy was sitting beside her on the dusty floor of the study. He was staring down at the book with equal parts amazement and trepidation. "This is the book your father paid 27 grand for?" Fiona nodded. She'd barely taken her eyes off the page that the book had flung itself open to. Though the whispers had faded into the background, it seemed to draw her in more the longer she stared. Bellamy gingerly picked it up and sniffed it with a look of disgust. "It's a little musty. It's 400 years old." Bellamy sighed and set it down, looking slightly put out. She didn't know what he'd been expecting from La Ruota Oscura. She wouldn't even have invited him over if he weren't the only person she knew who spoke a lick of Italian. Bellamy had spent 2 summers abroad and had been insufferably pretentious for months afterward. She knew he could say antipasto and insalata. She just hoped he knew enough to translate the pages with some degree of accuracy. "You know my Italian is a little rusty," he muttered. "I know it's better than mine." Bellamy nodded and squinted down at the page. For a long time he didn't speak. Fiona imagined it was difficult to read, even if it hadn't been penned in archaic Italian. Mother was right. It's a ritual to create a tear in the veil spanning from the underworld to the earthen realm. Fiona dragged in a shaky breath. The ritual calls for 5 human sacrifices: a holy man, a widow, a virgin, a true believer, a traveler. That's how the witch chose his victims. Bellamy nodded. And a person of magical blood to release the ether. Fiona swallowed, her throat very dry. A mortal and a magical sacrifice. She felt as though she might be sick. What else does it say? Bellamy looked back down at the instructions. The author had drawn the waxing phases of the moon, and he ran his hand along the illustration. There were also some sinister-looking numerals penned in calligraphy along the right-hand side. Astrological markers, no doubt. I don't know about the planetary positions, but... But what? Bellamy looked as though he were having trouble finding the words, a problem he never seemed to have. The full moon is tonight, and it's a supermoon. If the witch is following these instructions, Eleanor will be killed when the moon reaches its perigee, the point when it's closest to Earth. At those words, Fiona experienced a sudden heaviness pressing down hard on her chest. She couldn't seem to draw a breath. Eleanor was running out of time. "You haven't asked what the portal is for," said Bellamy, his voice very low and somber. Fiona stared at the page without really seeing it. She found she didn't care. "There's an incantation here to summon creatures from the lower realms," he said. "I think the witch means to create a tear in the veil and unleash a horde of demons." Chapter 27. Where the Planets Align. As Bellamy stared down at her father's old planetary charts, Fiona felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Her father had never spoken to her about his research into the Druids, but as she gazed at the rows of books on his shelves, his obsession became apparent. Nearly half of the books were related to Celtic mythology, Roman history, secret ceremonial sites of Anglesey and Wales, and Caesar's accounts of the Celts. The map tacked up on the wall, Fiona surmised, denoted sacred sites and traced the Celts' movement across Europe. Bellamy's silver rings glinted under the bright light of the desk lamp as he measured angles and traced lines on an astrological chart. The trouble was that, although the Druids had been adept at astronomy and astrology, the planetary positions listed in La Ruota Oscura were imprecise. They narrowed down the area within a few miles of Mountain Shadow, but that was as close as they came to providing a distinct location. "You said the witch was camped up here?" said Bellamy, pointing to a spot on the map that they were using, which showed Mountain Shadow, West Colorado Springs, and the surrounding area. "Yes." "Then he can't have gone very far. He'd need a place where the planets were in this position that would allow him to open a portal. It would have to be within 3 or 4 miles of Mountain Shadow, as the crow flies." Fiona shook her head. That wasn't specific enough. The land that lay north of Highway 24 and west of Orm's Peak was rugged mountain terrain. There were any number of remote places where the witch could complete the ritual without being disturbed. "It would have to be easy to access, but remote enough to hold a person hostage," said Fiona, pacing the length of her father's study. "That's assuming he took his camper." "Any place with easy access wouldn't guarantee him privacy." "That's what I'm thinking," Fiona muttered. "What if he doesn't have his camper?" "Then he could have taken her anywhere." Fiona crossed to the window and stared up the mountain, which was a lattice of moving dark shadows that followed the grade of the land. A thick mist clung to the rambling pines, blurring the edges of the mountainside. As she stared into the mist, she saw the flash of a familiar image, a dark cave surrounding her on all sides with a light at the very end. It was the same image she'd seen in the scrying bowl the day before, but it had taken on new significance. "Where is there a tunnel?" she asked suddenly. Bellamy shook his head, racking his brain, and Fiona saw it in his face when he realized. "There's the old railroad grade. You can access the tunnels on foot, but hikers don't usually—" "Where?" Fiona demanded. Her heart was racing. That had to be the tunnel she'd seen when Jinx had called upon the spirits. It runs along Highway 24, he said. "It's abandoned now, but the tunnels are still there. Sometimes homeless people set up camp." "Show me," she breathed, bending over the map. "Show me how to get there." I don't know, exactly," Bellamy stammered. "I've never been, but Joel has." Joel was one of Bellamy's roommates, fitter and sportier than the two of them put together. He was always setting out on hikes in the mountains and camping in the back country. "Was it far?" Bellamy shrugged. "If Joel thought it worth attempting, it's farther than you or I would want to go." "Is Joel at your place now?" "I don't know. I'm not his keeper." Fiona sensed that Bellamy was about to crack under the pressure to find Eleanor, and she fell silent, thoughts churning restlessly. If that was the tunnel she'd seen in the scrying bowl, it was likely the area where Eleanor was being held. "I need Joel to tell me exactly how to get there," she said, closing the book and working it back into its pouch. She strode out into the hall and up the stairs that led to her room. Bellamy followed at a distance, stopping in the doorway to watch as she tore open her dresser drawers. "What are you doing?" Bellamy asked, turning his back while Fiona changed. "I'm going after Eleanor." He wheeled around and gaped at Fiona as she pulled a thermal shirt over her head. "You can't go alone." "Are you volunteering?" Bellamy opened his mouth and closed it again, as though he'd considered tagging along but had thought better of it. "Relax," said Fiona. "I'm not asking you." She bent down to pull on a pair of wool socks and lace up her hiking boots. "I need you to stay here and work on translating that book in case I don't come back. I'm sure it holds the key to finding the witch. If I don't make it, you've got to find him." Bellamy let out a breathy sigh, possibly out of concern for Fiona, and possibly out of annoyance. "Shouldn't you call the police, or your neighbor, the one with the witch hunter brother?" "Wesley?" Fiona stopped what she was doing. "And tell him what? That I know where my sister's kidnapper took her because I saw it in a vision? That we translated an account of some ancient druid ritual and know the approximate location where the planets will align? Tell him you got an anonymous tip." Fiona shook her head. "I can't in good conscience send a mortal in to rescue my sister from a witch that's already killed 5 people. So, what's your plan?" Fiona stormed out of the room and Bellamy trailed after her down the stairs. She walked into her parents' bedroom, which she and Eleanor had studiously avoided in the years since their death. The air was stagnant and the furniture was dusty, but other than that, the room looked the same as it had when their parents had been alive. Flinging herself down onto the floor, Fiona rummaged under the bed. She gripped the well-wrapped handle of the dagger that her father had kept stowed underneath. It had been there for as long as she could remember. When she'd asked her father about it as a child, he'd told her that it was made with powerful magic that could protect them in times of trouble. Bringing it out onto the bed, Fiona unwrapped it carefully. She slid the dagger from its scabbard, revealing the long steel blade and well-worn handle that felt strangely comfortable in her grip. "What is that?" Bellamy asked, staring down at the weapon in horror. "It belonged to my father." "You're going to try to kill the witch with that?" Bellamy's eyes were as round as saucers. "Are you insane?" "Maybe," said Fiona. gripping the dagger and staring down the blade. It created a perfect continuation of her arm, perfectly balanced and easy to maneuver. Before Eleanor had been taken, she never would have imagined wielding a weapon like this. But as she slid the dagger back into its scabbard and attached it to her belt, she realized that she wasn't afraid. Fiona was prepared to do whatever it took to rescue her sister from the witch. "Shouldn't you tell Agatha? Alert the others?" Bellamy's tone was almost pleading, like a frightened child looking for the grown-ups to tell him what to do. "I can't drag the coven into this," said Fiona, taking the stairs 2 at a time and stuffing a jacket into her backpack. "Besides, Eleanor doesn't have long if the full moon is tonight." "But—" "No," snapped Fiona, opening the side door. "It's too dangerous to involve the coven." "It's too dangerous for you!" Bellamy cried. "You don't even know where you're going." "Don't worry," said Fiona, striding toward the car. "I'm gonna swing by your place and ask Joel." There was a slap of footsteps on the garden path as Bellamy ran out after her. "What are you going to say to him?" "That I'm hunting a killer witch who's kidnapped my sister to use in an ancient sacrifice." Bellamy's face went white. "Relax," said Fiona, climbing into the driver's seat and starting the engine. "I'm just going to ask him for directions. You stay here and keep an eye on Gabriel," she instructed, glancing over at Wesley's house. "There's a chance he might try to follow me." "So what if he does?" Bellamy asked. "Couldn't you use a witch hunter?" "No," said Fiona, slamming the car door on his protests. She rolled the window down and stuck her head out. "There's a chance I'll find the witch, but no Eleanor. If that happens, I'll have to follow him back to wherever he's keeping her." She lowered her voice. "If Gabriel has a chance to kill the witch, he isn't going to hesitate. I can't take that chance." Bellamy didn't argue, but he was giving Fiona a critical look that said he thought she'd lost her mind. "If I'm not back by dark..." She trailed off. "Tell Wesley where I've gone." Bellamy opened his mouth to ask something, but Fiona was already backing out of the driveway. She didn't plan on needing Wesley's help, and part of her felt that if she wasn't back by nightfall, she and Eleanor were as good as dead. 40 minutes later, Fiona was in her car driving up the pass on Highway 24. A heavy rain was hammering her windshield, obscuring the road and making it impossible to see the other cars until they were directly in front of her. As she rounded another hairpin turn, Fiona glanced down at the folded map. On it, Joel had marked the spot along the pass where she could park her car to get off the road. Accessing the railroad grade wasn't easy. There were only 2 ways in: a steep climb up from mountain shadow along an unmarked trail, or from Highway 24. Unfortunately, 2 of the tunnels were inaccessible from the town, which only left one option. To go by road, Fiona would have to leave her car parked alongside the highway, dash across 2 lanes of traffic, and ford the waterway where the highway split. After that, she'd have to cross 2 more lanes of traffic to reach the other side. From there, according to Joel, she'd find a steep path that led straight up the side of a cliff and snaked along the pass. Once there, she'd find an unmarked trail that would take her to the tunnels. Fiona parked and sat in her car, staring out at the driving rain. It was dangerous to hike in a storm like this. Signs posted along the pass warned of the potential for flash flooding and told hikers to find high ground. She knew from growing up in mountain shadow that these were exactly the sort of conditions that produce such floods. "At least I'll be seeking higher ground," she thought grimly, staring up at the cliff on the other side of the road. She cinched her rain jacket tight around her chin and tried to commit the map to memory. The greatest difficulty would be finding the trail, especially with all this rain. Her father's dagger still hung from her belt, which felt a little ridiculous. She'd be sprinting across 4 lanes of traffic with an archaic weapon thumping against her leg. Taking a deep breath, she opened her car door and stepped out into the downpour. Walking toward the edge of the pullout, she looked back down the pass. Headlights bled through the sheet of rain, barreling up the mountain at breakneck speed. Fiona waited for the cars to pass. Then she jogged across the road to the stretch of grass and trees that separated two sides of the highway. Once she cleared the metal guardrail, she realized that the serene-looking wooded wash was an obstacle course of rock that slid precariously down a sandy embankment. Jagged tree branches snagged at her sleeves as she half ran, half tumbled down the hill. Her boots sank quickly into the layers of sediment at the base of the wash, where freezing cold water surged past. Stepping carefully from one rock to the next, Fiona made it across the stream and began trying to pull herself up along the other side of the embankment. Cars rushed past her overhead, showering her with dirty water. Clinging to a tree root for support, she pulled herself up the hill and grasped at another branch. This one came cleanly out of the earth, and she fell several feet and flopped around, nearly striking her head on a protruding rock. Digging her hands into the soft dirt, Fiona finally pulled herself up and emerged in the center of the teeming highway. A group of 4 or 5 cars blazed right past her, not seeing the girl in the black raincoat standing at the edge of the trees. She needed to get across 2 more lanes. The trouble was that the terrain curved in such a way that made the turn completely blind. Cars rushing down the pass couldn't see her, nor could she see them. And by the time she did see them round the turn, she'd be standing in the middle of the highway. Taking a deep breath, she watched for the twin pools of approaching headlights reflecting in the wet asphalt. When she saw an opening of darkness, Fiona took her chance. She heard the cars before she saw them, rushing down the road toward her. Breaking into a sprint, she reached the other side and vaulted the guardrail just in time. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and her breaths were coming in fitful bursts. Squinting up against the needle-sharp raindrops, Fiona searched in vain for a trail. All she could see was a patch of gravel that ended at the crumbling cliffside. There was no footpath, no dirt road, nothing that seemed to lead anywhere. Any trail that might have existed had been destroyed long ago, probably to deter hikers from making the dangerous sprint that she just had. Huddling under a scraggly tree, Fiona pulled the map from her bag. Joel had circled a spot near the cliff which showed a path exactly where Fiona was standing, only there was no trail to be seen, just a narrow line of crushed granite that went straight up the cliff. Gritting her teeth, Fiona stuck the map back in her bag and dashed out from under her tree. Digging in her toes, she started to climb, and her feet immediately lost traction. The wet dirt crumbled under her feet, making any progress slow and infuriating. Pretty soon, she was clawing up the incline on all fours, trying not to slide down the side of the cliff in the slippery orange-red dirt. Rain continued to pelt her face. It slid off her jacket in thick rivulets, leaving her pants completely soaked. They stuck to her legs and made it hard to move, but finally she reached the top. Looking down, she could see the narrow black ribbon of highway, a long and deadly plunge from the cliff. Behind her, a storm was bearing down on the mountain, and another was brewing off in the distance. A thick blanket of sickly greenish clouds had descended over the canyon, blotting out the sun and making it feel like dusk, even though it was the middle of the day. Straightening up, Fiona squinted through the drizzle and saw a deer trail leading around the edge of the cliff. She took a deep breath and started to walk, hugging the neck of her jacket tighter to keep out the raindrops that were pelting her skin. It was difficult to draw a full breath against the relentless wind, which seemed to have come out of nowhere. It whipped across the face of the cliff and made the trees bend and creak. As she watched them being pummeled by the gale, Fiona felt a stirring of unease. She'd lived in mountain shadow for most of her life, and she'd come to know the storms. They often cropped up seemingly out of nowhere, but they were usually half-hearted bursts of rain, or they were intense and extremely short-lived. A storm like this that built and built was the result of Aether disrupting the elements. Quickening her pace, Fiona followed the trail along a tall, rocky outcropping, where she could see for miles around. It would have been beautiful if it weren't for the gathering black clouds and the sense that she was approaching a steaming portal of darkness. The trail seemed to narrow the farther she went, and Fiona was forced to maneuver around overgrown tree branches and step over huge rocks that had fallen onto the trail. But then the sandy path turned into hard-packed dirt, and Fiona knew she had arrived. Chapter 28. The Killer Witch. The railroad tunnel stood before Fiona like a giant gaping mouth. The cool, dark tunnel was tall enough to drive through, and the rocky sides were slightly shiny where the edges of rocks stuck out. Looking up, she could see the enormous wooden beams that supported the tunnel, and a patch of gray sky beyond. The tunnel was completely deserted, but this was the first of 5. The hairs along the back of Fiona's neck stood on end as she walked into its cool mouth. Instantly, the patter of rain ceased, and the smell of wet dirt reached her nostrils. Grabbing the flashlight out of her pack, she shined it up the tunnel wall. Vandals had spray-painted rude messages and symbols all down the sides of the tunnel. Old food wrappers, crushed soda cans, and scraps of clothing littered the floor, remnants of an abandoned homeless camp. Fiona's chest tightened. There was something sinister about this place that had nothing to do with the graffiti and litter. Something terrible had happened there, and a heavy energy seemed to cling to the walls. As the wind whipped down the tunnel, Fiona felt a renewed sense of urgency. Bowing her head against the gale, she pressed on along the narrow footpath. She could hear traffic rushing by on the highway below, but Fiona sensed that she was very much alone. The second and third tunnels also bore the remnants of a deserted camp. The scuff of her footsteps echoed all around her, and as she approached the fourth tunnel, Fiona felt her pulse quicken. Something wasn't right. A thicket of scraggly trees had grown up around the tunnel's entrance. It looked as though the mountain had opened its mouth, preparing to swallow Fiona whole. Pulling her knife from its scabbard, Fiona stepped through the rocky entrance. The wind howled against the tunnel walls, slipping in through the entrance and whistling as it ricocheted off the high, curved ceiling. She could hear the steady trickle of water running down one crack, and the bad feeling in her stomach intensified. Halfway through the tunnel, Fiona stopped and placed a hand against the wall. Her heart was thumping hard in her chest, and when she closed her eyes, she could sense the residue of ether that the witch had left behind. Ether tended to absorb the qualities of the person it flowed through. If there was enough of it, it left a signature that could linger for days or even years. This ether signature was foul and hateful, and quivered with a dark ambition. Gripping the handle of her dagger more tightly, Fiona started walking again. She could hear the hiss of rain near the end of the tunnel. A steep embankment was just visible to the right, in the patch of silver that fell between the fourth and fifth tunnels. She could feel the ether emanating from the last tunnel, a perceptible low vibration. Staring into the gaping mouth, she steeled herself for the worst. Thunder rumbled off in the distance, and her own sharp fear mixed with the ether, alerting every cell in her body to a threat. As she squinted down the final tunnel, she heard the slip of skittering pebbles. She turned just in time to see movement along the embankment and thrust out a hand on instinct. A beam of ether shot from her hand, sending a cloaked figure sailing. The stranger flew up the hill in a spray of dirt and collided with the trunk of a tree. Fiona turned to run, dagger in hand, but then there was a rustle behind her. She didn't have the chance to face her attacker. She just felt a burst of white-hot pain before everything went dark. Fiona first became aware of the cold. It was the penetrating chill of stone that seeped through her clothes and turned her skin to ice. She was lying on a bed of hard-packed dirt where a few protruding rocks jutted into her spine. Far off in the distance, she became aware of the faint patter of rain. It was muffled, like rain falling on pine needles, accompanied by the quiet drip of water on stone. She opened her eyes and looked around. She was lying on the floor of the tunnel, which was illuminated only by the dim glow of a fire. A hooded figure was standing over her, with features too shadowed to make out. Someone cupped the back of her head, and pain sliced across her temple. Fiona hissed and tried to pull away, but the person had her by the hair. Gripping her head with one hand while prying her jaw open with the other, the stranger tipped a metal cup to her lips. Warm, bitter liquid coated her tongue, and Fiona choked automatically. It tasted like dirt and bitter greens, something herbal and very strong. Fiona retched and tried to spit it out, but the hand clamped under her chin mashed her teeth together. The other hand pinched her nose hard, forcing her to swallow. Tears leaked from her eyes, and Fiona moaned, but she couldn't seem to get off her back. Her head throbbed with a dull ache, and her limbs felt very heavy. She didn't know if it was her injury or the bitter-tasting brew, but she didn't have the strength to fight. As the potion worked its way through her bloodstream, Fiona felt the odd sensation that something was tingling behind her eyes. Her eyelids drooped of their own accord, and her heavy head fell back. She sank into a dreamless stupor. It wasn't exactly sleep, but she was far removed from total consciousness, though she could hear movement around her. Out of the cloudy fog of her chemical-induced slumber came intervals of semi-lucidity. She became aware of voices around her. Both of them sounded vaguely familiar, but she was too far away to place them. After what seemed like a very long time, the heaviness of the potion subsided. Awareness slowly crept back to her body, and Fiona felt life return to her limbs. The voices around her began to sharpen, as did the dull ache in her head. Reaching around to the base of her skull, she felt dried blood in her hair. A cut was festering underneath. She remembered vaguely that she'd been struck. But where was she? She couldn't remember. Only that Elle was in trouble. Eleanor. The sudden terror that plunged through her body was like a shot to the heart. Fiona's eyes flew open immediately, and she raised her head a few inches. Flames were dancing against the solid wall in front of her, throwing shadows over the cracks and protrusions. She squinted through the semi-darkness to the mouth of the tunnel. Darkness had fallen outside. Fiona squinted. It couldn't be nighttime. She'd set out for the tunnels around noon, and yet it was much too dark to be the afternoon. She must have been lying there for hours. As she studied the wall of rocks on her right, she realized that the back of the tunnel had caved in. The remnants of a square-shaped log lay across it, with rocks the size of car tires. This had to be the final tunnel, one that was unreachable from mountain shadow. Behind her, she heard the light scuff of feet, alerting her to someone nearby. Turning her aching head to look, she saw a familiar shape hunched against the wall. Her dark waves hung limp around her face. She was barefoot and cloaked in an unfamiliar woven robe, but Fiona knew it was her sister. Relief flooded her body as Eleanor's pale face came into view. She was bound and gagged against the wall of the tunnel, but she'd moved around to get Fiona's attention. She looked slightly worse for the wear, but at least she was alive. Eleanor. Fiona's voice was so hoarse and cracked that barely a sound escaped, but she saw her own sense of relief reflected in Eleanor's eyes. "Ah, you're awake," said a cool male voice. Terror shot through Fiona's chest as a shadow stretched over the rocks. Fiona tried to pull herself up, but her body felt weak and sluggish. She was still feeling the effects of the potion and the blow to the back of her head. Rolling onto her side, she saw a man kneeling beside the fire, surrounded by a circle of salt. His face was partially obscured by shadow, but she could tell that he had a long, angular face and a sharp jawline that was handsome, yet off-putting. The man was dressed in a long brown tunic made from the same rough-woven material. He was completely barefoot and yet oddly clean for a person who'd been roughing it outdoors. It was the man she'd seen that night on the road, and the witch from the campground. "You," Fiona croaked, trying to push herself up. But the man did not respond. "Water," she murmured, choking on the word, hoping to force him to come a bit closer. She knew she'd seen the man before, and not just that night on the pass. "I'm afraid you are not long for this life, Fiona. To tend to your comfort would be a waste of time." A pang of fear hit Fiona in the gut. So he intended to kill her as well. "Get her water, Alexios," said a sharp female voice from the entrance. Squinting past the glow of the fire, she could just make out a second figure leaning against the tunnel entrance. She'd been standing so still that Fiona hadn't noticed her. She'd blended into the wall of the tunnel. Making an irritated noise in his throat, the man called Alexios turned around to a large plastic container and poured some water into a cup. Moving close to the ground like some kind of animal, he handed the cup to Fiona. His dark eyes briefly met her gaze, and the shock of recognition hit her like a ton of bricks. "Alex?" she gasped, forgetting her thirst. It was Martha Mayberry's son, the man she'd met outside her shop. "I don't answer to the name that fanatical woman gave me," he growled, skulking back toward the fire. A singed pot was perched on the hot flat coals, and a dark liquid was simmering inside. That explained why Alexios still had the clean-cut edges of the handsome man who'd asked her for a drink. As she watched him poke the coals with a stick, she remembered he'd also been at the scene when Wanda's body had been found. "You killed those people?" Fiona whispered, hardly able to believe it. The man she'd met on the street had seemed normal and completely mortal. Could Martha's son really be the witch who'd murdered 5 people and kidnapped her sister? Was he the one hell-bent on opening a portal to unleash a horde of demons? "Surprised?" Alexios replied, not looking up from the pot. "But Martha isn't a witch. Neither is her husband." "The Mayberrys aren't my biological parents. They adopted me as an infant." Fiona shook her head. "But if you're a witch, why didn't I sense it?" "I became adept at concealing my powers from a very young age. It was a skill that I was forced to develop growing up with that woman. To make sure my powers didn't express themselves at inconvenient times, I would sequester my ether in any living thing I could find. Stray cats, squirrels, the neighbor's dog. Some of them would die, of course, and Mother became concerned. But she would have rather believed that I was a budding serial killer than know what I really was." Fiona wasn't surprised. Martha was as devout as they came. Fiona could only imagine how the woman would react if she learned that her son was a witch. "Alexios," snapped the woman, who was standing near the tunnel opening. Fiona froze. She definitely knew that voice. The woman was cloaked in the same sort of heavy brown tunic, with her hood drawn up against the chill. But when she turned and lowered her hood, her curls seemed to glow in the firelight. At first, Fiona felt only relief, but then her relief morphed into confusion, followed by a horrible surge of betrayal. It was Agatha. Looking back over her shoulder, Fiona caught Eleanor's gaze. Her sister's eyes were dead and stony. Her expression confirmed Fiona's worst fears. "Agatha?" she whispered, still reeling from shock. "You shouldn't have come here," Agatha said. "I tried to warn you, but you wouldn't listen." "What are you talking about?" Fiona whispered. "I told you that you risk altering what is meant to be simply by virtue of knowing. But I would gladly answer all of your questions if we only had more time," Agatha swept across the tunnel toward her, the crude robe billowing around her. She looked so out of place standing barefoot in the tunnel that Fiona couldn't comprehend it.
Alexios here is my apprentice. With his ability and my knowledge, we can revive powerful ancient magic that was nearly lost forever.
You were behind this all along?
Now is not the time for talk, said Agatha. I'm sorry, Fiona. Soon enough, it will all become clear. I've waited many years to see this through. This may be my only chance.
Hunching on the ground before Fiona, Agatha's face glowed with familiar warmth, but behind her eyes lurked a madness and an urgency that Fiona had never seen.
Tell me, my dear, and this is very important, where did you put La Ruota Oscura?
Fiona stared back. How did I know that Artemis was in possession of the most powerful surviving magical text? Her eyes seemed to glow.
I knew because he showed it to me. Your father and I were the closest of friends, even if our agendas diverged.
Fiona scowled. She sensed that there was much she didn't know about Agatha, that everything she'd said or done in the last 4 years had been an elaborate ruse.
I have been waiting for you to lay hands on that book ever since you returned to Mountain Shadow. I knew Artemis had hidden the book somewhere in his study, and that only you or Eleanor could retrieve it.
Agatha stood and turned her back on Fiona, walking toward the fire.
When you came back, I thought it was only a matter of time before you found the book. But the study door had sealed itself, another one of your father's tricks.
Agatha turned back, looking thoughtful.
I wasn't sure how long the enchantment would last. Most spells die with the witch who casts them as the ether disperses. But this was very powerful magic that your father had locked in that house. No amount of force could break the enchantment, though I was certain the room would unseal itself in your darkest hour of need. And since you seem to live a charmed life, such circumstances had to be forced.
You sent that demon after me, Fiona growled. She didn't know if it was true, but there was no other explanation.
Agatha smirked. I knew one of you would attempt to make contact with the spirits after the Reverend was killed, either you or Bellamy, the busybody. So I asked Alexios to summon the demon into the spirit realm, and waited. The demon found a host in Eleanor. It didn't kill her, but it confirmed my theory.
Fiona's mind was working very fast. She couldn't believe that it was Agatha. Agatha had ordered Alexios to summon that demon, all in the hope that it would kill her sister and drive Fiona over the edge.
So I had to find another means to break the enchantment, she continued.
The fire?
Losing your sister. I knew that was the only way to push you to your breaking point.
Fiona blanched. Everything that had happened to them in the last 2 weeks had been carefully choreographed to manipulate Fiona.
The fire was only a means to an end. Neither Alexios nor I could enter your house after your little trick with the brick dust. We needed a way to lure Eleanor out, and we were running out of time.
So you kidnapped her just to break the enchantment so that you could get your hands on that book?
Agatha tutted. Waste not. I still need a witch to complete the ritual, though I had hoped you might bring the book to trade for your sister's life.
Fiona's heart thudded harder.
Where is it, Fiona?
Fiona swallowed, still glaring at Agatha. She never would have guessed. Agatha had taken them under her wing, and yet she'd only been after that book. The phone calls, the afternoon tea. All that time she'd just been waiting for the day when the study door would unlock. Why do you want it? Fiona asked boldly, hoping to buy herself some time. She didn't know how late it was. She only hoped she could delay them long enough for the full moon to reach its perigee. You must already know what's inside if you've made it this far. Agatha studied Fiona for a moment,
as if trying to discern how much she knew. "It has been a good many years since I laid eyes on the unholy writ itself," she conceded.
Glancing over at Eleanor, Fiona's thoughts started to crystallize. If Mr. Crike's records were accurate, her father had only acquired the book a few months before his death. It had been locked away in his study all that time, which meant that Agatha couldn't have seen it. If she and Alexios had taken the ritual this far, Agatha must have laid eyes on the text just before her father died. "I've waited many years to see this through." It sounded as though Agatha had tried it before. But when? How? And why had her father gone to all that trouble to hide the book in the first place? It wasn't like Artemis to hoard his possessions, and he never would have tried to withhold power from the coven. If he'd gone to the trouble of concealing La Ruota Oscura, he must have had a reason to fear it falling into the wrong hands. Suddenly, a wave of understanding hit Fiona with the force of a tsunami. It wasn't that her father had feared the book could fall into the wrong hands. He'd specifically wanted to guard against it falling into Agatha's hands.
"I'll make you a deal," said Agatha softly. "Bring me La Ruota Oscura, and I will let your sister live."
Fiona looked from Agatha to Alexios, who was still hunched over the fire. Book or no book, they had every intention of completing the ritual. And if Eleanor were to walk away, they would need another witch to sacrifice. Suddenly it dawned on Fiona what Agatha had in mind. By kidnapping Eleanor, they had the witch but no book. But by luring in Fiona and striking a bargain, Agatha would get her witch and La Ruota Oscura. Her life for her sisters was a price she would gladly have paid, but that still left Agatha with the book their father had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect. "Don't do it, Fiona!" Eleanor gasped, having finally wriggled free of the gag. "She wants you because you're like Dad. Agatha is the one who killed them." Chapter 29. Perigee. As Eleanor's words rang through the tunnel, Fiona knew that they were true. Agatha's face had fallen slack and twisted into an expression of loathing. "She wants you," Eleanor cried, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know why, but she wants you for the sacrifice. She killed Mom and Dad." Fiona turned from Eleanor to Agatha, her mind stumbling as it tried to process what Eleanor had just said. "My parents died in a fire in Florence," she whispered. At least, that was what she'd been told. "Did you kill them?"
"Your father was a great man," said Agatha solemnly. "But he had no vision for what the coven could be. Your mother tempered his ambitions, and his family made him weak. Too weak to claim the power for his coven, the power that was my birthright." A sudden dark knowing surged through Fiona's body. Agatha hadn't denied it. But this piece of information didn't fit. Agatha had been at her parents' wedding. She was their oldest and dearest friend. It was unthinkable that she could have betrayed them. "Your father never told you," said Agatha slowly, studying Fiona with interest. "Told me what?" Agatha let out a mirthless laugh that rang with unfamiliar cruelty. "Well, he wouldn't, would he? He never saw it as the gift that it was. He saw it as a burden." "What are you talking about?" Fiona snapped. "First, the book," said Agatha. "Once I have the book in my hands, I will tell you everything you want to know." Fiona glanced over at Eleanor, who was wearing an expression of dogged resistance. "There is no need to kill you both," said Agatha. "One soul of magical blood is enough." "What about him?" broke in Eleanor, glaring over at Alexios. Alexios had barely uttered 2 words since they'd been there, and Fiona was beginning to get the sense that he was merely a pawn in Agatha's scheme. "Alexios has his own part to play," said Agatha with a bent of fairness to her voice. He had the skill to sequester the mortal's ether, and his kind, your kind, are not so easy to come by. Ether witches? Fiona spat. Like me and Eleanor, you mean? Agatha's eyes glistened in amusement, and Fiona sensed that she was part of a private joke that Agatha was dying to share. We treated you like family, she said, her eyes glistening with angry tears. And you'd choose him? This over us? That's up to you, Fiona. Tell me where the book is, and I'll let your sister go. Swear yourself to me, and I will spare your life as well. A look of panic flashed through Alexios' eyes, but Agatha paid him no mind. Why? Fiona asked, suddenly suspicious. Because you and Alexios share a gift, though you are not aware of it yet. Fiona met her sister's gaze. She could tell that Eleanor was thinking the same thing. Agatha had lost her mind. What about the sacrifice? Fiona asked, keeping an eye on Alexios. An involuntary shudder worked its way up his spine, but he didn't take his eyes off the potion. Everything can still go as planned, said Agatha. What's the catch? The catch is that you must kill Alexios, she said, fixing Fiona with a ruthless expression. That is how you shall seal our bond. Fiona, Eleanor murmured, shooting her an imploring look. In that moment, she couldn't tell what Eleanor was begging her to do. Kill another witch to spare both their lives, or allow her to die so that Agatha wouldn't get her hands on La Ruota Oscura. In that moment, one thing became clear. Allowing Agatha to have that book would prove to be disastrous. But Fiona also knew that no matter the consequences, she wouldn't sacrifice her sister's life. If I tell you where it is, Fiona began, will you let her go? Yes, said Agatha. Fiona, don't! Agatha whipped around to glare at Eleanor. If you cannot be quiet, my dear, Alexios will have to gag you again. It's in the trunk of my car, said Fiona. It's parked along 24. The key is in my bag. At those words, Eleanor's whole body deflated, while Agatha's face seemed to glow with excitement. Wonderful! Thank you, Fiona. I know that could not have been easy for you. Without a word, Alexios got to his feet and stalked toward the mouth of the tunnel. He rummaged in Fiona's bag for the key, and Fiona's heart beat faster. I fulfilled my part of the bargain, she said, fighting to keep her voice from shaking. Now let my sister go. Not until Alexios recovers the book. That wasn't the deal. I said I would let your sister go if you told me where it was, said Agatha. But how should I know if you are telling the truth? Your father was also very cunning. I need to be sure that this isn't a trick. Fiona felt her whole body slump. She'd bought them time, but that was it. La Ruota Oscura wasn't in the trunk of her car. It was still with Bellamy. Pacified by the knowledge that she would soon have her precious book, Agatha bent over the bubbling concoction and stirred it with a loving flick of her wrist. Now that she was by the fire, Agatha was protected by the circle of salt. Fiona couldn't touch her. Not that she was in any shape to fight. She was still feeling the potion's effects, though she could sense her strength returning. At least one good thing had come from her bluff. Alexios had shown her where they'd put her belongings. Her dagger was sitting on top of her backpack near the tunnel entrance, a good 12 paces from where she was. If she could get to the dagger, she might be able to overpower Alexios when he inevitably returned. This was her best opportunity, before Agatha knew she'd been deceived. I need to go to the bathroom, said Fiona suddenly. Don't go far, Agatha cautioned, not looking up from the potion. If you run for help or try any magic, I will kill dear Eleanor. Fiona rose with bated breath, catching Eleanor's eye.
The look that passed between them only lasted a second, but that was enough for two sisters. Trying to keep her expression neutral, Fiona walked past the crackling fire toward the tunnel entrance. "Oh, and Fiona?" Fiona stopped. She could feel Agatha's eyes on the back of her neck. She turned slowly to see Agatha staring with a light smile playing on her lips. "Do not try to kill me, my dear. I may look old and weak to you, but I am more powerful than you can imagine." Fiona turned wordlessly and left the cave, her stomach twisting into knots. The driving rain had finally stopped, and the sky was beginning to clear. She could hear the rush of traffic down below, but no one was coming to save them. Fiona knew this was her only chance to get them out of this mess. She wasn't afraid of Agatha or her minion Alex. She wasn't going to lie down and die. And she wouldn't give Agatha the satisfaction of swearing her allegiance. Summoning all the courage she possessed, Fiona barged back into the tunnel. Agatha was staring into the bubbling potion. This was her best chance. Bending down in the shadows, she scooped up the dagger and hid it from view. But just as she took a step toward Agatha, there was a loud pop of a witch teleporting. Fiona turned. Alexios was standing in the mouth of the tunnel, glowering at Fiona in his dripping wet hood. "She lied," Alexios hissed, glaring at Fiona with malice. "As I thought," Agatha sighed. "I had hoped that this would be simple, but that dream was dashed when she picked up that dagger." Terror shot through Fiona's chest as Alexios's eyes traveled down her arm. Everything that happened after that seemed to unfold in an instant. Alexios threw himself at Fiona just as she raised her weapon. He was much stronger than he looked, and he drove her back against the wall of the tunnel. Pinning her arm against the wall, he cracked a demented smile. Fiona tried to drive the blade forward, but she couldn't move an inch. Just then, there was a flash of movement to her left. Eleanor had catapulted herself from the opposite wall and flung her body toward the fire. She upended the pot that was resting on the coals, sending a shower of scorching liquid straight into Agatha's lap. Agatha screamed and jumped to her feet, throwing out a blast of air that knocked Eleanor to the ground. Her head struck a jagged rock, and Fiona drew in a gasp. Everything sharpened in that instant. It was kill or be killed. Turning back to glare at Alexios, Fiona drove a knee up into his groin. His howl of pain only lasted a second, but the distraction allowed her to free her arm. Fiona threw her whole body behind the dagger, driving it toward his heart. But before it made contact, Alexios dove to the side and brought his fist up into her gut. A sickening pain flared through Fiona, knocking the wind right out of her. She gasped for air and drew the knife back, slicing him across the arm. Alexios let out a hiss of pain that grew into a deeper moan, but then his arm flew out of nowhere and he struck Fiona across the cheek. Rebounding from the sting of pain, Fiona did a double take. Smoke was wafting from Alexios's tunic where her blade had pierced it. A patch of angry red skin was visible around the gash. But then it started to heal. Fiona stared in disbelief, but Alexios caught her by the throat. He drove her back against the wall and Fiona's head hit a rock. Alexios bent back the arm that held her knife until Fiona screamed. Concentrating her rage to a fine point, Fiona traced her gaze down his face. Alexios howled as a deep, bloody gash carved its way through his flesh. She started again on the other side of his face, cutting him the way she'd cut Bryce Johnson. Blood flowed freely down the witch's face, and his face contorted as he resisted. In that moment, Fiona's ether hit a wall. Alexios' skin seemed to yawn and fold, healing before her eyes. The harder she tried, the faster it drained her, and after a moment she gave up. "Stupid witch," Alexios growled, showering her face with spit. He focused his gaze on Fiona's windpipe, and she felt the force of an invisible hand. She dropped the knife. She couldn't breathe. She was paralyzed by fear. Dark spots pressed in on the edges of her vision, but Agatha stopped him with a hiss.
"Enough," she yelled,
drawing their attention. Fiona looked over and felt the fight drain out of her. Agatha was bent over Eleanor's motionless body, one powerful hand on her chest.
"Tell me where the book is, Fiona, or I will end your sister's life."
Fiona tried to make a sound, but it only escaped as a gurgle. She knew that Agatha could kill Eleanor with one powerful thrust of ether to the heart. It would be over in an instant, and Eleanor would be dead.
"Release her," Agatha snapped.
Alexios did as he was told. Fiona coughed and gasped for air, desperate to fill her lungs. "Bellamy has it," Fiona choked, her voice a barely audible gasp. Alexios vanished with a loud pop, and Fiona's heart dropped to her knees. "Let her go," she pleaded, still clutching her injured throat.
"Not until I have the book."
Fiona felt too ashamed to fear for her life. She had failed their father and put Bellamy in danger. She'd never forgive herself if Alexios hurt him, but she'd reacted impulsively out of fear. It felt as though an eternity passed as they waited for Alexios to return. In reality, it was only 5 or 10 minutes before he reappeared with the book. A wave of nausea crashed over Fiona, and she was filled with utter disgust. In less than a day, she'd betrayed one of her best friends and handed over La Ruota Oscura to a pair of witches hell-bent on destruction. Alexios looked slightly worse for the wear. She hoped that Bellamy had hurt him. He was panting and disheveled, but he had the book, which meant that Bellamy—
"Your sister may leave when she regains consciousness," said Agatha, cutting the ties that bound Eleanor's wrists. "But you must take her place."
Agatha stood and held out her hands. Alexios walked forward with the book. Agatha took it reverently in her hands, closing her eyes with an expression of ecstasy. Hot, angry tears burned Fiona's eyes. Her whole body was vibrating with rage. All along she'd known this was coming, but she thought there might be a way out. It wasn't the prospect of dying that bothered her. It was the idea that she'd just unleashed an unspeakable evil.
"How much time do we have?" Agatha asked.
"The moon has almost reached its perigee."
"Then it's time," said Agatha,
unwrapping the book and removing it from its pouch. The way she gazed down at the leather binding made Fiona faintly nauseous. She'd clearly lusted after it for years, and now she finally had it. With a deep breath, Agatha opened La Ruota Oscura and allowed its pages to fall open.
"Here it is,"
she said in a breathless whisper, moving her finger down the page. Shivering with excitement, she set the book on its tattered canvas wrap and bent down to retrieve the pot.
"Eleanor did not manage to spill it all," she murmured. "There is still enough for the sacrifice."
So that was what they'd been brewing all this time. A potion to be drunk by the witch they planned to kill. Agatha turned and looked up at Fiona in a twisted expression of sympathy. "It won't hurt, my dear. I promise you that. It will feel just like falling asleep."
"Can't say the same for you," growled a menacing voice. "I promise this is going to hurt."
In an instant, all the color drained from Agatha's face, and Fiona wheeled around. Gabriel was standing at the mouth of the tunnel, wind whipping through the trees behind him. His eyes were shining with unmistakable bloodlust, a giant spiked mace flung over his shoulder. Chapter 30. A Demon Wielder's Blood. For half a second, nobody moved. Fiona stood frozen with shock. But then Alexios threw out both hands and muttered a curse under his breath. A mighty gust of wind flew past Fiona, powerful enough to throw Gabriel back. He landed on the ground with a painful-sounding thud, and for a moment, he didn't stir. At first, Fiona thought the blow had injured him. It certainly would have hurt any mortal. But then the hunter got to his feet and stalked toward Alexios, mace in hand. He was wearing the look of a man ready to burn down a forest. Alexios shuffled back several paces, but he didn't take his eyes off Gabriel. The two of them circled one another, waiting to see who would make the first move. But then a ferocious wind whipped down the tunnel, blowing back Fiona's hair. Fiona turned to look toward the fire and saw Agatha bent over the flame. Eleanor was still lying motionless beside her, but Agatha was engrossed in the ritual. She had her eyes shut tight and was chanting in a low voice that didn't sound like her at all. When Agatha held her hands to the fire, it seemed to create a whirlpool of ether. There was an electric charge in the air, and Fiona felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She sensed that Agatha was drawing ether from wherever Alexios had sequestered it. Through the mouth of the tunnel, the moon was just visible, a huge glowing orb in the sky. It seemed close enough to reach out and touch, and Fiona knew it had reached its perigee. Luce della luna apri la terra e apri I regni, Agatha chanted, her voice causing the whole tunnel to vibrate. The flames of the fire danced and then grew, illuminating the recesses of the tunnel and making all their shadows stretch higher. For the moment, Agatha was protected by her circle of salt, but as soon as she moved to give Eleanor the potion, Fiona would have her chance. Out of the corner of her eye, Fiona saw a flash of movement as Gabriel leapt from one side of the tunnel to the other. He swung his mace at Alexios, who dodged the spiked ball with surprising speed and dexterity. Gabriel recovered his momentum easily, flinging the mace again. This time, the spiked end struck Alexios in the shoulder, eliciting a howl of pain. The bloodied spikes caught the moonlight and threw off a flash of silver. It was unlike any weapon Fiona had ever seen, and she knew without a doubt that the metal was infused with ether. Gabriel sprung forward again, moving as a blur of flesh, but Alexios raised his hand. Before Fiona could even react, he thrust out a palm and sent Gabriel sailing back against the wall. He struck the rough surface with an agonizing thud, and Fiona felt the telltale crackle of ether. Agatha's incantation took on a rhythmic, primal cadence, and the cyclone of wind whipping through the tunnel flung Fiona's hair in her face. Squinting through the swirl of wind and dirt, she saw Agatha tip the pot on its side and spoon out the dregs of the potion. Her face was scrunched in concentration, and Fiona felt a shift in the air. Clouds started to gather once again, and a cold wind whipped through the trees. It felt as though they were caught in the throes of some war between nature and magic. She watched as though from a great distance as Alexios advanced on Gabriel. He was sneering down at the hunter with immense satisfaction. He was enjoying his moment of power. Get up, Fiona pleaded, looking from Gabriel to Eleanor. Now that Gabriel had thrown a wrench in Agatha's plans, she wouldn't keep her promise to spare Eleanor's life. Fiona couldn't save them both, and if she intervened on Gabriel's behalf, she might miss her chance to save her sister. Luce della luna apri la terra e apri I regni. Luce della luna apri la terra e apri I regni. But Gabriel lay motionless as the witch drew nearer. Alexios was going to kill him. Then he would kill Eleanor and Fiona. The ritual would be complete and a horde of demons would be unleashed. Fiona didn't think. She didn't have a plan. All she had was a growing desperation and a fierce protective rage in her soul. Power flowed out through her body like floodwaters surging through a canyon. It wasn't just the ether that flowed through her veins. She was drawing ether from outside herself as well. Throwing out both hands as she'd done before, she unleashed a tidal wave of fury and power. She let out a scream that sent the fire sputtering to embers and felt a glorious release. Agatha turned just as Alexios flew back and struck the opposite wall. He crumpled face down, but Fiona didn't stop. Whatever force she'd just tapped into only seemed to build, drawing ether from the trees, the animals, and perhaps the universe itself. It grew and grew until every cell in her body was vibrating with a ferocious power. It formed an invisible shield between the two men, and Gabriel began to stir. He raised his head to stare at her, but Fiona didn't hold his gaze. She was distracted by the scrape of metal on metal from the other end of the tunnel. Turning, she saw Agatha kneeling outside her circle of salt. She was holding Eleanor's head in one hand and a metal ladle in the other. Terror spilled into Fiona's veins, and she released the careful hold she had on the force field that surrounded her. "No!" she cried, throwing out an arm. But the voice that escaped wasn't hers. It was the same pitch as her voice, but it resonated like a clap of thunder, causing the rock walls to vibrate. She saw fear flash through Agatha's eyes before she realized what she'd done. Agatha flew back in a rogue burst of ether, dashing against the jagged rocks. She didn't move. Fiona looked back to Eleanor, but her moment of distraction cost her. Pain as she'd never felt sliced through her shoulder blades. It felt as though she'd been run through with a spear, only the gripping agony spread out from a point and seemed to encircle her heart. She dropped to one knee, screaming in pain, and sensed someone moving toward her. Alexios. Suddenly there were two of him. Somehow Alexios was inflicting the pain unlike anything Fiona had ever felt. A few paces away, he stopped, turning his outstretched hand. As it moved, Fiona screamed. He was twisting her heart from inside her chest. She was certain it would kill her. Fiona's screams filled the tunnel, and she collapsed in the fetal position. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She was totally at his mercy. But just as Fiona's vision started to fade, she felt the pain release. In an instant, it was gone. Just like that. Alexios stared down in bewilderment. Then something moved in Fiona's periphery. Gabriel was on his feet. He moved so quickly Fiona knew he must be propelled by some otherworldly hunter power as he swung his mace at Alexios. The weapon struck Alexios in the shoulder, slicing through flesh and muscle. He pushed back with a scream of fury, and the force of his yell, compounded by the elements, shook the walls of the tunnel. A chunk of rock dislodged from the ceiling, falling with a boom between them. Another rock fell and Gabriel dove, narrowly missing the rock. He dropped his mace as he jumped, and Fiona glanced back at her sister. Eleanor was still lying unconscious, a fallen rock beside her. Fiona needed to get her out while Alexios was distracted. She started to crawl across the tunnel floor, but a guttural moan drew her attention. Looking back, she saw the men wrestling. Gabriel was on top, but then he rolled off Alexios with a howl of pain, arching his back in agony. Alexios was using the same twisted magic he'd used on her, and she knew Gabriel couldn't beat it. She cast around for Gabriel's mace, but then a shimmer caught her eye. Her dagger was lying not 10 feet away, directly between her and the men. Changing directions, Fiona rushed for the dagger, but then Alexios raised his hand, summoning a gigantic cloud of dust. It swirled around Fiona's body, choking her airways and stinging her eyes. She growled in frustration, but continued to crawl, coughing to clear her throat. Focusing all her attention on the dust, she calmed it enough to keep inching forward. But as the dust settled, fear gripped her heart, and Fiona froze on the spot. Alexios had Gabriel pinned on the ground, both hands pressed down on his chest. Fiona couldn't explain what she was seeing, only that Alexios was bleeding him dry. The ether in Gabriel burned bright and fierce, but Alexios was drawing it into himself. His skin grew luminous where it made contact as Gabriel grew weak and pale. Alexios was drawing on Gabriel's ether, draining his life force. Summoning all the energy she had left, Fiona launched herself at her dagger. When her skin made contact with the hilt, She felt a surge of power spread up her arm. In a huge burst of effort, she launched herself at the men and brought the dagger down in a sweeping arch. She felt a surprising jolt of resistance as she tried to sink it into Alexios's back. He howled in pain and tried to throw her off, dislodging the point of the dagger. But Fiona's strike had done the trick. He broke contact with Gabriel's chest. In a single burst of blinding light, Fiona saw the ether return to Gabriel's body. It surged back into him like water being sucked up into a plant's roots, and color abruptly returned to his cheeks. Gabriel's eyes snapped open, and he sat up, knocking Alexios off him. Alexios screamed, more rocks fell, and Gabriel grabbed his mace. Fiona threw herself toward Eleanor, but she heard her name echo through the tunnel. Someone heavy tackled her from behind, slamming her face down on the ground. Someone was crushing her into the dirt. Someone in a leather jacket. What the? Fiona tried to buck, but she was pinned. Then the weight seemed to lift. She flipped onto her back and found herself staring into a pair of intense blue eyes. Gabriel's face was inches away, his whole body pressed against hers. He was panting hard, and when Fiona looked down, she saw a huge rock lying where she'd just been standing. But then something moved over Gabriel's shoulder, and she caught the glint of a dagger. "Look out!" she cried, throwing out an arm and creating a protective shield. It blocked Alexios's attack, and the witch stumbled backward. Gabriel rolled off her and dove for his mace. Fiona didn't stop to watch. She crawled over to Eleanor and tried to rouse her, but Eleanor wouldn't wake. Looping her arms under Eleanor's shoulders, she tried to heave her toward the tunnel entrance. Eleanor might as well have weighed 1,000 pounds. Fiona was too weak to carry her. She looked up at a flash of metal and saw Gabriel swing his mace in a perfect arch. Alexios screamed as the spikes tore his flesh, a blood-curdling scream of death. Gabriel lifted his mace again, but then Alexios vanished. At first Fiona thought he'd fled, but then he reappeared on her right. He was crouched near the back of the tunnel, where Agatha still lay unconscious. "No!" he cried, clutching his shoulder and staring down with tears in his eyes. "We must complete the ritual." More rocks were starting to fall, as though shaken loose by his anguish. Alexios was bleeding badly, and the tunnel had started to crumble. "Fiona!" Gabriel yelled, catching her attention. He was standing near the tunnel entrance. Rocks were falling all around them. He was yelling at her to leave, but Fiona couldn't carry Eleanor, and Alexios had taken up the incantation. "Luce della luna, apri la terra, e apri I regni. Luce della luna, apri la terra, e apri I regni." "Fiona!" Gabriel was glaring at her in desperation, holding out his hand. Casting one last look back at Agatha's body, Fiona tried desperately to heave her sister down the tunnel. But Eleanor felt like a sack of rocks, and Fiona was exhausted. Sweat was pouring down her face, and still she couldn't move her. Then Gabriel appeared seemingly out of nowhere, yanking Fiona out by the arm. It happened so fast that Fiona thought she'd been thrown, and a second later, he was back in the tunnel. This time, Fiona saw the blur that was Gabriel carrying Eleanor out. He dropped her on the ground outside the tunnel not a second before a blast shook the ground. Fiona collapsed face down in the dirt as the tremor shook the mountainside. Rocks cascaded down behind them, and a powerful surge of air escaped. It flattened every blade of grass to the ground, and an enormous cloud of dust fanned out from the opening. The tunnel collapsed in a spew of dirt, making the ground beneath her shake. Fiona stayed face down, arms over her head, as the aftershock rolled over them. When she looked up, Gabriel was lying flat on the ground, his arm flung over Eleanor. Heaving to try to fill her lungs, Fiona looked up at the moon. It still shone brightly, huge in the sky, peacefully unaware of the battle below. Gabriel stirred, and Eleanor flinched, but she still didn't open her eyes.
She'll be all right, Gabriel breathed, hoisting himself onto one knee. His face looked ashen, and his legs shook visibly as he got to his feet. Fiona had never seen someone's ether stolen, nor had she ever seen it returned. He'd literally died and been brought back to life, but he just looked like someone recovering from a nasty bout of the flu. "How did you do that?" Fiona wheezed, still choking on the dust. "How do you move so fast?" Gabriel shrugged. "It's a hunter thing." Fiona nodded. She'd never actually seen a hunter in action. She supposed their super speed was just one feature that made them so dangerous to witches. "What happened back there?" Gabriel gasped, staring into the wreckage of the tunnel. "They were trying to complete an ancient ritual. They needed a magical sacrifice." Gabriel stared. "And they took your sister?" Fiona nodded. "They used her to lure me up here." On the surface, she knew the words were true, but something deep inside her kept rejecting them. She couldn't believe that all this time, Agatha had been working against her. "Those witches, they killed all those people as part of a sacrifice?" Gabriel let out a huff. "What was the ritual?" "To create a tear in the veil between realms, and unleash a horde of demons." Gabriel nodded, clutching his side. "Now it all makes sense." Fiona stared. "What makes sense?" "This." Gabriel produced something with a flourish, and Fiona saw the flash of her dagger. "Hey, give that back!" Fiona lunged, but Gabriel moved it out of her reach with an artistic flick of his wrist. "Not until you tell me how you came to have it." Fiona glared up at him. She'd had enough ultimatums. Why did he care how she'd gotten it? "Why would I tell you?" Fiona growled. "You might have saved my life back there, but you're still on a need-to-know basis." Gabriel cracked a devilish grin. "That's twice I've saved your life now." Fiona crossed her arms over her chest. "I guess that makes us even." "Even?" The smirk faded a little from Gabriel's face, but that devilish gleam remained. "I'll tell you what," he said, raising one eyebrow. "You tell me how you came by this dagger, and I'll tell you what I know." Fiona studied him through narrowed eyes, weighing the risks and potential benefit. Gabriel was a rare weapons expert and a hunter. Maybe he knew something she didn't. "It was my father's," she said, straightening up. "And that's all you know about it?" Gabriel fixed her with a look of disbelief. "You just happened to grab it before you set off on this little excursion of yours?" "I didn't have any other sharp objects." Fiona leaned over to the side, eyeing his bloodied mace. "Not everybody has a stockpile of medieval weapons just lying around the house." "Oh, this old thing?" Gabriel asked, staring fondly at his mace. "This is just my travel size." The side of his mouth twitched in a grin, and he turned his attention back to the dagger. "Well, it's shocking and pitiful if that's all you do know, so let me enlighten you, little witch." Fiona rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe she was about to get a lecture on rare weapons from a hunter after they'd both nearly lost their lives. "This dagger is very old," he said. "Danish, by the looks of it. It's in too good of shape to be 16th century, but it wasn't forged with modern tools." Fiona sighed. Normally, she'd be mildly interested in hearing about her father's old dagger, but at the moment, she was more concerned with getting Eleanor to a doctor. "It's been anointed with the blood of a demon wielder. That's why it couldn't mortally wound that witch." He leveled Fiona with a serious look. "He's a demon wielder, isn't he?" "A what?" "A demon wielder." "What's a demon wielder?" "You really don't know?" Gabriel looked stunned and incredulous. Fiona just felt annoyed. "A demon wielder, also called an etherling or ether witch, is a witch who can control demons. They're exceptionally rare.
even among witches. He was giving Fiona a strange look, more curious than anything else. It'll be even more powerful now, he added, flipping it by the blade and catching it. It's got his blood on it as well. What's it for? Fiona asked. Gabriel gave her a strange look. It's the weapon of a demon wielder, made to protect its owner. He flipped it around and examined the blade. A silver blade anointed with the blood of an etherling is the only thing that can kill a demon. We hunters can only banish them to the underworld. A demon wielder is different. A far-off look came into his eyes as he launched into a story. Legend has it that the original hunter took a witch for his mate. They bore a child who was half witch, half hunter, with the unique ability to control the ether. The hunter showed the witch how to forge a weapon by anointing a blade with their child's blood. The witch returned to her coven and showed them how they could use the weapon to force demons to do their bidding. Gabriel cocked his head to the side. Legend says they tried to harness the demon's ether for their own power and were killed, save for one witch. Gabriel's expression was deadly serious, and Fiona could tell that, to him, this was more than a myth. It was part of the story he told himself about the origins of his people. A weapon like this will kill a demon, but a demon wielder has the ability to control the ether, and therefore control creatures that are made from ether. How can a demon wielder kill a demon? Fiona asked. Ether can't be destroyed. By taking the demon's ether into himself, or into his blade. How do you know all this? I'm a hunter, Fiona. My life depends on it. A demon or a witch is dangerous enough, but a witch drawing on a demon's ether? Fiona gave an involuntary shiver. She hadn't had a chance to fully appreciate how close they'd come to disaster. The real question is... Gabriel pointed the dagger at Fiona, so that the blade rested against her chin. Why did your father have this unless he was a demon wielder himself? Fiona didn't flinch away from the blade. She refused to be intimidated. Gabriel liked to talk big game, but twice he could have let her die, and he'd chosen to save her instead. Demon wielders are born, not made, he added. It's a genetic ability passed from one witch to his offspring. He pointed the dagger from Fiona to Eleanor, who was beginning to stir. If your father was a demon wielder, it would follow that either you or your sister is as well. The way Gabriel was looking at her, it was as though he already knew. What was it that Agatha had said? You and Alexio share a gift, though you are not aware of it yet. Eleanor's not a demon wielder, Fiona choked, remembering how the demon had inhabited her body and caused her so much pain. She draws on ether in the realms to see spirits, but she's never been able to control it. I told you, it's very rare. Typically only one child inherits the gift, and I'm starting to think it was you. But Fiona shook her head. You don't just use your own ether to wield the elements. You can draw on ether from other living things and use it to compound your own magic. You make me sound like a vampire, Fiona muttered. If you're talking about what I did to you at the campground. I wasn't. I'm thinking of what you did in the tunnel. Although... Gabriel tilted his head to the side, as though he'd forgotten about the earthquake incident. Fiona drew in a deep breath. It was all too much to process. Looking back at the collapsed tunnel, she felt a sudden surge of regret. La Ruota Oscura lay buried beneath the rubble, along with any answers it contained. Deep down, she knew that book would bring nothing but evil, but it held a clue about what her father had been doing in the final months of his life. Why had he gone to such lengths to procure it? And why had Agatha killed him? Why did you save us? Fiona asked suddenly. You could have killed 4 witches tonight instead of 2, maybe even 2 demon wielders. Gabriel didn't answer her question. He just continued to stare at Fiona as though he didn't know how to answer. Just then, a soft moan captured Fiona's attention. Eleanor was slowly coming around, and she appeared to be in pain. "Fiona?" she murmured. "Elle," Fiona breathed, dropping onto her knees. Eleanor groaned and tried to lift her head, but then she made a deeper noise of pain. "Shh. Don't try to sit up. Just rest for a minute."
"Why did you fight to save a hunter?" Gabriel countered.
Fiona looked up, temporarily distracted, and saw that he was frowning at her. It wasn't exactly a look of contempt. More than anything, he looked confused. "I didn't think about it," said Fiona honestly, sweeping the hair off of Eleanor's face. "I've never done anything like that. What I did back there." She could feel Gabriel's eyes probing her face, but Fiona didn't have time to analyze what she'd done or how she managed it. All she cared about in that moment was getting her sister off the mountain. As if in answer to all her worries, she saw a flash of light. She turned to the right, facing down the path, and saw Gabriel look over too. As the light grew brighter, she heard heavy footsteps. Someone was coming up the trail. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Gabriel move and stow their weapons in the bushes. A second later, she saw movement in the trees. Someone was calling her name. The beam of a flashlight momentarily blinded her, but when she held up a hand to shield her eyes, she saw Wesley coming up the path. He was dressed in his police uniform and had a dog with him. Another officer was coming up behind him. "Fiona!" Apparently, Wesley had just spotted her, because he broke into a run. An odd look flashed across Gabriel's face, one Fiona didn't quite understand. He looked as though he wanted to fade into the cliffside, but he stood resolutely at her side. A second later, Wesley reached them, and his eyes traveled from an injured Eleanor to his brother standing in the shadows. "Gabe? Fiona? Glad you made it," said Gabriel brightly. "We need paramedics to get her out of here. We think she might have a concussion." He nodded down at Eleanor, who was still lying on the ground. Clearly, she wasn't in any shape to make the hike down the cliffside. "What are you doing here?" Wesley asked sharply. Fiona could have been imagining it, but she thought she detected an undercurrent of anger in Wesley's otherwise professional tone. Fiona opened her mouth, but closed it again. She had no plausible explanation. She still didn't know how Gabriel had found them, so there was little use coming up with a lie. "Fiona lit out this afternoon to go look for her sister," said Gabriel. "Her friend Bellamy got worried when she didn't come home this afternoon. I know the area pretty well, so I told him I'd check it out." "You know the area?" Wesley repeated, staring at his brother in disbelief. Gabriel shrugged. "You know my sense of direction is second to none." "You should have called me," Wesley grumbled, bending down to examine Eleanor. "I could have had search and rescue up here hours ago." Shrugging out of his jacket, he arranged it carefully over Eleanor's shoulders. "She's cold," he murmured, glancing up at Fiona. "We don't want her to go into shock." He stopped and finally looked at Fiona head-on. "How did she get like this?" "She hit her head on a rock," Fiona choked. "And I don't know what else they did to her." "They?" said Wesley, suddenly on alert. "Your perps are over there somewhere," said Gabriel roughly, jerking his head toward the collapsed tunnel. "Though I don't know how much luck you'll have in questioning them." By then the dust had begun to settle. The other officer shined his flashlight into the heap of rubble, which looked like a solid pile of rock. It would take hours, maybe days, to move all that material. No one could have survived. "What caused the cave-in?" the other officer asked. Fiona shook her head. "It happened so fast," Gabriel added. "We barely made it out alive." "I'm sure," Wesley muttered, his voice laced with suspicion. "Lucky Gabriel showed up when he did," said Fiona truthfully. "I don't know how we would have made it out otherwise." "Lucky," said Wesley, pulling on a smile that didn't quite meet his eyes. "Well, the important thing is that you're safe. Let's get the two of you home." Chapter 31. Into Thin Air. It was nearly 3 hours before the police had finished with their questioning. On Wesley's insistence, Officer Simmons had agreed to take Fiona's statement at the hospital while Eleanor was examined. After their last experience, Fiona refused to leave her sister's side. She was still shaken from their whole ordeal. Since Wesley and his partner had been the first to arrive, they were leading the investigation of the collapsed railroad tunnel. Wesley assured her that as long as the evidence corroborated Fiona's story, it would be enough to clear her name. Sitting outside Eleanor's hospital room, Fiona told Officer Simmons everything she could. She left out the part about Alexios being an actual witch, instead saying that he seemed to be obsessed with completing some pagan ritual. She explained that Alexios was the murderer of Mountain Shadow, and that he had kidnapped her sister to use as part of his human sacrifice. Her voice broke when she brought up Agatha's involvement. She hadn't wanted to drag her name into this, but Fiona knew that there would be questions when they unearthed Agatha's body, so she told the story with as much truth as she could, leaving out the details of what Agatha had done. Fiona didn't want to believe it herself. It shook her to her very core. The person she'd trusted above all others had been working against them the entire time. Fiona's story became a little murky when Simmons asked how she'd found Alexios. She told Simmons that she'd heard of Satan worshippers gathering near the old railroad grade, and she'd hiked up there to look. When she'd found Agatha and Alexios, they'd taken her hostage. Then Gabriel showed up. During the struggle, the tunnel had collapsed. They'd narrowly made it out with their lives. After she finished her amended retelling, Officer Simmons looked like someone in desperate need of a long vacation. She closed her notebook and nodded mutely, mumbling that she had all she needed. Fiona could tell that Simmons didn't entirely believe her, but the whole case was so bizarre that she probably didn't know which parts to question. Apparently, seismographs had recorded a small earthquake that evening. No damage had been reported in town, but it explained the tunnel's collapse. It was unfathomable that the sleepy town of Mountain Shadow had fallen victim to such a grisly string of crimes. 5 innocent people had been killed, and now their murderers were dead as well. It all culminated in the scandalous discovery that a few self-proclaimed witches had attempted an ancient human sacrifice ritual. Staggering dazedly into Eleanor's room, Fiona raised her eyebrows and collapsed on the bed beside her. Eleanor shook her head with a wry smile and interlaced their fingers. There was no need for words. They had survived. All they wanted was to go home, but the doctor had insisted that Eleanor stay the night. As Fiona kicked off her boots to stretch her toes, something metallic clattered to the floor. She bent down to retrieve it, not immediately sure what it was, and stared in stunned disbelief at Rose's mercury dime. The old shoelace had broken clean through, and the coin was lying on the tile floor. It must have taken a hit for her back in the tunnel, when Alexios's powers had suddenly been lifted. Smiling sleepily to herself, she tied it back on and made a mental note to thank Rose for her charm. Early the next morning, the doctor breezed in and cleared Eleanor to leave. She had a concussion and some second-degree burns, but she was, remarkably, fine. Her lungs would heal, the bruises would fade, and she would suffer no permanent damage. Bee arrived to drive them home, looking frantic and distraught. Fiona told her the short version of the story in a low voice while Eleanor slowly got dressed. To Fiona's relief, Bellamy was okay. He'd only briefly lost consciousness when Alexios had teleported to his apartment and stunned him to steal the book. Mostly, he was dying to learn what had happened to Fiona and Eleanor back in the tunnels. Bee was shocked to hear about Agatha's involvement, and she peppered Fiona with questions all the way to the car and for the entire drive home. She wanted to know everything about La Ruota Oscura and how Artemis had come to have it. Fiona still had her share of unanswered questions, but she was tired of all the talking. She was about to tuck and roll out of the moving car when their house came into view. Fiona stared in utter amazement. wondering if she was seeing things. The smoke damage along the front had been fixed. The broken windows had been replaced. All evidence of the fire was gone. Stunned into total silence, Fiona let herself into the kitchen. The burn marks along the cabinets had disappeared, and the singed photograph of her parents had been restored. The stench of smoke and burned plastic had dissipated, replaced by the scent of cinnamon and cloves, which Fiona had always associated with home. "How?" Eleanor began, turning slowly to take it all in. Bea grinned and feigned a modest shrug. "Me, Daphne, and Jinx did a little work on it while you were gone. The two of you deserve to have your home back after everything you've been through." Tears stung Fiona's eyes. She felt as though she could crumble with gratitude. Instead, she walked over to Bea and threw her arms around her. Her tears mixed with hysterical laughter. She was so exhausted and happy. "Full disclosure," Bea mumbled. "To the mortals, it still looks like shit. We had to put a charm on the outside so they wouldn't get suspicious." Fiona laughed and hugged Bea tighter. After everything that had happened, at least they still had a family they could depend on. Agatha might have shaken their world, but if the past 24 hours had taught her anything, it was that the coven had her back. As Fiona climbed under the covers that night, she was too exhausted to think. She knew it would take days for it all to sink in. Agatha, her parents' murder, and her demon wielder lineage. But at the moment, curled up in her bed, she was too tired to feel anything at all. The killers were dead. Eleanor was safe. That was all that mattered. Fiona awoke in the afternoon with sunlight streaming through her windows. Somehow she'd managed to sleep through the Colonel's 6 a.m. wake-up bark and the neighbors' weekend mowing ritual. She'd only been awoken by the hazy sense that she would be having visitors. Making her way downstairs in a daze, she nibbled on one of the muffins Daphne had brought over and started a pot of coffee. On her first try, she started the water without any coffee. Then she dropped the bottle of creamer and spilled it all over the floor. Once she finally had her coffee in hand, she wandered barefoot onto the porch and sat down in the swing to drink it. She waved at the neighbors as they passed, but they quickly skirted away. Fiona knew the rumors were already starting to spread about her involvement with the town murders. At best, she and Elle would be the poor, traumatized victims who'd escaped 2 psychotic killers. At worst, their neighbors might think the 2 of them had been involved in the human sacrifice ritual. Sitting on her porch in her pajamas at 2 in the afternoon wouldn't help dispel the rumors that the Grimes sisters were weird. But as she sat in the sunshine sipping her coffee, Fiona found that she didn't care. She was just trying to decide between waffles and pancakes when Wesley drove up in his truck. Even from a distance, Fiona could tell that he hadn't slept. His posture was hunched from exhaustion and fatigue, and his uniform was covered in dust. She briefly wondered if they'd brought in a team to do the excavating, or if Wesley had moved every boulder himself. She raised her hand to wave him over, maybe offer him some breakfast. Wesley's face stretched in a smile, but it didn't quite meet his eyes. As he came closer, Fiona could see the dark purple circles under his eyes. He carried a certain heaviness about him that she sensed was more than fatigue. "You want some coffee?" Fiona asked, as Wesley climbed the steps. "No, that's all right," he said with a sigh. "I should probably go straight to bed." "Long night?" "2 long nights," said Wesley, yawning. "Though probably not as long as yours. You've been through a lot, you and Eleanor." Still. Fiona studied his face in concern. Something wasn't right. She knew he probably didn't want to answer her questions, but she desperately needed to know. "Did you find the bodies? Are they both—" "We found Agatha," said Wesley grimly, collapsing on the porch swing beside her. "Her body, I mean." A hard lump rose in Fiona's throat. So Agatha really was dead. "I'm sorry," he added. "I know you 2 were close." Fiona just nodded, not wanting to cry. I thought I'd seen everything, but... He shook his head. I still can't believe such a sweet old lady could be involved in something like this. I know, said Fiona. Her voice sounded hollow. She still couldn't quite absorb it. We also found an old book that looks as though it could have been used as part of their sick ritual. We have a translator working on it now. So they had recovered La Ruota Oscura. That wasn't the best news Fiona could have received, but at least that meant it couldn't fall into the hands of someone who meant to use it. And Alexios? Fiona asked, breathless with anticipation. Wesley turned his head to look at her, his eyes crinkled in regret. I'm sorry, Fiona, he said in a low voice. We didn't find a body. What? We did find a wallet with an ID and a camper registered to an Alex Mayberry. That should be enough to confirm your story and hopefully clear your name. Fiona shook her head. But you'll keep looking, right? You haven't finished the excavation. Wesley's face tightened. We pulled up every rock, Fiona, and did a thorough search of the area. He must have escaped before the tunnel collapsed. That's the only explanation. Fiona looked down at the ground, her mind tearing through 1,000 possibilities. I don't understand. He was there. He couldn't have... You must not have seen him, said Wesley gently. You were worried about Eleanor and getting out alive. But that wasn't what Fiona didn't understand. Alexios had had an opportunity to escape, but he'd chosen to stay behind with Agatha in a last-ditch attempt to complete the ritual. And yet Alexios was gone. He hadn't run out. She or Gabriel would have seen him. He must have teleported before the tunnel collapsed, which meant that he was still out there somewhere. I'm sorry, said Wesley in a low voice. I know that isn't what you wanted to hear. If he's gone, Fiona whispered, then Eleanor's kidnapper is still on the loose. I know. We're doing everything we can to locate him. We're questioning his mother now. His mother? Fiona had almost forgotten that Alexios was Martha's son. Martha Mayberry, the lady who owns the Christmas store. I still can't believe her son would be involved in something like this. Fiona nodded, her mind still churning. So far, she's cooperating. He'll probably try to leave the state, but we've put out an APB. Wesley looked at her, but Fiona didn't respond. It was almost laughable, putting out an APB for a witch. Alexios could be anywhere in the world, Baltimore, Belize, Montana, or Mexico. He won't get far, Fiona, Wesley added. Not with every law enforcement official in the state looking for him. Fiona forced a weak smile of gratitude, but inside, she was screaming. If Alexios was out there, he could come back. He could try to finish what he and Agatha had started. You don't need to worry about Alex Mayberry or anyone else, said Wesley. No one is going to hurt you or your sister. I'm going to make sure of that. Finally, Fiona really looked at him. Wesley's eyes were much lighter than his brother's, but they blazed with the same intensity. In that moment, Wesley was staring at Fiona with such fire and determination that she knew he meant every word. Thanks, Wes, Fiona murmured. While Alexios was powerful beyond Wesley's understanding, she knew that Wesley intended to protect them in every way humanly possible. Seeing that Fiona was coming around, his expression seemed to lighten. He glanced up at the porch and cracked a grin. Once again, I offer my services as a handyman. I know the downstairs is going to need some work. Fiona followed his gaze up the face of the house, which to him probably looked like a condemned building. I would take you up on that, said Fiona, but I'm getting to be pretty handy myself. Well, if you change your mind. Wesley trailed off. Something had caught his eye. Looking up, Fiona saw Gabriel standing at her gate, holding a bundle of fabric in his arms. A furry black head was sticking out of the top, his yellow eyes blazing impishly. Gabriel walked through the gate up the path, still managing to look tough despite the creature in his arms. As he drew closer, she could hear Smudge purring. The cat's face conveyed a sort of lazy acceptance of being carried, while his rumbling purr betrayed the possibility that he might claw his way out given the slightest provocation. His annoyance was only rivaled by Gabriel's, who scowled down at Fiona sitting on the swing. "Were you planning on claiming your mangy cat, or should I find him a nice dumpster and let him fend for himself?" "The conquering hero returns," said Wesley, getting to his feet. "I see my brother plans to shower you in his good wishes as well." "Johnny Law," said Gabriel coolly, stepping up so that he and Wesley were the same height. "You hot on the trail of the monster who almost killed Eleanor and Fiona?" "Always." Wesley shifted his weight awkwardly from one foot to the other. Fiona could sense that Gabriel needed to speak to her alone, but Wesley didn't want to leave. As the brothers stood there sizing each other up, Smudge managed to wriggle free and alight onto the porch swing. He arched his back and rubbed against Fiona, and Wesley excused himself with a polite nod. Gabriel stood like a shadow on her porch, dressed in dark jeans and a snug gray t-shirt. His eyes were blazing with a watchful look, and Fiona was reminded that he was a hunter whose sole mission in life was killing witches. "What was that about?" Fiona asked, once Wesley was out of earshot. "Oh, the usual," said Gabriel with a shrug. "The long-suffering good guy has a thing for a pretty girl who is totally oblivious to his affections." "What?" "No, you're right. That's not it," said Gabriel, flinging himself onto the porch swing. "I think his spidey senses are telling him that there's something off about this case. He wants to believe everything you told him, but his cop instincts won't let him." That statement stoked Fiona's anxiety and made her feel guilty. Wesley was the type of guy who always looked for the best in people, and even he wasn't buying her story. "I heard Alexios escaped," Gabriel added, as if he were commenting on the weather. "You heard right. I also heard they impounded his spell book. That's the best place for it, really." He turned to her with a curious look, surprised by that remark. He looked as though he wanted to ask her something, but didn't want to admit his own ignorance. Finally, he sighed. "Look, I know you don't trust me. Will you just tell me one thing?" "Tell you what?" "Is Alexios the only witch trying to create a tear in the veil between realms, or are there more of your kind that I should know about trying to unleash a horde of demons?" Fiona scowled and looked out toward the street, where a young couple was pushing a stroller. "Not that I know of," Fiona mumbled, suddenly overcome by irritation. "Look, I may not be one of your kind, but I'm not a witch like Alexios either, so you can stop with that your kind, my kind thing you do. It's not my thing, Fiona. It's the natural order. Witches are always trying to increase their power, and it's hunters who keep that power in check." "The world isn't so black and white," Fiona grumbled. "If anything, I'm one of them." She nodded toward the couple on the sidewalk, who were peacefully oblivious to the supernatural beings tussling to determine the fate of their realm. "No, you're not," said Gabriel irritably. "You're a witch, and a demon wielder at that." He cast around with a wary expression, as if he expected demons to come pouring out of the storm drains. "But I have a feeling that we may find ourselves on the same side again before this is all over." Fiona looked over at him, frowning. Did Gabriel know something she didn't? Before all what is over? "Come on. You don't really think Alexios will just give up?" Fiona swallowed. She didn't want to think about it. "Does this mean you're staying?" she asked, a bit ungraciously. "I go where I'm needed," he said with a shrug. "But I don't think this town is out of the woods." Fiona studied Gabriel with a frown. "What aren't you telling me?" Gabriel didn't answer her question. He just reached into the bundle of fabric that he'd brought Smudge in, and produced a smaller, more tightly wrapped bundle. He handed it to Fiona, who took it carefully. It was her father's dagger. "I have a feeling you'll be needing this," he said, looking up at the sky. Though the sun had been shining only moments ago, deep black clouds were gathering over the mountains. "I don't think we've seen the last of Alexios, and I don't think this is over." Fiona stared at him, feeling uneasy, but Gabriel didn't meet her eyes. He was leaning back against the arm of the porch swing, but his posture was anything but relaxed. She could see the tension in his forearm where it rested on the swing, and the restless twitch of his foot. There was an electric charge of ether in the air that Fiona could almost taste. It was in the sky, the mountains, and the trees, and it was coursing through her body. She could see it reflected in Gabriel's watchful eyes as he sat on her porch like a guard dog. She knew in her bones what her mind wouldn't accept. Something dark had come to Mountain Shadow, and perhaps it had never left. Author's note. Thank you for reading Aether Witch. I hope you enjoyed the book. This novel was a first for me, a foray into a world of witches, demons, murder, and magic. Most of my readers know me from my dystopian and post-apocalyptic books, and probably wish I would write more of them. But when the Eldarin Chronicles drew to a close, and it came time to start writing my next novel, the world was in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. I started and abandoned 2 different novels, because I couldn't get excited about creating a plausible dystopian future when it seemed we might be living in a dystopian present. In general, it's not considered good business for an author to jump from one genre to the next. But I can't force a story for the sake of marketability. I have to write the things that excite me, so my process involves exploring story concepts that inspire me to write. I've always been drawn to fantasy and paranormal books and movies, so building my own magical world felt very natural. Once I began the rough draft, I was hooked. I honestly don't remember the last time I had so much fun writing. One of my favorite parts of writing this story was having the opportunity to infuse the setting with some real-world places near where I live. Longtime readers of my work may remember that I briefly visited Colorado Springs in Ruthless, but Aether Witch gave me the chance to settle in as a local to the story. If you've ever spent time near Colorado Springs, you might have already guessed that the fictional town of Mountain Shadow is loosely based on Manitou Springs, Colorado Springs' quirky neighbor just a few miles up the road. Originally, Mountain Shadow was meant to be an amalgamation of Manitou Springs and Green Mountain Falls, hence the slight deviation from Manitou's actual geographic location. The idea to write about a coven of witches living in a small mountain town first came to me when I read an article published in the Colorado Sun entitled "The Witches of Manitou Springs: History, Hysteria, and Wand-Waving Wiccans Behind a Stubborn Urban Myth." While I'd been to Manitou Springs many times myself and knew all about its eccentricities, I had no idea that stories of witches in the town persisted. If you visit Manitou Springs after reading Aether Witch, you'll recognize the famous outdoor arcade and the Nut Hut. It's known in real life as Totally Nuts and Company. Order the Nutella crepe. The hotel where Fiona has her date with Michael is the Antlers Hotel in Colorado Springs, which actually has been rebuilt twice. Alchemy is a bar in old Colorado City, though, to my knowledge, it is not a gay bar or an eclectic haunt for supernaturals. The setting of Copperfield's bookstore is based on Starlight Books in Flagstaff, Arizona, though the name comes from a bookshop in my old hometown of Quincy, Illinois. The old historic Midland Railway tunnels along Highway 24 still exist, but I can personally attest to the fact that the hike is just as perilous as described. My experience getting to the trail happened almost exactly as Fiona experienced in the book. Because of their isolation, the tunnels can be very creepy, even during the day. If you do make the journey up to the old railroad grade, I don't recommend going alone. One aspect of the town that I touched on briefly was the history of Mountain Shadow. I took this fictional history from the actual history of Manitou Springs, so I'll tell you a bit more about it here. Manitou Springs is a tourist town known for its history as a sacred site and healing resort. The mineral springs from which Manitou gets its name were considered holy to the Ute, Apache, Arapaho, Sioux, Comanche, Shoshone, Kiowa, and Cheyenne peoples. According to Brad Olson, author of Sacred Places North America, 108 Destinations, Manitou Springs was once a neutral zone, where members of various native tribes would gather to heal themselves in the natural mineral fountains. The natives believed that the spring's effervescence was the result of the Great Spirit breathing air into the water. In a geological sense, the spring water comes from rain and snowmelt trickling down from Pikes Peak and soaking into rock fractures. The water travels a mile below the surface to an underground aquifer and percolates back up, a process that takes thousands of years. When white settlers first came to Manitou Springs, they would fill jugs with the healing water and send them to Denver, where the water was sold on street corners. Manitou Springs is also where the first carbonated beverages were sold, and today you can still sample water from spring-fed spigots throughout town. According to tribal history, the Ute people have lived in the Colorado Mountains since the beginning of time. The natives used what is now Ute Pass to travel from Colorado Springs to their winter camps. By the mid-1800s, the Utes had become unhappy with the number of white settlers traveling this trail to their sacred sites and hunting grounds, and conflicts ensued. In spite of this, General William Jackson Palmer and Dr. William Abraham Bell had big plans for Manitou Springs. They envisioned the town as a European-style retreat for the upper class, a vision that was likely elevated by the publication of an 1874 pamphlet in which Dr. Edwin Soley raved about the myriad health benefits of the mineral springs. A resort was created to offer therapies derived from traditional native remedies, and the town was incorporated in 1876. By the 1890s, Manitou Springs was a popular health resort, part of the boom in tuberculosis patients traveling to the Pikes Peak region to get well. In my research, I came across the rumor of a curse at the site of Adams Mountain Cafe, which is located in a former spring-fed bathhouse. According to purveyors of this alleged curse, Native American spirits were enraged at the white man's attempt to profit from the healing waters. I can't say where this rumor first originated, but it's undeniable that Manitou Springs, like many towns in the U.S., has been the site of white profiteering to the detriment of the native people who once lived there. The Cheyennes, Arapahos, and Utes were driven out by the U.S. cavalry and relocated to reservations in the 1860s and 1870s. Despite many mountains, canyons, and roads in the Pikes Peak region taking their names from native peoples, the cultural heritage of those who once roamed those mountains and canyons have all been erased in the name of recreation and capitalism. What Mr. Craig says about the Old Redlands, Garden of the Gods, is true. Native Americans would gather there for rituals, and the Utes would visit the Old Redlands on vision quests and as a place to die when they felt their time had come. Once a person had passed away in the crevices of the rock, his body would be moved to a burial site nearby. For obvious reasons, it's not easy to find any specifics on where these sites are located, but it didn't seem like a stretch to imagine that the Utes could have buried their dead near the fictional campground along Highway 24. Because the Garden of the Gods area is sacred to the Utes, an archaeologist from the city of Colorado Springs invites individuals from the Southern Utes and Mountain Utes to consult on new projects. They also hire an archaeological monitor anytime they move dirt at the park to ensure that tribal artifacts are recovered and preserved. It should be noted that although I remained faithful to the native history in this book to the extent that I could, the elements of Celtic magic were almost entirely fictionalized for this story. The Druids were the Celtic learned class and guardians of the Celtic culture. Unfortunately, they were forbade by the Celtic religion from committing their sacred teachings to writing, so relatively little is known about Celtic paganism. Much of what we know about the Celts today comes from archaeological sources, their enemies' written accounts, and early Christian literature. However, none of these written accounts are without bias. The ancient Greeks' writings usually describe the Celts as uncivilized barbarians, and the Roman accounts come from the conquering armies, most famously Julius Caesar. Later Christian accounts of the Celtic culture were written during the Middle Ages, long after traditional Celtic practices had been co-opted or stamped out by Christianity. According to Roman writers, the Druids performed human sacrifices for people who were ill or in danger of dying in battle, but the claim that the Druids burned people in wicker men has recently come under scrutiny. It should be noted that the ritual depicted in this book, as well as the existence of a text called La Ruota Oscura, is completely fictional. My portrayal of Southern folk magic or root work was also adjusted to account for the presence of ether and demons in the magical world of Mountain Shadow. Originally, Rose's character incorporated more distinctly hoodoo rituals into her magic, but my beta readers felt that this more realistic portrayal of Southern folk magic didn't fit within the fictional magical system. While it may be controversial, I did maintain Rose's use of the Bible in her works, because many modern root workers feel that you cannot separate Southern folk magic from the Bible. The elements that I hope survived in Rose's scenes are a root worker's deep connection to her ancestors and the use of everyday items in her works. Rose's admonition that the work must be justified comes from Star Cassis, author of old-style conjure, hoodoo, root work, and folk magic. Incorporating these elements from different cultures into the magical world of Mountain Shadow has been an exciting challenge. I know I will not carry this off perfectly, but I think it's crucial to acknowledge that witches and magic have existed in the lore of every culture throughout human history. In a world that assumes magic is real, it would follow that magic is the same everywhere, though it may go by different names and be expressed through different rituals and customs. It matters little if a sacred site is a sandstone spire in Colorado or a stone circle on the Welsh island of Anglesey. Any sacred site could be a portal to the spiritual realm, just as any person can be a witch. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please take 2 minutes to leave a review. Writing is my livelihood, and reviews help other readers discover my books. To find more of my audio titles, visit tarahbenner.com or search Tarah Benner in your audio app. Until next time, stay magical, my friends. This has been Aether Witch, Witches of Mountain Shadow Book 1. Written by Tarah Benner. Narrated by Taylor Harvey. Copyright 2020 by Tarah Benner. Production copyright by Tarah Benner.